Chapter 1. The Nine Heavenly Omens, the Void of Destiny, the Innate Sacred Body Embryo. In the profound depths of an infinite universe, chaos-infused light permeates the surroundings, shrouded in ethereal mist. This vast cosmos stretches endlessly, seemingly boundless. The most formidable beings wield the heavens and the earth as their chessboard, transforming all existence into the path of enlightenment. In the year 26850 of the Northern Underworld calendar, the Northern Underworld domain stands as the pinnacle among the 3,000 domains, with legends intertwining it with the mythical realm of immortals. In a world where divine light bursts forth and celestial mists swirl, a sacred island hovers in the air, adorned with resplendent palaces and towering pavilions. This is the world of the Guiyuan Holy Land. Once the most dominant force in the Northern Underworld domain, the Guiyuan Holy Land has concealed its true essence from the world for countless epochs. After enduring the test of time, it now ranks as one of the foremost powers, recognized for its profoundly mysterious heritage. In the Jade White Plaza outside the Holy Land, an innumerable throng has gathered, all drawn by the desire to join the Guiyuan Holy Land as cultivators. Although the Holy Land is notoriously stringent in its selection of disciples, those fortunate enough to be accepted are said to ascend to great heights. Among the crowd stands a youth clad in patched hemp garments, seemingly the scion of a destitute family. His face bears traces of dirt, rendering him somewhat unkempt, yet his features remain strikingly handsome. One could easily envision him as a refined gentleman in fine attire. What is this place? The young man muses, his gaze wandering in bewilderment. The unfamiliar surroundings evoke a sense of disorientation within him. At that moment, memories begin to intertwine with his consciousness, gradually illuminating the confusion in his eyes. So, I have traversed worlds, he realizes. In his previous life, he was a writer consumed by deadlines, laboring late into the night until exhaustion claimed him, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself here. This world reveres martial prowess, with a mighty grasp the sun and moon and pluck the stars, while the weak are treated as mere livestock. The memories of the original owner are somewhat hazy. Su Chang'e is the scion of a fallen family, whose parents vanished during his youth and have not been heard from since. Subsequently, the family was annihilated, and he has wandered in obscurity for an unknown duration. Why can't I recall the specific details of my family? Su Chang'e finds himself beset by a throbbing headache whenever he attempts to delve into those memories. Alas, this Buddhist memories are riddled with issues. Moreover, given his current circumstances, he possesses neither an invincible background nor unparalleled talents. Even the most basic sustenance is a luxury he cannot take for granted. Such thoughts deepen his despair for life. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous drum beats resonate from the front, silencing the clamor of the crowd. The throng begins to form a lengthy queue, the end of which is marked by an immense stone tablet. This monument, unlike any ordinary object, emanates an ancient and overwhelming aura of pressure. The heaven-subduing tablet, it is said to be one of the treasures of the Guiyuan Holy Land, capable of assessing one's innate talent and comprehension. Those with exceptional gifts may even have the opportunity to become the holy son of the Guiyuan Holy Land. After numerous individuals have undergone the assessment, it becomes apparent that many lack even the most basic cultivation talent, with the highest level of comprehension merely sufficient for inner disciples. The talent of this generation of disciples is disappointingly poor. Each generation seems to surpass the last in mediocrity. Alas, the Holy Land has produced a Yi Lintian surely. All fortune has been exhausted. Never mind, concluding this early is merely a waste of effort. The elders' expressions were marred by palpable disappointment. The Guiyuan Holy Land has remained silent for far too long, that if no one emerges to stir the winds and clouds in this lifetime, then the path to immortality shall remain a mere myth. Suddenly, the crowd began to stir. Look, the heaven-subduing steel is actually trembling. Could it be that a peerless talent has appeared? Boom! A brilliant pillar of light soared into the sky, as if it were stirring the very winds of the nine heavens. What is this? The elders quickly turned their gazes toward the source of the commotion. Indeed, such a talent could herald a new generation of saints. The elders' faces revealed a glimmer of relief as they gazed toward the steel. There stood a woman, Her figure was graceful, her beauty exquisite, and her demeanor transcendent. She must belong to a prominent family. Observing the fervor of the crowd, Su Chang'e felt a twinge of envy. Yet, recalling his identity as a transmigrator, he pondered whether his own talent might not be lacking. He placed his hand upon the steel, seeking to comprehend its essence. However, after several breaths, there was not a hint of response. This left Su Chang'e somewhat bewildered. Am I not a transmigrator? Must I be treated with such disregard? You possess no cultivation talent next. The elder impatiently urged Su Chang'e to leave. Another individual placed his hand upon the steel, and soon a blue pillar of light appeared. He cast a disdainful glance at Su Chang'e. It seems anyone can come here. Thunder rumbled in Su Chang'e's heart as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Was this what they called a transmigrator's exhilarating journey? Was this not merely a journey towards death? Here I am, a once-renowned fantasy novelist, only to find myself in such a clicked world of transmigration. While others might begin their journeys as members of prestigious families, where was his own lineage? Surely, the original host was not merely cast into the lower realms by a top-tier family to hone their heart of Tao. Or was it plausible that one could casually sign up for supreme cultivation techniques and unparalleled physiques? What about him? He had nothing, merely the fleeting dream of a beleaguered novelist on the brink of death. Feeling somewhat despondent, he contemplated turning away to seek another path. But just then, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Beep! The Destiny Selection System has been activated. The host's first arrival in the 3,000 Dao domains has been detected. A new task is now issued. Option 1. Choose Cultivation. Reward. Cultivation level elevated to the Great Sage Realm restriction. No further cultivation for the next 10 years. Option 2. Choose a Supreme Cultivation Technique. Reward. 10,000 Dao Reincarnation Technique. Option 3. Choose Unparalleled Physique. Reward. Innate Holy Body Dao Embryo. Su Chang'e was momentarily stunned, followed by a surge of joy. The Destiny Selection System? It sounds incredibly powerful. No matter how high one's cultivation, without potential, one would ultimately stagnate. Moreover, being restricted for 10 years would waste far too much time. How long would it take to achieve the status of an emperor? Even the mightiest technique would be futile without the requisite talent. Though he had limited understanding of the innate holy body Dao embryo, as a peerless physique, it was undoubtedly a natural fit for the great Dao, a harmony of heart and Dao, seemingly born to attain enlightenment. Upon contemplating this, he resolutely opted for the third choice. Ding. The task associated with the chosen option has been completed. Reward. Innate sacred body embryo. Given that this is the host's first utilization of the system, an additional reward has been granted, elevating the host's charm value to celestial elegance. Detection indicates the host already possesses the first constitution. The fate void body, the innate sacred body embryo, will serve as the second constitution. What is the fate void body? Ding. The host cultivation is insufficient. The system is unable to provide information. Please continue to enhance your cultivation. Insufficient cultivation to provide information? What useless system? 1-star review. Just as Su Chang'e's complaints faded into the air, suddenly, a vast and divine aura surged forth from Su Chang'e, forming a luminous pillar that seemed poised to pierce the heavens. The winds roared and the clouds surged in the 9 heavens. Golden clouds filled the sky, and purple chi stretched for thousands of miles. Golden light continuously coalesced into ethereal golden figures. Mythical beasts such as the azure dragon, vermilion bird, black tortoise, and white tiger twisted and emerged from the mist, their momentum awe-inspiring. Brilliant golden light cascaded from the heavens, as if bestowing blessings upon all beings. Celestial light swirled above, revealing phantasms of divine beings and demons. Some radiated divine light, while others emanated demonic energy that seemed to obscure the sun. All bowed reverently before Su Chang'e. Blessings from the 4 beasts. A myriad of radiant hues, divine beings and demons bowed in submission. The extraordinary scenes unfolding above the Guyuan sacred land triggered a seismic reaction throughout the northern underworld Dao domain. Various powerful factions erupted in fervor. Heavens! The 4 beasts have descended, and the divine beings and demons bow. Such phenomena can only be attributed to a legendary sacred body. Look in that direction. Is it the Guyuan sacred land? Could a remarkable figure have been born? I believe a tremendous treasure has emerged, given the rich essence of the laws. Could it be one of the top 10 sacred bodies among the 3,000 Tao bodies? In the northern underworld Tao domain, the venerable figures of countless ancestral lineages were utterly astonished. They had practiced for innumerable years. Such phenomena were utterly unprecedented and unseen. The laws of the entire world were in a state of fervor. Celestial light enveloped the air, and the laws permeated. In the void, golden light filled the sky, intertwining with the radiant manifestations of the five-color divine light, creating a scene of unparalleled splendor. In the depths of the sacred land, some reclusive elders were awakened and emerged from their seclusion, swiftly making their way toward the mountain gate. Such a breathtaking spectacle not only captivated the Guyuan sacred land, but also stirred numerous prominent figures from other great factions, all hastening through the void to witness. After all, for countless epochs, such phenomena have been exceptionally rare. Chapter 2, an unprecedented event, shaking the Tao domain, each stake is raised. Rumble, the winds and clouds of the nine heavens whirled rapidly, golden light dazzlingly brilliant. At this moment, Su Chang'e was enveloped in golden radiance. The bloodline of the sacred body enabled his physique to undergo a successful transformation, akin to an otherworldly immortal bathed in golden light, divine and untouchable. In a meditative posture, each breath seemed to resonate with the great Tao. Heaven and earth appeared to tremble in resonance. With him, as the focal point, spiritual energy surged like a vortex, continuously elevating his cultivation. The terrifying speed at which this spiritual energy is absorbed is nothing short of monstrous. The reverence of deities and the blessings of the four beasts are all bestowed upon this individual. What manner of constitution is this? With such prodigious talent, the future is boundless. Numerous figures appeared in the heavens, all drawn to Su Chang'e. Their gazes were remarkably unified, each one fervently fixated on this young lad before them. At this moment, his eyes were tightly shut, seemingly in deep contemplation. Even so, his visage radiated an extraordinary handsomeness, with distinct facial features that resembled the most exquisite work of art crafted by the heavens. Truly striking, coupled with such poise and talent. If there exists an immortal in this world, it would be akin to this. Damn it, he's just a tad more handsome than I am. Are you certain it's merely a tad? It's a billion times more, I say. The disciples of the Guyuan sacred land were awestruck, utterly astonished. Such talent and appearance could easily be deemed as that of a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Some of the elder women, upon catching sight of Su Chang'e's face, felt their once stagnant hearts stir, much like withered wood encountering the arrival of spring. After a considerable time, the celestial phenomenon gradually faded. Su Chang'e's consciousness began to clear, and he promptly summoned the system interface. Host, Su Chang'e cultivation level, spiritual sea realm, physique bloodline, innate sacred body prototype heavenly anomalies, deity's reverence, divine beast blessing. Skill, none treasures, none items. Beginner's gift pack X1. A beginner's gift pack. I wonder what treasures it might contain. At that moment, as Su Chang'e leisurely opened his eyes, the scene before him caused him to shudder involuntarily. He found himself amidst a sea of people, in the sky and on the ground. A multitude of fervent gazes were fixated upon him, their expressions akin to that of admiring a rare treasure. Having once been a fantasy novelist in his previous life, he understood the importance of leaving a good impression in such a small gathering. Junior Su Chang'e pays respects to all esteemed seniors, he said, bowing in greeting. Just then, a middle-aged man clad in a golden robe approached, radiating an aura of profound depth, as if he possessed the power to overlook the world. Greetings, Holy Master, the crowd echoed in unison. Holy Master? Is this akin to the leader of the Guyuan sacred land? Su Chang'e conjectured internally. However, he would later come to realize that the title of Holy Master merely masked a deeper reality. The true foundation of the Guyuan sacred land was far more terrifying than he could fathom. The Holy Master of Guyuan bore a smile, his eyes reflecting satisfaction. To awaken such a constitution and remain neither arrogant nor complacent is commendable. Your temperament is extraordinary, My young friend, your future achievements will undoubtedly be remarkable. Su Chang'e pondered inwardly. Were those fantasy novels he read in vain? Nevertheless, he maintained a demeanor of calm humility on the surface. You flatter me, esteemed elder. Do you know what type of constitution you have awakened? The Holy Master of Guiyuan suddenly inquired earnestly. Reply to the Holy Master, I have heard it referred to as the innate sacred body prototype in the depths of my perception. Upon hearing this, the crowd's pupils constricted, breaths quickening. The innate sacred body prototype ranks among the top of the 10 sacred bodies, consistently holding the second position for years. It is not due to the inherent weakness of the innate sacred body embryo, but rather that the foremost constitution is only recorded in myths, having never been witnessed by mortals. However, unbeknownst to them, Su Chang'e possesses a hidden constitution, far more formidable, transcending the analytical scope of the system and surpassing the confines of the 5 elements. This myth will be thoroughly validated with the emergence of Su Chang'e, the legendary fusion of the ancient sacred body and the innate Tao body, inherently in harmony with the great Tao, will inevitably lead to unfathomable achievements in the future. Upon hearing this, the Saint Master of Guiyuan emanated a trace of divine thought into Su Chang'e's being. Sensing no malice, Su Chang'e refrained from resisting. Before long, the Saint Master of Tianyuan trembled with excitement, exclaiming, Excellent, excellent! Your name is Su Chang'e, is it not? You may directly join my Guiyuan holy land and immediately become a holy son of our sect. At these words, the elders surrounding them gasped, their pupils constricting as their breaths quickened. The legendary innate sacred body embryo? I never imagined it truly existed. The innate sacred body embryo is destined to become a supreme emperor. Heaven blesses our Guiyuan holy land. Such a talent should be exempt from any examination. This is the second ranked among the 10 sacred bodies. Apart from that mythical constitution, it is indeed the first. I believe he should be the foremost among the holy sons. The elders of Guiyuan holy land gazed at Su Chang'e with fervent eyes, as if they could already envision the glorious future of their sect. An innate sacred body embryo, which once ranked first among the 10 sacred bodies, is merely worthy of being a holy son. A figure suddenly appeared above, their voice resonating through the air, laced with mockery. A middle-aged man clad in blood-red robes, hands clasped behind his back, hovered in the air, his blood-colored aura seemingly capable of tearing the heavens asunder. Is that the leader of the Blood Demon sect? Ha! Guiyuan Holy Land has already fallen, young friend. Why not come to my Qin dynasty? Another figure tore through the fabric of space. The newcomer, a man adorned in a dragon robe, radiated an aura of draconic energy, with golden dragons swirling around him. Exuding immense confidence, he was none other than the current sovereign of the Qin dynasty. At this moment, numerous figures continued to emerge. The master of the Loha Sword sect, the master of the Gi sect, the master of the Bisha sect, the master of the Huazhong Valley. Everyone was taken aback, for these individuals were the pinnacle of the Baiming Dao domain, gathering here today, a rare occurrence in a millennium. Not only do they wield immense power, but their prowess is also unparalleled. A single word from them could determine the fate of countless factions. Now, all had manifested before this youth, indicating the vast potential he possessed. I am the master of the Loha Sword sect. Young friend Su Chang'e, should you choose to join our sect, you shall gain access to our sacred secret arts. The words of the master of the Loha Sword sect ignited a wave of astonishment. These secret arts are extraordinary, said to touch upon the essence of immortality, allowing one sword to pierce the heavens and slay celestial beings. Such techniques are exclusively reserved for their lineage. The fact that the Loha Sword sect would extend such an offer to an outsider demonstrates the immense cost they are willing to bear. The sword path is within my Huaqinggu. In it transcends mere swordsmanship. I am prepared to devote everything to safeguard your journey. Any excessive demands you might have, I can fulfill. The speaker was the master of Huaqinggu, a mature woman whose aura radiated like that of a luscious peach, particularly accentuated by her voluptuous figure, a true emblem of maturity. Moreover, Huaqinggu has historically only accepted female disciples, yet it seems that Su Chang'e's prodigious talent has compelled them to make an exception. Our ancient Qin dynasty is blessed with the fortune of a true dragon should young friend Chang'e join our ranks. I can bestow 1/6 of the national fortune to aid you in achieving your grand aspirations. In our Loxia sect, we boast countless celestial maidens, renowned for their beauty as the pinnacle of the North Underworld realm, young friend Chang'e. Joining our sect means you can attain both the path and exquisite companions. Our Gi sect has ancestors who have transcended to sainthood for young friend Chang'e. Aligning with our sect would be the wisest choice. The leaders of various factions took turns introducing their sects, each promising a multitude of benefits. Onlookers were left dumbfounded. They realized that they might spend a lifetime without encountering such an opportunity. To witness these eminent figures fervently promoting themselves was a stark reminder of the vast chasm between them. Such a scene, I dare say, is unprecedented in the annals of the North Underworld realm. I believe this moment is one I could boast about for a lifetime. After all, I have witnessed the birth of a sacred body. While the crowd was filled with awe, none felt jealousy. Jealousy arises from the perception that one can bridge the gap. However, when the disparity transforms into an insurmountable chasm, it merely leaves one gazing longingly from afar. The innate sacred body, a legendary existence, is something they could only aspire to admire. The Lord of Guyuan was also filled with indignation. He longed to eliminate these short-sighted individuals. Yet, recalling his sect's grand strategy, he suppressed his fury. Now is not the time to reveal the depths of our holy land. It seems I must report this to the ancestor. As he spoke, a beam of divine light subtly emerged from his hand, descending into the ancestral grounds of Guyuan. Realm classification: Spirit Body, Spirit Sea, Divine Power, Tao Platform, Purple Mansion, Emperor Ceiling, Venerable, Great Power, Saint, Great Saint, Supreme Saint, Saint Lord, Quasi-Emperor, Great Emperor. Each realm is divided into early, middle, late, and perfection stages. Chapter 3: The Oath of the Great Path. Emergence of the Sacred Body. Ascendance of the Divine Sun as the Divine Light descended upon the ancestral land. A resounding voice like a mighty bell echoed across the horizon. Have you barged into my Guijin sacred land without a shred of respect? Instantly, all surrounding sounds fell silent. The leaders of the various sects were taken aback, their hearts trembling. Could this voice belong to that revered figure? The overwhelming aura could only belong to. It is the ancestor, the venerable one of our Guijin sacred land. Crack! At that moment, the very fabric of the void shattered like glass. Within the chaos, a bronze lotus emerged, upon which sat a figure with white hair and beard. Upon closer inspection, it was an elder, exuding an aura of ethereal grace, yet profoundly unfathomable. Though his visage bore the marks of time and his form appeared frail, the essence radiating from him caused the very laws of nature to resonate with a thunderous roar. Merely casting his gaze upon those below enveloped each individual in a tremendous pressure that weighed heavily upon their spirits. The leaders of the sects turned pale, scarcely daring to breathe. This was a figure of immense renown, known for his formidable prowess. During the inaugural war between humans and demons, he single-handedly confronted 4 demon sovereigns, vanquishing 3 and forcing 1 to flee, leaving the demon army in disarray. He was thereafter revered as the broken army ancestor by the people of Guijin sacred land. We bow before the ancestor. All members of Guijin sacred land offered their respects in unison, their faces reflecting profound reverence. Within Guijin sacred land, this ancestor was the most formidable, known for his quick temper. A slight disagreement could lead to immediate conflict, and his cultivation was unparalleled. No one had anticipated that the talent of this young man would awaken such a powerful figure. Zhao Wu, after all these years as the sacred lord, do you possess the courage of a mere cur? Others have breached the sacred grounds, yet you remain so submissive? The broken army ancestor berated fiercely. Zhao Wu, being the name of the sacred lord, was one of the few who could be openly scolded in such a manner by the ancestor. Zhao Wu felt a twinge of grievance. He understood the ancestor's strategy. After all, the strength of their sacred land could not be revealed to the world, necessitating such diversionary tactics. However, he could not help but feel a sense of frustration. Being the sacred lord was far from easy. Initially, He had merely been a junior disciple of the ancestor, yet he was thrust into the role of sacred lord. How utterly vexing. The broken army ancestor seemed to sense Zhao Wu's discomfort and shot him a fierce glare. "Spare me your grievances." He then turned his gaze to Su Chang'e, instantly transforming into a benevolent elder. The sudden change astonished all present. The speed of his transformation was astonishing. "My young friend, you must now comprehend my identity. I am the ancestor of Guijin Sacred Land. Should you choose to join our esteemed land, you shall have unfettered access to all our cultivation resources, and we shall protect your path with all our might." After a brief pause, his eyes sparkled with divine light as he surveyed the surroundings, proclaiming, "If you agree, you shall become the divine son of our sacred land, sharing equal esteem with me, and your will shall be the will of the sacred land." At this proclamation, a profound silence enveloped the crowd, their astonishment palpable. Invincible, to their knowledge, Guijin's sacred land had never before seen such an entity. As previously stated, the will of the divine child reflects the will of the sacred land, and the mere sacred son pales in comparison. Even the Lord of returning origin is inferior. Ancestor, this seems somewhat inappropriate, doesn't it? The Lord of returning origin, feeling pressured, spoke up. "How can a newly initiated disciple ride atop my authority? What if he were to relieve himself upon my head? I would be left to wear a smile." The ancestor of Broken Army raised an eyebrow. "It seems you have objections? What? Are the words of us old fellows no longer heeded?" The Lord of returning origin trembled. "A few old fellows? That implies those esteemed individuals." This thought sent chills down his spine, and he hurriedly shook his head. Should he express dissent, it would likely result in a change of the sacred lord by the following day. Hearing the preceding exchange, several elders of the sacred land, who hesitated to speak, swallowed their words and fell silent. The outcome of the discussion among the ancestors indicated that any refusal to acknowledge their authority would be tantamount to courting death. Haha, the ancestor of Broken Army certainly possesses audacity. However, can the resources of the returning origin sacred land truly nurture a being of innate holy body? The master of the returning unity sect remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "Do ensure that such a holy body is not wasted. Are you prepared to bear that responsibility?" The young friend Chang'e, upon entering our sacred land, immediately ascended to the position of divine child. Should not the sacred land of returning origin allocate all resources for his benefit? Moreover, our sacred land is willing to provide any resources in their entirety. Can you match that? The ancestor of Broken Army retorted without reservation. The master of the returning unity sect fell silent. Had Su Chang'e joined the returning unity sect, they too have numerous exceptionally gifted disciples, yet they would not dare to offer everything to him. This could incite internal strife within the sect, detrimental to its long-term development. To my knowledge, the returning origin sacred land has not produced a divine child in countless years. Is the ancestor of Broken Army not concerned that this unilateral decision may breed discontent among the other divine sons? Someone echoed, "The will of the divine child is indeed the will of the returning origin sacred land. Are you not afraid of chaos befalling the sacred land?" Ancestor of Broken Army, do not deceive the young friend Chang'e with such grandiose claims. This may lead to your ridicule in the future. Various top sects chimed in with mockery, unwilling to allow the returning origin sacred land such an advantage. An innate holy body is a rare occurrence in a millennium, and now that one has finally appeared, they would not relinquish it easily. In the face of various doubts and derision, the ancestor of Broken Army remained composed. With a flourish of his sleeves, he radiated righteousness and declared, "This position of divine child has been collectively decided by several ancestors of our sacred land. The divine child is of equal status with us. The will of the divine child is the will of the sacred land, and all resources of the sacred land are at the divine child's disposal. The sacred land shall exert its utmost to protect the divine child." He then pointed to the heavens. "Let the Tao bear witness. I am willing to establish a great oath with my heart of Tao. Should there be even a hint of falsehood in this matter, may my soul scatter and never attain rebirth." With a thunderous roar, a white lightning bolt erupted. and the aura of the Tao began to permeate the sky, signifying the establishment of the oath. The surrounding individuals fell into complete silence. The oath of the Tao is the most stringent vow in existence, monitored by the heavenly laws. Should one violate it, their soul shall be scattered. I have sworn an oath to the Great Way, and you too may establish your own oath to demonstrate your resolve. This will also allow our young friend to witness it, will it not? The ancestor of the broken army glanced at the crowd and spoke in a calm tone. The surroundings fell into an even deeper silence, with some individuals scarcely daring to breathe. Is such a solemn oath to the Great Way something one can undertake lightly? What if a mistake were to occur, resulting in one's demise and the obliteration of one's path? So, were you all merely painting grand visions for our young friend before? TSK, TSK, TSK. Such audacity is hardly worthy of being called a sect leader. The ancestor of the broken army mocked once more. It seems that you juniors have truly become increasingly ineffectual. Previously, these young ones even looked down upon themselves. After that outburst, the ancestor felt he had finally released some pent-up frustration. Turning to the side, he addressed Su Chang'e with a grave expression. What say you? Will you join our holy land? There was a hint of temptation in the ancestor's voice. This is a once-in-an-eon opportunity. Young Chang'e must consider it carefully. As he finished, all gazes turned towards Su Chang'e. Ding. New mission detected. Option 1. Join the Gu Yuan Holy Land. Reward. Yin Yang Sword Chi. Option 2. Refuse and join another faction. Reward. Thunder Flash Sword Technique. Yin Yang Sword Chi. Su Chang'e pondered silently. Setting that aside, judging by the ancestor's imposing demeanor, he felt that the ancestor spoke nothing but truth, while others seemed to be merely fabricating illusions. With a powerful backing and abundant resources, he could firmly establish himself in this world. Coupled with the identity of a divine child, he would have access to various resources at will, allowing his cultivation to progress at an astonishing rate. Disciple Su Chang'e, willing to join the Gu Yuan Holy Land. Su Chang'e bowed respectfully. Excellent. From this moment forth, Su Chang'e shall be our holy land's divine child. The will of the divine child is the will of our holy land. The ancestor of the broken army rejoiced, his booming voice resonating throughout the Gu Yuan Holy Land. For some reason, he felt an intense sensation, as though he were witnessing a vision of the future, where among the stars, Su Chang'e shone like the blazing sun, capable of dominating an entire era. The plans that their holy land had meticulously prepared were finally set to unfold. Why did this ancestor take the initiative? Because ancient beings deep within the Gu Yuan Holy Land had long sensed that Su Chang'e was far more than merely a gifted, innate holy body. It was likely intertwined with the mythic notion of destiny's void. Gentlemen, this matter is concluded. Will you not take your leave? The ancestor of the broken army cast a cold glance at those present, clearly signaling his intent for them to depart. The leaders of various factions wore grim expressions. Their purpose in coming was solely for Su Chang'e, and this outcome rendered their journey futile. Most importantly, they had lost face before some younger individuals. The ancestor had sworn an oath before the heavenly way, while they appeared hesitant and fearful. What did that signify? Were they intentionally deceiving the youth? If word of this were spread, it would inevitably lead to ridicule. The leaders of numerous factions snorted disdainfully. Although the Gu Yuan Holy Land seemed to be in decline, no one truly knew its real strength. No harsh words were uttered, for it was clear that there was no necessity to linger any longer. One by one, they severed the void and turned to depart. Some left with a semblance of regret, while others bore a chilling demeanor. In their eyes, such a gifted disciple, if they could not possess, must be utterly destroyed. Chang'e, you must swiftly grow in strength, acquiring power that transcends all prodigies. The old foxes harboring malicious intentions will soon turn you into a target. The venerable ancestor of the Break Army spoke with earnest gravity. Su Chang'e nodded slightly. The cultivation world has always been thus. An exceptionally powerful talent inevitably invites envy and animosity from others. The weak shall be torn apart by these ravenous wolves. Therefore, he must become formidable enough to overshadow all. Otherwise, he would face a pitiful demise. The sacred body emerges, the divine sun rises. Chapter 4. The path of immortal return and the intent of the divine slaying sword come. Allow me to show you the cultivation grounds. You must first elevate your own prowess, spoke the venerable ancestor Pajuan with profound earnestness. Otherwise, the other holy sons may become discontent. With a respectful gesture, Chang'e acknowledged the command. Ancestor Pajuan, stroking his beard, regarded Su Chang'e with satisfaction, greatly pleased. The pursuit of the Tao is arduous. Even with the awakening of such a physique, remaining humble and composed is essential. Only with such disposition can one attain the great path. With a wave of his hand, Ancestor Pajuan conjured a golden avenue that extended through the void, adorned with shimmering golden runes, leading directly into the depths of the sacred land. Gome, Ching, let us explore your cultivation domain. As Su Chang'e stepped onto the golden path, it began to move of its own accord, gliding smoothly beneath his feet. The scenery beneath him shifted continuously, ethereal lights shimmering as clouds and mists swirled around. Within the sacred land, numerous divine mountains floated, each crowned with magnificent palaces that gleamed resplendently, surrounded by radiant hues. Immortal cranes soared amidst the clouds, creating a fantastical realm. The Return to Origin's sacred land boasts 182 floating divine islands, with countless towers and palaces. Within this sacred domain lies an ancestral ground, where we, the elders, typically cultivate. Chang'e, your cultivation palace, is named the Return to Origin Sacred Hall, the most spiritually enriched locale within our sacred land. There, your efforts will yield double the results for half the work. Look, it lies ahead. Ancestor Pajuan gestured towards a direction. There, divine light danced, and the laws of the great path permeated the air, exuding a sense of sanctity. Numerous palaces and towers adorned the landscape, intricately carved and painted, with mist rising and spiritual energy swirling, encompassing everything from training grounds to scenic pavilions. After guiding Su Chang'e through the tour, Ancestor Pajuan presented him with a tome of cultivation. This technique is known as the path of immortal return, the most fundamental practice of our sacred land, its origins lost to time. Yet, for a millennium, none have achieved mastery. I believe, Chang'e, that you shall break this record. With a final admonition to cultivate diligently, Ancestor Pajuan took his leave. None have succeeded for a millennium, yet a millennium ago, there were those who did. Su Chang'e pondered, perplexed by Ancestor Pajuan's cryptic words. The space within the Return to Origin Sacred Hall was vast, yet devoid of any adornments, presenting a somewhat desolate scene. Once more, he summoned the system and activated the novice gift pack. As Su Chang'e spoke, a resplendent treasure chest materialized in the void, radiating with 7-colored light. With a soft click, the chest opened slowly, revealing a blinding brilliance within. Host fortune is extraordinary. Congratulations on acquiring the World Tree Seed, the Celestial Sword, the intent of the Divine Slaying Sword, and the Spirit Armor of Immortals. Fortune is extraordinary. Su Chang'e speculated that this must be akin to a lottery or random reward. Observing these 4 items, he felt elated, for each possessed unique merits. Extract the Celestial Sword, Su Chang'e whispered, and before him, delicate ripples appeared in the void, heralding the arrival of a long sword that cleaved through space. With a crisp sound of the sword's resonance, the blade manifested before him, measuring approximately 3 feet in length. The sword's body gleamed like a mirror, with a chilling light flowing from its tip, instilling an involuntary sense of dread in those who beheld it. The hilt, crafted from an enigmatic divine wood, bore the inscription Supreme Heaven, evoking an aura of dominion over the cosmos. Supreme Heaven Sword, an offshoot of the Sword of Celestial Authority. This weapon harnesses the power of the celestial way to sever all worldly illusions, standing as the sharpest blade in existence. The Supreme Heaven Sword? A branch of the Sword of Celestial Authority? Perhaps this blade possesses a remarkable lineage. Su Chang'e grasped the sword firmly and approached the diamond arena, eager to test its lethal edge. Swish! The blade shimmered, slicing diagonally through the air. In an instant, the diamond was cleaved in two, Even the protective array within the arena was affected, cracking ominously. Su Chang'e inhaled sharply. This defensive formation was capable of withstanding the might of a venerable master. It had been so effortlessly breached. This sword was indeed extraordinary. If I were to elevate my cultivation in the future, the power of my strikes might become truly terrifying. Have I drawn such a remarkable artifact only to exhaust my fortune? Su Chang'e murmured to himself. Luck is a fickle thing, easily spent, and whoever depletes it first departs. As long as it isn't me, that suffices. Subsequently, Su Chang'e turned his gaze back to the system interface, extracting the will of the god-slaying sword. A profound and immense aura surged into his mind, transforming him into a divine sword capable of piercing the heavens. Thanks to the system, the will of the god-slaying sword had now been birthed within him. Will of the god-slaying sword. Legend speaks of an ancient war, where a prodigious swordmaster from the celestial realm attained enlightenment through the sword, becoming a sword emperor. Having devoted countless years to mastering this renowned sword intent, capable of slaying deities with a mere thought. Celestial realm? Ancient war? Slaying deities? Such terrifying sword intent exists. Could there be treasures from the primordial era as well? Perhaps the 12-petal golden lotus or the celestial Xianhuang Linglong pagoda? Su Chang'e shook his head with a wry smile. If a primordial treasure were to appear, would that not be an immediate ascension? Ah, and there's also the Yin-Yang sword chi. Su Chang'e glanced at the system mail and clicked to receive it. Extracting Yin-Yang sword chi. 2 streams of light, one red and one blue, entered his body, swirling like the cycle of Yin and Yang. Yin-Yang sword chi, the essence of ultimate Yin and Yang, ever transforming, with eternal frost and the blazing sun, embodying the pinnacle of sword energy. The Yin-Yang sword chi, the will of the god-slaying sword, and the sword itself. Are these meant to mold me into a sword cultivator? Su Chang'e thought no further. Combined with his innate constitution, the potential was boundless. Never before in the annals of history has there been a sword cultivator with an innate holy body. With my talents and physique, I might just become the foremost sword cultivator of all time. He envisioned a glorious future, the manifestation of the holy body transcending the heavens, the will of the god-slaying sword soaring through the skies, while casually everything around him turned to dust. He turned his attention to the next item, extracting the celestial spirit armor. A phantom of armor slowly coalesced in the void, then transformed into a stream of light that entered Su Chang'e's body. He felt his sensitivity to spiritual energy heightened. The celestial spirit armor, which gathers the essence of the heavens and earth to transform into celestial energy for protection, could withstand even the full force of a Saint Lord strike. Su Chang'e nodded in satisfaction. The armor did not impose any sense of heaviness upon him. And with such formidable defensive capabilities, he feared no assault. The last item was the seed of the World Tree. Glancing at the system interface, the World Tree was an unparalleled entity. Extracting the World Tree seed, as the words were spoken, a 5-color divine light emerged from his dantian, radiating an aura of sanctity, reminiscent of the primordial chaos at the dawn of creation. As his consciousness gradually merged with the 5-colored light, a vast expanse unfolded before him. In the center of this boundless realm, a tender sprout had already emerged, seemingly the sovereign of the universe, as if all existence stemmed from it. Although it appeared merely as a sprout, it cradled an underdeveloped microcosm. One could only imagine that should this world tree flourish, its countless branches and leaves would represent myriad worlds, embodying the very essence of all that exists. Thus, the World Tree seed, the legendary tree of heaven and earth, was capable of manifesting all paths of the world. Each leaf signified a world, and a single branch could connect to the heavens. It required sufficient elemental energy for its growth, and should it succeed, I would wield the power of 3,000 worlds, capable of shattering all realms with a single force. Elemental energy, I shall seek it later. A thought flickered in Su Chang'e's mind as he cast the upper sky sword into the World Tree seed. The World Tree seed could serve as a storage space, capable of accommodating countless beings within its vast expanse. Ding! New task detected. Option 1. I am strong, and I know it. Set out immediately to suppress the remaining holy sons and establish my authority. Reward: 9 Heavens Reincarnation Technique. Option 2. Continue cultivating to enhance my abilities. Reward: Spirit Gathering Celestial Array. Suchanga couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. Although his strength had undergone a monumental transformation, there was no need for option 1. He chose to continue his cultivation. Host has completed the option. Rewards have been credited. Suchanga turned his gaze back to the system page. Spirit Gathering Celestial Array. A cultivation formation from the Age of Immortals, which gathers the essence of heaven and earth for personal use. The greater the talent of the cultivator, the more spiritual energy is amassed. A splendid treasure indeed, a timely gift. The Spirit Gathering Celestial Array, combined with the myriad paths returning to the celestial technique, could yield unimaginable rewards. After extracting and employing the Spirit Gathering Celestial Array, Suchanga once again fell into a state of enlightenment, and the ancestor had thoughtfully left behind insights for him to quickly comprehend the myriad paths returning to the celestial. In a brief moment, after mastering the myriad paths returning to the celestial technique, Suchanga activated the laws of spiritual energy within his body. Suddenly, centered around his form, runes began to appear in the surrounding space, divine light swirling and emanating an obscure resonance of the Tao. At that moment, the spiritual energy within the entire Giwan Sacred Hall seemed to be drawn by an unseen force, surging wildly towards Suchanga. The ethereal energy transformed into a resplendent radiance that enveloped him, elevating his presence to that of a deity descending from the heavens. Should anyone behold this sight, they would undoubtedly be awestruck. Above the Sacred Hall of Return, it appeared as if the winds and clouds of the celestial realm were being stirred by this tremendous aura, swirling with a vortex-like velocity. This terrifying phenomenon captured the attention of countless onlookers. Was the Divine Sun engaged in cultivation? Such a formidable energy was truly unprecedented. It stands to reason, as the Sacred Hall of Return housed only the Divine Sun at this moment. There could be no one else. The Divine Sun, possessing an unparalleled innate holy body, rendered such an occurrence entirely plausible. Yet the magnitude of disturbance arising from mere cultivation was indeed astonishing. The disciples of the Sacred Hall could not help but speculate. Within the hall, the concentration of spiritual energy was so intense that it seemed on the verge of becoming tangible. In such an environment, given his prodigious talent, it would not be an exaggeration to claim he could advance by leaps and bounds in a single day. Suchanga was wholly immersed in the state of cultivation, blissfully unaware of the discussions swirling around him. Chapter 5. The Blessing of Heaven, the Mandate of Destiny, shattering 4 realms uncertain of how much time had elapsed. As the first rays of morning sunlight descended upon the earth, a resplendent beam of light surged from the return to Origin's sacred temple, piercing the heavens. Even the very fabric of this realm trembled and roared. It was as if a divine consciousness, akin to a blooming lotus, had penetrated the cosmos. The overwhelming pressure caused even some of the less formidable disciples to tremble involuntarily. This was divine. Divine consciousness? Had the Divine Sun truly broken through a significant realm after just one night of cultivation? Such talent was utterly astonishing. I recall that when the Divine Sun first joined the sacred grounds, he was merely at the initial stage of the Spirit Sea. Such innate talent was truly unparalleled in the ages. Undoubtedly, the Divine Sun is a congenital Tao embryo. He is destined to become a great emperor in the future. Many disciples of the return to Origin's sacred land gazed upon him with admiration, for every era venerates the strong. With the Divine Sun's extraordinary gifts, he is undoubtedly poised to dominate an entire epoch. Within the return to Origin's sacred temple, Suchanga slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of divine light flashing within them. He felt quite well. The elevation of his cultivation had also enhanced the yin-yang sword chi and the slaughtering god sword intent within him. Perhaps it was due to the acquisition of the sword intent that Su Chang'e appeared as a divine sword standing between heaven and earth, instilling awe merely by his presence. The sanctity of his sacred body, combined with his serene demeanor, made him seem as though he were a young emperor born to fulfill the heavenly mandate. Yet he sighed, feeling that this progress was still somewhat sluggish, having only transcended one significant realm. If anyone were to overhear such words, they would likely be infuriated. To break through a major realm overnight is no small feat. Some individuals require 2 to 3 years, and even those with remarkable talent often spend several months. Not only do they need favorable timing and circumstances, but also an abundance of rare materials to support their advancement. Chang'e, a voice of authority, resonated through the air, and upon turning, Su Chang'e beheld the esteemed figure of Patriarch Pajun Chang'e. Have you already broken through to the divine ability realm? Disciple feels ashamed. I have merely transcended one major realm, Su Chang'e replied, cupping his hands and displaying a look of humility. Patriarch Pajun appeared momentarily speechless, as if taken aback. After a hearty laugh, he clapped Su Chang'e on the shoulder, saying, "Chang'e, how could I blame you for progressing at such an astonishing pace?" The patriarch was genuinely pleased, growing increasingly fond of Su Chang'e, whom he had begun to regard as a cherished protege. Suddenly, as if sensing something amiss, he immediately reined in his smile. His expression grew serious as he emanated a trace of divine consciousness, scrutinizing Su Chang'e closely. As his brow furrowed deeper, he inquired solemnly, "Why do I sense a hint of sword intent emanating from you? This sword intent even evokes a measure of caution within me. Have you secretly learned any forbidden techniques? Chang'e, you are a congenital sacred body Tao embryo, with boundless potential ahead of you. You must not practice forbidden techniques. You ought to understand that while such techniques may grant substantial progress, they equally carry severe repercussions." Patriarch Po Jun's complexion darkened, yet it was tinged with concern. At first, Su Chang'e was perplexed. Had he merely manifested sword intent? How could this be construed as forbidden techniques? After a moment of contemplation, clarity dawned upon him. It appears that the venerable ancestor is concerned about the potential ramifications of his cultivation, apprehensive for his own safety. The ancestor, Su Chang'e, feigned hesitation, yet ultimately gritted his teeth and declared, "My innate sacred body is quite exceptional. When my cultivation ascended to the realm of divine powers, an inexplicable sword intent and sword aura blossomed within my bloodline." Su Chang'e concocted a reasonably plausible explanation. Although he had faith in the ancestor, he could not divulge the secrets of his system. By portraying a facade of uncertainty while uttering these words, he aimed to enhance the ancestor's conviction, a strategic maneuver, a diversion. Upon hearing Su Chang'e's explanation, the venerable ancestor's pupils constricted and his breath quickened, as if he had been privy to something extraordinary. His lips trembled. This is a blessing from the heavenly Tao, a destined fate. Su Chang'e was momentarily bewildered. A blessing from the heavenly Tao, a destined fate? Why was he unaware of this? Heaven bless the sacred land. Heaven bless the sacred land. Heaven bless my Guiyuan sacred land. The venerable ancestor's emotions were palpably heightened. Known for his austere demeanor within the Guiyuan sacred land, he typically exhibited little more than a stoic expression, seldom revealing other emotions. Yet at this moment, he resembled an elderly man overwhelmed with joy upon the birth of his great-grandson. After a considerable time, the venerable ancestor gradually calmed his tumultuous spirit. Taking a deep breath, he spoke. "It is said that certain individuals of great fortune receive blessings from the heavenly Tao at their birth. As their cultivation advances, they awaken formidable abilities or acquire unparalleled techniques. Such individuals are born in accordance with the cosmic fortune, thus embodying a destined fate. This phenomenon is documented in ancient texts. The heavenly Tao is inherently supreme, and those who align with its destiny are destined for unimaginable achievements beyond comprehension or naming." Having concluded his thoughts, the venerable ancestor's excitement surged anew. He had long suspected that Su Chang'e was far more than a mere innate sacred body. The deeper, More enigmatic power within him exceeded even his own understanding. Establishing Su Chang'e as the divine son now appeared to be an exceedingly sagacious decision. What could those old geezers possibly say in opposition? Initially, several other ancestors had voiced dissent regarding his ascension to the divine son's position. Now that he had revealed this matter, they would surely fall silent. It was evident that, combined with such a sacred body and immense fortune, Su Chang'e could potentially surpass the great emperors and attain the path of immortality. In the wake of a great ancient battle, the path to immortality had long been shattered. Yet Su Chang'e's emergence illuminated a glimmer of hope. Contemplating this, the venerable ancestor's countenance radiated sheer elation. Ancestor Yu. Su Chang'e observed the ever-shifting expressions of the venerable ancestor, a tremor coursing through him. Was there truly a world of fantasy where one could play the role of shapeshifter? In truth, Su Chang'e harbored no elaborate thoughts. In his previous life, he had perused numerous fantasy novels. Possessing a system and awakening a formidable talent for cultivation, it was in essence akin to wielding a cheat. If one cannot suppress an era. Ha ha! I am simply overjoyed, my dear Chang'e. The venerable Pajuan patted Su Chang'e on the shoulder, his eyes betraying an uncontainable delight. Your recent breakthrough must have brought forth new insights. I shall not intrude upon your contemplation. Shortly, I shall have someone deliver additional cultivation resources. Should you find them insufficient, do not hesitate to voice your needs. Whatever it may be, immortal herbs, elixirs of eternal life, you may request them. I assure you, there will be an abundance. After imparting a few more words, the venerable Pajuan transformed into a streak of light, soaring through the void, his speed shattering a vast expanse of space. Yet his face remained adorned with a broad smile, as he murmured to himself, such formidable sword energy and intent when combined with the sacred body. Never in the annals of history has there been a sword cultivator endowed with an innate sacred body. Should you ascend to immortality in the future, effortlessly dominating the myriad realms with a single stroke shall be but a trivial feat. With Chang'e's remarkable progress, I must procure even more precious cultivation materials. Perhaps even significantly reduce the resources allocated to other holy sons. Laughter echoed from the horizon, resonating like a great bell throughout the Guizhen Holy Land. Many disciples gazed upward in perplexity. Was that not the venerable Pajuan? What could be the source of his joy? The holy sun breaking through 4 realms in a single night surely warrants such elation. Ah, indeed. Numerous disciples redirected their gazes toward the Guizhen Holy Palace. In their eyes, such extraordinary talent undeniably merited the position of Holy Son. Before long, the venerable Pajuan returned once more, bearing a mountain of cultivation resources, immortal herbs, divine elixirs, mystical fruits. Radiant and resplendent, the entire Holy Land shimmered with a dazzling brilliance. In truth, this was merely an exceedingly minute fraction of the Guizhen Holy Land's treasury. It could be likened to a droplet in the ocean, utterly insignificant. The reason for presenting it thus before outsiders was to entice greater fish. Chapter 6. The ancient divine mountain emerges. The celestial king descends upon the 9 heavens. Terrifying depths. After accepting these resources, Su Chang'e resumed his rigorous cultivation. Time swiftly passed, and another 10 days had elapsed. During this period, Su Chang'e devoted himself entirely to his training, seizing every moment to delve into the intricacies of swordsmanship. He believed that having ascended to the status of a divine offspring, he must possess overwhelming power to dominate all. Otherwise, his fate would be dire. On this particular day, within the sacred hall of return, Su Chang'e sat cross-legged in the void. His entire being radiated celestial light, with the profound runes of the Tao interweaving in harmonious resonance, emanating a resplendent brilliance. The boundless spiritual energy from a radius of 10,000 miles surged towards him, forming an immense ocean of spiritual essence that continuously washed over his physical form. Having integrated the innate sacred body embryo, he exuded a peculiar and enchanting fragrance. His physique resembled crystal, translucent and radiant, while his bones shimmered with brilliant golden hues, inscribed with ancient runes. Boom! Accompanied by the roaring echoes of spiritual energy. The divine sea within him stirred, unleashing colossal waves. Under the relentless assault of the vast spiritual essence, the divine sea within Su Chang'e began to swell uncontrollably. 20,000 miles, 40,000 miles, 60,000 miles, 90,000 miles. Ultimately, the divine sea within Su Chang'e surged dramatically to an astonishing 99,999 miles. The spiritual energy it contained was immeasurable, surpassing any conventional understanding of a divine sea. It is recorded in ancient texts that a divine sea of 10,000 miles is deemed perfect. Those who achieve such a flawless divine sea are virtually invincible among their peers in the realm of divine powers. Yet, Su Chang'e had transcended this foundation, shattering expectations. At this moment, his divine sea began to churn once more, as an ancient divine mountain rose majestically within it. Su Chang'e's cultivation experienced an extraordinary elevation. As he unexpectedly broke through to the Tao platform realm, the divine sea manifested into form, becoming the Tao platform. However, within Su Chang'e, an awe-inspiring ancient divine mountain towered from the divine sea, its might resonating with the very fabric of existence. Celestial light swirled around him, spiritual energy coalesced, and mist billowed forth. Surrounding the ancient divine mountain, countless ethereal figures of saints gradually materialized, bowing in reverence and paying homage to the mountain. Suddenly, celestial mist began to rise and envelop the divine light. Concurrently, chains of order descended, and boundless celestial radiance surged forth. A terrifying spectral figure of a celestial king emerged faintly. The celestial king descends upon the 9 heavens. At this moment, as if influenced by Su Chang'e, the sacred land of return erupted with earth-shattering sounds. The extraordinary phenomena of his cultivation breakthrough projected into the skies above the sacred land. The ancient divine mountain opened the chaos. Saints knelt in worship before the divine mountain. Chains descended as the celestial king arrived. 10,000 paths reverberated, illuminating the past and present. This terrifying impression extended for tens of thousands of miles, a grandeur of monumental proportions. Not only the sacred land of return, but the entire North Underworld domain was once again set ablaze with excitement. The ancient divine mountain, the celestial king, saints in worship. Is this the manifestation of the innate sacred body embryo emerging from the Guizhen Holy Land? The position clearly indicates Guizhen Holy Land. Such an extraordinary phenomenon must indeed be related to that sacred body. This manifestation is even more terrifying than before. Is this truly merely the innate sacred body embryo? Many felt a shiver run down their spines, as this spectacle had transcended their understanding. The deeper ancestors within the Guizhen Holy Land were roused, sending out their divine senses to investigate the Guizhen Shrine. Above the Guizhen Shrine, the sounds of the great Tao intertwined, and the power of the laws radiated magnificently. The chains of order intertwined in the heavens, forming mysterious images, resplendent to the utmost. This even caused several disciples in closed-door training to directly break through their cultivation levels. The divine offspring is simply astonishing. The mere act of breaking through has triggered such a phenomenon. Thank you, divine offspring, for blessing my breakthrough. Thank you, divine offspring. Thank you, divine offspring. Many disciples even bowed in reverence towards the shrine, their eyes reflecting genuine gratitude and admiration for the divine offspring. At this moment, within the ancestral grounds of the Guizhen Holy Land, a deep voice resonated. Old Nine, I must say you have done remarkably well this time. One could see a figure seated atop the highest platform, his visage obscured, with an elusive aura enveloping him, vibrating with the essence of the great Tao. We previously misjudged Old Nine. Please do not hold it against us. Another indistinct figure chuckled. This person's aura was significantly more formidable than that of the breaking army ancestor. They were indeed the most powerful ancestors of the Guizhen Holy Land, long thought to have transcended to the afterlife. Yet here they were. Their levels of cultivation were unfathomable. Their presence vast as the abyss. Humph. Do you think I am like you? I shall not waste words. I am off to see Chang'e, the breaking army ancestor transformed into a streak of light, soaring through the heavens. The two shadowy figures exchanged knowing smiles, aware of their dissenting opinions. The first holy son of the sacred land also possessed ancient heavy pupils, comparable to Su Changji's potential, hence their previous opposition to the divine offspring's position. However, Su Changji's performance had once again reshaped their perceptions, leaving them speechless. The innate sacred body embryo, bestowed by the heavens, destined by fate, coupled with the celestial king's manifestation in the nine heavens, there could be no mistake. This child is the key to our Guizhen Holy Land's path to immortality. The indistinct figure atop the highest platform murmured to himself. Then, with a solemn expression, he addressed all present. Listen well. We of the Guizhen Holy Land shall spare no effort to protect him. Even if we old ones perish, he must not come to harm. Do you understand? We shall undoubtedly protect the divine offspring with our lives. They were all ancestors of the Guizhen Holy Land, numbering more than 10. Such terrifying power was enough to sweep across the entire North Underworld Dao domain. Yet, what was most fearsome was not these 10 or so ancestors, but the 3 deeper within. They were the most enigmatic ancient ancestors of the Guizhen Holy Land, known to almost no one outside the ancestral lineage. They existed merely as 3 strands of incarnation. The 2 ancient ancestors here possessed a cultivation level far less than 1/1,000,000th of their original selves. Yet, this is not the most terrifying aspect, particularly concerning that ancient ancestor, whose current cultivation cannot be encapsulated by any realm. If one were to attempt, the only term that could apply would be none. His true essence does not reside within this realm, but rather ascends to the celestial domain above. The sacred land of returning essence has languished in silence for far too long. The world has long since forgotten the majesty it once commanded. The prophesied individual has arrived, heralding the emergence of a figure capable of stirring the winds and clouds across the 3,000 domains. One of the ancient ancestors murmured softly, "There is no rush. This child must first journey to the celestial realm, where he will need to undergo trials before ascending to the heights above. Our task is to safeguard him until he has matured." The ancient ancestor did not utter a word. Instead, he communicated through an exceedingly enigmatic resonance of the Tao, reaching into the consciousness of the other. This transcended the fundamental principles of this world's great Tao. The depths of the sacred land of returning essence are unfathomably profound, to the extent that even the ancient ones are unaware of when this sanctum was established. Should one desire to trace its origin, the era would be shrouded in an unfathomable distance. 3 pairs of eyes, capable of piercing through the void of destiny and traversing the river of time, gazed upon Su Chang'e, who was diligently cultivating. The one they awaited has finally arrived, like the great Peng soaring with the wind, ascending 90,000 miles with ease. Chapter 7. The arrival of the 10th Purple Mansion, breaking through extremes, unilaterally defying age's heavens. Just how formidable is your talent, Chang'e? The ancestor of the breaking army has already arrived outside the sacred hall of returning origin. The closer he draws to the hall, the more he can perceive the immense spiritual energy. He refrains from entering, for Su Changji's cultivation is astonishingly still on the rise. It appears that Su Chang'e may even break through to the realm of the Purple Mansion. All elders of the returning origin sacred land, he my command, channel all your strength to protect the divine son. He proclaims with fervor. As if sensing it insufficient, he calls out again, quick, activate the great protective formation of our sect with full force. Many present cannot help but gasp in astonishment. To operate the great protective formation with full force necessitates an enormous quantity of spiritual stones and energy. Such an endeavor is typically reserved for times of war. Yet today, for the sake of a single disciple, the ancestor has issued a direct command to activate it. I find myself at a loss for words to describe the divine son. Truly terrifying. Indeed, in my 2 years at the returning Origin Sacred Land, I have witnessed two extraordinary phenomena within a mere fortnight. Do you think a third will occur? Undoubtedly. With a talent such as the Divine Son's, unparalleled throughout the ages, how could there be merely two phenomena? Meanwhile, a resplendent beam of golden light shoots forth from the central formation of the returning Origin Sacred Land, soaring into the heavens. Subsequently, a myriad of runes spreads through the void, resonating and interlinking, until the brilliant runes transform into a celestial barrier that envelopes the entire sacred land. Yet it is still not enough. Numerous figures suddenly materialize in the void, all possessing profound cultivation, elders of great renown. Each one amplifies their aura to its utmost, radiating divine light and causing the void to tremble. Their unwavering focus is directed toward one place, the sacred hall of returning Origin. Above the sacred hall, the four great purple mansions unfold across the firmament, exuding fiery and radiant hues, akin to four resplendent suns, dazzling in their brilliance. But suddenly, the void ripples as if disturbed by water, and astonishingly, two more purple mansions emerge around the four. 6 purple mansions. The speed at which the Divine Sun opens the purple mansions is astounding. Wait, it seems it is not yet over. All present in the returning Origin Sacred Land gaze in shock at this spectacle. Transitioning from the Tao platform realm to the Purple Mansion realm often takes individuals a century, accumulating enough spiritual energy before daring to challenge the Purple Mansion realm and open the space within. Yet even so, many experience a slow process. For a moment, inattention can lead to failure. But look at our Divine Sun. The opening of the Purple Mansion is as effortless as eating and drinking, truly unheard of and unseen. Boom! The heavens thunder once more, resonating with a cataclysmic sound, as if an immortal emperor were descending to break through the realm. At this moment, the 7th Purple Mansion also emerges with a resounding presence, radiating brilliance that is almost blinding. The ancestor of the breaking army and the elders of the returning Origin Sacred Land were expressions of eager anticipation. Today, they are to witness a miracle. With such talent, the Divine Sun is destined to open the legendary 9 great purple mansions, even surpassing the first holy sun. In the realm of celestial beings, the first Saint Sun, Yi Lintian, possesses the legendary dual pupils, ranking among the top 10 of the 3,000 Tao bodies. When the dual pupils awaken, even the supreme beings take heed. Ultimately, he achieved the 9th Purple Mansion, showcasing a talent comparable to that of the Divine Sun. Not necessarily. The Divine Sun alone manifests such extraordinary phenomena upon breaking through, marking this as the 3rd such occurrence. When the Saint Sun, Lintian, made his breakthrough, did he ever display such grandeur? Let us observe further, for the Divine Sun's potential is beyond our comprehension. The crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, such phenomena were unprecedented. Perhaps their Divine Sun could achieve even greater miracles. Boom, boom, boom. Above the firmament, several bolts of thunder tore through the sky. At that moment, the 8th Purple Mansion gradually materialized, enveloped in a mysterious mist of celestial light, where ancient and timeless wonders converged. Shortly after the emergence of the 8th Purple Mansion, the 9th Purple Mansion thundered into existence. The 9 purple mansions shone forth like 9 suns blazing in the heavens, radiating resplendent brilliance. Streams of celestial light cascaded down, enveloping the numerous towers and halls of the return to Origin Sacred Land, where the ethereal light and spiritual energy mingled, resembling a paradise on earth. The chains of order descended from the heavens. The profound sounds of the Tao resonated, and runes filled the sky, embodying the sacred and the supreme. The 9th Purple Mansion. Many elders beamed with joy. Their sacred land had once again birthed an unparalleled prodigy of the 9 purple mansions. Yet it must be more than this. The ancestor of breaking army murmured to himself, convinced that Su Chang'a's talent extended far beyond what had been displayed. His gaze was fixed intently on Su Chang'a, eyes glimmering with anticipation. Rumbling, the heavens echoed with thunderous sounds. Above the sky, countless bolts of lightning surged forth. Thunder transformed into ancient beasts roaring. Then, it morphed into heavenly soldiers wielding divine weapons. The momentum was grand, as if intent on challenging the heavens. The void twisted violently, and, around the 9 purple mansions, another dazzling radiance was about to emerge. Indeed, the legends were true. It was that very myth. Although they were prepared, the scene unfolding still left many ancestors unable to remain composed. The fabled myth had been inscribed into reality. Crack! The void seemed to shatter, scattering golden light that lingered in the air. A colossal purple mansion erupted forth, its radiant brilliance illuminating all of eternity. Its dazzling light even obscured the sun above the 9 heavens, eclipsing the radiance of the celestial bodies. The 10th purple mansion had descended. At this moment, all eyes were upon it. This purple mansion replaced the great sun, becoming yet another radiant sun in the 9 heavens. Ah! Wonderful. Splendid. The 10th purple mansion. 9 is the ultimate number. Yet Chang'e has surpassed the limits of countless ages, achieving the 10th purple mansion. The path to transcendence shall soon be reopened. Our hopes for the return to Origin Sacred Land. The many ancestors of the return to Origin laughed heartily, their voices resonating like thunder throughout the sacred land. Elders and even some venerable elders wept tears of joy, their expressions brimming with exhilaration. The 10 purple mansions, unparalleled through the ages. Never before has such talent been heard of, nor has anyone succeeded in forging the 10 purple mansions. Even the lowest achievements henceforth shall surely lead to the realm of immortals. Immortality, yet the legendary mythical existence. The top 10 purple palaces, the qualifications of a true immortal. Such fabled talents have indeed manifested. Meanwhile, deep within the sacred land of return, on the lofty, suspended divine mountains, formidable figures with terrifying auras hovered in the void. Standing tall in the heavens, gazing intently in the direction of Su Chang'e. These were several strikingly handsome young men and women, enveloped in an ethereal glow. Each one, either extraordinarily handsome or exquisitely beautiful, exuded an undeniable power merely by their presence. They were the sons and daughters of the sacred land of return. Previously, when Su Chang'e was designated as the son of God due to his innate holy body embryo, they harbored discontent. Although the holy body was a formidable talent, Su Chang'e's cultivation was inferior to theirs. However, now that he had opened the Purple Palace, his cultivation matched theirs. The existence of the mythical 10 purple palaces, a phenomenon unseen in ages, sent ripples of panic through their hearts. If the Son of God were to assert his dominance over them in the future, they feared that even their combined strength would be insufficient to contend with him. The legendary 10 purple palaces, a mythic realm, was solely meant for the youthful emperors and true immortal heirs. They never expected the Son of God to emerge from such lineage. With such prodigious talent combined with the innate holy body embryo, he was a veritable monstrous anomaly. The opening of the 10 purple palaces by a holy body. Alas, how could such a disparity be bridged? The multitude of sons and daughters of the sacred land engaged in fervent discussions, their expressions revealing a complex array of emotions. Such exceptional talent and extraordinary phenomena had shattered their composure, and some had already begun to devise their own clandestine schemes. Chapter 8. The Divine Sun emerges, astonishing all at the Guiyuan martial arena. As Su Chang'e's aura gradually calmed, the celestial phenomena dissipated once more into the ether, restoring tranquility to the Guiyuan sacred land. However, the recent tumultuous events required considerable time for the onlookers to regain their composure. Within the sacred hall, Su Chang'e slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his aura was immensely profound. Even a mere hint of his essence could cause the void to tremble with resonance. Surrounded by wisps of ethereal Tao rhythms, he emanated an air of superiority, akin to a deity gracing the mortal realm. The intent of the god-slaying sword and the duality of yin and yang sword energy had both ascended. A single strand of sword energy could cleave through the void. The seed of the world tree within him had also grown, nourished by the previous influx of spiritual energy. Albeit its progress remained slow without the enhancement of the 5 elements attributes. New option task detected. Option 1. Your cultivation level is still too low. Choose to continue refining your skills. Reward. Sealing the demon Chinha's secret scripture. Option 2. Cease cultivation to consolidate your foundation. Reward. Breaking the heavens overlord fist. The system's voice suddenly resonated. Su Chang'e raised an eyebrow. While enhancing his strength was appealing, one must not be overly ambitious. If the foundation proved insufficient later on, it could lead to dire consequences. I shall choose option 2. Host has made a choice. Rewards have been granted. At that moment, a streak of light descended before Su Chang'e. As he prepared to bow in respect, the venerable Pajuan ancestor extended his palm. Gently resting at atop Su Chang'e's head to sense his aura. Excellent. Chang'e, your cultivation has remarkably reached the mid-stage of the Purple Mansion. In just half a month, you have broken through 3 major realms. Such a feat has not been witnessed by another in the entire Beiming Dao region. However, you should refrain from further breakthroughs. Advancing too swiftly may not be beneficial. You need to stabilize your cultivation, laying a solid foundation for future higher paths. Yes, I shall heed the ancestor's teachings. Su Chang'e replied earnestly. Ancestor, where might I go to better consolidate my cultivation? The Pajuan ancestor appeared somewhat taken aback, as if he had not anticipated Su Chang'e's response. Yet, he felt a surge of pride. To achieve such heights without arrogance and still adhere to his guidance endeared Su Chang'e to him even further. Our sacred land offers several locations suitable for disciples to consolidate their cultivation. The Guiyuan Martial Arena, where numerous disciples can engage in mutual sparring to refine their skills. The Tianji Tower, which consists of 9 levels, each presenting distinct trials that one can navigate according to their innate talents. The Jian Burial Abyss, a place that has entombed countless sword cultivators, where the sword intent is fearsome beyond measure, enabling sword practitioners to comprehend and enhance their sword path. And the illusory Beast Secret Realm, a construct of an ancient powerhouse who delved into consciousness, filled with myriad demons and extraordinary beasts, allowing for genuine life and death battles, where even perishing within poses no risk to one's life. There exists a place known as the Guiyuan Forbidden Land, where demonic energy surges, a remnant of an ancient battlefield from a bygone era. This location is rather unique. Only those who have transcended to the Purple Mansion realm may gain the privilege to venture there. However, I would recommend that you first proceed to the Guiyuan Martial Arena. The ancestor of the Breaking Army stated once more. Why? Su Chang'e inquired, perplexed. There are often holy sons and holy maidens present there. Should you find yourself amidst them, you might seize the opportunity to establish your renown, the ancestor replied. Su Chang'e pondered briefly before nodding slightly. Since he had assumed the title of Holy Son, it was imperative to establish his authority, lest he be regarded as unworthy and his words dismissed. Under the ancestor's guidance, a divine crane soon appeared from the outer hall. Once Su Chang'e was seated, the crane flapped its wings and soared into the sky. A storm was about to unfold in the Holy Land. The ancestor of the Breaking Army gazed at Su Chang'e's receding figure with a smile, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Exceptional talents must break through combat, and those like Su Chang'e must do so all the more. Sunlight cascaded from the heavens, illuminating Su Chang'e. His ink-black hair glistened, suffused with a hazy radiance, embodying the essence of a celestial being, a paragon of elegance amidst the mortal realm. Even in repose, he exuded an aura of extraordinary grace, as if born of the very spirit of the cosmos, compelling all who beheld him to perceive him as a fallen immortal. Look, the Holy Sun has emerged from seclusion. One could not deny that the Holy Sun was truly striking. Indeed, I have never encountered such a remarkable countenance. The speed of his cultivation was astonishing. He had already reached the Purple Mansion realm, a pace unprecedented in history. Yet amidst the astonished crowd, a voice of confusion arose. Elder Biha, why is your face so flushed? What? It's simply quite warm today. Upon hearing this, the inquirer displayed an expression of skepticism. In the midst of autumn, It was still warm? Su Chang'e was like the most resplendent of landscapes, drawing the gaze of many wherever he roamed, particularly among the female disciples. Enchanted, some stumbled as they walked, while others stood transfixed, grinning foolishly at Su Chang'e. Upon closer inspection, even some of the elder women were among them. The Guyuan martial arena is situated on a floating divine island, vast enough to accommodate tens of thousands without issue. At this moment, numerous disciples were engaged in training and sparring within the arena. In the center stood a colossal divine stone, rumored to have descended from the heavens, immensely durable, and referred to as the Starfall Heavenly Stone. It is said that within this stone lies Xian Huang iron, capable of greatly enhancing one's physical cultivation. Thus, the Holy Land placed this Starfall Heavenly Stone here. Should it be shattered, the Xian Huang iron within would belong to the one who breaks it. At this moment, before the giant stone, a stunning figure stood tall, her visage exquisite, her demeanor graceful and dignified, exuding an aura akin to that of a flawless jade. Her snow-white legs were remarkably long and straight, stirring the imagination. Dressed in a flowing white robe and gauzy skirt, she radiated an ethereal charm. The garments appeared somewhat snug, failing to envelop her curvaceous form, adorned with alabaster skin and exuding an alluring radiance. Each subtle movement was a testament to her enchanting allure. Saintess Xinyan remains as breathtaking as ever. Naturally, she has attained the cultivation of the Purple Mansion realm, ranking fourth in overall prowess. Her formidable abilities are matched only by her unparalleled beauty, which is regarded as the pinnacle within our sacred grounds. It is rumored that Saintess Xinyan possesses the rare Yin body. To forge a partnership with her would undoubtedly yield remarkable advancements in cultivation. Indeed, the Yin body is an exceptional constitution. It is said that both the first and second saints have sought her companionship, yet she has gracefully declined their advances. This seems entirely reasonable, for a fully realized Yin body could freeze all things in existence, a prospect both terrifying and magnificent. Many disciples, captivated by her exquisite figure, could not help but whisper amongst themselves. Yun Xinyan, the fourth saintess, is undoubtedly among the elite of our sacred realm. Moreover, it is noted that she frequents the martial arena daily, ostensibly due to the grave illness of her father. Should her presence be absent from the arena, it would indeed be a peculiar occurrence. Suddenly, Yun Xinyan raised her delicate hand, and a misty vapor began to coalesce around her palm. In an instant, she thrust her hand outward. Boom! At once, the vapor transformed into a colossal water phoenix. The magnificent creature let out a resounding cry before descending upon the boulder with tremendous force, unleashing a fearsome shockwave that rippled outward. Such devastating power surely must leave some mark, one would think. As the mist dissipated, however, the star-fallen celestial stone remained unscathed, without a single trace of impact. A collective sigh of disappointment arose from the crowd. The immense backlash had drawn blood from the corner of her mouth, rendering her appearance tragically beautiful. It seemed that Yun Xinyan was fully aware of the outcome. With a resigned smile, she appeared somewhat despondent. It seems I'm still unable to aid my father. Chapter 9. The overwhelming fist of the heavens, the earth-shattering force, the annihilation of the Xianhuang meteorite senior sister. If you desire this Xianhuang iron so fervently, I can assist you. At that moment, a youthful voice laced with mirth echoed through the air. A young man approached leisurely from the distance, his features strikingly handsome, with sharp brows and star-like eyes, emanating an aura that instilled a sense of awe. This was Wang Kaihe, the fifth among the 9 holy sons of the Guyuan sacred land. Despite his 5th rank, many believed his prowess rivaled even that of the second holy son, Bai Shanghuai. His innate talent in the sword arts was among the finest within the sacred grounds. Yet, had the onlookers been aware of Su Chang'e's swordsmanship, one might ponder whether Wang Kaihe could maintain his esteemed position. Rumors suggested that Wang Kaihe harbored affections for Yun Xinyan, choosing to lower himself in her presence deliberately. What a devoted admirer. No, rather, what a passionate gentleman. Senior sister, this colossal stone is formed from a celestial meteorite. Your strength is insufficient, and given your water affinity, You are bound to fail. Each day, I witness your relentless efforts, and it pains me deeply. With that, Wang Kaiha swiftly approached Yun Xinyan, producing a silk handkerchief to wipe the blood from her lips. She sidestepped, brushing it away with the back of her hand. The crimson stain on her fair skin was strikingly vivid. Yet, she remained unfazed, stating coolly, "It is of no concern to you." With that, she moved aside to sit cross-legged, channeling her energy to regulate her breath. Undeterred by her rejection, Wang Kaiha settled beside her, expressing, "Senior sister, you are unaware of my dedication. I have tirelessly practiced the sword, solely to lend you my support. Your rejection truly saddens me. My ancient sword is extraordinarily sharp, and combined with my swordsmanship, I believe I can aid you significantly." Upon hearing this, Yin Xinyan's lovely eyes flickered with curiosity as she glanced at Wang Kaiha. Noticing her reaction, Wang Kaiha's heart soared with delight, though he remained composed, stating, "Senior sister, this is a healing potion. Please take it first. You are injured, and this will assist your recovery. Once I shatter the colossal stone and retrieve the Xianhuang iron, we can proceed to my dojo to discuss matters further." How shameless! Many in the crowd silently scorned him. What was this talk of assisting the senior sister and seeking a chance for private discussion? Merely an excuse to boost his favorability, followed by an opportunity to be alone with Yun Xinyan and perhaps experience something wonderful. How pedestrian! Yet, the onlookers felt powerless to intervene. Moreover, Wang Kaiha's innate talent was indeed formidable. His sword was renowned for its sharpness, and with his strength, he might truly cleave the colossal stone. The other two holy sons showed no interest in the stone. Only Wang Kaiha was capable of aiding Yun Xinyan. Is that the divine son? Just then, a sudden voice pierced through the crowd. As the crowd turned their gaze towards the sound, they beheld a divine crane soaring through the sky. Upon its back stood a figure clad in white, hands clasped behind, exuding an air of extraordinary grace. His strikingly handsome visage, marked by a serene detachment, seemed to survey the universe with the authority of a deity, yet evoked not feelings of dissonance, but rather a refreshing sense of tranquility. There was an almost otherworldly aura surrounding him. Following closely behind was an imposing throng, numbering in the thousands, predominantly composed of women. Many gazed upon the white-clad figure with an almost obsessive fascination, their eyes fixated as though fearing that the moment they faltered, he would vanish from sight. The presence of this young master was nothing short of transcendent, reminiscent of a celestial being. His beauty and demeanor were complemented by an overwhelming, formidable energy. Remarkably, he had ascended through 3 significant realms in less than half a month, repeatedly causing celestial phenomena. Was his arrival at the Guiyuan martial arena perhaps to seek the elusive Xianhuang falling iron? The onlookers were deeply moved, their gazes drawn towards Su Chang'e. Even Yun Xinyan felt a stir within her heart. What a striking figure! The calmness in her eyes rippled once more, and this was not to be blamed. After all, encountering beauty that transcends one's understanding naturally elicits awe. Meanwhile, Wang Kaiha, witnessing the scene, felt as though a multitude of thunderclaps erupted in his mind. Had the proverbial cooked duck flown away? We have witnessed the young master. All disciples of the Guiyuan sacred land within the arena bowed in respect, their voices united in greeting. Su Chang'e offered a slight nod, his expression remaining one of aloofness. He also noticed Yun Xinyan among the throng. Such exquisite beauty. Surely she must be the fated maiden from a fantastical tale. According to the plot's trajectory, it was likely that an infatuated admirer would soon emerge to challenge him. Eager to elevate their own standing, Su Chang'e mused, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Although he had triggered several phenomena, they would undoubtedly perceive him as lacking practical combat experience, merely a paper tiger born from an ascension in cultivation. He deliberately lingered for a moment. Yet no one stepped forth. Each remained in their bowing posture, too intimidated to move. How dull, Su Chang'e thought with a sense of resignation. He had no particular rewards to claim. He was merely here to observe. At that moment, he also took note of a colossal stone nearby. What was the significance of that stone? Esteemed young master, that stone is known as the Falling Star Stone, a gift from the heavens, containing Xianhuang falling iron within. Should it be shattered, it shall belong to the one who breaks it, a disciple explained. Thus enlightened, Su Chang'e nodded slightly and walked directly towards the giant stone, which towered nearly 100 feet high, making him appear diminutive in comparison. Perfect, it was time to test the previously learned Breaking Sky Dominant Fist. The Breaking Sky Dominant Fist, harnessing the power of blood and energy, transforms spiritual essence into a fist capable of opening the heavens and shattering the firmament. Was the young master preparing to challenge the falling star stone? Do you think the divine child can shatter it? I find it doubtful. He has only just broken through and surely has yet to fully master his cultivation. It seems improbable. As Su Chang'e stood before the colossal stone, hands clasped behind his back, many murmured quietly among themselves. However, Su Chang'e paid no heed to their whispers. For what need was there for excessive chatter when one could simply demonstrate their power to silence them? With his left hand resting behind him and his right hand clenched into a fist, his expression remained indifferent, yet a surge of vital energy coursed through him. Resonating like thunder, a faint golden light enveloped his body, his skin gleaming like jade. Waves of formidable energy emanated from within him. Dressed in white, his garments fluttered as if stirred by an unseen wind, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. As the spiritual energy roared, it encased his fist, an overwhelming force that seemed capable of parting the heavens. The heaven-shattering tyrant fist gathered spiritual energy that cascaded like a torrential flood, striking forth with the might of a great star. Boom! The terrifying power reverberated through the void, the immense spiritual energy transforming into the visage of a colossal dragon, its roar echoing through the skies. It was akin to a white star plummeting from the firmament. Boom! Another resounding explosion erupted. The radiance of his fist surged skyward, the terrifying force of his punch stirring the very clouds. The violent winds of his strike swept forth, rendering the heavens a pristine blue. Silence enveloped the surroundings. Those who had previously harbored doubts about Su Chang'e stood frozen, their mouths agape in bewilderment. Some trembled uncontrollably in response to this punch. The overwhelming spiritual energy struck with such force that it numbed the hearts of all present. Looking again at that figure, where once stood the massive stone, only a cloud of dust now billowed forth. The celestial stone of falling stars had long since been reduced to powder. Gulp! Many found themselves swallowing nervously, utterly astounded. One punch, just one punch. The celestial stone of falling stars, which we could not leave even a trace upon despite our utmost efforts, had been reduced to dust. Am I dreaming? Someone kick me. Have you ever seen so many people dreaming together? Some expressed their disbelief, feeling as if it were surreal. All their painstaking efforts had ultimately been rendered futile against Su Chang'e's singular blow. At that moment, Su Chang'e slowly advanced, picking up the golden-hued, mysterious iron scattered on the ground. He examined it closely. Aside from its unique material, it bore no other remarkable qualities. With a soft click of his tongue, he couldn't conceal his disdain. Is this it? Mysterious iron? Compared to the rewards he had received from the system, this was hardly worth mentioning. The crowd felt a sense of disarray in the wind. The legendary mysterious iron was being dismissed? You must tell me. The divine child cannot possibly disdain the mysterious iron. Unfortunately, it was true. The divine child indeed held it in contempt. At that moment, a sudden voice arose from the crowd. Since the divine child holds such disdain, perhaps it will be better to entrust it to me, Wang Kaiha. I shall express my gratitude to the divine child. Su Chang'e raised an eyebrow and turned his gaze toward the speaker, who was none other than Wang Kaiha. Although he maintained a posture of deference, a deep-seated resentment flickered in his eyes. This was a task that was rightfully his to undertake, yet he was unexpectedly overshadowed by Su Chang'e. Su Chang'e discerned his thoughts at a glance, a faint smile gracing her lips. Is it humiliation that I have stolen his thunder? Her gaze then drifted to Yun Xinyan, who stood beside him. Yun Xinyan's enchanting eyes occasionally darted towards Su Chang'e and then back to the mysterious yellow meteorite in his grasp. In that moment, Su Chang'e comprehended the situation. It appeared that this insufferable lad intended to exploit her to his advantage, seeking to achieve something for nothing by leveraging her possessions without any effort of his own. Chapter 10. The Body of the Moon. The tool approaches upon this thought. Suchanch Smaid Fantli. What is it you desire? Offer me something of equal value in exchange, and I shall grant it to you. Life is for oneself. It is only natural. If one does not act for oneself, they shall face divine retribution. From the outset, the other party had offended him, and to offer something freely would diminish his stature as a divine son. Hearing this, Wang Kaihe furrowed his brow slightly. In his plans, the Xianhuang meteoric iron was something he could acquire on his own, yet Su Chang'e had seized it first. How audacious to demand an equivalent in return. Moreover, he had been navigating the ranks of the Holy Sun for quite some time. What was this newly established false divine son? I possess the capability to procure the Xianhuang meteoric iron myself. Wang Kaihe scoffed. To behave in such a manner, Chang'e, is rather unbecoming of decorum. Oh, are you implying that you intend to instruct this divine son on how to conduct himself? Su Chang'e's smile morphed into indifference. With that, he took a step forward, his aura erupting like a cataclysmic wave, crashing against the hearts of all present. His indifferent gaze resembled that of a deity judging the heavens and the earth. In a public setting, as a fellow disciple, he had already granted the other party an opportunity. However, should they take advantage of his leniency, he would respond with overwhelming force. He was a divine son. If the Holy Sun could provoke him at will, what would become of his dignity? Should this incident be exploited by those with ulterior motives, what would remain of his position as a divine son? The air resonated with the thunderous energy of the heavens. The overwhelming pressure caused even the less accomplished disciples to tremble involuntarily. Answer me, are you indeed instructing this divine son on how to act? Su Chang'e's gaze bore into Wang Kaihe, icy as eternal frost. Wang Kaihe felt himself utterly suppressed by the aura radiating from Su Chang'e. Amidst the tempest of spiritual energy, it felt as if he were engulfed by an unparalleled force, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. After several agonizing moments, he managed to stammer, "No, I dare not." After a prolonged standoff, Su Chang'e gradually tempered his imposing presence, allowing many disciples to catch their breath. At this moment, their expressions were filled with trepidation as they regarded Su Chang'e. The authority of the divine son was not to be trifled with. Those who dared to offend must be prepared to face his wrath. Yet, a number of female disciples revealed expressions of infatuation. This domineering demeanor of the divine son perfectly aligned with their fantasies. If the divine son were not forceful, what path of cultivation was there to follow? I feel a bit. I also long to be with the divine son. Many female disciples, and even some elder women, found their cheeks flushed, murmuring softly. Such a divine son was nothing short of unparalleled in his dominance, and they adored him all the more. Su Chang'e couldn't help but feel a wave of frustration. He wondered what was going on in these women's minds. Shifting his gaze to the crowd, he noticed Yun Xinyan, the body of the moon. Intriguing indeed. The body of the lunar essence is truly an exceptional vessel for cultivation, should one engage in mutual refinement with it. One's prowess could be significantly enhanced. No wonder Wang Kaihe is so intent on this matter. He evidently harbors ulterior motives. He even believes that Wang Kaihe genuinely harbors affection for Yun Xinyan. However, it seems that he merely desires. Su Chang'e smiled at Yun Xinyan and remarked, "What is it? You have been gazing at the object in my hand. Do you wish to discuss it with me?" Yun Xinyan was taken aback, not expecting Su Chang'e to address her. Feeling somewhat flustered, she quickly clasped her hands in respect and said, "What you have acquired, my lord, I do not dare to covet." Su Chang'e tossed the mysterious yellow meteorite in his hand and replied with a grin, "If I recall correctly, this yellow meteorite is unsuitable for women to cultivate, is it not? Its extreme yang nature could severely harm one's meridians if a woman were to practice with it indiscriminately." Upon hearing this, Yun Xinyan again clasped her hands and said, "My father, in his youth, left behind a hidden peril while breaking through. Now, the main ingredient he requires is the yellow meteorite. Hence, I wish to acquire more." She quickly added, I do not intend to offend you. Revered son of heaven, please do not take offense. If you would be willing to part with the yellow meteorite, I would be prepared to offer an appropriate price. Su Chang'e nodded slightly at her words. The yellow meteorite, being a substance of extreme yang, was indeed a valid remedy for her father's ailment. He scrutinized Yun Xinyan, finding her to be a true lotus blossoming from the water. And what do you intend to offer in exchange? He inquired playfully. I see nothing on you that piques my interest. Yun Xinyan pressed her lips together, hesitating to speak. If she were to offer spirit stones or barter with items, given Su Chang'e's discerning eye, he might not find them worthy. Nevertheless, she sighed. Su Chang'e shook his head with a smile, saying, for now, let us consider this as a debt you owe me. He then tossed the yellow meteorite into her hands, adding, remember to repay this debt in the future. With another chuckle, he turned to Wang Kaihe and said, do not be like certain individuals who contribute nothing yet boast loudly. Wang Kaihe's expression darkened significantly, his fists clenched and cracking ominously, his gaze seemingly intent on devouring Su Chang'e whole. However, Su Chang'e remained unfazed. He had already extended an opportunity. And since the other party declined, this was the consequence they had chosen for themselves. Thank you, revered son of heaven. I am immensely grateful. Yun Xinyan bowed deeply. Her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. After all these years, her father would finally be free from the torment of illness. I desire it as well. Please, my lord, grant me a bit too. I long for it. Many female disciples, no longer composed, began to plead with Su Chang'e in charming tones, their eyes brimming with a pitiful allure. Such implications could lead to misunderstandings, and perhaps this evening. Su Chang'e shook his head with a smile, dismissing the thought. Senior sister, forgive me for the embarrassment. We shall. Just as Wang Kaihe was about to invite Yun Xinyan again, he paused. Yet, one could see Yun Xinyan's beautiful eyes shimmering, as if she were deep in contemplation. Although the divine son held a position of great import, he found himself in a precarious state. Presently, the divine son had aided my father in alleviating his affliction, leaving me devoid of desires. Perhaps it would be better to. Following this thought, Yun Xinyan took a deep breath, as if having reached a momentous decision. Observing this, Wang Kaihe appeared momentarily stunned, incredulity evident in his voice. Sister, you? Yun Xinyan paid no heed to Wang Kaihe. With graceful steps, she hastened to catch up with the departing Su Chang'e. Divine son, please hold. What is it? Su Chang'e turned back, puzzled. Yun Xinyan pressed her lips together, and after a considerable pause, took a deep breath, clasped her hands in reverence, and respectfully declared, I am profoundly grateful for your kindness, divine son. Might you grant me the opportunity to follow you? In that instant, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Not only the female disciples, but even the male disciples around them were taken aback. Did I mishear? The saintess wishes to follow the divine son. My youth is at an end. Yet, some held an opposing view. However, I believe only a talent like the divine son's is worthy of the saintess's pursuit. Indeed, the divine son's charisma was such that even I. How could a man like you dare to disgust us so? Bah, truly unfortunate. The murmurs around them rose and fell, for their divine son had only recently emerged, continuously reshaping their understanding. Su Chang'e furrowed his brow slightly. To be honest, he was not particularly fond of the idea of having followers. Why should someone of such formidable talent require others to follow him? The path of greatness is inherently unmatched. Why rely on others? Nevertheless, he calmly inquired, we have merely met for the first time. If you choose to follow me solely out of gratitude, it is entirely unnecessary. Although she was indeed a saintess, he felt little affinity. Xinyan sought enlightenment and cultivation, both in skill and spirit. Yun Xinyan reiterated, such kindness from the divine son. If I do not reciprocate, it may hinder my path to completeness. Furthermore, merely standing before her, the overwhelming aura emanating from Su Chang'e rendered her breathless. He resembled a celestial being, a figure of immense prowess, with a future that was undoubtedly bright. Following such an individual would not be a disgrace, hindering my path to completeness. The corners of Su Chang'e's mouth curled, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. Observing her beauty, She might very well be the fated daughter of fortune from a fantastical tale. Perhaps she would eventually be intertwined with a fated son of destiny. Was she not simply ripe for the picking? Moreover, following him did not imply any romantic entanglement. It would not be a burden in the future. He also required someone capable of assisting him with mundane tasks, such as collecting spoils. He recalled the solitary maid at the Guyuan sacred temple, who managed sustenance with just a meager stone. She could also tend to daily needs, which seemed quite acceptable. If others were to discover Su Changa's thoughts, they would surely be driven to despair. The most stunning saintess of the Holy Land, reduced to the role of a mere maid? Just as Su Changa was about to speak, a voice resonated through the air. "Senior sister, why do you so humbly bow before him? Your talent is extraordinary. Being of the Taiyin physique, such casualness seems rather inappropriate." Wang Kaihe emerged once more from the crowd, his hands clenched tightly, eyes ablaze with indignation. Su Changa couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It appeared that in seizing his goddess, she had inflicted a wound upon this devoted admirer, which he could no longer contain. His Highness the Sun is inherently gifted. His mere cultivation has led to such remarkable phenomena. In the future, he is destined to dominate the realm. Why should I not follow him? Yin Xinyan's tone was calm, yet resolutely firm. Dominate the realm? Him? Wang Kaihe blurted out impulsively. As the sun, I must indeed live up to the title. With that, Su Changa flicked her sleeve. Boom! An endless storm of runes surged forth, transforming into a colossal wave of energy that swept outward in an instant. Bang! Wang Kaihe was caught in the onslaught, hurled into the ground with tremendous force. Su Changa, as the sun, do you not feel shame in resorting to such a sneak attack? Wang Kaihe rose, dust-covered and fuming, his eyes ablaze with fury. It seems you are still quite unsatisfied. Observing Su Changa's nonchalant demeanor only fueled Wang Kaihe's anger further. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Su Changa, as the sun, dare you to duel with me in the Grave of Swords? Upon hearing this, the surrounding disciples were taken aback. Wang Kaihe's swordsmanship was renowned within the Holy Land. To go to the Grave of Swords, where sword intent was amplified, was truly a terrifying prospect. Indeed, Wang Kaihe had devised a clever scheme. Such a place would naturally be disadvantageous for the sun. He was openly challenging the authority of the sun. However, many disciples understood Wang Kaihe's true intentions. He merely sought to exploit Su Changa's lack of practical experience to elevate his own prestige. Yet this action was undeniably reckless. The Grave of Swords? If that is the case, then let us proceed. Su Chang similet lightly, her, gaze remarquably serene. As a newly anointed sun, it was crucial to establish her own reputation. A worthy opponent was indeed needed, and Wang Kaihe happened to be the perfect candidate. Moreover, if the tool presents itself, one cannot allow it to go to waste. Chapter 11. Carefree Domination. As the divine offspring, one must bear the pride. Wang Kaihe seemed taken aback by his opponent's prompt agreement. He soon revealed a knowing smile, exclaiming, Ha ha ha, the divine offspring possesses remarkable spirit. I shall take my leave and await your arrival at the sword burial abyss. With that, Wang Kaihe appeared invigorated, exuding an air of nonchalance. Ah, a gentle reminder. It would be wise for you to prepare thoroughly. Should you falter, it may prove rather embarrassing. As he departed, he cast a lingering gaze at Yin Xinyan, his eyes betraying an insatiable greed. Yin Xinyan, wait for me. I shall show you that I can surpass even the divine offspring. Observing Wang Kaihe's retreating figure, Su Changa found it amusing and hoped he would still be brimming with confidence by then. Do not disappoint me as my first target for establishing authority. Turning to Yin Xinyan, he inquired, Are you capable of serving tea, washing clothes, and cooking? Yin Xinyan hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded slowly. Although she had never performed such tasks, it did not imply she lacked the ability. Excellent. Then you shall be my maidservant. The crowd gasped in astonishment at the notion of such a beauty assuming the role of a maid. Their perceptions of the world were profoundly challenged. Many male disciples, however, were filled with envy. What more could one desire than such a stunning maidservant? Divine offspring, do you require anything else from me? I am of the Taiyin physique, and if we were to... Her voice dwindled to a mere whisper, Her cheeks flushed with shyness, and she dared not meet Su Chang's gaze. In that moment, many male disciples felt their hearts shatter. The ice goddess they revered could be so forward. Others sighed deeply, their spirits dimming as they departed. Su Chang'e found himself at a loss for words. What was this? Was it innocence or audacity? Yet, he dismissed further contemplation. Surveying the surroundings, he proclaimed, "As the divine offspring, I naturally accept the challenges of all. Should I learn of anyone slandering me from the shadows, you shall witness the wrath of this divine offspring, a fury you cannot withstand." With that, he took to the skies, soaring away with Yun Xinyan on a divine crane, vanishing into the horizon. Only then did many realize the weight of his words. The divine offspring was truly imposing. This declaration served as a warning to all. Such was the demeanor befitting a divine offspring. Numerous individuals reflected on the profound impact of the recent events, recognizing the divine offspring's authority now etched in their minds. Ha ha! Did I not say so? Chang'e undoubtedly deserves the title of divine offspring. In the ancestral realm of Guyuan, the venerable patriarch Pei-Jun laughed heartily, clearly pleased. Indeed, Chang'e possesses an admirable temperament, humble towards elders, yet formidable when necessary. Such character will lead him far. Many elders offered their assessments, all affirming Su Chang'e's potential. They had already learned of the events at the Guyuan martial arena through the realm of reflections. Undoubtedly, Su Chang'e's remarkable performance has left them thoroughly satisfied. In this world, excessive humility merely renders one susceptible to being bullied. One must assert strength when necessary and demonstrate decisiveness at the right moment. This is the path of the true warrior. As the divine progeny, one should possess an unwavering pride and the audacity to subdue all in existence. I find myself rather eager. For it is possible that in the abyss of the sword-s burial, Chang'e's display will exceed our expectations. Upon hearing the words of the elder of the broken army, many other elders also revealed their anticipation. Indeed, Su Chang'e consistently surprises them with his performances. The abyss of the sword-s burial lies within a valley of the sacred land of return. From a distance, it resembles a vast chasm, unfathomable in depth. Countless ancient swords protrude from the abyss, akin to cold stars suspended in the void, their gleaming blades invoking a sense of trepidation. Occasionally, the sound of sword cries emanates from within the abyss, adding an air of mystery. It is said that if a disciple gains the recognition of an ancient sword-ear, that sword will acknowledge them as its master. The news of the divine progeny's impending duel with Wang Kaihe has already spread far and wide. At this moment, many disciples await in the abyss of the sword-s burial. The divine progeny has arrived. One individual pointed skyward, and a divine craned sword down, upon which stood two figures. The man was strikingly handsome, while the woman was breathtakingly beautiful, gracefully standing behind the divine progeny. Many male disciples exhibited expressions of heartache. They had previously doubted that the Academy's goddess, Yun Xinyan, had become the divine progeny's attendant. Now, it seemed they had resigned themselves to this reality. They had witnessed the divine progeny, Chang'e. Nonetheless, they lowered their heads respectfully to pay their respects, for regardless of the circumstances, Su Chang'e's talent was indisputable. Su Chang'e, since you have arrived, let us begin the contest, Wang Kaihe said, stepping forth from the crowd, his expression somber. Su Chang'e, with his hands clasped behind his back and a calm demeanor, smiled faintly and replied, "Are you certain you do not wish to prepare first?" This approach would enhance the spectacle slightly, and the subsequent contrast would ensure that more people would remember the aftermath of this event. At that moment, Yun Xinyan fixed her beautiful eyes intently on Wang Kaihe, coolly stating, "Your cultivation has already reached the pinnacle of the Purple Mansion, whereas the divine progeny is merely at the mid-level of the Purple Mansion. Such an imbalance in cultivation is inherently unfair." Wang Kaihe, wearing a sardonic expression, retorted, "The divine progeny himself consented to this. If the divine progeny finds it inappropriate, I can suppress my cultivation." Despite the divine progeny having achieved the 10th level of the Purple Mansion, Wang Kaihe believed he could easily defeat him, as there was a gap of 3 minor realms. One of the supreme elders, Wang Kaihe's master, noticed the unfolding situation with disappointment. However, he refrained from intervening, for the sacred land of return has never prohibited the younger generation from sparring and competing. Kaiha, when did your vision become so short-sighted? The elder murmured. The 10th level of the Purple Mansion, coupled with the innate holy body, renders one nearly invincible among peers, even in battles of higher realms. It is as effortless as a daily meal. Alas, I hope this serves as a lesson for you. The elder shook his head in disappointment, transforming into a wisp of divine light that vanished from sight. To him, the outcome was already predetermined. It was not a lack of faith in his disciple, but rather the overwhelming talent of Su Chang'e that rendered him awestruck. Within the burial sword abyss, Su Chang'e waved his hand and smiled, saying, "There is no need to suppress your cultivation. Unleash your full power." His words elicited a wave of astonishment, for they believed that the higher one ascended in realms. The more difficult it became to engage in battle across tiers. How could Su Chang'e, who was 3 minor realms below his opponent, display such confidence? "Thank you for your grace, divine son." However, Wang Kaihe maintained a facade of respect, while seething with indignation internally. When had he ever endured such humiliation? With a clang, his long sword was drawn, and amidst the roaring sword energy, it transformed into a straight beam of sword light aimed directly at Su Chang'e. A swift wind howled, as if the void itself were being cleaved apart. A brilliantly resplendent sword light, akin to a celestial bolt, surged forth with an overwhelming might that seemed poised to engulf Su Chang'e. By this display, it was evident that Wang Kaihe was attacking with his full strength from the very start. How would the divine son respond to this strike? I found it somewhat precarious. For Wang Kaihe was indeed a prodigious talent, having once achieved the 7 purple mansions. His sword, an ancient blade acquired from the burial sword abyss, possessed a terrifying sharpness. Yet, in stark contrast to the lively discussion surrounding him, Su Chang'e appeared remarkably composed. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, the gentle breeze tousling a few strands of his hair, his gaze serene. Do not underestimate others. This scene further inflamed Wang Kaihe's fury, causing his aura to surge even more fiercely. Just as he believed his long sword was about to strike Su Chang'e, a flash of white light interrupted. Clang! Immediately afterward, a metallic clash resonated, as Wang Kaihe's sword became rigid in midair. Had it not been for the gusts lifting their robes, onlookers might have thought they were witnessing a still image. It turned out that Su Chang'e had firmly pinched the long sword between 2 fingers. At this moment, his left hand was tucked behind him, and his expression remained as light as a cloud. The crowd gasped, their pupils constricting as they inhaled sharply, as if witnessing something utterly terrifying. Such a formidable assault had been effortlessly neutralized, and merely with 2 fingers. To be honest, I have anticipated this for quite some time. However, you're still too weak. Upon hearing this, Wang Kaihe gradually regained his composure from the shock. His complexion turned visibly pale, as this was far beyond his expectations. Suddenly jolted back to reality, he attempted to withdraw his sword. Yet, Su Chang'e's fingers gripped it like iron pincers, remaining utterly immovable no matter how he struggled. Su Chang'e merely observed Wang Kaihe's futile efforts with a calm demeanor. 10 breaths passed, yet Wang Kaihe still could not extract his long sword. He trembled, realizing that the opponent's strength far surpassed his own. But before he could finish, a resounding thud echoed as Su Chang'e's right leg swept across his chest. Boom! The air exploded like a sonic blast. The immense force sent Wang Kaihe hurtling backward, his body tumbling several times before landing far off to the side. This leg is devoid of any embellishment. What appears to be a simple maneuver exudes an irresistible force, leaving the opponent utterly suppressed regardless of their attempts to defend. Gasp. Endeavor to rise from the ground. Wang Kaihe, stifling groan. Blood pours from your mouth. Evidently, Su Chang'e's seemingly casual kick has inflicted severe injury upon you. You struggle once more to stand, attempting several times, yet each effort culminates in failure. Your complexion grows increasingly pale, stripped of its previous vigor, as you lie there helplessly, fixating on Su Chang'e. You could not even withstand a single blow from me. Can you now comprehend the disparity between us? Su Chang'e gazes coldly, devoid of any sympathy. From the outset, the opponent harbored an inexplicable disdain towards him, and even during their confrontation, they struck with lethal intent. Given this, one cannot blame themselves. When one's skills fall short, one must accept the outcome gracefully. Chapter 12. The Path of Simplicity, the sound of 1,000 swords, sword energy piercing the heavens, while around them lay a deathly silence. Everyone stood frozen in astonishment. Even as Wang Kaihe exerted all his might to unleash such a formidable sword light, it was effortlessly dispelled by merely 2 fingers. Then, with a single swift kick, the battle was resolved in an instant. The entire process was devoid of any unnecessary embellishments. The path of simplicity must indeed be the legendary path of simplicity. The physical prowess of the sun was utterly terrifying. The strength behind those 2 fingers exceeded our wildest imaginations. I knew the sun was extraordinary. Yun Xinyan's beautiful eyes sparkled with astonishment, clearly taken aback by Su Chang'e's might. Su Chang'e remained indifferent to the surrounding murmurs, finding the entire spectacle rather tedious. Having long mastered the essence of sword intent and energy, he regarded that previous strike as nothing short of laughable. Ostentatious yet without substance. It appeared decisive but failed to hit the mark. To put it bluntly, it was merely a display. You have truly disappointed me. How can one who claims to be among the elite of the return to Origin's sacred land possess such a superficial understanding of swordsmanship? Su Chang'e remarked coolly. Su Chang'e, your formidable physical power is merely a byproduct of your sacred body's innate talent. You criticize my swordsmanship while you are utterly ignorant of its intricacies. What are you even? Wang Kaihe had now risen from the ground, his expression stubborn, clearly unwilling to concede. Su Chang'e smiled faintly, a hint of pity in his gaze. Am I truly ignorant of swordsmanship? A sparrow that can only flutter through the woods dares to claim it can soar among the heavens like an eagle? Wang Kaihe's face darkened further. Insulted by the comparison to a mere sparrow, is this all the sun can do? Rely on mere words? Truly laughable. Wang Kaihe retorted defiantly. Very well, since you are so unwilling to relent, today I shall show you what true swordsmanship entails. As his words fell, Su Chang'e's eyes sharpened with piercing intensity. A fierce sword intent erupted, blooming like a lotus amidst the heavens. Observing Su Chang'e, 2 streams of sword energy, one red and one blue, descended from the void. The red sword energy blazed like a resplendent sun, threatening to incinerate all. The blue sword energy resembled ancient frost, aiming to freeze eternity. The 2 extremes of sword energy continuously intertwined and evolved, as if yin and yang were birthed within, capable of severing the balance of the world. Heaven, what? Is this sword energy? The sun has mastered sword energy, and not just any ordinary sword energy. It appears to be fire and ice attributes. This is impossible. 2 opposing forces defying logic. What is impossible? The sun's talent defies the conventional laws of the world. Yet it did not end there. Another surge of sword intent emanated from Su Chang'e, soaring to the heavens. It seemed poised to pierce the firmament, striking down the stars. The sword intent of the god of slaughter, a thought invoking deities and demons. The sword can connect to the divine. Come fort. Su Chang'e raised his right hand, forming a sword gesture, and pointed directly at the heavens. A resplendent and formidable sword chi surged forth from his hand, piercing the heavens. In an instant, the sword energy crisscrossed, and a tremendous sword intent manifested in the firmament, poised to cleave through the void. Thunderous roars echoed as the skies transformed, a tempest howling violently. A cataclysmic sword chi descended from above, wielding the power to annihilate the world. Within the sword burial abyss, countless ancient swords emitted resonant cries, their booming sword energy morphing into brilliant pillars of light. Accompanied by an even more exalted dragon's roar from the ancient swords. Tens of thousands of them burst forth in a blaze of radiance. Countless sword shadows seemed to respond to Su Chang'e's call. In this moment, the universe conjured illusions. In this moment, all beheld a sky filled with swords. It felt as if everyone were submerged in an ocean of endless sword chi. With that figure in white radiating brilliance akin to the sun. What is this sword intent? It even influences the sword burial abyss. Such a scene has never graced the abyss in all these years. The sun's swordsmanship is astonishingly formidable, verging on invincibility. The sword burial abyss only emits sword cries when it receives the acknowledgement of ancient swords. Nearly all of them seem to be singing now, don't they? But that doesn't seem right. When ancient swords recognize their master, their cries are often subdued, yet the current resonance is exceptionally high, filled with fervor. 10,000 swords sang in unison, their energy sweeping across the heavens. Such a terrifying sword chi even caused some elders of the sacred grounds to tremble uncontrollably. Many disciples dared not even lift their heads, for the overwhelming sword chi was so fearsome it threatened to rend their very souls. Finally, as Su Chang'e lowered his finger, the dreadful sword chi gradually dissipated, yet the residual sword intent lingering in the air still instilled fear in many hearts. The crowd collectively exhaled, some unable to contain their cold sweat, as if they had just survived a great terror. The majority, however, were too intimidated to gaze upon Su Chang'e. In their eyes, that figure, illuminated by countless sword shadows, resembled a celestial sword immortal descending to earth. The fearsome sword chi radiated recklessly, and merely sensing that aura was enough to instill a profound dread within them. I have merely grasped the rudiments of swordsmanship, and yet I have caused you to laugh. Su Chang'e said, bowing slightly. Many nearly spat blood in indignation. Had Su Chang'e been a tad more arrogant, they might have tolerated it. Wasn't he indirectly calling them all worthless? Yet, they found themselves unable to retort. Then, with a smile directed at Wang Kaihe, he remarked, I said you were indeed weak, and now I have proven it to you. However, I now find that you are even weaker than I initially claimed. Wang Kaihe, unable to finish his sentence, coughed up a mouthful of old blood. His chest heaved erratically, and with a roll of his eyes, he fainted on the spot. Had the sun unleashed his sword chi moments ago, Wang Kaihe would have undoubtedly been reduced to dust. A congenital holy body sword cultivator. Such a phenomenon is unheard of. The onlookers glanced at Wang Kaihe, sprawled on the ground, and couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy. Surely, this would leave an indelible shadow upon the path ahead. One could only remark on the formidable nature of their divine child. Meanwhile, within the ancestral grounds of Guiyuan, several elders bore profound expressions. The sword aura emanating from Chang'e was extraordinary. After all, the principles of ultimate yin and ultimate yang are inherently contradictory. Yet, here was a singular individual mastering both simultaneously, defying the very laws of heaven and earth. Chang'e has surprised us more than once. I find this entirely plausible. The patriarch of the Breaker Star was quite pleased, capturing the saintess and vanquishing the saint's son. This incident has certainly established the might of Su Chang'e as the divine child. The remnants of the ancient ancestors fell into contemplation, more than the enigmatic sword energy. His focus was drawn to the transcendent sword intent, the essence of immortality. That sword intent even bore a trace of celestial significance. Such a terrifying sword intent could hardly manifest in this inferior realm. Chang'e, just how many secrets do you harbor? The ancestors' gaze deepened, as if attempting to pierce through the fabric of time. Nevertheless, he did not dwell too much on this. As long as Su Chang'e remained the divine child of the sacred land, that was sufficient. The beacon of hope belonging to our sacred domain shall undoubtedly illuminate the true world above. Chapter 13. Terrifying indeed, the master of logic, the darkening prince? As Su Chang'e returned to the sacred hall of returning origin, it was already dusk. Yin Xinyan had accompanied him, her heart fluttering with trepidation. If the divine sun were to act against me, how should I respond? As she pondered, her cheeks flushed crimson. Upon entering the sacred hall, she was momentarily taken aback by the scene before her. The vast hall was devoid of any furnishings. with only remnants of cultivation materials scattered about. There was not even a bed. How did the divine sun rest? Su Chang'e also sensed something amiss with her. Before he could speak, Yin Xinyan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she exclaimed, "Divine Son, you must be forsaking these trivialities in pursuit of the supreme path. Thank you for your teachings. I have gained much." After finishing her words, Yin Xinyan bowed gracefully, paying her respects to Su Chang'e. He couldn't help but feel a wave of confusion. What was this about? Was this some sort of teaching? However, as a divine son, he felt compelled to maintain a higher demeanor, and thus feigned a look of contentment, saying, "Indeed, it seems you possess profound insights." Upon receiving his affirmation, Yun Xinyan's face lit up with joy. "Thank you for your guidance, divine son. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Su Chang'e could only shake his head with a wry smile. This was all merely her own imagination. Settling cross-legged on a cushion, Su Chang'e began to channel his spiritual energy, entering a state of cultivation. Due to the gathering spirit celestial array, the spiritual energy of the heavens and the earth was converging here, making the atmosphere within the sacred hall extraordinarily rich. In fact, torrents of spiritual energy flowed into Yun Xinyan's body unbidden. This spectacle caused her eyes to widen in astonishment. After a brief moment of realization, she bowed deeply once more to the meditating Su Chang'e, her tone imbued with gratitude. "Divine Son, to care for me so, you have summoned forth such abundant spiritual energy. I shall not fail your expectations. Come on, Xinyan. The Divine Son is so exceptional and considerate. How could you possibly hold him back?" Unbeknownst to Su Chang'e, who was immersed in his cultivation, he was being thanked for something he had not orchestrated at all. Meanwhile, on a suspended divine mountain within the sacred land of returning origin, Wang Kaihe slowly opened his eyes, finding himself lying in his room. "How'd I end up here?" he murmured. "Awake? How do you feel?" A venerable voice resonated from the corner of the room. It was the revered elder, his master. "Kaihe, after the battle, have you gleaned any insights?" Wang Kaihe, feeling somewhat bewildered, recalled the previous events with a surge of irritation. Su Chang'e merely relies on his innate holy body and, by sheer luck, has awakened sword intent. Had I been in his place, I would have. "Enough," the elder scolded. "Kaihe, when did you become like this? Failure is not to be feared. It is the weak who concern themselves with shame." He felt a profound disappointment in his disciple, who, despite suffering a complete defeat, failed to reflect upon the reasons behind it, and instead entertained such absurd notions. Wang Kaihe, seemingly unwilling to accept this, mustered the courage to speak. Su Chang'e is clearly. Slap! The Grand Elder delivered a resounding blow to him. "Impudent! The Chosen One Chang'e is the divine son of our Guiyuan's sanctum. You repeatedly refer to him by his full name. Are you still worthy of being called a son of the sanctum?" The elder's furious roar eclipsed Wang Kaihe's words, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of spiritual might that sent shivers down the spine. Wang Kaihe was taken aback. His usually doting master had struck him. Throughout his life, he had never been reprimanded by his master. His master had always been the one who cherished him most. Yet now, he had been slapped because of an outsider. He covered his burning cheek, the force of the strike leaving a metallic taste in his mouth. "What? Are you still unwilling to reflect?" Seeing his disciple's defiant expression, the Grand Elder thundered once more. It was only upon hearing this that Wang Kaihe realized his master was serious. He promptly lowered his head and clasped his hands, saying, "Disciple was presumptuous. Please do not take offense, master." Despite his words, his eyes betrayed a smoldering anger. "Kaihe, I advise you to relinquish your vengeful thoughts. Otherwise, if the Chosen One truly decides to act against you, I shall be powerless to assist you. The ancestors of the sanctum have unanimously agreed that the entire hierarchy will adhere to the will of the Chosen One. What he commands is the direction of the sanctum. If you confront him head-on, you will be utterly insignificant." After diligently advising Wang Kaihe for some time, the Grand Elder finally calmed his breath. After a lengthy pause, he sighed in resignation, patting Wang Kaihe on the shoulder, and solemnly remarked, "Disciple, I do this for your own good. The Chosen One is far more than just a gifted individual. He is also blessed by the heavenly Tao, a person destined by fate. Upon hearing this, Wang Kai's head shot up, his eyes wide with terror. Blessed by the heavenly Tao, a person destined by fate. His future prospects were limitless. He was destined to be more than mere pond life, soaring above as a true dragon in the skies. Such a legendary figure was indeed that Su Chang'e. Sighing at the sight of his disciple's lost demeanor, the Grand Elder could only exhale deeply, transforming into a wisp of smoke and dissipating. He understood that his disciple possessed his own pride. It was best to let him ponder in silence. After a long while, Wang Kai finally regained his composure. Yet, as he recalled the humiliation of being defeated by Su Chang'e, the anger and jealousy surged within him, overwhelming his spirit. He had always been a figure of authority within the sanctum. But now, with Su Chang'e's emergence, he had become the first to be suppressed. Originally, he was on the verge of sharing a space with Yin Xinyan, but once again, it was Su Chang'e who disrupted everything. Ultimately, rather than engaging in a duel and boasting grandly, he was not only soundly defeated, but also became the laughingstock of the sacred grounds. Reflecting on all of this, Wang Kaihe was consumed by rage. Su Chang'e, just wait. No matter how high your talent in swordsmanship may be, you are still not worthy compared to the Luohe sword sect. With a low growl, Wang Kaihe transformed into a streak of light and vanished into the darkness. Chapter 14. The Celestial Sword, a blade of yin and yang. The firmament shattered as dawn broke. Su Chang'e gradually opened his eyes, their brilliance shining forth. After a moment of consolidation, his foundational essence began to stabilize. The swiftness of his breakthrough had rendered his foundation somewhat precarious, potentially leading to future tribulations on his path to enlightenment. At this moment, his aura was profound and boundless, ethereal light enveloping him, and the resonance of the Tao permeated the air, exuding an extraordinary and transcendent quality. Chang'e, are you there? A voice resonated from outside the Guiyuan sanctum. That of the Guiyuan Saint Lord. The Saint Lord? What brings him here? Su Chang'e pondered, perplexed, yet he rose and slowly opened the door. As the door creaked open, he was met with the beaming visage of the Guiyuan Saint Lord, who approached him with great strides. Within mere paces, the Saint Lord boisterously exclaimed, Chang'e, I have heard of your exploits at the Burial Sword Abyss and the Guiyuan martial arena. I must say, you truly embody the demeanor of a divine scion. Su Chang'e responded with a gentle smile, acknowledging, your praise is excessive, Saint Lord. The Guiyuan Saint Lord continued, I have also heard that you employed a particular fist technique at the Guiyuan martial arena. His gaze deepened, the joviality fading as he adopted a more serious tone. Is this technique also a blessing bestowed by the heavenly Tao? Taken aback, Su Chang'e nodded slowly, for this matter was common knowledge among the sacred grounds. The once expectant expression of the Guiyuan Saint Lord wilted, akin to a withered cucumber. Indeed, the Saint Lord offered a wry smile, a tinge of bitterness welling in his heart. He recalled the arduous efforts he had invested to attain a supreme technique in his own training. Yet now, it seemed others could obtain such treasures with ease. How disheartening! With a self-deprecating smile, he recognized the futility of comparing himself to Su Chang'e. Chang'e, I know your swordsmanship is as formidable as your physical prowess. Thus, the ancestor has entrusted me with this ancient sword technique to bestow upon you. The Guiyuan Saint Lord produced a jade slip from his robes. This is a sword technique left behind by a predecessor of our sacred ground, a master of the sword who devoted his life to this art. It is known as a blade of yin and yang. Although it is said to be a celestial method, the predecessor departed hastily, leaving only fragments behind. Nonetheless, even these remnants are considered among the finest techniques in the northern underworld Tao domain. Should you master it, you may yet perceive a hint of celestial essence within. The Guiyuan Saint Lord patiently elaborated on the technique. Notification: new task detected. Option 1. Request a different technique. Reward: map of mountains and rivers. Option 2. Accept this technique. Reward: a blade of yin and yang, complete version. The complete version of a blade of yin and yang? Surely that is a celestial art. Observing Su Chang'e's contemplative silence, The Saint Lord mistakenly assumed his reluctance. "If you do not wish to, I shall take it. Saint Lord, I desire this technique." Su Chang'e hastily interjected, seizing the jade slip. Upon hearing the system prompt that indicated the completion of the options, a surge of excitement surged within him. This was none other than the legendary celestial technique. Observing Su Chang'e's decision to study, he revealed a satisfied smile, saying, "I have also dabbled in this technique before. Over the past 4 years, I have mastered much of it. Should you, esteemed one, require assistance, feel free to seek me out. I can guide you in your cultivation." Yet, internally, he stifled a chuckle. "For years? I have cultivated for a decade. It took me 10 years to achieve even this modest success. I cannot believe he could master it in a single day. Surely, he will come to me for guidance on how to cultivate this technique. At that time, I shall also temper his youthful exuberance, letting him know that I, the Holy Lord, am indeed endowed with exceptional talent." The thought of this made the Holy Lord smile even more radiant. When the esteemed one comes to seek him, it would undoubtedly elevate his own reputation. Alas, such delightful imaginings often clash with harsh realities. Who is Su Chang'e? He is extraordinary. Any attempt to gain an advantage over him would only be fruitful if the system were to fail. After bidding farewell to the Holy Lord of Guiyuan, Su Chang'e retrieved the complete version of One Sword Yin and Yang from the system panel. One Sword Yin and Yang, complete version created by an unknown sword master through a lifetime of enlightenment, emphasizing a single strike to defeat the enemy. A sword that breaks myriad laws, a sword that subdues 10 realms. A sword that breaks myriad laws? Do I merely need one sword to overcome any elaborate technique? This is intriguing. Su Chang'e found himself quite pleased. The path is fundamentally simple, which is precisely what he desired. Utilizing One Sword Yin and Yang, a sudden resonance enveloped him as a luminous orb entered his mind. Instantly, his body began to emanate an enigmatic resonance of the Tao. Astonishingly, in but a moment, he comprehended the essence of this technique. After allowing this insight to settle, Su Chang'e slowly opened his eyes. What would the fusion of One Sword Yin and Yang with Yin and Yang sword energy manifest? Acting on impulse, Su Chang'e ventured to a vast, open space. He steadied his breath, focusing his mind, and summoned the Yin and Yang sword energy. 2 terrifying streams of sword energy erupted as if tearing through the void, resembling 2 immortal beams of divine light swirling around him. One side exuded an extreme chill, as if to freeze everything in existence, while the other radiated intense heat, threatening to reduce all to ashes. In that moment, an endless sword intent surged within Su Chang'e's eyes. Within his mind, myriad paths flowed, intertwining with countless ancient characters, forming sentences of profound meaning. With a swift motion, he shaped his right hand into a sword gesture, slashing diagonally into the void. Yin and Yang, with a sound that shattered the silence of the void. A brilliant sword shot skyward, piercing into the depths of the cosmos. Was there no effect? After a prolonged silence without response, Su Chang'e felt a twinge of confusion. Suddenly, deep within the vast firmament, a fierce cold star flickered. Following that, the dark star, like the only glimmer of light on the horizon, expanded infinitely in an instant. The terrifying sword energy beneath the radiant glow transformed the heavens for a fleeting moment into a realm of bright daylight. This awe-inspiring spectacle astonished everyone within the Holy Land. By heavens, an enemy attack! What in the world? Who dares to disturb my Guiyuan Holy Land? The disciples of Guiyuan Holy Land, engrossed in their cultivation, were startled awake by this piercing sword aura. Some even rushed out, hastily pulling up their trousers, their faces filled with indignation as they sought out the culprit who interrupted their sacred pursuits. Within the confines of Guiyuan Holy Land, the elders exchanged knowing smiles, fully aware of the commotion caused by Su Chang'e. This child, truly a source of worry. Yet, their tone bore no trace of reproach, but rather an abundance of affection. After all, having such a formidable divine offspring was an immense fortune for Guiyuan Holy Land. In another direction, The earth-shattering noise also roused the Gu Yuan Holy Master. Particularly, upon sensing that familiar aura, he was momentarily disoriented. This was the sword technique he had imparted to Su Chang'e. Has he truly mastered it already? It has only been a brief time since then. Is he still human? He could scarcely believe it, transforming into a streak of light as he hastened to the Gu Yuan sanctuary. Upon his arrival, the lingering, intense sword energy in the area sent a chill of fear through him. Chang'e, you. Su Chang'e, noticing the Gu Yuan Holy Master, smiled and said, Holy Master, your timing is impeccable. I feel as though that last sword strike was still lacking something. Would you be able to assist me in enhancing it? A hint of embarrassment colored his tone, for he believed the Holy Master, being a peak powerhouse, might have been somewhat disappointed by his earlier display. The Gu Yuan Holy Master nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, his mind besieged by a flurry of expletives. Is he even human? Is there any sense of justice left? In less than half a stick of incense, he has reached such a realm. What does that make me? After years of arduous cultivation, he had intended to take advantage of Su Chang'e, but instead, he found himself a mere fool in this farce. The Holy Master, gazing at the Gu Yuan Holy Master's complexion fluctuating between green and white, was puzzled. Does even this fantastical world indulge in such capriciousness? Holy Master, perhaps I didn't use my weapon earlier, which is why the power was still lacking. Su Chang'e murmured to himself, contemplating. After all, with the blessing of the celestial sword, this strike would only become more formidable. Oh, indeed. The Gu Yuan Holy Master patted Su Chang'e on the shoulder, adopting a seasoned demeanor. Ahem, Chang'e, there remains a vast distance between us. Nonetheless, I believe you will undoubtedly surpass me. Do wield your weapon and unleash your true power. Do not let me down again. The Gu Yuan Holy Master spoke these shameless words with a calm facade, for in that moment, his heart had already succumbed to despair. In those early days, I toiled diligently in my quest for enlightenment, even being cast into a realm of ferocious beasts by my esteemed ancestor for rigorous training. Ultimately, I was driven by these monsters into a remote, dense forest, where I subsisted on tree bark to stave off hunger. After much hardship, I finally accomplished my ancestor's task, and it seemed fortune smiled upon me. Yet now, upon encountering Su Chang'e, I ponder the purpose of my years of striving. I recall the silhouette of youth running beneath the setting sun. Ah, the ephemeral nature of my lost youth. In this moment, the essence of the primordial saint seems to transcend into a higher realm. At that instant, Su Chang'e retrieved the celestial sword from the system interface. Celestial, this is your first emergence in the mortal realm. Do not let me down, he murmured with a smile as he caressed the sword. A gentle tremor resonated from the celestial sword, as if responding to Su Chang'e's call. His smile faded, and he positioned the sword at his left waist, his left hand forming a sheath-like gesture. Suddenly, a faint shimmer of sword energy symbols enveloped the blade, an endless torrent of sword energy converging upon the celestial sword. The mere gathering of this force felt capable of cleaving through the very fabric of the void. This sword is extraordinary. The primordial saint, upon witnessing the celestial sword, discerned its remarkable nature. Particularly as the sword began to awaken, even he, a proven saint, felt a chill run down his spine. He had never encountered such a formidable divine weapon. At that moment, Su Chang'e slowly closed his eyes, as if he were the only being in existence. He merged his essence with the sword, achieving a union of man and blade, heart and path. In this instant, there was no self, no other, only the sword in his grasp. With a deep exhale, he expelled a breath of stagnant energy, and his tightly shut eyes burst open. A fierce sword intent flashed within them, the will of the sword of slaughter, a single thought connecting with the divine. With a brilliant sweep akin to the moonlit sky, the sword's soul surged forth, the radiant sword light shining like a vast full moon. As the sword energy howled, a beam of light sliced through the heavens. In this moment, all was silent, the world frozen in time. The void was left adorned with the brilliant afterglow of the sword's passage. When clarity returned, Su Chang'e stood poised with the long sword, his form resembling an ancient pine, seemingly immobile. Were it not for the chilling brilliance that danced upon the blade's edge, one might mistake it for a still image. The primordial saint, perplexed, wondered at this motion. Crack! Suddenly, a resonant sound of shattering reverberated through the heavens. Crack! 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 A portion of the sky fragmented like a spider's web, revealing a gaping abyss akin to the boundless chaos of the void. Is this the severing of a dimension? The primordial saint was utterly stunned. The fissure widened, its diameter expanding as a terrifying tempest of spatial energy churned within. Divine retribution. This is divine retribution. The heavens are shattering. Is this the end of the world? Has the path to immortality been unveiled? Such a terrifying phenomenon could only belong to the realm of the immortal. It appears to be the sacred temple of return to origin. Could it be the divine Son? The multitude of disciples within the sacred land of return to origin have been rendered utterly dumbfounded. What manner of creature is their divine Son? Can one truly shatter space at the Purple Mansion realm? As an exalted aura emanates from the direction of the ancestral land, the fractured void gradually begins to mend. Chang'e, you had better provide me with an explanation. It is then that the ancestor of Broken Army unexpectedly appears within Su Chang'e's line of sight, his expression tinged with a hint of ire. This impudent lad, does he truly intend to provoke the heavens? Is he planning to upheave the entire sacred land tomorrow? Chapter 15. The Companion Artifact. Ascending the heavenly tower upon witnessing the swift approach of the Elder of Breaking Army, Su Chang'e hurriedly turned to the Master of Returning Origin, exclaiming, "Master, I have just performed a demonstration specifically for you. You cannot turn a blind eye to this peril. Yet, what manner of being is the Master of Returning Origin? He is a master of deception." The Master quickly regained his composure, donning an expression of utter ignorance. "What demonstration for me? Chang'e, how can you, at such a tender age, resort to falsehoods? Such an uproar could startle our disciples. Alas, you are truly a source of worry. Well, I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, the Master of Returning Origin vanished in an instant. This unexpected maneuver left Su Chang'e momentarily bewildered. Little question mark. Do you have many friends? Chang'e, do enlighten me about what transpired. At that moment, the Elder of Breaking Army had arrived before Su Chang'e, his stern visage radiating authority. After a thorough explanation from Su Chang'e, the Elder finally grasped the situation. "Let me see your sword. Elder, please take a look." Su Chang'e summoned the celestial sword from the depths of his system space once more. Upon laying eyes on the celestial sword, the Elder's pupils contracted, and even his spirit quivered with trepidation. He was truly frightened. It is known that the stronger one's cultivation, the more profound their perception of the Tao. He sensed a trace of the heavenly Tao within the blade. "Elder, are you Su Chang'e passive? Did you not wish to examine the sword? Why do you remain motionless?" After a considerable pause, the Elder gradually regained his composure, still struggling to overcome his astonishment. "Chang'e, from whence did this sword originate?" "Reporting to you, Elder, this sword was born from my bloodline after my sacred body awakened," Su Chang'e replied without hesitation, having prepared this explanation in advance. Upon hearing this, the Elder's expression shifted once more, his eyes betraying an unmistakable shock. This is a companion artifact." Su Chang'e was utterly perplexed. Had his fabrications somehow become reality? Fearing he had misjudged the situation, the Elder began to investigate once more. After a lengthy period, he finally calmed his emotions. He murmured an explanation. A companion artifact arises when an individual's talent reaches its zenith, resulting in a bloodline artifact. Such individuals possess unparalleled talent in this path for eons to come. Thousands of years ago, there existed one such individual who birthed a divine spear from their bloodline, later dominating the world with their spear skills. When the spear moved, storms and clouds would shift. When the spear struck, heaven and earth would perish. After achieving the status of emperor, they further validated their immortality through the spear path, becoming a legend. Having concluded his tale, the Elder gazed at Su Chang'e with intense fervor. "Chang'e, the sword you have now manifested is even more formidable. I sense a hint of the heavenly Tao within it. Surely, your future accomplishments will surpass that individual S. If anyone inquires about the origin of this formidable weapon, you must state that it was bestowed upon you by your esteemed ancestor. You must not divulge a single whisper. Indeed, Chang'e is aware of this. In truth, Su Chang'e comprehends that the elder of the broken army acts thus to safeguard himself, even shouldering all responsibility for the matter. To be candid, a warmth blossoms within Su Chang'e's heart. Now, this matter has passed. Let us consider another issue. With such a commotion, do you intend to upheave the sacred land? Su Chang'e is once more bewildered. Are we settling scores after the autumn harvest? If you truly find yourself with nothing to occupy your time, then venture into the celestial tower. Remember, you are now a divine scion. How can you silence the naysayers without showcasing your talents? Listening to the elder's words, Su Chang'e soon understands. The recent uproar was indeed immense. There are likely those within the sacred land who harbor discontent. The elder of the broken army wishes for him to more boldly display his abilities, thereby silencing those with ulterior motives. Yes, the disciple acknowledges his fault. Thank you for your admonishment, esteemed elder. The elder of the broken army nodded in satisfaction. The divine crane has been prepared for you. Go forth boldly and manifest your true self. We, the old guards, shall always be your steadfast supporters. Indeed, Chang'e shall not dishonor this mission. This statement from the elder of the broken army reveals much. It appears he desires for Chang'e to create a significant stir, one as grand as possible. It would be best to stir the winds and clouds. Should anyone trouble him, they would have to consider whether the elder of the returning origin would approve. The divine scion is to ascend the celestial tower. How many levels do you think the scion can reach? The celestial tower consists of 9 celestial layers, each layer presenting great peril. The higher one ascends, the more the pressure geometrically intensifies. Many signs of the sacred land are at the 5th layer. Even the foremost scion, Yilintian, has only reached the 7th. Indeed, in my recollection, no one has ever surpassed the 7th layer. I believe the divine scion could perhaps attain the 8th layer. The higher the layer one can ascend, the greater their potential. There is even a legend of a 10th layer. Should someone reach it, it is said that the celestial monument will appear, allowing them to inscribe their name and discern their fate. This I have also heard. The disciples of the returning origin's sacred land engage in fervent discussion, recounting the tales of the celestial tower, which has existed since antiquity and is shrouded in mystery, with countless legends surrounding it. At this moment, our protagonist, Su Chang'e, has arrived at this place, gazing at the imposing celestial tower which pierces the heavens. He finds it majestic, stretching beyond the horizon. Quite intriguing. To dare name it after the heavens, let us see what unfolds. Su Chang'e pushes open the heavy doors and strides inside. He first traverses a long corridor, enveloped in darkness, until a light gradually emerges ahead. Entering this illuminated realm, it feels as though he stands in the midst of a vast plaza, surrounded by an ethereal mist that exudes an air of profound mystery. As he gazes upward, it appears as though he is within an ancient well, with the end obscured in a blanket of white. Su Chang'e steps onto the steps hidden within the white mist, faintly sensing an invisible force pressing down upon him. However, for him, it felt feeble, akin to a grain of dust settling upon his body, leaving no significant impact. Indeed, as those established norms suggested, with each ascending step, the pressure he felt intensified. Su Chang'e couldn't help but sigh, remarking on the antiquated conventions of fantasy narratives. Ding! A new optional quest has been detected. Option 1. Ascend to the 5th level of the Celestial Tower. Reward: Dragon Transformation Skill. Option 2. Ascend to the 9th level of the Celestial Tower. Reward: the 3,000 Waters Technique. Option 3. Ascend to the 10th level of the Celestial Tower. Reward: 1 lucky draw. The 10th level? A lucky draw? Su Chang'e felt a surge of excitement within. So, the Celestial Tower indeed possessed a 10th level. The prospect of a lucky draw was unprecedented. He surely could not afford to miss this opportunity. With the allure of system rewards, his pace quickened as he ascended the tower. Light as a swallow, he swiftly reached the second heaven in mere moments. Yet, he was not finished. He pressed on. Third heaven, fourth heaven, fifth heaven, sixth heaven. Observers outside the tower were bewildered, witnessing a magical formation with luminous points ascending at astonishing speed. In less than a quarter of an hour, he had already reached the sixth heaven, showing no sign of slowing down. Wasn't there supposed to be 99 steps in each heaven? Could it be that I remembered wrong? You certainly did not misremember. I have attempted it several times. Those dreadful 99 steps are etched deep within me. But is the divine Son even human? Some disciples found the steps of the second heaven nearly insurmountable. Meanwhile, their divine Son, as effortlessly as one might consume a meal, had already traversed halfway through the sixth heaven. Their hearts ached. It was not jealousy. It was the painful realization of their own shattered aspirations. Indeed, their divine Son continuously reminded them of their perceived inadequacy. Chapter 16. The Vision of the Holy Body. Piercing through the celestial tower, do you think the Son of God can ascend to the ninth level? Given the current pace of the Sun, the possibility is quite high. Alas, I have grown numb. In comparison to the Sun, I am nothing. You are suffering from a grave affliction. Why must you compare yourself to him? No, you cannot even surpass me. How dare you choke me? Choke you, is it? You shameless wretch. Release me. I may release you, but do not move. Not move? Impossible. Remaining still is for turtles. Look quickly. The Sun has already reached the seventh level. The crowd's gaze returned to the celestial tower, their faces awash with undisguised astonishment. Meanwhile, within the celestial tower, in school, one must climb stairs, and even after traversing, there are more stairs to climb. Su Chang'e felt a sense of helplessness. Fortunately, he possessed the holy body, granting him formidable physical prowess. Even after reaching the seventh level, he was merely slightly fatigued. Would invoking the power of the Purple Mansion ease his burden? Su Chang'e surmised that, according to the fantastical novels he had read in his past life, this trial mode should allow him to harness his own strength. As he summoned the four powers of the Purple Mansion, a powerful aura, indeed, mitigated a portion of the oppressive force. A knowing smile graced Su Chang'e's lips. This was expected. The seventh level was rather peculiar. After searching the surroundings, he found no stairs, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, he felt an invisible force descend upon him, penetrating his divine sea and causing the ocean of spiritual energy in his dantian to surge and even exhibit signs of evaporation. Is this a trial targeting the divine sea? Su Chang'e realized. He sat cross-legged, mobilizing all his spiritual energy to contend against this enigmatic force. Thunderous roars erupted as the divine sea within him churned, unleashing colossal waves of spiritual energy. However, as Su Chang'e's aura intensified further, that mysterious force gradually succumbed to his oppression. The surging vitality, combined with the bloodline of the holy body, shattered that power into disarray. It appears this level's trial is directed at the cultivator's divine sea. If one cannot master their divine sea flawlessly, it will be disturbed by this force, resulting in an unstable aura and the loss of qualification to advance. It seems the eighth level pertains to the Tao platform, Su Chang'e speculated. The Son of God is about to challenge the eighth level. The first holy son, Yi Lintian, faltered at this stage. Can the sun succeed? As they observed Su Chang'e's light flickering back to life, the crowd's hearts collectively leaped, their pulses racing. Celestial Tower, 10th level. A youth clad in feather garments sat cross-legged before a chessboard, engaged in solitary play. A thick veil of white mist obscured his visage, adding an air of supreme mystery. Quite intriguing. Is he a congenital holy body, Tao embryo? And does he possess the sword intent of the realm of immortals? At last, a prodigious individual has emerged from the holy land of returning origin. However, little one, if you wish to reach the 10th level, we shall see if you possess the requisite ability. The youth appeared exuberant as he gently placed the white piece upon the chessboard, an enigmatic aura emanating forth. As he ascended to the 8th level, the mist thickened considerably. Why do I feel a chilling breeze? Su Chang'e was acutely sensitive to the surrounding energy. He distinctly sensed the intensification of the aura. It felt as though it had surged suddenly, rendering the atmosphere quite uncanny. Nevertheless, he was determined to traverse the Tianji Tower. Such splendid system rewards were not to be overlooked. The white mist on the 8th level grew denser, visibility reduced to a mere meter. This eerie fog not only exerted pressure, but also obstructed his spiritual perception. Something felt amiss. Su Chang'e scanned his surroundings with vigilance, his instincts signaling that this level was unlike any he had encountered before. Quite perceptive indeed. The young man in feathered attire on the 10th level of the Tianji Tower smiled faintly and dropped a black piece once more. The white mist on the 8th level darkened at an observable rate. The black fog billowed like a tempest, seemingly brewing a great terror. Roar! A colossal dragon emerged from the depths, the swirling black mist emanating an overwhelming presence, indeed a manifestation of the perfected purple mansion. The dragon roared as it charged towards Su Chang'e, the black mist swirling within its maw. Mere trivial skills. As Su Chang'e prepared strike, an inexplicable force descended upon his spiritual sea, this time even more potent, directly shaking his Taoist platform. The black mist coiled around the ancient divine mountain within his spiritual sea, transforming what was once a golden-hued mountain into a nightmarish visage. After a brief hesitation, the dragon approached in an instant, and the black mist surged at Su Chang'e's location, as if he were swallowed by an endless darkness. What a pity. Still not worthy. The young man in feathered attire shook his head in resignation, his expression tinged with disappointment. Suddenly, he furrowed his brow, sensing something unusual. What is this? Countless divine lights pierced through the enveloping black mist, and before this golden radiance, the black fog melted away like snowflakes. The resplendent glow intensified, and the black mist dissipated in an instant. Amidst the dazzling light stood Su Chang'e, hands clasped behind his back, his white attire as pure as snow, utterly unruffled. The brilliance illuminated him like a deity from the heavens, sacred and inviolable. This young man possesses quite a treasure. The feathered youth raised an eyebrow, sensing the formidable protective artifacts surrounding his opponent. This was unmistakably Su Chang'e's celestial light armor, capable of withstanding a full strike from a sovereign, with no means to attack. What use is even the strongest defense? The feathered youth dropped another black piece, and the black mist surged forth like a tide once more. Su Chang'e snorted coldly, clenching his fist as a remarkable surge of vigor coursed through him. It roared like a divine demon, thunderous and resonant. It echoed like a true dragon's roar, vast and overwhelming. Accompanied by a cacophony resembling thunder, his extraordinary physique was revealed. The manifestation of the sacred body summoned divine demons, ethereal figures appearing in this void, the very realm lamenting, heaven-splitting overlord fist. Boom! The might of this punch was terrifying beyond measure, annihilating the laws and shattering the fabric of space. A terrifying golden light erupted from the 8th floor of the celestial tower, surging into the heavens. The golden fist aura soared upwards, piercing a vast hole through the clouds above. The disciples and elders gathered around the celestial tower were rendered momentarily speechless. The celestial tower had been breached. Good heavens! Am I seeing things? The 8th floor of the celestial tower has been shattered. What kind of power is this? Even the venerable broken army ancestor appeared momentarily stunned. Was this commotion excessive? First, the heavens were cleaved asunder, and now the celestial tower has been breached? Suddenly, a realization struck him, and his countenance turned pale. This is disastrous, for the celestial tower is associated with that esteemed individual. He transformed into a swift gust of wind and vanished into the void, utterly astonished that Su Chang'e could cause such a monumental disturbance within the celestial tower. May that esteemed individual not be angered. Chapter 17. Rejecting shortcuts. Reaching the pinnacle, Su Chang'e was momentarily taken aback, retracting his fist, still emitting wisps of white smoke. He gazed at the gaping hole before him, lost in thought. Was the heavenly extremity tower truly so fragile? Fragile? Some disciples were nearly driven to the brink of vomiting blood. Could this be considered sensible discourse? It was only now that the feather-clad figure from the 10th level of the Heavenly Extremity Tower regained his composure. The 8th level had shattered so effortlessly. Chang'e, did you ascend the Heavenly Extremity Tower merely to dismantle it? A streak of light descended before Su Chang'e as the revered Elder Biejuan hovered in the air from afar. Witnessing the devastation of the Heavenly Extremity Tower, his heart bled. This tower was only meant to admit those of the Purple Mansion realm. Yet Su Chang'e's unleashed power had far surpassed that threshold. The force emanating from within had effortlessly obliterated the structure. Feeling somewhat awkward, Su Chang'e sheepishly scratched his head. He truly could not be blamed for this. Elder, allow me to explain. I believe there is something amiss with the Heavenly Extremity Tower. Something amiss? Elder Biejuan furrowed his brow deeply. Su Chang'e nodded slightly. I sensed an artificial aura within, as though it were deliberately targeting me. Artificial? Targeting. The thought of that esteemed figure sent a shiver through him. If someone could manipulate the Heavenly Extremity Tower, could it not be that very figure? Before he could voice his thoughts, the tower exuded an enigmatic aura. Ha, little one, you are quite intriguing. I did not expect you to uncover this. A voice echoed from within the tower, eerie and resonant in the minds of all present. Upon hearing this voice, not only Elder Biejuan, but also numerous elders from the ancestral ground were taken aback. Had they truly disturbed that esteemed figure? It had been thousands of years, hadn't it? Elder Biejuan hastily clasped his hands in reverence. Bowing respectfully, I pay my respects, esteemed one. Chang'e, do not remain dazed. This esteemed figure is a celestial. There is no need for excessive formalities. I wish to meet this young friend. What say you? This. Elder Biejuan found himself in a quandary. Chang'e was dear to him, and should the other party take offense at Su Chang'e, he would undoubtedly strive to protect him. Rest assured, the Heavenly Extremity Tower is under my control. Its restoration is but a thought away. I would not trouble Amir Jr. As the words fell, a resplendent pathway materialized at the pinnacle of the Heavenly Extremity Tower, stretching towards Su Chang'e. Its terminus appeared to lead to an unknown realm. Come forth, young one. Ascend this path, and you shall reach my domain, the 10th level of the Heavenly Extremity Tower. The legendary 10th level of the Heavenly Extremity Tower truly exists. One eye-opener. Were it not for the Son of God, I might never have encountered the 10th level in my lifetime. Expressions of envy adorned the faces of the onlookers. The 10th level of the Heavenly Extremity Tower. A place of legend. Regardless of the grand opportunities that might lie within, merely reaching it would elevate one's renown. Yet, the next scene took everyone by surprise. Senior, I appreciate your kind intentions, but I must decline the use of this pathway to the 10th level, Su Chang'e replied nonchalantly. In that moment, the space itself seemed to fall into silence, as all present questioned their own hearing. The fabled realm was being forsaken? Oh, what do you mean? The young man in feathered attire was somewhat taken aback. This lad possessed quite the character. Junior, I aspire to ascend to the 10th level through my own strength. Su Chang'e felt a sense of helplessness, for the system had insisted on his solitary ascent to the 10th level. If he were to rely on external assistance, it would not be considered a reward, leading to a significant loss on his part, efforts yielding nothing in the end. Clearing his throat, Su Chang'e deliberately coughed a few times and once again clasped his hands in greeting. In our pursuit of the Tao, we must tread each step with diligence. I possess unwavering confidence in my own abilities. I humbly request your support, esteemed senior. In that instant, everyone was left dumbfounded, gazing blankly at the figure clad in white. A moment frozen in time. The divine child exuded an aura of majesty. As a shout erupted, the entire sacred ground was abuzz with excitement. The divine child is our role model. We admire the stature of the divine child. Various cries surged forth like a tidal wave, reaching a crescendo. Such talent, such spirit, such a divine child. What more could one desire? Any other individual would undoubtedly have accepted the offer immediately, embarking on a journey to a legendary realm, inscribing their name in history. Yet, Su Chang'e resolutely declined, opting instead to rely solely on his own strength to ascend to the 10th level. This not only showcased his audacity, but also revealed an absolute confidence in his own capabilities. Chang'e, the venerable ancestor of the Broken Army, felt immense satisfaction at this moment. With such a mindset, how could one not achieve immortality? Ha ha! Excellent. You have not disappointed me. I shall await your arrival at the 10th level. Su Chang'e released a long breath, relieved that he had delivered a speech in his previous life, managing not only to impress, but also to garner goodwill. An absolute triumph. Remarkably, this sensation was rather delightful. Su Chang'e finally understood why protagonists in fantastical novels reveled in their bravado. The exhilaration was undeniable. Scoring a perfect 100, he deemed himself worthy of a 99. Fearing the arrogance that a perfect score might incite, he ventured once more toward the 9th level, which felt peculiar, as if he were enveloped in a realm of chaos. Boom! The surroundings warped and transformed, the very fabric of space rippling like water. As his vision gradually cleared, Su Chang'e found himself amidst an ancient battlefield. Rusted bronze pillars loomed around him, exuding an aura of antiquity, adorned with flecks of dried blood. It seemed as if time had washed over them, leaving behind a potent, dark scent of blood, permeating the air with a chilling aura. Was this a spatial transition or merely an illusion? Su Chang'e remained vigilant, keenly aware that the 9th level of the Heavenly Pinnacle Tower was undoubtedly a place of great significance. Suddenly, a clanking sound echoed in the darkness. The sound of chains dragging across the ground. The very earth trembled beneath him. As the commotion escalated, a colossal figure emerged from shadows, a towering giant adorned with a fearsome mask, standing at least several dozen meters tall, bound by bronze chains. Though its power seemed somewhat restrained, it remained terrifyingly formidable. The aura it exuded faintly reached the realm of the exalted, its overwhelming bloodlust roiling the atmosphere. Su Chang'e remained utterly unperturbed, a faint smile gracing his lips, surrounded by a radiant glow and an ethereal aura. His very being emanated a mysterious essence of Tao. He resembled the sun itself, resplendent and blinding. With a thunderous roar, the giant unleashed a surge of blood energy that caused the very fabric of space to tremble. Its colossal hand descended upon Su Chang'e with overwhelming force, the tempest it conjured capable of sweeping away countless adversaries. The might was formidable, yet it lacked a certain finesse. As the immense hand bore down upon him, Su Chang'e merely uttered a singular phrase. His right hand formed a sword gesture, and a torrent of magical energy surged forth. The essence of the slaying god sword manifested from the void in an instant. With the thought of divine and demonic convergence, the sword's intent transcended the heavens. Intertwining Tao and swordsmanship, it inhaled and exhaled the essence of the universe, aspiring to subdue the cosmic void. The slaying god sword's intent propelled the yin-yang sword energy to its zenith. With a crack, the immense obsidian hand collided with the yin-yang sword energy, sending shockwaves through the very heavens and earth. Yet, like snow meeting the blazing sun, the dark hand shattered instantaneously, dissipating into ethereal smoke. The might of the slaying god sword remained undiminished, akin to an ancient divine sun descending with overwhelming authority. The giant emitted a ferocious howl, its blood energy roaring once more, striving for a final stand. However, before the terrifying sword energy, all efforts appeared futile. The giant S-form was swiftly obliterated by the celestial sword energy. An earth-shattering explosion ensued. Darkness was vanquished, replaced by blinding white brilliance. It was as though everything had returned to a blank canvas. Chapter 18. The Shattering of the Celestial Monument and the Key to Immortality with a Resounding Crash. The tumultuous noise gradually subsided. The radiant white light slowly dissipated, and the surroundings returned to tranquility as if nothing had occurred. It was truly perplexing. Why had the sword strike failed to shatter this layer? Su Chang'e felt a sense of bewilderment. Surely, the power of this sword was no less formidable than that of the previous punch. The youth in feathered attire on the 10th layer felt a wave of frustration wash over him. This audacious lad truly had an unyielding spirit. Nevertheless, since he had passed the trial of the 9th layer, it was only fitting to grant him passage. He genuinely felt a twinge of fear. Had he not fortuitously reinforced the restrictions of the 9th layer, it too would likely have been reduced to fragments. Observing the necessity of formality, he gestured grandly, and a mysterious aura emanated from the celestial tower. Above the tower, the space warped, and divine light burst forth. The heavens shattered in layers. A colossal white stone monument gradually materialized, imbued with an inexhaustible sense of antiquity. The Chosen One had succeeded. The celestial monument had descended. The celestial monument, a legendary artifact of the immortal path, capable of divining a person's destiny. With such innate talent, the Chosen One would undoubtedly rise to become a figure of great prominence. The disciples of the Holy Land of Return were now filled with anticipation. What marvels would their Chosen One unveil this time? A monument that predicts fortunes? I am eager to witness whether it possesses the divine capabilities as proclaimed. Su Chang'e, wielding his sword Aura as a pen, inscribed the character Su upon the monument, only for it to erupt with a thunderous resonance. Crack! The sound of shattering echoed. The monument appeared to be affected by an unknown force, trembling and roaring incessantly. With each tremor, a vast fissure emerged. Was the celestial monument on the verge of shattering? The Chosen One had inscribed merely one character. Could it truly not withstand such a minor act? The youth in feathered attire on the 10th layer paled significantly. In all his years, he had never witnessed such a phenomenon. The celestial monument, a relic passed down through the immortal realm, was fracturing due to a single character. This artifact, designed to suppress destinies, should, in theory, never encounter such a scenario. Could it be that a thought struck him? There existed an ancient legend within the immortal realm regarding the celestial monument. If an individual's future accomplishments were to far surpass the mundane, the monument would falter under the weight of such destiny, to the extent that even the heavenly laws would hesitate to intervene. Such individuals were deemed eternal taboos. One extraordinary youth, possessing such terrifying potential even before fully maturing. The feathered youth trembled involuntarily as he noticed Su Chang'e preparing to inscribe a second character. Alarmed, he hurriedly retracted the celestial monument. That was a close call. The monument had nearly shattered. If a single character had almost caused its destruction, how could he dare to inscribe a second? Su Chang'e was utterly perplexed. Had he not been instructed to write his name? How could the celestial monument react so violently to a mere single character? The atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. As the celestial clouds that had once heralded the arrival of the monument vanished entirely, the sky cleared, as if nothing had transpired at all. Cough. Well, little one, you have successfully traversed the 9th level. It seems you may now step onto this grand avenue, correct? The young man in feathered attire felt somewhat embarrassed, as he considered himself a senior figure, yet he could not shake the feeling of having lost face. A golden rune-laden path unfurled once more from an unknown realm, and it was only then that Su Chang'e regained his composure. As he set foot upon this golden avenue, he felt a disorienting shift in the very fabric of existence. To the onlookers, it appeared that their divine son was enveloped in golden radiance the moment he stepped onto the path. Soon after, the golden avenue dissipated, as if it had never graced the realm at all. What an enigmatic thoroughfare. Why have I never encountered such a teleportation array before? Logically, wouldn't a typical teleportation array leave some trace of its presence? Perhaps that Senior's power transcends our understanding. Many gazed upon Su Chang'e with envy, imagining that their divine son had been whisked away to a paradise akin to an ethereal realm. However, imagination and reality seldom align. Su Chang'e stood there, somewhat dazed, feeling as though he had merely repeated the previous layers. The surroundings remained a vast expanse of white. According to the conventions of fantastical literature, shouldn't such esteemed figures create an entirely new world? Where are the sacred temples and celestial islands? Yet, what lay before him was nothing but fog. Were it not for the system's prompt confirming the completion of the 10th level's task, he might have suspected he had been deceived. Little one, I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. A profound voice resonated through the mist, revealing a faint silhouette, indistinct and ethereal. Seated in meditation, it appeared as though a chessboard lay before this figure, who was poised to make a move. How pedestrian! Do these esteemed figures truly indulge in such theatrics? Their common ruse seems to involve shrouding their appearance in mist, obscuring their visage from view, or altering their voice with spiritual energy to sound enigmatic. Suchanga could not help but scoff internally. However, outwardly he maintained an expression of trepidation. Junior Suchanga pays his respects to the esteemed senior. The young man in feathered attire was quite pleased with Suchanga's reaction, feeling that he had regained a semblance of dignity. Unbeknownst to him, Suchanga was merely playing along. Such so-called senior figures are most concerned with their facade. In essence, they relish receiving praise for their prowess. Ha ha, little one, do you know who I am? Though I am unaware of your identity, I can sense the extraordinary power emanating from you. Esteemed senior. Suchanga replied respectfully, though internally he felt a surge of frustration. After all, I am the protagonist. Why must I witness others bask in ostentation? The young man in feathered attire made another move. I am known as the true man of the void. By all accounts, I am not a denizen of this world. I hail from. He gestured upward. Suchanga understood at once. Ah, so the true man of the void is from the higher realms. From what he knew, that higher realm must refer to the domain of the immortals. Since you hail from that realm, why do you find yourself within this celestial tower? Do you not wish to return? Suchanga inquired with a hint of confusion. The true immortal of the void let out a deep sigh, remaining silent. Return? Could he ever go back to that place? Countless epochs had passed since that great battle, and the existence of the immortal domain remained uncertain. In truth, he had lost the majority of his memories, retaining only scattered fragments, terrifying figures, powers that did not belong to the immortal domain. Alas, I have long since lost most of my strength and am incapable of returning. If anyone were to journey to the immortal domain in the future, it would undoubtedly be you. Me? The youth in feathered garments nodded resolutely at Suchanga. Indeed, your potential rivals that of some of the former prodigies of the immortal domain. Only those with true immortal aptitude can open the path to immortality. Presently, in this world, you're the only one I have discovered possessing such true immortal essence. As he spoke, the youth in feathered garments produced an object from his robe, radiating a sacred brilliance. With a flick of his wrist, it descended gently before Suchanga like a luminous orb. This is the key to the celestial repository, the key to the Bronze Divine Hall. The Bronze Divine Hall? What is that? Suchanga felt increasingly bewildered, unable to comprehend the words spoken by the other. The youth in feathered garments offered no further explanation. His memories were fading rapidly. He only knew that within the Bronze Divine Hall lay something of immense significance, perhaps even tied to the fate of all realms. I apologize, my memories are nearly exhausted. I can only tell you that there is something very important within. You must seek it out in the future. Ding! A new optional task has been detected. Option 1. The causal implications are too great. Refuse directly. Reward. The resentment of the remnant immortal. Option 2. For the sake of all realms, choose to accept. Reward. Key to the celestial repository. Unlocking the sealed version. Upon hearing the term remnant immortal, Suchanga was momentarily stunned. An immortal? A being far beyond this world. If he were to choose refusal, he would merely be adding to the resentment of the remnant immortal. Though two options were presented, in essence, it was but a singular choice. What a clever feint, cloaked in subterfuge. Chapter 19. The Fortunate Lottery. The Eye of Fortune. Suchanga felt a sense of helplessness within. Did he truly have the option to refuse? He could only feign a righteous demeanor and declare, "Rest assured, esteemed senior, I shall fulfill your request." The Taoist Master Tai soon nodded with a smile. Indeed, the youth possesses great awareness. Awareness? If you bear resentment towards me for my refusal, I wouldn't even acknowledge your existence. Suchanga internally complained, "What awareness is this? It's nothing but coercion." Seeing the potential in this young man, the Taoist master Tai Su decided to grant him a valuable gift. With a wave of his hand, he produced a white jade pendant from the folds of his robe. The pendant emitted a soft, ethereal glow, its intricate carvings appearing vividly lifelike. This is the God Guardian Jade. It can help you withstand 3 soul attacks, the Taoist master explained. Su Chang'e was astounded. Soul attacks were both mysterious and unpredictable, making them exceedingly difficult to guard against. With this jade pendant, it would serve as a protective talisman. "Thank you, esteemed senior, for this precious gift," he exclaimed. "All right, I take back my earlier words. The Taoist master Tai Su does possess a semblance of conscience." After conversing further about matters pertaining to the immortal realm, Su Chang'e was transported back to the holy land of Guiyuan. It appeared that some significant upheaval had transpired in the immortal realm. The Taoist master's words had provided him with a glimpse of certain truths. However, he did not dwell on it. His strength was insufficient, and he needed to attain the pinnacle of this world to be granted access to its deeper mysteries. At this moment, he found himself before the holy hall of Guiyuan. The teleportation array was indeed wondrous, truly transporting me to the sacred hall. The Tianji Tower was currently bustling with activity. If he were to reappear there, it would surely incite a commotion, one he found quite overwhelming due to the fervor of his disciples. "Ah, it is time to collect my reward. A fortunate lottery? I wonder what splendid prize awaits." As Su Chang'e clicked to utilize the lucky draw, a spinning wheel materialized in the void, complete with a pointer. First prize? Special prize? Mysterious prize? This wheel resembled the lotteries of my past life, relying purely on luck. Fortune does not save the unworthy. Spending does not alter fate. I, Su Chang'e, shall surely be favored by fortune today. The wheel spun rapidly before finally halting at a designated section. Mysterious prize? Ding. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the mysterious grand prize, the Eye of Fortune. When the host's cultivation surpasses that of others, they can view the fortune values of others. The higher the fortune value, the more favored they are by the heavenly path, thus acquiring greater opportunities. Please note, the Eye of Fortune can activate a single insight on an individual, allowing the host to observe significant destiny trajectories. Su Chang'e was momentarily taken aback. Then his face broke into an expression of great delight. To view the fortunes of others meant he could directly discern those with exceptional fates. Such individuals are often favored by the heavenly path and possess their own unique opportunities. If I were to discover their fortunes, a nefarious thought began to take root in Su Chang'e's mind. With the Eye of Fortune in my possession, how could I not pursue some of these fortunate children? Activate the Eye of Fortune. A peculiar force began to burgeon within Su Chang'e's eyes. Deep within their depths, runes flowed and golden light radiated, creating an extraordinary spectacle. It seemed there was nothing particularly special about it. Should he find someone to test this? Suddenly, a thought struck him. His little maid would be an excellent candidate. Gifted with extraordinary talent, she was a saintess and possessed unparalleled beauty, fitting the archetype of a heroine from a fantastical novel. With a firm step, Su Chang'e entered the sanctuary. There, he beheld Yun Xinyan seated in meditation, her beautiful eyes closed, fully engrossed in her cultivation. As Su Chang'e focused his mind, the world around him began to transform. A hum resonated, and slowly, a line of golden characters emerged above Yun Xinyan's head. Yun Xinyan, fortune points, 232. 232? Was that high or low? Su Chang'e found himself puzzled, lacking a frame of reference, and he couldn't even see his own fortune points. Activating the insight of fortune, he murmured softly, and once again, the runes in his eyes shifted, shimmering with brilliant gold. Yun Xinyan, the eldest daughter of the Yun family in Wind and Cloud City, renowned as the most talented young woman in the city. Due to an engagement arranged in childhood, her life would undergo tremendous change 3 years hence, leading to her fall from grace into endless darkness. A 3-year agreement? Wasn't that a common trope in certain tales? 30 years of fortune and 30 years of adversity. Do not underestimate the youth in poverty. A once downcast youth rises against the odds, embarking on a path to greatness. If that were the case, it seemed that Yun Xinyan would ultimately face defeat, and the entire Yun family would decline. Su Chang'e couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. Indeed, it was the familiar formula, the same well-worn narrative. If he had not awakened the Eye of Fortune, he might have unwittingly followed the script. Now that he had discovered this, he felt compelled to intervene. Not to mention, he relished the satisfaction of overturning expectations. Divinson? At that moment, Yun Xinyan slowly opened her beautiful eyes, a trace of confusion gracing her features. Noticing Su Chang'e's gaze upon her, she blushed and lowered her head. Awake? Su Chang'e observed Yun Xinyan and smiled. Just in time, I have something to discuss with you. Ah? You have something to discuss with me? Yun Xinyan was momentarily bewildered. Though she was inexperienced, she had some understanding of such matters. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she stammered, "But I am not prepared," was the divine son implying. A solitary encounter between a man and a woman? Yun Xinyan's head swirled, her face blossomed with color. Shy as if she might melt away, engaging in such activities during daylight seemed inappropriate. Yet if it were the divine son, Su Chang'e was perplexed. The weather was not particularly warm, so why was she blushing so easily? Divine son, I am ready. I'm not afraid of pain. With that, Yun Xinyan closed her eyes once more, presenting herself as if ready for the taking. Despite his confusion, Su Chang'e had begun to grasp her intentions. This little maid was undeniably craving his presence. I regard you as my maid, and yet you dare to entertain such thoughts? Ahem. Now is not the time for such discussions. Su Chang'e cleared his throat, recognizing the immense value of the Taiyin physique he possessed, which would undoubtedly serve him well in the future. Xinyan, do you happen to have an engagement? It was evident that Su Chang'e sought to divert the awkwardness of the moment with this inquiry. As a divine son and a gentleman, he felt compelled to provide the bashful maiden with an avenue of escape. Yun Xinyan paused momentarily, but quickly regained her composure. How did you know, my lord divine son, that I have an engagement? Ahem. As my maid, I naturally keep myself informed. Su Chang'e fabricated a casual explanation. Yun Xinyan felt a mix of suspicion and gratitude. It was heartwarming to realize that the divine son cared for her well-being. My fiancé's name is Luo Yan. The story behind this engagement is related to my father. Luo Yan's father is the patriarch of a modest family, and my father once encountered a perilous situation, only to be saved by him. In gratitude, my father decided to betroth me to his son, Luo Yan. However, we have never met, nor have we engaged in any form of relationship. Please believe me, divine son. As she spoke, Yun Xinyan's beautiful eyes anxiously searched Su Chang'e's face, fearing he might misconstrue her words. Rest assured, I trust my maid. Upon hearing Su Chang'e's reassurance, she finally exhaled in relief and continued. Subsequently, Luo Yan's cultivation stagnated, rendering him the greatest failure in our Fengyan city. To speak plainly, not only am I unwilling, but Luo Yan himself has affections for another. Thus, to resolve this matter, we established an agreement. 3 years hence, in the arena competition, the victor may unilaterally dissolve the engagement. Yet perhaps it was destined for Luo Yan to rise against the odds. Shortly after our accord, he experienced a miraculous resurgence and became the newly appointed saint's son of the Gi sect. After listening to Yun Xinyan's account, Su Chang'e stroked his chin thoughtfully. Could it be that he is the fated child of this world? Chapter 20. The Loha Sword Sect, Wuji Outyin. In light of this, your fiancé appears rather enigmatic. Why has his cultivation fluctuated so dramatically? Su Chang'e's inquiry seemed innocuous, yet was a calculated attempt to guide the conversation. Indeed, Yun Xinyan paused, as if a revelation struck her. It is indeed peculiar. I have heard that Luo Yan mysteriously lost his cultivation after returning from a certain mountain range. Su Chang'e raised an eyebrow slightly. After returning from a remote mountain, his abilities vanished, only to be restored a year later with astonishing progress. This is undoubtedly a classic tale of fortuitous encounters in the deep mountains. He mused, truly a child of destiny. Achieving the status of a saint in the Gi sect in such a brief span signifies the extraordinary opportunities he has encountered. However, this only adds to the intrigue. The stronger the child of destiny, the greater the yield, thus presenting me with even more opportunities. Though elated internally, his demeanor remained nonchalant. Xinyan, when the time comes for you to keep your appointment, I shall accompany you. Yun Xinyan, momentarily taken aback, soon felt a wave of gratitude. A figure of such stature concerned for her well-being. What more could she desire? Thank you, Divine Son. For you, Xinyan would offer her everything. Su Chang'e found himself at a loss for words. He merely wished to reap the rewards from a child of destiny, yet her gratitude was overwhelming. Suddenly, a voice resonated from outside the Guiyuan Holy Land, youthful yet imbued with a formidable presence. Meanwhile, outside the Guiyuan Holy Land, a black-clad youth stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his brow sharp as a sword, his posture upright. Merely standing there, he emanated an aura so piercing it seemed to cleave the heavens, akin to a divine sword capable of creating worlds. Wuji Outyin cast a casual glance at the individual beside him. Are you certain the Divine Son of Guiyuan possesses exceptional swordsmanship? Indeed, I have fought him personally. I implore you, trust me. The speaker was none other than Wang Kaihe, the Divine Son of Guiyuan. Interesting. I am eager to ascertain if this Divine Son's swordsmanship can surpass mine. After Wang Kaihe sought refuge with him, Wuji Outyin felt disdain. Such a traitor to his sect was the epitome of scoundrel. However, upon hearing Wang Kaihe extol Su Chang'e's swordsmanship, he was intrigued enough to pay a visit. Many from the Guiyuan Holy Land had already been drawn to the scene. The Luoha Sword Sect? What brings you to our Guiyuan Holy Land? Wait, the fifth Divine Son, Wang Kaihe? The elders of Guiyuan Holy Land were taken aback, realizing their Divine Son was in the company of someone from Luoha Sword Sect, which implied, indeed, Wang Kaihe sneered coldly, I am no longer the Divine Son of Guiyuan Holy Land. I have now pledged myself to the Luoha Sword Sect. A profound silence enveloped the surroundings, as the listeners' eyes blazed with fury upon hearing this declaration. Their own Divine Son had secretly defected from a sect, only to join the Luoha Sword Sect? Such an act was an unparalleled disgrace to any cultivation sect. Should this information be leaked, the Guiyuan Holy Land would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the entire Baiming Dao region. How infuriating! Kaihe, I have treated you with kindness. And is this how you repay me? At this moment, Wang Kaihe's master has also arrived, his heart aching with a pain akin to bleeding. His own disciple has defected from the sect, joining the Luoha Sword Sect, and, as his master, he too shall bear the stigma of being a sinner of the Guiyuan Holy Land. Ha ha ha, master. No, we are now nameless and without ties. Perhaps I should refer to you as old man. Old man, I know you were once kind to me, but when I was defeated by that scoundrel Su Chang'e, you dared to strike me as well? Do you think being my master makes you untouchable? Today, I am no longer the holy son of the sect. What do you do to me? The elder's rage was palpable, trembling with fury as he exclaimed, Wretched disciple. Today, I shall eradicate this menace for the sect. However, before he could act, a terrifying figure descended, a venerable elder with hair as white as snow, bearing a broken bamboo sword on his back. Though his visage was aged, his eyes radiated an awe-inspiring sword intent. This is the ancestor of the Luoha Sword Sect, the Sword Sovereign of the Opening Sky. The Sword Sovereign, a pinnacle powerhouse from millennia past, is renowned throughout the Baiming Dao region for his unparalleled swordsmanship. His signature sword technique, the Opening Sky Sword, is famed for its ability to open the gates of heaven, earning him the esteemed title of the Sword Sovereign of the Opening Sky. Many within the Guiyuan Holy Land trembled at the terrifying sword intent emanating from the Sword Sovereign. Old man of the Opening Sky, you were once known as the gentlemanly Sword Sovereign of the Baiming Dao region. Are you not afraid of being ridiculed for such behavior? The voice of the ancestor Pejuan echoed from within the Holy Land as a vast aura of spiritual energy surged from his palm, instantly counteracting the opponent's sword intent. The Sword Sovereign of the Opening Sky stood silently, unyielding. After a prolonged silence, he finally spoke. Let the younger generation resolve their own matters. Ancestor Pejuan could not help but scoff. Ah, such matters of the younger generation. The holy son of our sect has defected, and they dare to come here to provoke us? This is sheer audacity. His gaze turned to Wang Kai-he, who stood beside Wu Jiaoyan. His eyes filled with a desire to tear him apart. Is Chang'e present? Here, disciple is here. Su Chang'e emerged on a divine crane, soaring through the mist. Instantly, all eyes converged upon him. The figure was tall and upright, adorned in flowing white robes that danced with the breeze. His inky black hair shimmered, exuding an ethereal brilliance that spoke of his extraordinary nature. Anyone who beheld him could not help but exclaim that he was a celestial being descended from the heavens. The Holy Son is truly the Holy Son, a pure celestial being. Is this a mortal come down from the heavens? I envy the Saintess Xinyan so much. If only the Holy Son would allow me to serve as his attendant, I would willingly forsake my status as an elder. Many who had not seen Su Chang'e in Tianji Tower were now enamored by his presence, their admiration blossoming like spring flowers. It must be said, the allure of beauty and righteousness is undeniable. Yun Xinyan, following closely behind Su Chang'e, was filled with joy, for she was the Holy Son's attendant, able to behold his radiance every day. Please, ancestor, give your orders. The ancient ancestor of the breaking army found himself at a loss, sensing a rather peculiar atmosphere. A celebrity meet and greet? Yet, he felt utterly helpless, for Su Chang'e's beauty was undeniably striking. Chang'e, given that the visitor has come to pay their respects, you should know how to proceed. Upon perceiving the sharp gaze of the ancient ancestor, he immediately understood. It seemed the elder wished for him to impart a lesson to the other party. Quietly, he activated his Eye of Destiny, casting his gaze toward Wu Jiaoyan. Wu Jiaoyan, Destiny value 309, a prodigious youth hailing from a remote mountain village, who at the tender age of 12, earned the recognition of the sacred sword of the Lu Sword sect. Since then, he has become enamored with the sword path, showcasing unparalleled talent. And with the aid of the sacred sword, he ascended to become the foremost disciple of the Lu Sword sect. Wu Jiaoyan, such an audacious name. Clearly, he is a fully developed child of destiny. Alas, no matter how formidable a child of destiny may be, can he rival one who possesses extraordinary advantages? While Su Chang'e assessed his opponent, Wu Jiaoyan was likewise scrutinizing Su Chang'e. Upon encountering Su Chang'e, he was momentarily awestruck. He had never beheld such a striking figure. However, with a handsome visage alone, why should I fear him when it comes to swordsmanship? With this thought, Wu Jiaoyan wore a proud expression. Having heard of the divine one's unparalleled sword talent, Wu Jiaoyan comes to pay his respects. I humbly seek your guidance. Chapter 21. Astonishing. Unconventional tactics. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly resonated. Ding! A new optional task has been detected. Option 1. Refuse the opponent and return a cultivation. Reward. Divine Tortoise Shield Armor. Option 2. Defeat the opponent. Hua, Schwarzlessing Technique. Divine Tortoise Shield Armor? Is that not merely a turtle shell? How infuriating. Even the system wishes to join the fray? Then let us engage. Su Chang'e calmly proposed. Shall we settle this with a single sword? How's that sound? This suited me perfectly. Let the battle commence. A clash beyond the heavens. Wu Jiaoyan soared into the sky, suspended in midair, his black robe billowing in the wind, exuding the demeanor of a war god. In the vast expanse above, two figures faced each other in the air, one clad in white and the other in black, reminiscent of a duel between deities and demons. I have been practicing swordsmanship since the age of 4, joined the Luha sword sect at 7, and by 10, I was unmatched within the inner sect. At 12, I acquired the Luha sacred sword, and for many years, no one in the Baiming Dao domain has bested me in the art of the sword. Buzz. The sound of the sword resonated, dark light flickering. A long sword, as black as ink, materialized in Wu Jiaoyan's hand. This sword was indeed the Luha sacred sword. With a swift motion, he pointed the long sword at Su Chang'e, silently hoping not to be disappointed. Su Chang'e felt a surge of emotion. Is this the child of destiny? One cannot help but acknowledge the legendary aura surrounding him. Wu Jiaoyan slowly raised his long sword above his head. A unique sword intent, belonging solely to him, began to ascend. In his eyes, an unparalleled sword intent radiated fiercely. Feeling the opponent's sword intent, Su Chang'e was ignited with passion. Engaging with a formidable opponent is what makes it worthwhile. Such is the essence of the sword. He gripped the celestial sword tightly in his hand. The celestial sword seemed to sense Su Changa's current emotions, and a terrifying sword aura erupted, swirling around the blade. The clouds of the 9 heavens began to twist and churn at that moment. In the void, divine beings bowed in reverence, and the 4 beasts descended. Observing Su Changa's surroundings, the fusion of yin and yang sword energies roared. An immense and ancient sword aura descended, as if to slaughter the deities of the heavens. Su Changa unleashed the manifestation of the sacred body, the slaying god sword intent, and the yin-yang sword energy. The momentum was earth-shattering, as if the apocalypse had arrived. Merely condensing sword intent wielded such tremendous power. One can only imagine the terror that would accompany the execution of this sword. A sword can slay gods. A single strike can cleave the heavens. Those with keen eyes even noticed Wuji Outyin trembling slightly. Is he about to unleash his full potential? At that moment, the hearts of all present hung in suspense. Was the pinnacle battle finally about to commence? Su Changa was already prepared to unleash a strike, ready to receive. Ha ha! Suddenly, Wuji Outyin laughed heartily towards the heavens. He then sheathed his long sword and clasped his fist towards Su Changa, saying, "Indeed, the Son of God is formidable. Your swordsmanship is akin to that of an immortal swordsman." Outyin willingly bows in admiration. Silence. An oppressive silence enveloped the scene. These words left everyone dumbfounded. I had prepared for battle, and this is the outcome? Just this? Just this? Su Changa appeared somewhat dazed. The heavenly sword raised in midair, creating an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Would the sword strike or not? Are you not called Wuji Outyin? This is the name bestowed by my master. I have always been cautious, and my master wished to alter my character through this name. Wuji Outyin scratched his head, visibly embarrassed. Did you not previously instruct me not to disappoint you? Wuji Outyin? Shouldn't T Outyin be exceedingly arrogant? What does this make you? Wuji not Outyin? Su Changa was utterly bewildered. But I just realized I cannot defeat you. I am called Outyin, not a fool. Why would I engage in a fight I cannot win? Wuji Outyin expressed this with remarkable composure, his face unflushed, his heart steady. Su Changa was momentarily speechless. He truly was an honest man. If one can fight, they fight. If not, they refrain. Then what brings you here? Oh, it just so happens that this fellow is not one of your sacred grounds people. I thought to deliver him and pay a visit to the legendary sun. This time, it was not only the people from the Guiyuan sacred land who were astounded, but even Wang Kaihe was left dumbfounded. Swordmaster, do you take my Lo Sword sect for what? A person like you, who betrays their sect, does not belong here. Yet, you clearly agreed to my joining the Lo Sword sect, did you not? Wang Kaihe's complexion turned ashen, unable to believe his ears. How had a scene that was supposed to erupt in a conflict transformed into this? It was nothing like he had imagined. Fine, since you're unconvinced. Ancestor, I request that Wang Kaihe be expelled from the sect. Granted, the heavenly sword master spoke without hesitation. Having always held disdain for those like Wang Kaihe who easily abandon their sect, such individuals could not be deemed virtuous. The words of the heavenly sword master plunged Wang Kaihe into despair, his body trembling like a leaf in the wind. What a pity for Wang Kaihe, alas. While men act, heaven observes. The ancestor of the broken army cast a cold gaze at him, ready to act, but was interrupted by a voice. Wait, ancestor! Upon turning to the speaker, Wang Kaihe's face registered shock. Was Su Changa intending to defend him? Changa, at this juncture, are you truly seeking to intercede for him? I believe it would be somewhat improper for the ancestor to slay him. The surrounding individuals were momentarily taken aback. The son was actually advocating for a traitor of the sect. According to sect rules, those who betray must face death. Otherwise, how could order be maintained? Perhaps the son has other reasons? Indeed, Su Changa continued. Wang Kaihe is a disciple of the esteemed Elder Qing'an. As his disciple, it is best for him to resolve this matter himself. The ancestor of the broken army paused at these words. Indeed, if a disciple betrays the sect, the most heartbroken should be the master. If he were to take action against the disciple, rumors would inevitably circulate within the sect. To untie the knot, one must be the one who tied it. This approach will be the most thorough resolution to the matter. Upon reflection, the venerable ancestor of Breaking Army felt a profound sense of relief. His previous fury had led him to overlook certain aspects until Su Changa's timely reminder brought clarity. "Qingyan, I entrust this matter to you," he declared. "Yes, thank you, ancestor. Thank you, divine son." Qingyan, the esteemed elder, was deeply moved, recognizing the divine son's considerate gesture. "Unruly disciple, I have taken you as my pupil for over a decade, yet you remain arrogant and prideful, even harboring murderous intent towards the divine son." As he spoke, he advanced towards the crumpled figure of Wang Kaiha, a formidable aura emanating from him. "Since I brought you here, let me see you off on your final journey." "Master, I was wrong. I beg you, please don't." But before he could finish, a colossal hand formed of spiritual energy descended from the heavens. The terrifying force erupted like a tidal wave. With a chilling scream, Wang Kaiha was instantly reduced to nothingness. Elder Qingyan sighed deeply, feeling as though he had aged several years in an instant. Nevertheless, he bowed deeply once more to Su Changa, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you, divine son, for your assistance." Su Changa waved his hand dismissively. "We are all part of the same family. There is no need for formalities." It was only at that moment that the many disciples began to comprehend the situation. "I thought the divine son was on the second level. It turns out he has long stood upon the third." They marveled at his not only striking appearance, but also remarkable emotional intelligence. The numerous ancestors within the ancestral grounds of Return to Origin were equally pleased, recognizing that Su Changa's actions had effectively resolved the issue while preserving Elder Qingyan's dignity. His decisive approach and strategic mind were commendable. Such a prodigy, how could he not ascend to immortality? Chapter 22. The Clash of Swords. The Celestial / Su Changa turned his gaze once more to Wuji Outyin and smiled. Wuji Outyin, having finally arrived. "Do you truly wish to forego the opportunity for a duel with me?" The system had not provided any indication of completion. This insufferable brat had surrendered outright. What then of his rewards? Noticing the hesitation on Wuji Outyin's face, Su Changa continued, "Let's consider this merely a friendly exchange, shall we? Outyin, the Son of Heaven has invited you twice. Should you decline once more?" The words of the Sword Sovereign sent chills down Wuji Outyin's spine. He was acutely aware of his master's formidable prowess. After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately acquiesced. One must bow their head beneath the eaves. This time, Su Changa and Wuji Outyin made their way to the arena of the returning Yuan martial field. By this point, many had gathered to witness the spectacle. Aside from the elusive first Holy Son, all other Holy Sons had arrived. The rumors surrounding Su Changa had proliferated in recent times. Celestial phenomena, the 10 purple palaces, shattering the firmament and demolishing the heavenly pinnacle tower. It was indeed surprising that it had come to a confrontation. Wuji Outyin, as the foremost disciple of the Loha sword sect, possessed a natural sword physique, innately attuned to the sword path, and his terrifying swordsmanship overshadowed the younger generation. The outcome remained uncertain. The crowd was abuzz with excitement and anticipation. In truth, Wuji Outyin's cultivation had already reached the Emperor's realm, leading many to speculate that his voluntary surrender concealed ulterior motives. On the arena, the two stood facing each other. Su Changa regarded Wuji Outyin and spoke softly. "You need not be overly concerned. As sword cultivators, we ought to forge ahead without hesitation. Since you are known as Wuji Outyin, then embrace your audacious spirit." At these words, Wuji Outyin offered a faint smile. Previously, he had not feared Su Changa. He merely sought to endure. His life philosophy was to survive amidst adversity. For therein lies the king of survival. His prior arrogance had stemmed primarily from his master's coercion. However, with matters reaching this point, he had no choice but to engage. It was better to confront the battle head-on. "Let's fight," Wuji Outyin declared, and in that instant, an overwhelming aura of peak Emperor's realm surged forth from him. His holy sword was drawn once more, radiating an awe-inspiring might. The terrifying sword energy ravaged the very fabric of the world. In a flash, a chilling brilliance flickered. A vast sword energy was unleashed instantaneously, soaring like a shooting star. Its speed caught everyone off guard. Su Chang's reaction was equally swift. He responded almost instantaneously. With his right index finger aligned, he formed a sword gesture. The yin-yang sword energy erupted from his fingertips. Boom! The two distinct sword energies collided explosively. The resulting tempest of sword energy resembled two ancient behemoths engaged in a fierce struggle. Wuji Outyin dared not be careless. He propelled himself forward like a meteor. In midair, he altered his sword technique once again, raising his hand to strike at Su Chang'e with another sword. Su Chang'e summoned the full force of his vitality, merging various energies within himself. He launched a punch, imbued with the might of the heavens. Boom! Once again, a tremendous explosion reverberated through the air. From a swirling smoke emerged a figure, unmistakably the formidable Wu Jiaoyan, who had been sent flying by a single punch. This scene left everyone momentarily stunned. In the span of just a few breaths, they had exchanged blows multiple times. The lingering aura instilled a sense of dread within them. Such a terrifying martial technique. It shattered my sword energy. Wu Jiaoyan's expression mirrored his astonishment. He had not anticipated his opponent's swordsmanship to be so remarkably potent, coupled with an equally formidable physical prowess. The terrifying fusion of swordsmanship and raw strength rendered him nothing short of a monstrosity. I believe you truly deserve the name Wu Jiaoyan. You are the first to withstand my punch. You are indeed powerful. Compared to you, Wang Kaihe is scarcely worthy of being called cannon fodder. Su Chang'e brushed off the dust from his garments, a fierce battle intent radiating from him. His white robe billowing in the wind like a carefree swordsman. If Wang Kaihe, resting in the underworld, were to hear this, he would likely rise in indignation. Having met his demise, must he be invoked again for disparagement? Wu Jiaoyan opted not to launch another assault, but instead began to gather spiritual energy. The energy on the arena swirled around him like a vortex, divine light shimmering, the laws of nature resonating. Behind him, the void thickened with concentrated spiritual energy, coalescing into a colossal ice mountain. The frigid aura emanating from the ice mountain was akin to an entire realm of frost descending upon them. Wu Jiaoyan pointed his sword towards the heavens. The ice mountain erupted violently, and countless ice crystals formed into glistening blades of frost. He once more wielded his sword, directing it forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The terrifying frost blades, blooming like snowflakes, hurtled towards Su Chang'e with lethal intent. Good heavens! This is frost forged from sword energy. Such a terrifying barrage of frost blades must number in the tens of thousands. The icy tempest was truly awe-inspiring. With such a formidable display, any opponent would likely be pierced through by the frost. The mere chill emanating from it sent shivers down their spines. Now this is intriguing. Su Chang'e murmured, for it is the exhilarating clash of battle that he ardently pursues on his path to greatness. He extended a hand towards the void, and a celestial sword gradually materialized from the fabric of space. In an instant, he raised it, slashing diagonally. The searing sword energy resembled a blazing sun descending upon the earth. The magnificent frost tempest was instantaneously evaporated, dissipating into wisps of white smoke. What a fearsome sword! The legendary celestial swords must pale in comparison. Wu Jiaoyan gasped in astonishment. Yet, he did not choose to concede. Once more, his sword emerged like a dragon, a radiant beam of sword light, akin to a celestial cleaving through the heavens, erupted on the arena, sweeping towards Su Chang'e with overwhelming force. Break! Su Chang'e's expression remained indifferent as he thrust his sword straight out. What appeared to be a simple strike shattered the river of sword light upon contact, disintegrating into specks of starlight. Just then, another terrifying surge of sword energy descended upon Su Chang'e. What an astonishing sword move! Wu Jiaoyan seemed to have unleashed a single beam of sword light, yet he had actually executed two. The second beam of sword light nearly overlapped with the first, creating the illusion of a singular strike. Such terror! What level of mastery over sword energy must one possess to reach such heights? As if sensing that this was still insufficient, Wuji Aoyan unleashed his power once more. The innate sword body had already been activated. A more pure essence of sword intent permeated this realm. With a slash, Wuji Aoyan raised his hand and wielded the sword once again. In an instant, a dazzling brilliance of sword light erupted forth. This solitary strike rendered all beings as insignificant as ants. The terrifying sword intent soared into the heavens. This sword seemed to open the gates of the universe. It was the secret transmission of the Luo sword sect, the opening sky slash. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. The opening sky slash is the immortal legacy of the Luo sword sect, said to be capable of slaying immortals with a single stroke. This very sword move is the ultimate technique of the opening sky sword master. Once upon a time, this sword dominated the Beiming Dao domain, overwhelming countless prodigies of sword cultivation. Wherever the sword reached, the gates of heaven would be flung wide open. Chapter 23. A sword opens the gate to heaven. The mortal sword immortal is merely thus such a formidable sword. Could the divine sun truly be a match? This heaven-opening slash indeed embodies the essence of creation. The foremost sword disciple of the Luo sword sect lives up to his illustrious reputation. Paired with the innate sword body, his swordsmanship is genuinely terrifying. The expressions of several holy sons and daughters turned grave, as this strike seemed to draw upon the very power of the heavens, making them feel exceedingly insignificant. The resplendent sword light cascaded like a falling galaxy, and the overwhelming sword aura surged like an unfathomable abyss. Divine Sun, brace yourself. Wuji Ao Tian wielded his sword with unwavering confidence. Although his heaven-opening slash had yet to reach perfection, no one of the younger generation had ever been capable of withstanding this strike. A mere display of skill. Su Chang'e smiled faintly. Within him, the blood and energy roared, and golden radiance surged skyward. The gods and demons bowed, and the four beasts descended. The 10 purple mansions shone like the eternal sun in the vast sky. Even the surrounding heavens and earth were enveloped in this golden glow. At that moment, a gust of fierce wind swept by, standing at the center of the divine light. Su Chang'e stood tall as a sword, lifting his long sword and executing a horizontal slash. Boom! The divine light erupted, and the sword energy soared. All the terrifying might of Wuji Ao Tian was instantly dispelled by Su Chang'e. A terrifying backlash compelled Wuji Ao Tian to spit out a mouthful of fresh blood, his complexion as pale as paper. So powerful, the divine sun nearly shattered him with sheer force. The Purple Mansion realm swept through the pinnacle of the Emperoress realm. Is this the essence of the innate holy body? Su Chang'e's formidable strength astonished everyone. Wuji Ao Tian, a paragon of his generation, was unexpectedly overwhelmed despite their vast difference in realms. The divine sun is indeed extraordinary, but I have yet to unleash my full power. Boom! Wuji Ao Tian gathered his spiritual energy once more, surrounding himself with innate sword energy that distorted the very fabric of space. The Luo sacred sword erupted with dazzling brilliance, and the sword energy encircling him instantly coalesced into a colossal sword hundreds of feet in length. This giant sword resembled the blade of a celestial being. This was the Luo sword sect's inherited sword technique, the Shattering Heaven. Shattering Heaven is the second form of the heaven-opening slash, possessing a terrifying destructive power capable of shattering the very firmament. Wuji Ao Tian intended to unleash all his might, delivering his strongest blow to vanquish the divine sun. The crowd discerned Wuji Ao Tian's intentions. In a battle of attrition, he was undoubtedly no match for the divine sun. Hence, he resolved to leverage his advantage in realm alongside his most potent strike to instantly obliterate his opponent. Yet, it must be acknowledged that this was Wuji Ao Tian's sole recourse. After all, the bloodline of the holy body is exceedingly monstrous. Speaking of which, I too can perform the heaven-opening slash. Su Chang'e smiled faintly, his aura calming as he slowly closed his eyes. In the crowd, Yin Xinyan bit her lip, her beautiful eyes revealing concern. Why has the divine son closed his eyes? The crowd was equally perplexed by this maneuver of their divine son. At this moment, Su Chang'e was undistracted, his spirit merging seamlessly with the celestial sword. He is the sword, and the sword is him. Behind Su Chang'e, an imposing figure seemed to materialize, reminiscent of an unparalleled sword immortal, wielding a long sword that mirrored Su's every motion. The arrival of the god-slaying sword intent elevated him to a divine stature, enveloping the entire arena in an atmosphere thick with fearsome sword energy. One sword, Yin Yang, a voice akin to that of a sword sage, softly intoned. Endless streams of sword light surged forth, coalescing into a terrifying beam of light that spanned thousands of feet, as if a myriad of swords had united as one. Slash! A light command rang out, and the magnificent figure followed suit, executing the strike. Wuji Outyin, gritting his teeth, unleashed his full power, yet upon contact with Su Chang'e's sword, it melted away like snow under the blazing sun. Boom! At that moment, the heavens roared, and the sun and moon dimmed. All brilliance faded into obscurity, save for that breathtaking sword light, which illuminated the skies. The world fell into silence, as if everything that had transpired was but an illusion. Yet, the spectators clenched their fists, intently gazing at the arena, sensing that something dreadful was about to emerge. The atmosphere became tense. Breaths were held with caution. Some disciples of the returning Origin's sacred land felt their legs weaken, while others struggled to swallow. That radiant sword, in a heartbeat, not only shattered Wuji Outyin's strike, but soared towards the heavens. You have lost. Su Chang'e's voice jolted everyone back to reality. Wuji Outyin remained momentarily dazed, realizing that his sword had been utterly dismantled. Had Su Chang'e not redirected that sword energy, he would have been reduced to ashes. Suddenly, a majestic sound echoed through the heavens. Above, golden light flooded the skies, dispersing all clouds in an instant. Everyone beheld a 100-meter-long golden divine sword cleaving through the firmament. As a golden portal gradually opened, resembling a gateway to immortality. The sky was clear, a pristine blue, with only the golden sword and the celestial gate in view. The sword was inscribed with incomprehensible runes, each intricately connected, casting sword energy that enveloped the world. Clang! As Su Chang'e sheathed his sword, the golden gate in the sky slowly closed, dissipating into flecks of gold upon the earth. Yet the oppressive sword energy remained, heralding the dawn of a legendary tale. Silence enveloped the surroundings, so profound that a falling pin could be heard. All eyes were drawn to the figure standing proudly in the center of the arena, a young man clad in white. His divine presence and exquisite form were unmatched, capable of opening the celestial gate with a single sword. Who else but you, with 3 feet of snow upon your shoulders, is worthy of donning white? His exquisitely crafted visage and calm, aloof demeanor imparted an otherworldly aura, leaving many in a state of awe. Some women gazed at Su Chang'e, their faces flushed with a rosy hue, entirely oblivious to the sweat soaking their garments. In their hearts, one thought resonated. If a sword immortal were to exist in this world, it would be none other than him. A single sword opens the celestial gate, hailed as the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Countless souls have only heard of it through legends, never having witnessed its reality. Yet now, Su Chang'e has indeed realized this legendary feat. The might of his sword resonates through the ages, leaving all in awe, unable to articulate their astonishment. In the void, the sword sovereign of the celestial gate gazes intently at Su Chang'e, having never before encountered such a terrifying prodigy of swordsmanship, truly unprecedented throughout history. How about we make an exchange, Breaking Army? I could offer you 9 of my disciples from the Loha sword sect in return for this divine child. Upon hearing this, the Breaking Army ancestor furiously bristled. You must be dreaming. Even if you proffer 100 disciples, I would still refuse. The recent spectacle had left even those of their stature utterly astounded. Should Su Chang'e not meet an untimely end. He possesses the potential to transcend this realm and forge even greater legends. Let us deliberate further. The Luaha sword sect is far more suited for his development in the art of the sword. The sword sovereign remained undeterred, truly captivated by the prospect. No exchange. No exchange. Why not propose a price? And my Luaha sword sect shall accept it in its entirety. Ah, why must you be so obstinate, old man? Anyone witnessing this scene would likely be left speechless, as two venerable ancestors grappled in the void, fervently vying for a single disciple. Chapter 24. The Path of Severing Tao after the echoes of their sparring subsided. Su Chang'e exchanged a few more pleasantries with his master and the proud disciple of Wu Jiaoyan. The sword sovereign of the opening heaven cast a lingering gaze upon Su Chang'e as he departed, his fervent eyes seemingly yearning to consume him whole. Renowned for his ability to unite hearts, Wu Ji's extraordinary cultivation talent weighed heavily on the sword sovereign's mind. He sighed internally, pondering whether the younger generation would still have a chance on the path of the emperor. Watching the retreating figures of Wu Jiaoyan and his disciple, Su Chang'e finally exhaled in relief. The sword sovereign had been overly enthusiastic, as if he were their chosen one, even bestowing upon him numerous benefits upon their departure. Notably, Wu Jiaoyan wore a mournful expression throughout, for his master had prepared a grueling training regimen for him. Your Excellency, the family has just sent word for me to depart for Fengyun City in 5 days. Soon, I shall fulfill my 3-year agreement with Luo Yan. Yun Xinyan approached and respectfully stated, Not a problem. We shall set forth when the time comes. Su Chang'e had already gleaned much about Luo Yan in recent days. 2 years prior, Luo Yan had joined a return to Unity sect, distinguished by his exceptional talent and the bloodline of the Azure Dragon. His physique was impervious to blades and spears, and with his formidable strength, he had triumphed over his peers, becoming the 11th saint son of the sect. It was likely that Luo Yan's cultivation now reached the emperor's realm, if not the pinnacle of it. Su Chang'e meticulously analyzed this information, deliberately envisioning Luo Yan's potential at its zenith. For to know oneself and one's adversary is the key to victory in every battle. Suddenly, the voice of the ancestor of the broken army resonated. Chang'e, splendid work, he exclaimed, patting Su Chang'e on the shoulder. You have brought honor to our sacred land of return to unity. Your cultivation is now solidified, and I happen to possess 9 Mystic Heart Linglong fruits that can further enhance your abilities. The Mystic Heart Linglong fruit, a rare and precious spiritual fruit, not only consolidates a cultivator's meridians, but also nourishes the Dantian. These fruits have been procured with great effort by the ancestor. Thank you, ancestor. Su Chang'e accepted them without hesitation, knowing that his growing strength would be a fitting tribute to the ancestor. Ancestor, I wish to depart for Fengyun City in 5 days. The ancestor paused, then smiled lightly. Is it for that girl, Yun Xinyan? Su Chang'e offered a faint smile and shook his head. That is a secondary reason. My primary desire is to explore this world. As the saint son of the sacred land of return to unity, I cannot remain confined within its walls. A flower in a greenhouse cannot flourish. At this moment, Su Chang'e radiated an indomitable spirit. The fantastical world is one governed by the law of the jungle. Without experiencing bloodshed and adversity, he could not hope to dominate. Chang'e, the ancestor of the broken army, had contemplated these matters as well, yet he felt it was not yet the right time. However, witnessing Su Chang'e accomplish one miracle after another, he recognized that early exposure to the world could indeed be beneficial. Very well, you may proceed to Fengyun City, but prioritize your safety above all else. Fengyun City lies within the Tianhe realm, a land that has birthed supreme emperors. Perhaps you will encounter unforeseen opportunities there. Su Chang'e expressed his confusion. Isn't the Tianhe realm a small world? Indeed, that is correct. Yet the aura of fortune within this diminutive realm is exceptionally potent. Now it makes sense. However, recalling Luo Yan and Yun Xinyan, he came to a realization. He had never even set foot in this world, and yet was already aware of 2 children of destiny. It appears to be quite extraordinary. Take these items with you, said the venerable Pajun as he tossed forth a resplendent golden ring, adorned with a layer of ethereal Tao patterns. In truth, We old fellows have long prepared treasures and protective artifacts for you, imbued with a trace of our divine consciousness. Should you find yourself in peril, activate the ring's restrictions. It will aid you in evading danger. Su Chang'e, being the divine son of their Gyuan Holy Land, was the very center of the entire sect. If any harm were to befall the divine son, it could very well summon a tempest of bloodshed across the realms. A warmth filled Su Chang'e's heart as he expressed his gratitude. Thank you, esteemed ancestors. After imparting a few more instructions, Pejun departed on urgent matters. Su Chang'e returned to the Guiyuan Holy Palace. Despite the minor interruptions, he was still rewarded by the system, calling forth the system interface. He gazed upon the newly acquired rewards. Zhan Dao Ju, an ancient celestial technique, once the swordsmanship legacy of the Tianhe immortal domain, lost during the great wars of antiquity. When cultivated to its zenith, it can suppress the ages, vanquishing disobedience with unparalleled might. Please note, Zhan Dao Ju is divided into 3 swords, Wu Dao He Dao, and Zhan Dao. One must comprehend the grand principles of heaven and earth and align with them to execute the Zhan Dao strike, rendering all paths void. Aligning with the grand principles, the innate holy body is naturally attuned to the Dao, almost as if it were custom crafted for me. I shall extract the Zhan Dao Ju. As Su Chang'e uttered these words, the surrounding spiritual energy surged. An infinite resonance of Dao rippled through the void. Purple aura ascended, enveloping the entire Guiyuan Holy Palace. The center of Su Chang'e's brow began to radiate light. Within, a golden figure seemed to sit amidst the chaotic void, eternal and immortal, exuding a terrifying sword intent. As the golden light grew ever more brilliant, it was as if countless beams of sword light burst forth across the heavens. After what seemed an eternity, the formidable sword energy slowly dissipated. Xuanxin Linglong fruit? Su Chang'e surveyed the several fruits radiating with dazzling divine light. With my sacred bloodline, I should be able to absorb them entirely. With a sweeping motion of his hand, 9 Xuanxin Linglong fruits floated around him, resembling 9 resplendent suns, emanating an immortal glow. Boom! Su Chang'e sat cross-legged. Behind him, the void trembled and divine light surged. The 10 purple palaces suddenly manifested, unleashing a brilliant glow akin to a pathway leading to a mysterious realm. Gather. Su Chang'e murmured softly, his gaze sparkling with brilliance. As the 9 Xuanxin Linglong fruits transformed into a torrent of spiritual energy, surging toward his Dantian, due to the gathering spirit celestial array. Boundless spiritual energy rushed toward him like a tidal wave. The Guiyuan Holy Land once again stirred with excitement. Is the divine son cultivating once more? One cannot help but admire the diligence of the divine child. Remarkably, having just emerged from a grand battle, they have already resumed their rigorous training. The divine child possesses not only extraordinary talent and formidable strength, but also an unwavering commitment to hard work. I have resolved that henceforth, the divine child shall be my ultimate idol. It is evident that the divine child employs this method to inspire us to strive diligently. I must not disappoint the lofty expectations placed upon me by the divine child. Many individuals even bow deeply in the direction of the return to Origin Holy Temple, acknowledging the divine child's unparalleled gift. Such a remarkable talent remains humble and unperturbed, choosing instead to engage in even more strenuous training. What excuse do they have to refrain from effort? I am profoundly grateful for the divine child's guidance. Thank you, divine child. The atmosphere became increasingly fervent, with more and more individuals feeling motivated by the divine child's example. Many rushed towards the training caverns, eager to commence their own periods of secluded cultivation. If Su Chang'e were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly remark that an invisible display of superiority is not intimidating. What is truly alarming is when one is oblivious to their own pretentiousness. Chapter 25. Breaking through to the sovereign realm. Ascending the primordial heavenly pastille, 4 days have elapsed. At this moment, within the secret chamber of the Guiyuan Holy Palace, a vast and ethereal aura lingers. A figure clad in white sits cross-legged, surrounded by resounding laws, while sword chi roars through the void, reminiscent of an immortal swordsman descending from the heavens. Should anyone behold this scene, they would undoubtedly be compelled to pay their respects in awe. Thunderous rumblings. Within Su Changa's body, the Purple Mansion undergoes a cataclysmic transformation. What was once ethereal is rapidly solidifying. The ancient divine mountain within the sea of consciousness reverberates with a mighty roar, as if the primordial chaos is awakening. The 10 purple mansions expand towards all directions, spreading forth like the creation of the universe itself. Each tremor within the sea of consciousness causes the purple mansion to grow ever larger. 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang, 10,000 zhang. When his purple mansion ultimately takes form, it appears boundless, resembling an expansive and infinite realm. This extraordinary phenomenon is attributed to the aid of the world tree seed within his body, allowing his purple mansion world to fully merge with the eternal realm of the world tree. While others possess finite purple mansion worlds, his is without limits. Such an occurrence is unprecedented and unparalleled throughout the ages. As the world tree seed continues to circulate, his purple mansion world transforms into a voracious vortex, emanating an immensely mysterious and formidable power. The 9 exquisite Linglong fruits instantaneously merge into the purple mansion. Concurrently, his cultivation and aura surge dramatically, as a terrifying wave of spiritual energy shatters the protective barriers of the Guiyuan Holy Palace. Radiant golden light ascends towards the heavens, merging with the very sky itself. Is Chang'e on the verge of breaking through to the sovereign realm? The numerous ancestors of the Guiyuan sacred land have long become numb. Each time Su Chang'e breaks through, it generates immense commotion. They find themselves questioning their own lives. Once in their youth, they too were exceptional prodigies. Yet the phenomena accompanying their breakthroughs pale in comparison to those of Su Chang'e. Comparison with others can be disheartening. They wonder if the protective formation of the sect will withstand this turbulence. If it cannot hold, they shall rely on a few old fellows to mend it. As Su Chang'e's aura is about to erupt, they activate the protective formation. Although they have entirely shielded this realm, the grand resonances of the Tao still evoke trepidation within their hearts. Melodic celestial sounds resonate, thunder roars, and ethereal lights dance. Each individual's experience of the Tao's divine music is unique. Some hear the sounds of soaring immortals, while others perceive the passage of time. At this moment, Su Chang'e's physical form is as flawless and translucent as crystal, with even his bones radiating resplendent celestial light. The bloodline of his innate sacred body undergoes yet another metamorphosis. His power has reached its zenith. Today, he shall unlock the divine treasure and enter the sovereign realm. Almost instantaneously, as Su Chang'e reaches the sovereign realm, a crack appears in the heavens. Fiery rays of light burst forth, and an overwhelming surge of soul energy ascends. An ancient chaos steel, towering to 10,000 zhang, emerges in the sky, resembling a vast and indestructible divine mountain, manifesting above the 9 heavens. The profound principles of the grand Tao surged forth, and the immortal radiance blossomed. As a magnificent and enigmatic force seemingly subdued the eternal void. That is the primordial Tao steel. An elder from the Return to Origin sacred land exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes brimming with disbelief. The primordial Tao steel embodies the essence of the Tao. Legend has it that whenever someone shatters an ancient record, the primordial Tao steel descends, inscribing that individual name upon it, immortalizing their legacy through the ages. Chang'e has transcended to the emperor level from the Purple Mansion. Could it be that the world he has forged in the Purple Mansion has reached the pinnacle of eternity? The numerous elders exchanged glances, their faces awash with both surprise and joy. At this moment, everyone in the Return to Origin's sacred land gazed intently at the primordial Tao steel in the void, eagerly anticipating the legendary tale that the Son of God would create. Boom! The primordial Tao steel erupted with a thunderous sound, azure mist billowing forth, and celestial light swirling around it, as endless laws seemed to be inscribed upon its surface. with the continuous resounding force of the laws. 10 dazzling names shone brightly through time. Jiwu Dao, 69,000 Zhang in the Purple Mansion world. Emperor Ziwei, 78,000 Zhang in the Purple Mansion world. Emperor Yuha, 86,000 Zhang in the Purple Mansion world. Emperor Tiantian, 99,000 Zhang in the Purple Mansion world. The crowd below buzzed with excitement, their fervor palpable. Only 30 names could be inscribed upon the primordial Dao stele. Each of these 30 individuals was a prodigious genius, once towering figures who overshadowed countless talents. They were all eagerly anticipating, which position would their son of God occupy? Rumbling. At that moment, the ancient primordial Dao stele suddenly emitted a thunderous roar, bathing the realm in a golden hue. A brilliant beam of light, akin to a pillar piercing the heavens, shot forth from the primordial Dao stele. The rankings shifted instantaneously, with the first name boldly revealed as Su Chang'e, the world of the Purple Mansion unknown. That line of inscription glimmered resplendently, illuminating the ages, exuding an aura of eternal immortality. Yet, upon seeing that inscription, all present were rendered speechless. Soon, the entirety of the Return to Origin sacred land erupted in fervor. The world of the Purple Mansion unknown. Could it be that the son of God-S realm has become boundless? How terrifying! Such a phenomenon must have been unprecedented throughout time. Emperor Tiantian, a super prodigy who ascended to the celestial realm at the end of this era. Once, this name was a taboo. Who would have imagined it would resurface today? All those inscribed here are mythical figures chronicled in ancient texts. I had always believed them to be mere fabrications, yet they truly exist. The unknown Purple Mansion has shattered ancient records, ascending to the first position on the primordial Dao stele. With Su Chang'e in the Return to Origin sacred land, this lifetime, who need worry about the path to immortality? The unknown Purple Mansion world, it seems, must indeed be boundless. If it were not, it could not have claimed the first position. The Purple Mansion world can be said to be the most vital realm in cultivation. The expanse of the Purple Mansion world allows for a conjecture regarding the future achievements of an individual. Yet the enigmatic nature of this realm indicates that Su Chang'e's accomplishments are beyond our comprehension. The multitude of elders appeared exceedingly exhilarated. To have their names inscribed upon the primordial celestial path stele is indeed a rare honor. Moreover, to ascend to the pinnacle is nothing short of a record-breaking feat. In the ancient dynasty of Daqin, amidst an ethereal island replete with ancient vines and precious herbs, stood majestic celestial palaces. Within the innermost palace, enveloped in golden radiance, a young man of exceptional stature slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was profound and piercing, yet at this moment it betrayed an unmistakable astonishment. "Father, my true name has plummeted from the primordial celestial path stele." He was Qin Tai, the Grand Prince of the Daqin dynasty, celebrated as an unparalleled prodigy, one of the strongest cards in the younger generation. What? How could this be? Who has ascended the primordial celestial path stele? Logically, such a commotion should have attracted the attention of numerous factions. Qin Tai's father calculated with his fingers. Yet the sacred land of returning essence had already activated a great formation that obscured the heavenly secrets. Thus, no matter how he deduced, there seemed to be no anomalies in the Beiming Dao domain. Having one S name inscribed upon the primordial celestial path stele equated to obtaining the recognition of the heavenly Dao and receiving its auspicious endowments. The Daqin dynasty had expended immense effort merely to have Qin Tai barely make it to the end of the stele. Now, being inexplicably cast down was a bitter pill for Qin's father to swallow. It seems he bears the surname Su. Qin Tai spoke gravely. He had gleaned this information from the faintest resonance with the primordial celestial path stele. Surname Su? The sovereign of the Qin dynasty found the name quite familiar and reflected deeply. Suddenly, his countenance shifted dramatically. The only possibility that sprang to mind was the son of the sacred land of returning essence, Su Chang'e. Damn it, that wretched boy again. First, the innate holy body, And now he has ascended the primordial celestial path steel. The sovereign of the Daqin dynasty lamented, realizing he should have summoned his ancestor to invite Su Chang'e with all his might. Father, I have also acquired some additional information. Su Chang'e has claimed the first position on the primordial celestial path steel, even surpassing the legendary emperor, Ditian, who ascended to the immortal realm. What? The sovereign of the Daqin dynasty was utterly astounded. He understood better than anyone what it meant to ascend to the first position on the primordial celestial path steel. It signified that Su Chang'e had shattered ancient records, and his future achievements were poised to reach unfathomable heights. With this realization, the sovereign of the Daqin dynasty's expression darkened profoundly. Their dynasty had been preparing for the imperial path for a millennium, and in this lifetime, his son even had the chance to embark on the path to immortality. Yet now, a formidable rival like Su Chang'e had emerged. Damn it, such a prodigy. If he cannot be harnessed for our cause, then he must be made to vanish. The visage of the sovereign of the ancient Qin dynasty bore a disfigured expression, his eyes brimming with shock and indignation, tinged with an unmistakable hint of concealed dread. Should such a figure fully mature, a profound upheaval would befall the northern underworld domain. The endeavors of the ancient Qin dynasty had meticulously cultivated over a millennium would dissipate into mere shadows. Furthermore, in his relentless pursuit to secure his son's ascent to imperial glory, he found himself compelled to eliminate Su Chang'e, the son of the sacred land of returning origin. Su Chang'e, I eagerly anticipate our encounter. Amidst the resplendent and dazzling divine radiance, Qin Tai mused softly to himself. His gaze was piercing and fierce, an overwhelming aura of draconic majesty enveloping him. Faintly, it seemed as if a golden true dragon gradually materialized behind him. In that moment, his entire demeanor resembled that of a sovereign exalted above all. Chapter 26. The Gifts and the Journey to the Heavenly River Realm, the Divine Sounds of the Great Tao, along with the golden light and purple aura, gradually dissipated. However, the members of the Gyuan sacred land displayed expressions of lingering desire. The phenomenon brought forth by Su Chang'e's breakthrough infused the surrounding atmosphere with an exceptionally dense spiritual essence. If it persisted for a few more days, their own cultivation could see a significant enhancement. The celestial spectacle even loosened the bottlenecks of some venerable ancestors. It is known that after reaching such levels of cultivation, decades or even centuries are required for any breakthroughs. Yet the recent occurrence had already stirred them. This illustrates the magnitude of its impact. As the doors of the Gyuan sacred hall slowly creaked open, Su Chang'e stepped forth. Clad in snow-white robes, impeccably pure and radiant, he emanated a hazy divine light, his lips curving into a gentle smile. He appeared both elegant and strikingly handsome, reminiscent of a noble gentleman from a chaotic world. The crowd, eagerly awaiting him, was momentarily captivated. Even Yun Xinyan, who saw Su Chang'e daily, found her breath catching in her throat. At this moment, Su Chang'e's visage was even more striking, and his aura had ascended to new heights. A mere glance was enough to ensnare one's gaze, and another glance sent ripples through the heart. A jade-like figure among the common folk, a gentleman unmatched in this world, was the collective thought that emerged within everyone. Chang'e, having just completed your arduous breakthrough, the venerable ancestors have gathered some precious materials for your cultivation. The venerable ancestor Pejuan suddenly approached Su Chang'e, presenting him with an array of divine herbs enveloped in purple mist and luminous sacred pills. Moreover, here is this, Pejuan continued, producing a magnificent treasure tower shimmering with 7-colored radiance. It comprised 7 levels, exuding a vast and profound aura, indicative of its extraordinary nature. This tower, forged from celestial star iron, is a semi-immortal artifact. Its enchantments will shield you from full-force attacks from beings above the saint level. And this is the Poyu Divine Talisman. Should you encounter peril, it will transport you back to the Gyuan sacred land. While you are away, spirit stones are essential. Here are 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Accept them. Pajuan continued to fill Su Changa's hands with item after item. Not only was Su Changa taken aback, but even the Guiyuan sacred lord stood in astonishment. Venerable ancestor, might this be? He began, but before he could finish, he sensed a chilling glare directed at him. Pajuan's expression darkened, his eyes sharp as blades. What do you wish to say? I grant you an opportunity. Speak clearly. At this, the Guiyuan sacred lord shuddered and hurriedly amended. I was merely wondering if this might be insufficient. Yet Pajuan continued to gaze at him coldly, causing him to panic. This is entirely inadequate. Allow me to contribute more. With that, the Guiyuan sacred lord hastily retrieved additional protective treasures and divine herbs, placing them into Su Changa's hands. Notably, with each item he added, tears of excitement streamed down his face. He was truly not coerced. Everything was entirely voluntary. At this moment, several elders and supreme elders of the Guiyuan sacred land presented their gifts. Su Changa's talent was indeed astonishing, and establishing good relations now would undoubtedly be beneficial for themselves in the future. It became apparent that, in comparison to the divine offspring, we could only look on with envy. The many disciples of the Guiyuan sacred land were left in a state of shock. It turned out that even the prominent figures in their eyes were so mundane. Thank you, esteemed elders and ancestors. I am also grateful for the generous affection of the Holy Master. Su Changa expressed his gratitude one by one, collecting all the treasures. The Holy Master of Guiyuan watched as his years of savings vanished, forcing a strained smile. He truly felt a pang of heartache. Well, every time the divine offspring makes a breakthrough, you all will benefit from it. If you only advance one realm, you need not rest in the future. The words of Ancestor Pajuan elicited a chuckle from the disciples, who quickly turned to leave. Soon, the Guiyuan Sacred Hall was once again devoid of people, leaving only Ancestor Pajuan and Su Changa. Changa, tomorrow you shall embark on your journey to the Tianhe realm. I have prepared a flying vessel for you. You will board that vessel to travel. Understood. Su Changa felt touched. One could not deny the kindness bestowed upon him by the sacred land. This jade slip contains information regarding the Tianhe realm, where there are also affiliated forces of our Guiyuan sacred land. If you encounter any trouble, you may seek them out. Furthermore, the Tianhe realm has been rather unsettled recently. Prioritize your safety above all. Ancestor Pajuan handed the jade slip to Su Changa, offering additional advice before departing from the Guiyuan Sacred Hall. A small world suffused with the power of fortune. Su Changa accepted the jade slip and extended a thread of divine consciousness to examine it. After a brief moment, a glimmer of enlightenment flickered in his eyes. The Tianhe realm had not only birthed several saints, but had also seen the rise of emperors. It was rumored that this realm housed the tomb of an emperor. Should one manage to locate it, boundless opportunities could be seized. Quite intriguing. This small world is anything but simple. It seems this journey shall not be overly mundane. A golden radiance flickered in Su Changa's eyes, revealing a hint of anticipation. On the following morning, above the Guiyuan sacred land, a remarkably luxurious and massive flying vessel hovered, shimmering with brilliance and adorned with resplendent runes. Its intricately carved beams and painted rafters housed numerous towers and palaces, enveloped in ethereal mist. With the sound of flowing springs resonating, flags fluttered in the breeze, and the words Guiyuan exuded an imposing aura. This vessel had been specially crafted for Su Changa by the Guiyuan sacred land and was fortified with numerous defensive formations. To put it plainly, this flying vessel could be considered a mobile fortress of steel. Thank you for your generosity, Ancestor. Suching bod ingratitude. Fully aware of the effort that the Guiyuan sacred land had invested in crafting this vessel. No need for thanks. Everything is for your safety. On board the vessel, Yun Xinyan had been waiting for quite some time, along with several guards prepared by the Guiyuan sacred land for Su Changa. Before long, a thunderous sound erupted. Boom! The void trembled, stirring up tremendous winds. The laws aboard the flying vessel roared with intensity, as resplendent runes swirled, conjuring gusts of air that crushed the heavens. It soared high in the sky, racing towards the horizon, until it gradually vanished from sight. The ancient ancestor of the breaking army spoke in a measured tone. King, the safety of the divine son is entrusted to you. Even if it costs you your life, you must ensure he remains unharmed. Do you understand? Suddenly, the void began to slowly rend, and a middle-aged man clad in a black robe emerged, exuding a tumultuous and fearsome aura. His terrifying cultivation level unmistakably reached the pinnacle of a saint. The man in black deeply bowed to the breaking army ancestor, dutifully adhering to his command. This black-clad figure was a protector of the Gyuan sacred land, having pledged his loyalty for many years, diligently serving the sanctuary. To him, becoming the guardian of the divine son was a source of immense joy and excitement. The celestial phenomena heralding Su Chang's breakthrough still left him in awe. After relaying a few more instructions, the man in black slipped into the void, secretly following Su Chang'e. His primary mission was to safeguard Su Chang'e's life. He would not intervene in trivial matters. The breaking army ancestor stood with hands clasped behind his back, gazing toward the direction in which Su Chang'e had departed. A glimmer of fierce resolve flashing in his eyes. He hoped those old-timers would behave themselves, should they dare to act disrespectfully or resort to underhanded tactics. Then the existence of the northern underworld domain would no longer be warranted. Chapter 27. The Young Master. Luo Yan's discontent. Fengyan City, nestled within the eastern wasteland of the Heavenly River Realm, is a vibrant hub of numerous sects and dynasties, interspersed with ancient families and sovereign states. Whispers of ancient mountains and mystical caverns abound, where primordial beings of formidable prowess preside over their domains. Beyond the human race, a plethora of diverse beings inhabit this realm. At this moment, in Fengyan City, the Luo family is abuzz with excitement as their young master, Luo Yan, has returned. Beside him stands a graceful figure, a strikingly beautiful woman clad in a long azure robe. With a delicate nose and almond-shaped eyes, her skin is as smooth as cream, and her flowing hair resembles the clouds. The fitted, unadorned gown accentuates her already alluring figure, marking her as a paragon of beauty. This enchanting maiden is none other than Luo Qingyu, the saintess of the Unity sect. Luo Yan, dear brother, shall we explore the mountains and rivers together once you triumph in the competition? Luo Yan's eyes shimmer with affection. Indeed, after we vanquish that wretched woman, we shall become engaged. Luo Yan's swift ascent to the status of a newly minted saint son of the Unity sect is largely attributable to Luo Qingyu's favor and her unwavering support. In Fengyan City, amidst the myriad of ancient familial powers, the Luo family has maintained a humble existence. However, with Luo Yan's elevation, their status has soared dramatically. It is now evident that the Luo family has emerged as a prominent force within Fengyan City. Our young master has already attained the Purple Mansion realm, and he is at the 6th level. The rise of the Luo family is imminent. Indeed, with the saintess Luo Qingyu by his side, our young master possesses unparalleled strength. I am confident that it will not be long before the Luo family ascends to become a top-tier power within the Heavenly River realm. Excited discussions among the elders of the Luo family fill the air as they envision a future where the Luo family reigns supreme over the Heavenly River realm. A thunderous roar shakes the heavens as a colossal flying vessel sweeps through the skies, its overwhelming force causing the very fabric of the universe to tremble. The ornate pavilions aboard the vessel shimmer with ethereal light, resembling a celestial island at first glance. Su Chang'e stands with his hands clasped behind his back, his dark hair billowing like a deity surveying the world beneath. Ding! New optional mission detected. Option 1. Establish a formidable reputation in Fengyan City. Reward: Heavenly Palm. Option 2. Endure and feign weakness, waiting for the opportune moment. Reward: Map of the mountain and river tiger roar. Upon hearing the system's voice, a subtle smile graces Su Chang'e's lips. This world feels exceedingly fragile in comparison to him, with his current power, cultivation, and a plethora of secret treasures at his disposal. He considers himself invincible beneath the saint level. The notion of feigning weakness is utterly tedious. He finds greater amusement in face-slapping and overwhelming his foes with sheer force. My lord, We are approaching Fengyan City. I have already informed my father, and preparations are underway, Yun Xinyan announces as she approaches. Su Chang'e nods slowly, his vision sharpened to perfection as he beholds the vast city looming ahead. The white city walls soared into the heavens, adorned with swirling runes and arrays, the most striking of which was the towering blue beam of light, emanating an overwhelming aura of the formation. This blue pillar connected with the firmament, creating a magnificent vortex of azure clouds, a sight of grandiose splendor. Who might you be? What brings you to my Fengyan city? Suddenly, a voice of authority resonated within the city. The speaker was a middle-aged man, the lord of Fengyan city, his expression grave and solemn. The aura of this flying vessel was extraordinarily formidable, its formation beyond his comprehension, and what astonished him further was the presence of profound laws flowing upon it, marking it as a priceless treasure. When he turned to gaze at the young man clad in white on the deck, he was rendered momentarily speechless. Such youth adorned with the status of a sovereign. Most notably, the aura radiating from him was alarmingly terrifying, far surpassing his understanding of sovereign essence. It was akin to a mere speck of dust beholding the vast and dazzling sun, realizing its own insignificance and helplessness. Upon seeing the characters Guiyuan emblazoned on the banner, he stood frozen, for despite the distance between the Tianhe realm and the Baiming Dao domain, the revered name of the Guiyuan Holy Land was known to all. The Guiyuan Holy Land was not something the local lower realms could compare to. A mere flick of a finger from its powerful beings could spell disaster for Fengyan City 100-fold. He was aware that Yun Xinyan was the saintess of the Guiyuan Holy Land, and now she was dutifully following behind this young man in white. This could only imply one thing. This individual was of an extraordinarily formidable background. Realizing this, he swiftly adopted a flattering demeanor, his face displaying a servile smile. Meanwhile, at the Luo family estate, young master, Yun Xinyan has returned. It is said that she is accompanied by a young master of formidable status, one whom even Yun Xinyan regards with great respect. An elder of the Luo family hurriedly reported. A young master? Luo Yin was bewildered, for the Guiyuan Holy Land had kept Su Chang'e's matters shrouded in secrecy, and thus few were aware of him. No matter, he must be just another holy son, he replied nonchalantly, though inwardly his heart was as dark as water. Ah, Yun Xinyan, at the upcoming competition, she shall pay the price. This wretched woman had always looked down upon him, even going so far as to annul their engagement, only to turn around and follow another. Was this not a humiliation? Contemplating this, he turned to Luo Qingyu behind him. Qingyu, do you happen to know of any prominent young figures emerging from the Guiyuan Holy Land? Well, I haven't been paying much attention, and there hasn't been any strange news from the Guiyuan Holy Land. Luo, Qingyu replied, then shifted the topic. Brother Luo Yin, the Guiyuan Holy Land is shrouded in mystery. For thousands of years, they have never revealed their true strength to the world. It would be wise for us to avoid provoking them. Luo Yin nodded slightly, but his heart remained dismissive. In his view, with his own talent, it would not be long before he could ascend to the pinnacle of the Baiming Dao domain. The mere Guiyuan Holy Land? Truly laughable. Gome, Qingzhu, let us proceed to the Yun family for our appointment. Gazing towards the direction of the Wang family, Luo Yin smiled coldly, exuding an air of confidence that seemed to look down upon the world. Today, he would vanquish that wretched woman, subsequently severing their engagement and completely erasing the shame of his past. Chapter 28. The Pressure of Wind and Cloud City. The Son of Fortune merely a chive. Meanwhile, within the hall of the Yun family, a heavy atmosphere enveloped the space. All the elders of the Yun clan were present, and outside, a multitude of family disciples surrounded the entrance, rendering it nearly impassable. The shimmering celestial light and the divine radiance of the flying vessel appeared as if it had descended from the heavens, and the obscure aura emanating from its intricate formations sent shivers down the spines of many Yun clan members. Yet, what truly instilled terror and astonishment in their hearts was not merely this spectacle, but rather the young man seated in the foremost position, exuding an otherworldly charm akin to a celestial being. Their eldest daughter, the saintess of the Gu Yuan Holy Land, stood respectfully behind Su Chang'e, serving him tea with the reverence of a maidservant. "My lord, this is the exquisite by Ling Xian tea I have specially prepared for you. I hope you enjoy it." In truth, Yin Xinyan felt a profound joy within her. Although she was the saintess of the Holy Land, her status paled in comparison to that of Su Chang'e. Standing behind him were the entirety of the Gu Yuan Holy Land and its revered ancestors, a stature beyond her reach. To have such a distinguished individual as a guest in their home was a tremendous honor. "Maidservant, my lord." The hall's occupants gasped collectively at her words, their eyes wide with disbelief. Forgive the ignorance of the younger generation. They are yet unaccustomed to such grandeur. The head of the Yun family, and Yun Xinyan's father, offered with a wry smile, fully aware of Su Chang'e's formidable identity. That his daughter could serve as this esteemed individual's maidservant was indeed a fortune accumulated by the Yun family over countless generations. "There's no need for concern," Su Chang'e replied with a casual smile, clearly indifferent to such trivialities. Yet, he felt a twinge of embarrassment. His maidservant was conversing with her father, and here he stood, some out of place. "Xinyan, it has been a long time since you last saw your father. You two should have a good chat. I shall take a stroll." With that, Su Chang'e set down his teacup and rose from his seat, his expression calm and gentle, radiating an aura that was both unassuming and refreshing, akin to a cultured and amiable gentleman. In truth, the onlookers understood that this was a display of restrained superiority. The gentle demeanor he projected was merely a reflection of his cultivated character, perhaps also a courtesy extended to his maidservant. "Is Yun Xinyan present?" "Luo, Yin has arrived for the appointment." A voice called out from outside the Yun residence. Following the sound, they beheld a young man with an elegant visage standing at the entrance, hands clasped behind his back. Beside him stood an exceptionally beautiful woman. Su Chang'e raised an eyebrow, noting the swift arrival of the guests. Activating his eye of fortune, golden runes swirled within his gaze. Gradually, a line of golden characters materialized above the heads of the two newcomers. Luo Yin, fortune points, 256. Luo Qingyu, fortune points, 198. Quite impressive, Su Chang'e. Delighting in the prospect of a 2-for-1 deal. At this moment, Luo Qingyu and Luo Yin also took notice of the figure clad in white, whose exquisite charm and elegance were impossible to overlook. Even Luo Qingyu found herself momentarily entranced upon encountering Su Chang'e, perceiving him as a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. His striking visage seemingly ethereal. "It appears that this is the so-called youthful lord you have been following. Once, he regarded me with an air of superiority, never deigning to cast a glance in my direction. Now, he has become a mere plaything for another. How utterly laughable." Luo Yan's face was a canvas of derision, her words unrestrained. "Luo Yan, do mind your language. The Divine Sun has always guided my cultivation and has never treated me lightly. Should the Divine Sun truly wish to act upon me, I would be willing." Upon uttering that last line, Yun Xinyan was momentarily taken aback, failing to comprehend her own audacity, her cheeks flushing crimson. Witnessing this scene, Luo Yin trembled with fury. Although their engagement was set to be dissolved, they remained nominally betrothed, and such behavior was nothing short of public humiliation. "Yun Xinyan, even now, you invoke a fictitious divine son to belittle me. Do you hold me in such contempt? Spare me these petty tricks. Let us settle this with a fight." With that declaration, Luo Yin unleashed a tremendous surge of spiritual energy, her raven hair billowing fiercely, her countenance ablaze with indignation. "How could Luo Ge's excellence be comprehended by the likes of you? Truly, you are blind to greatness." Luo Qingyu remarked as she gently clasped Luo Yan's arm, her sarcasm unabashed. "Impudence! How dare you insult the Divine Sun?" Yun Xinyan erupted, summoning her spiritual energy as a water phoenix coalesced around her, its azure mist ethereal, akin to a celestial goddess descending from the heavens. Her aura even surpassed that of Luo Yan. Just as she prepared to teach Luo Yan a lesson, Su Chang'e interposed himself. "Fictitious, you say?" A smile played upon Su Chang'e's lips as he stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing Luo Yan with bemusement. Truth be told, he found the situation somewhat amusing. Previously, he had made a deliberate estimation of Luo Yan's cultivation, assuming that as a child of destiny, she must possess at least the strength of the Emperor's realm. However, it became evident that she was merely at the initial stage of the Purple Mansion realm, presenting no challenge to him whatsoever. In fact, it was not that Luo Yan's talent was lacking. It was simply that Su Chang'e was exceedingly formidable. Each breakthrough he made was accompanied by celestial phenomena, ascending an entire realm as effortlessly as one would partake of a meal. What? Do you intend to defend her? I advise you to refrain from meddling. Otherwise, you shall meet a most dreadful end. Luo Yan scoffed, failing to sense Su Chang'e's true power, mistakenly believing herself his equal. I shall meet a dreadful end? How intriguing. I look forward to witnessing that. Su Chang'e advanced deliberately, each step amplifying his terrifying presence. What grounds do you have for such arrogance? Boom! An overwhelming pressure from the heavens descended in an instant. It was as if ancient echoes resounded, and the vast power emanating from the white-clad youth caused the very void to warp. Yet that was not the end. Buzz! Following closely, a soaring intent of the sword erupted from the white-clad youth, as if countless sword energies were birthed within this realm. An awe-inspiring force akin to divine retribution descending upon them. The air was thick with the ominous scent of destruction and death, permeating the hearts of all within Windcloud City. A thunderous roar echoed, causing the very ground to tremble and the protective array of the city to flicker ominously, slowly disintegrating before their eyes. In that moment, the city was filled with a cacophony of gasps, pleas, and wails. Many fell to their knees, bowing their heads to the heavens, believing they had committed some grave transgression, incurring the wrath of the celestial order, which now threatened to unleash divine retribution upon them. The signs of the Yin family trembled in fear, while Luo Yin and Luo Qingyu, too, appeared pallid, overwhelmed by an unfathomable presence of the Emperor's realm. They gazed towards the source of this terrifying aura, where a figure, reminiscent of a fallen immortal, seemed as if he had descended from the celestial domain, a being from an entirely different realm. Suddenly, an inexplicable energy emanated from Luo Yin, dissipating a portion of Su Chang'e's oppressive force. Su Chang'e's senses, ever keen, immediately detected something unusual, a green jade pendant hanging at Luo Yan's waist, seemingly shrouded in mysterious restrictions, resonating with faint waves of soul energy. What a glitch! A familiar trope resembling the spirit residing within an object, akin to the ring of the old man. Ding! A new optional quest detected. Option 1. Seize the Jade Pendant. Reward: partial inheritance of the Heavenly River Emperor. Option 2. Abandon the Jade Pendant. Reward: 9 profound gathering spirit pill. It appeared that Luo Yan's formidable rise was intricately linked to this pendant. To his astonishment, the jade was indeed related to the Emperor's tomb, an unexpected boon. Merely one potential opportunity had triggered 2 quest options. One could not help but marvel at the fortune of the child of destiny. Su Chang'e's heart surged with excitement, looking at Luo Yin as if he were a veritable treasure trove. Noticing Su Chang'e's unwavering gaze upon the jade pendant, Luo Yin felt a surge of unease. What were his intentions? What do you want? Luo Yin demanded, his voice resolute. Su Chang'e replied with a calm smile. You have offended this divine scion. Do you not believe you should pay a price? Surrender the jade pendant at your waist, and I shall spare your life. Impossible, Luo Yin retorted defiantly. That pendant was the very foundation of his ascent, and it concealed a significant secret. Chapter 29, One Sword Strike. The Fall of the Venerable. You have 10 breaths of time. Su Chang'e remained unhurried. Having already deemed his opponent as mere fodder, escape was simply not an option. Luo Yan's countenance darkened. He had come today to fulfill a 3-year pact and to cleanse the stain of past humiliations. Yet he never anticipated encountering such a formidable young man. Do you know my identity? I am the holy son of the Gi sect. Su Chang'e chuckled at this proclamation. Indeed, his adversary had resorted to invoking his status as a means of intimidation. However, Su Chang'e was least intimidated by such titles. You are Luo Yin. who joined the Gi sect 5 years ago and recently ascended to become the newly appointed 11th Holy Son. What of it? Offending this divine son will exact a price. By the way, you have 3 breaths of time remaining. Luo Yan's face turned ashen. His opponent exhibited no fear of his status, even appearing utterly unconcerned. This could only indicate that Su Chang'e possessed formidable confidence. Youngster, knowing of my Gi sect, your audacity is truly excessive. At that moment, the void began to twist and gradually split open, from which emerged an elder. Elderly, both Luo Yan and Luo Qingyu displayed expressions of astonishment. Elderly was a peak venerable, regarded as one of the most powerful beings in this realm. You two worthless wretches are a disgrace to our Gi sect. I shall deal with you both shortly. Elderly cast a fierce glare at the two. He was the protector accompanying Luo Yan and Luo Qingyu on this journey. He had witnessed the preceding scene and deemed it an immense embarrassment for his sect. I have yet to make a move, and the old man already comes to flaunt his age? Elder Li's expression darkened with fury. Youngster, I advise you to choose your words carefully. Otherwise, do not blame me for teaching you a lesson. In that moment, the terrifying aura of a peak venerable emanated from the elder, the essence of divine concealment transforming into a spectral manifestation of a colossal ancient bird that screeched in the air. Teach me a lesson? As a holy son of the Guiyuan Holy Land, my status is on par with the ancestors. With but a flick of my finger, I could ignite a cataclysmic war. This act is not merely a provocation against me, but a challenge to the dignity of the Guiyuan Holy Land. Predecessor, I implore you not to take action. Su Chang'e addressed a direction in the void. Upon departing the Beiming Dao domain, he sensed a powerful aura lurking in the shadows. If the presence bore no ill intent, it must be a strong protector sent by the Holy Land to watch over him. Are you now willing to concede? Let me tell you, should you fail to provide satisfactory compensation, I shall undoubtedly teach you a lesson today. Elder Li's expression was one of disdain. He mirrored Su Chang'e's earlier words back at him. In his heart, he ridiculed the so-called holy son of the Guiyuan Holy Land. In the face of his might, he was still obedient. Your Gi sect truly excels at self-aggrandizement. I merely wish to resolve this personally. Xinyan, take your family and retreat to a safe distance. Yin Xinyan, ever obedient, promptly led her family away from the vicinity. She realized that Su Chang'e was genuinely enraged. As her words fell, a brilliant and resplendent sword light suddenly emanated from Su Chang'e, swirling around him in a dazzling display. Countless sword lights tore through the fabric of space, creating rifts around him, the folly of the mayfly shaking the tree. It was a path to self-destruction. Elderly S. face contorted with fury. He was a venerable elder. And how could a mere junior of the Emperor's realm dare to confront him? This was nothing short of a provocation. Suddenly, the void behind him trembled violently. The rolling laws of spiritual energy surged forth from all directions towards him. A thunderous cry erupted as the phantom of an ancient giant bird let out an earth-shattering screech. Its wings, obscuring half the sky, stirred the void and unleashed a tremendous tempest. Abruptly, 2 ferocious tornadoes surged within the void, their might utterly terrifying. In the next moment, countless blades formed from spiritual energy filled the air. Their cold gleam was piercingly sharp. The overwhelming pressure of spiritual energy caused the temperature of the surrounding realm to plummet, making those nearby feel as though they were plunged into the depths of winter. Junior, I shall grant you one last opportunity. Should you remain obstinate, today I shall teach you what it means to respect your elders. He did not dare to truly harm Su Chang'e. After all, he was well aware of the fearsome reputation of the Guiyuan Holy Land. If they truly unleashed their wrath, even their sect would be no match. How absurd! As he spoke, Su Chang'e formed a sword gesture with his hand, and in an instant, boundless sword energy enveloped him. The sword energy intertwined, rendering him akin to a celestial sword immortal, transforming the very surroundings into a vast ocean of swords. Slash! The sound of the sword resonated through the void. In an instant, the mighty sword energy erupted forth, coalescing into a brilliant sword beam 100 feet long. With a thunderous boom, the sword fell like a shooting star, unleashing a blinding radiance with the force to obliterate. The previously roaring tempest of spiritual energy shattered upon encountering the sword energy, dissipating into gentle breezes throughout the realm. Simultaneously, the heavy clouds above were torn asunder by the sword energy, revealing a vast chasm that exuded a rich, resplendent light. This is the Emperor's realm. A stunned silence enveloped the surroundings. How could the attack of a venerable elder be so effortlessly neutralized? With such power, did he dare to rely on his seniority? Su Chang'e smiled lightly. Junior, you. Elder Li's forehead throbbed with veins. He had cultivated for over a millennium to achieve the status of a venerable elder, gaining considerable prestige even within the Gi sect. How dare a mere junior be so audacious? Instantly, the void stirred once more, unleashing a ferocious whirlwind of spiritual energy. Far more powerful than before, he resolved to unleash his full strength, no longer willing to hold back. Kid, I shall make you understand how foolish it is to provoke a venerable elder. Su Chang'e merely smiled faintly, seemingly indifferent. As a divine child, I honor my elders and cherish the young. Please, you go first. To seek death. Elder Li's final shred of reason was completely shattered by these words. A colossal shadow, reminiscent of a divine mountain, descended directly upon Su Chang'e. The earth trembled with a thunderous roar as terrifying spiritual energy erupted forth, shaking the very heavens and earth. Under such overwhelming power, even Windcloud City quaked violently. The surging spiritual energy seemed poised to freeze the innermost organs of all present. Yet, despite this formidable might, Su Chang'e remained indifferent, his gaze tranquil, the late stage venerable, an opportune moment to test the slashing Dao technique. Su Chang'e withdrew the celestial sword from the void, addressing it with a self-assured smile. Celestial, this time I shall primarily test the technique. This old wretch is merely an incidental target. I apologize for burdening you. The celestial sword appeared to resonate, emitting a crisp, melodious chime as frost-laden sword energy runes slowly coalesced. Simultaneously, Su Chang'e gently closed his eyes, recalling the scenes of comprehending the slashing Dao technique over the past few days. What is the Dao? Man follows the earth follows the heavens follow the Dao, and the Dao follows nature. This is the essence of the Dao, the formlessness of the great elephant, the spirituality of all things. This is the realization of the Dao, the first move of the slashing Dao technique, enlightenment of the Dao. Slash! With a whisper from Su Chang'e, a radiant sword energy soared into the heavens, illuminating the skies. It was as if the chaos of creation had emerged, casting light upon all existence, radiating divine majesty. As the blade fell, the heavens lamented and the sun and moon dimmed. The very fabric of time seemed to momentarily freeze in that instant, transforming the world into a watercolor painting. The sword energy sliced through the void, dazzling and resplendent, obliterating the elder's form in an instant, slain by a single stroke. The final, magnificent pillar of sword energy shot towards the heavens, billowing clouds of dust and chaos in its wake. The sword energy rampaging uncontrollably. As a wisp of white smoke dissipated, the venerable figure seemed to have never existed. Silence enveloped the surroundings as all stood petrified, gazing in awe at the recently unleashed, terrifying sword strike, their hearts trembling. Chapter 30. Subsequent Fortunes. Treasure-seeking Mouse Luo Yin. The great laws of this world lament and sorrow. The vast spiritual energy gradually returns to the heavens and earth. This signifies the complete demise of that esteemed figure. When powerful beings perish, their cultivation is returned to the world as dictated by the fundamental laws of this realm. Having eliminated a mere pawn, I have inadvertently delayed matters, causing you to wait longer than anticipated. Let us return to the matter at hand. If you remain unwilling to relinquish your jade pendant, I fear your fate will mirror his. Su Chang'e appeared utterly indifferent, his expression devoid of emotion, as though he had merely crushed an insignificant ant. At that moment, both Luo Yin and Luo Qingyu trembled, unable to accept the grim reality. The esteemed figure's power had so easily dissipated. Luo Yin gritted his teeth, gasping for breath, and exclaimed, "You have slain the steward of my Gi sect. Do you not fear the outbreak of an immortal war?" Su Chang'e could not help but chuckle. Indeed, the other party must have perceived him as a formidable yet ordinary holy son. Yet he was the divine son of the Guiyuan sacred land, and his will was synonymous with that of the sacred land itself. The provocation and disdain directed at him and his sacred ground warranted nothing less than death as a means of atonement. An immortal war? What was there to fear? Standing with hands clasped behind his back, the gentle breeze billowed his robes, presenting him as a battle god filled with absolute confidence, exuding an aura that could suppress the heavens. In that instant, Luo Yin was thoroughly petrified. An immortal war. This was a cataclysmic battle between top-tier sects, heralded by the sounding of war horns and the mobilization of divine soldiers. Until the enemy was utterly vanquished, the conflict would never cease, fighting to the death. With neither side yielding, the land would be drenched in blood and scattered with corpses, a scene of utter devastation. This was what an immortal war entailed. Yet, the other party seemed entirely unfazed, as if proclaiming their readiness to engage to the bitter end. The confidence exuded by Su Chang'e was terrifying, and here he was, merely a newly ascended holy son. Should he bring such calamity upon his sect, not only would he jeopardize his position, but his family would also face unimaginable disaster. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Yin inhaled deeply and inquired, "If I were to willingly surrender this jade pendant, would you spare me?" Su Chang'e smiled lightly, being nonchalant. "Of course, for me, whether to kill you now is inconsequential." In truth, Su Chang'e's thoughts were far from that. How naive! His words pertained to the present, but that did not guarantee his future intentions. For now, he could still serve as a treasure-seeking mouse. Should he eliminate Luo Yin now, what would become of the subsequent opportunities? One must leverage their remaining value. He would not engage in such a losing proposition. The most astute entity in the world was the heavenly Tao. Opportunities not meant for oneself could never be unearthed, no matter how deeply one dug. It was far more prudent to employ a free tool, waiting for the other party to discover genuine opportunities before making his move. Furthermore, obtaining that jade pendant was merely to fulfill a task requirement. With a determined bite of his teeth, Luo Yin threw the jade pendant towards Su Chang'e, declaring, "Here is the pendant. I hope you can honor your promise." Upon hearing the completion of the optional tasks, Su Chang'e felt a profound sense of satisfaction. He had successfully accomplished 2 tasks, establishing his authority and acquiring the jade pendant. However, that wretched boy had thwarted him as well. The soul fluctuations within the pendant had vanished, indicating that the soul had likely transferred to another object. He remained unconcerned. Whatever conditions his treasure-seeking mouse required, he would simply create them. "Wait," Su Chang'e called out to Luo Yin, who was about to turn and leave. Luo Yin paused, his face pale, harboring immense resentment. He knew the scoundrel would not let him off easily. If necessary, he would seek his teacher's intervention. Resolutely, Luo Yin turned back with newfound determination. "Do not be so fearful of me. After all, I am not a devil," Su Chang'e remarked, a faint smile playing on his lips as he settled into a wrought-tan chair. Accepting the teacup offered by Yun Xinyan, he lowered his gaze to blow on the steaming tea, his expression as calm as a sovereign deciding the fate of the world. Luo Yin clenched his fists, the bones cracking under pressure. This was unbearable. His heart thundered with rage. Not only had he lost a portion of his fortune, but he was also subjected to such humiliation. He vowed that he would not rest until he avenged this grievance. Quickly, he calmed his emotions and said, "I will comply with your commands, my lord." Su Chang'e was somewhat taken aback. He had not expected this child of fortune to possess such patience. Remarkably, he did not utter a single harsh word before fleeing. Intriguing. This was the demeanor befitting a true child of destiny. "Very well, if there is nothing else, you may leave." "Yes." Luo Yin, humiliated, once again bowed in respect, his fury reaching its zenith. He was also a favored son of heaven. How could he endure such indignity? Yet he firmly believed in a single principle. As long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not fear a lack of firewood. He would take his revenge once he had grown stronger. Su Chang'e smiled meaningfully at him, causing Luo Yin to shudder, and he hastily took his leave. Clever fool. The other party had long harbored murderous intent towards him, yet Luo Yin believed he was concealing it well. In truth, with a careful observation, one could discern the coldness and malice lurking deep within his soul. It seemed that the blow he had dealt had placed this child of fortune on a path of vengeance against him. What a pity. Su Chang'e had already grasped his intentions. The moment his remaining value was fully extracted would mark the arrival of his demise. Once more, Su Chang'e quietly activated the Eye of Fortune, gazing at the retreating figure of Luo Yin. Luo Yin, fortune points 196. Indeed, having been robbed of his fortune, Luo Yin's points had diminished. To his surprise, there was still a considerable amount of fortune remaining. It appeared that this insufferable boy still had significant opportunities ahead. Su Chang'e felt elated. The greater the remaining value, the more benefits it would yield for him. His eyes shimmered with golden light as he activated the insight of fortune once again. Luo Yin, the pride of Windy City, suffered a devastating blow during the 3-year pact. Yet this did not diminish his unwavering determination to forge ahead. Soon, he would encounter a life-altering opportunity within the ancient mountains of the Tianhe realm. Ancient mountains? A life-changing event? It seems this is merely an appetizer. One cannot help but acknowledge that the favored child of destiny indeed enjoys the blessings of the heavenly path, as he is presented with such extraordinary opportunities. Fortunately, I had the foresight to hold back and not eliminate him then. Otherwise, the subsequent rewards would have been lost. Watching Luo Yin's retreating figure, Su Chang'e's lips curled into a faint smile. Luo Yin, I hope this treasure-seeking mouse does not disappoint me. Chapter 31. The Dual Emperor's Legacy. Apologies or immortal battle curse be it. It was not until he had distanced himself from the Yun family that Luo Yin, in a fit of fury, shattered a boulder beside him with a single punch. Chunks of stone flew as clouds of dust billowed forth. His eyes were bloodshot, brimming with an intense rage that surged towards the heavens. Brother Luo Yin, Yu Luo Qingyu attempted to approach and comfort her beloved. Yet the ferocity emanating from him repelled her. A sense of trepidation enveloped her. She had never encountered this side of Luo Yin, rendering him an enigma, as if he were an entirely different person. Luo Yin, you need not behave in this manner. We have long since uncovered the location of that relic. Once you obtain the complete legacy of the Heavenly River Emperor, that individual will merely serve as a stepping stone for you. A venerable voice echoed softly within Luo Yan's heart, belonging to the mysterious elder within the jade pendant. He had once been a servant of the Heavenly River Emperor, known as the Dragon Elephant Sage. The Heavenly River Emperor perished in an ancient battle, ultimately interred within the tomb of the Heavenly River Realm. In his quest for a successor to carry on his legacy, he established a series of trials, with the Dragon Elephant Sage serving as the adjudicator. Master, why did you not intervene and teach him a lesson just now? Had you acted, we would not have faced such calamity. Luo Yin seethed with indignation, for as the favored child of destiny, he had risen against all odds, progressing with remarkable ease. The humiliation he endured today was simply unbearable. The Dragon Elephant Sage paused, seemingly taken aback. After a prolonged silence, he lamented, "It is not that I do not wish to act, but rather that if I did, we both would perish." I sensed the presence of another peak sage hidden within that space, likely serving as his clandestine protector. Another sigh escaped him, tinged with disappointment. The one he had hoped to see inherit the Heavenly River Emperor's legacy had faltered after merely one setback, leading to such a drastic shift in temperament. Could such a disposition truly be worthy of his master's legacy? The Dragon Elephant Sage shook his head with a wry smile, choosing to console himself with the belief that Luo Yin would surely mature through this experience. The son of the return to Origin Sacred Land appeared to possess the bloodline of a sacred body. Though the Dragon Elephant Sage was but a remnant of his former self, he had survived since ancient times and was acutely aware that the return to Origin Sacred Land was far more complex than it seemed. Once more, He recalled Su Changa's fabled sword strike, a tear in the fabric of space, surging into the firmament, cleaving through revered beings, a display of unparalleled prowess. Indeed, the great era had descended. Meanwhile, at the Yin family estate, "Thank you for your assistance, son." Yin Xinyan expressed her heartfelt gratitude. She bowed gracefully to Su Chang'e, acknowledging that without his intervention, resolving this matter would have been far more arduous. She had never held any affection for Luo Yan, and this ill-fated engagement had finally come to an end. It is of no consequence. Now that the matter is settled, I shall return to my cultivation. She had completed 2 optional tasks and aimed to enhance her strength further. Most importantly, there were subsequent opportunities. Being the child of destiny was indeed alluring. Yin Xinyan gazed at Su Chang'e's departing silhouette, her lovely eyes filled with admiration. Even a mighty son of God remains diligent in his cultivation. Yin Xinyan, if you do not strive harder, you may find yourself unable to even catch a glimpse of his silhouette. In Yin Xinyan's heart, Su Chang'e is truly extraordinary. She does not yearn for much, as merely witnessing his back would suffice to bring her great contentment. The true dragon soaring above the 9 heavens will ultimately rise, tearing through the cosmos to forge its own legend. Were Su Chang'e aware of her sentiments, he would undoubtedly give a thumbs up, acknowledging her as a master of imaginative logic, formidable indeed. Within the confines of his chamber, Su Chang'e activated a barrier array, promptly summoning the system interface. Heavenly Turn Palm, the renowned technique of the Battle Emperor, a single palm sweeping across 3,000 continents. With a mere flick, it alters the very heavens. Remarkably, it is the Battle Emperor's martial arts. The tale of the Battle Emperor is steeped in legend. In his youth, he was considered mediocre, even deemed a waste. He reached the Spirit Body realm at 15, attained the Spirit Sea realm at 28, and only reached the Divine Sea realm at 50. Finally achieving the Purple Mansion realm at 59. Such a seemingly talentless cultivator became the Master of Destiny. The Battle Emperor was but a solitary cultivator who, from his emergence to his ascendance as an emperor, endured countless trials and tribulations, navigating through the perils of life and death. He persistently challenged formidable opponents, teetering on the brink of death countless times. Each time he sustained grave injuries, he retreated to recover, resuming his cultivation once healed. He fought and fell, yet emerged stronger from each battle, using combat to foster growth. This unremarkable individual ultimately annihilated all foes on the path to seizing destiny, proving his worth through sheer physical prowess. His formidable physique solidified his status as the mightiest among emperors, earning him the revered title of the Battle Emperor. With an innate holy body and the potent force of blood and chi, I can certainly elevate this technique to unprecedented heights. Extracting the heavenly turn palm, a radiant light surged into his mind. It felt as though myriad figures within his consciousness were manifesting various techniques, while obscure runes of profound principles flashed incessantly. In but a moment, he had mastered the heavenly turn palm. Concentrating, Su Chang'e whispered, opening his palm, where an overwhelming aura of the grand Tao permeated. His chi surging like a dragon, tumultuous as the ocean. The protective barriers surrounding him flickered wildly, destabilized by the immense power that had descended. Should he unleash this palm strike, the area would be reduced to dust in an instant. However, what legacy does the celestial River Emperor hold? Su Chang'e possessed little knowledge of him, for this emperor was shrouded in mystery, and tales of his exploits were scarce. Once Su Chang'e completed the extraction, a resplendent orb of light materialized in the void. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the Celestial River Emperor's legacy, the Heart Unfettered Technique, harmonizing the inner spiritual energy, purifying the impure, cultivating tranquility, nourishing the meridians, and enhancing the speed of internal energy circulation. Not bad. It appears to be a method of mental cultivation. Unbeknownst to Su Chang'e, chaos had already erupted outside. In the Celestial River realm, the recent terrifying battle had become common knowledge. It was rumored to involve a significant figure from the North Underworld Dao domain. A friend of mine serves as a maid in the Yun household, and he described that young nobleman as though he were a celestial being descended to earth, strikingly handsome, as if painted by the finest artist. You cannot fathom the sheer terror of that battle. It felt as though the world was on the brink of apocalypse. That gentleman is indeed formidable. The heavenly river realm is on the verge of transformation. Many powerful factions within the heavenly river realm have become fervently agitated, seeking every possible means to forge a connection with Suchanga. One must understand that with Suchanga's strength and status, a mere flick of his finger could unleash a cataclysmic tempest upon the heavenly river realm. However, in contrast to the heavenly river realm, a significant upheaval is brewing within the North Underworld domain. Within the ancestral grounds of the Return to Origin sect, the elders have just witnessed the scene of Suchanga slaying the steward of the Return One sect. What shall be done about this? I believe the Return One sect is courting death. Indeed, since the Return One sect seeks to oppress the weaker, we shall engage them in their own game. In the realm of cultivation, even if the younger generation ignites a deadly conflict, it remains their affair. This is a tacitly accepted principle among the populace. If all the younger generation were to be targeted by the older factions, would they ever have the opportunity to grow? Since the elders of the Return One sect have chosen to intervene first, they must now bear the consequences of their retaliation. Furthermore, their divine offspring has only just embarked on their journey of cultivation and now faces such calamity. Their forgiveness is utterly unattainable. Below, numerous elders gazed toward the trio of figures at the summit, seemingly awaiting their decision. The three formidable figures exuded an aura reminiscent of the eternal heavens. Even the slightest hint of their presence could shatter the very fabric of this realm. One of the figures spoke in a grave tone. Issue a proclamation. The steward of the Return One sect has shown utter disrespect, bullying our holy land's divine offspring. Now, they are presented with two choices. First, they must provide a satisfactory explanation to the Return to Origin sect and offer a formal apology. Second, here he paused, a glint of fierce light flashing in his eyes, to declare an immortal war. Chapter 32. The Name of the Divine Sun. The North Ming Dao domain trembles amidst a realm shrouded in ethereal mists, lies the abode of the Gi sect, in the heart of the resplendent hall of flowing light. The sect's leader, adorned in luxurious robes, bore a countenance darkened by fury. Wretched beings, this is an affront beyond measure. He roared, his voice echoing with a cataclysmic might that seemed to shake the very fabric of this small world. The heavens trembled, and the stars appeared to falter, as a dread aura reminiscent of the apocalypse surged forth from the hall. The multitude of elders encircling him dared not utter a sound, fully aware of the tempest that raged within their leader. With his body quaking and face flushed, his eyes seemed to blaze with an inner fire. After a prolonged moment, his wrath began to subside, and he drew a deep breath, casting a somber gaze upon the assembled elders. Esteemed ones, what course of action shall we take? As the words left his lips, an elder emerged from the throng, his expression a mask of indignation. It is unconscionable. Our esteemed servant has perished, yet they demand an apology from us. If they wish to provoke an immortal conflict, let it be so. Indeed, Gi sect is a formidable force in its own right. How dare the Guiyuan Holy Land presume us weak? Another elder chimed in. Please, sect leader, issue the command. I am prepared to lead our finest warriors into battle. As more voices rose in fervor, the anger within them surged, akin to a tempest. The audacity of demanding an apology for the death of their own servant ignited their indignation. Suddenly, a thunderous voice reverberated from the horizon. Have you all grown so befuddled after years of cultivation in the Gi sect? The assembly fell silent, stunned by the presence of their venerable ancestor, whose arrival had clearly been stirred by this grave matter. A weathered figure descended from the skies, exuding an aura of unparalleled terror. Upon entering the hall, the elder cast a dispassionate glance over the gathered crowd. The Guiyuan Holy Land stands as the sole survivor of that cataclysmic war. Our sect's history pales in comparison to theirs, and yet you wish to ignite a battle for the sake of a mere servant? Such youthful bravado is truly reckless. Observing the silent assembly, the elder continued, moreover, it is the younger generation that must address their own affairs. Is our young sect master, Li Han, not capable of rivaling their divine son? Once Li Han masters the fusion of the sacred flame of breaking paths, he shall possess the strength to lead the younger generation. At that juncture, we can collect our debts in due time. As he spoke, a glint of murderous intent flickered in his eyes. When the heavens decree their downfall, they shall be rendered mad. At that time, the Guiyuan Holy Land will surely pay their blood debts in kind. Meanwhile, the news of Su Chang'e, wielding the cultivation of the sovereign rank, slaying a Gi sect elder had already spread far and wide, sending tremors throughout the North Ming Dao domain. It is crucial to recognize that as one progresses in cultivation, the disparities between realms grow increasingly vast, signifying an extraordinary prowess. To slay a late-stage elder while in the early stage of sovereign rank is a feat only achievable by a true prodigy. What astonished them most was the formidable might of the Guiyuan Holy Land. Should the Gi sect refuse to offer a formal apology, an immortal battle shall ensue. This event swept across the entire Baimingdao region like an earthquake of magnitude 8. How astonishing! What extraordinary talent does the son of the Guiyuan Holy Land possess? Just a short while ago, he was merely at the Spirit Sea realm, and now he has grown powerful enough to slay a venerable figure. The innate sacred body truly is terrifying. Moreover, it is the elder generation of the Gi sect intervening in the disputes of the younger generation. Does this not tarnish their collective dignity? Clearly, the identity of the son of the Guiyuan Holy Land is quite exceptional. They even resort to launching an immortal battle. Indeed, an immortal battle is akin to an apocalyptic war. The Guiyuan Holy Land is truly displaying unparalleled dominance this time. Yet, in less than half a day, news spread that the Gi sect had dispatched several elders bearing substantial gifts to the Guiyuan Holy Land to apologize. In an instant, the name of the son of the Guiyuan Holy Land became known to all. The name Su Chang'e quickly became the focal point for countless individuals. I truly underestimated you. However, the stronger you become, the more enjoyable it shall be to defeat you. Within the temple of the ancient Qin dynasty, Qin Tai sat upon a mat, exuding a dense aura that became almost tangible, with a dragon's might permeating the air, distorting the void behind him. At Bixia sect, a graceful woman clad in a flowing white gown, her face veiled, was perusing information regarding Su Chang'e. The Guiyuan Holy Land had maintained excellent secrecy, and what she knew was limited to the innate sacred body and the recent events. Why has such a powerful prodigy only now come to light? Perhaps Su Chang'e's talent is even more terrifying than the world perceives. In Huiqiangu, a group of alluring women, dressed provocatively, frolicked with their fair feet in a pool, the splashes of water failing to compare to the waves before their bosoms. Each subtle movement exuded endless charm. Sister, it's truly a pity. Our Huiqiangu could have had an unprecedented junior brother. Indeed, I've heard that the son is exceptionally handsome. It's such a shame not to have him around. What if we sisters went to bring him here? I'm in, but he must be the first to ride. At the suspended divine mountain of the Laha sword sect, resembling an inverted sword, lay the famed Laha sword mountain. At its base, a young man drenched in sweat, his expression contorted with pain, was relentlessly slashing at the air with his sword. 99,999. 100,000. Master, I've completed 100,000 sword swings. Wuji Out Yin, with a face full of excitement, finally endured through this torturous day. The heavenly sword master wore a stern expression, full of disdain. Oh, you think you're happy just because you've finished? Su Chang'e slays venerables with his sword. Yet you swing yours 100,000 times and still can't even kill a venerable with one strike. If he sees you, he might think our Loaha sword sect's younger generation is void of talent. Keep swinging. Another 100,000 times. As the words of the sword sovereign of the opening sky resonated, Wuji Outyin felt an overwhelming desire for death. The weight of sorrow compelled him to let out a deep sigh. Life is perpetually marked by its dramatic highs and lows. One may sit comfortably at home, yet calamity descends from the heavens. Chapter 33. The emergence of the emperor's tomb in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Meanwhile, within the palace arranged for Su Chang'e by the Yun family, a gentle knock echoed through the air. "My lord, the divine son." Yun Xinyan's voice resonated. "Luo Yin has just departed from Fengyun City, seemingly heading toward the 10,000 Great Mountains." "Understood," Su Chang'e replied as the door creaked open. A mist enveloped the space, resembling a mystical sanctuary. He was adorned in a flowing white robe, shimmering with ethereal light, akin to a myriad of vibrant clouds. The divine radiance surrounded him, and the gentle breeze stirred his garment, exuding an aura of profound mystery. His expression remained calm and indifferent, as if immersed in deep contemplation. Having solidified his cultivation through this heart technique, his power had significantly ascended, truly befitting the emperor's method. After practicing the free heart technique, his mastery over spiritual energy had grown immensely. What delighted Su Chang'e even more was that Luo Yin, this treasure-seeking mouse, had finally embarked on his quest, displaying commendable efficiency. One must admit, the heavens are indeed astute. The 10,000 Great Mountains, with its countless towering peaks and ancient beings dwelling within, presents an almost insurmountable challenge for ordinary individuals seeking fortune. Fortunately, he possessed a professional treasure-seeking mouse. Otherwise, he could easily have been misled. Without hesitation, Su Chang'e approached the flying vessel, activated the formation, and summoned a tempestuous wind in the void. Boom! As the formation whirred to life, the colossal vessel surged forth in pursuit of Luo Yan's departing direction, simultaneously deep within the caverns of the 10,000 Great Mountains. Luo Yin stood before the stone door leading into the emperor's tomb. "Luo Yin, is it not premature to open the tomb now? You have lost the jade pendant and have not fully grasped the power to unlock the tomb. A reckless initiation could create a significant uproar if we are discovered." The words of the dragon elephant sage trailed off, interrupted by Luo Yin. "Master, the jade pendant has already fallen into the hands of another. If I do not act now, they may seize the opportunity." His confidence was palpable, for he had meticulously devised this plan and was resolute in its execution. "Yet, Brother Luo Yin, the sect has sent word for us to return. If time runs short." Luo Qingyu's face was etched with concern. The higher-ups of the Ge sect were already agitated, and any further delay would surely incur harsher penalties. "Qingyu, given the circumstances, do you believe I can abandon this pursuit?" "But Brother Luo Yin, enough. Until I defeat the divine son of the Guyuan sacred land, I shall find no peace." Seeing his determination, Luo Qingyu fell silent, understanding the heavy toll this ordeal had taken on him. Since returning from the Yun family, he had appeared in a daze. After a series of preparations, Luo Yin gradually recited an incantation. Just as he uttered the final syllable, suddenly, a formidable pressure pervaded the cosmos, sweeping relentlessly across the entire Tianhe realm, causing the very fabric of existence to tremble. Mountains and rivers, once steadfast, now quaked under the weight of this terrifying force. Even the celestial bodies seemed to shift. Merely a whisper of this aura was enough to instill awe in all beings. The ancient powers of the Tianhe realm, long hidden from the world, were roused by this overwhelming presence. An emperor is the aura of an emperor. Countless faces were painted with terror and disbelief. Logically, one would surmise that in this world devoid of destiny, the ascension of an emperor was impossible. This could only signify the emergence of an emperor's relic or tomb. The eyes of many ancient factions glimmered with avarice. The blessings of the emperor, if obtained, could grant them another chance at life. With this thought, the void erupted with sound as countless streams of light surged towards the location of Luo Yin. Such commotion accompanies the opening of an emperor's tomb. On the flying vessel, Su Chang'e stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing curiously towards that direction. In that area, myriad laws intertwined, and amidst the resplendent divine radiance, an indistinct figure appeared to stand between heaven and earth, as if a single being could uphold an entire realm. Just by standing there, the presence commanded reverence and worship from all living beings. "Is this the Son of Heaven?" Yun Xinyan, regaining her composure, looked at Su Chang'e with excitement. Su Chang'e smiled subtly at the unfolding events in the distance. Indeed, the patriarch of the breaking army had predicted the existence of an emperor's tomb in the Tianhe realm. Without Luo Yin, the treasure-seeking rodent, none of this would have unfolded so smoothly. Moreover, armed with the information from that jade pendant, Su Chang'e considered himself the most knowledgeable about this emperor's tomb. At last, I am on the brink of obtaining the complete legacy of the Tianhe emperor. Wait for it, Su Chang'e. I shall surely kill you then. Luo Yan's face was alight with exhilaration. Should he successfully inherit the Tianhe emperor's fortune, he could turn his fortunes around, not only reaching the pinnacle, but also avenging past grievances. Luo Yan, this truly is the legacy of the emperor. Luo Qingyu was equally thrilled. An emperor, a terrifying powerhouse beyond the saints. A legendary being who could resist such allure. Qingyu, wait for me outside. However, Luo Yan's words plunged her into an icy abyss. Perceiving Luo Qingyu's shock, Luo Yan stepped forward and embraced her tightly. Qingyu, you're the one I trust the most. This commotion is immense. It surely has attracted the attention of many factions, so I want you to remain outside. Is it to buy time for Brother Luo Yan? Luo Qingyu asked, her beautiful eyes filled with disappointment, unable to fathom that her beloved would treat her thus. Indeed. However, I promise to share the entirety of the Tianhe Emperor's legacy with you. Together, we shall become the most formidable prodigies in this world, destined to become immortal partners and celebrate our wedding at the peak of existence. Luo Yan held Luo Qingyu's face with both hands, his gaze brimming with affection. Luo Qingyu felt a mix of astonishment and deep emotion, assuring him, "Do not worry, Brother Luo Yan. I will surely hold them off. Indeed, I trust you. Await my return." After gently caressing Luo Qingyu's head, Luo Yan entered the ruins without a backward glance. In truth, his earlier words served merely as a tactical delay. Had he not spoken thus, would this young girl truly assist him in his endeavors? The legacy of the great emperor is unparalleled, a treasure that he would never share with another. It is essential to recognize that one prodigy is sufficient. It must be him alone. The dragon elephant sage observed the madness etched upon Luo Yan's face, feeling a twinge of regret. Alas, have I truly misjudged him? With a heavy sigh, he resigned himself to the situation, praying for a favorable outcome. Chapter 34. The Sage's Intervention. Reduced to ashes in the vast mountains above a realm of ancient peaks. Divine light intertwined, ethereal energy surged, and auspicious clouds radiated magnificently, illuminating the entirety of the vast mountains. Particularly within the ancient mountain at the heart of this divine illumination. An immense and boundless essence converged, resembling a naturally formed microcosm. The profound and ancient aura evoked a sense of awe and trepidation. In this vicinity, countless ancient warships had gathered, many belonging to esteemed individuals, with several formidable beings of great power among them. These individuals hailed from the most prominent ancient forces of the celestial river realm. The most powerful among them possessed the ability to incinerate mountains and seas, to invert the very fabric of yin and yang. Even the reclusive ancient clans made their appearance. Such mighty beings of great power are likely the strongest entities in the celestial river realm. With their presence, it seems our chances have diminished significantly. At this juncture, we can only hope for a stroke of luck. Many cultivators felt a sense of despondency. The emergence of the Emperor's relic should have been a cause for exhilaration. Yet, as more and more influential figures arrived, despair began to settle in. The notion of snatching opportunities from these titans was nothing short of a daydream. Do you think there might be Emperor-level techniques among these relics? I believe the likelihood is substantial. The Emperor, who suppressed the universe and gazed down upon the boundless starry sky, was the ultimate aspiration for countless cultivators. Without achieving emperor status, one remains but an inconsequential insect. However, what the world does not realize is that even an emperor is merely a beginning. In the eyes of the legendary immortals, they are but slightly larger insects. Boom! Suddenly, a colossal rumble emanated from the horizon, followed by the appearance of an enormous flying vessel radiating divine light before the eyes of the crowd. Goodness, is that vessel not excessively large? The palatial structures upon it are exquisitely adorned, with divine light swirling around them. Such meticulous craftsmanship is unprecedented. The formations aboard the vessel are remarkably profound. Wait, is that a hint of Tao rhythm? The mere mention of Tao rhythm caused many to change countenance. It is something only superlative beings can comprehend. Furthermore, to integrate it within the formation requires an exceptionally high understanding of the Tao. This signifies an existence among the strongest of the strong. A golden banner crafted from fine threads unfurled upon the vessel, emblazoned with the words "Return to Origin." Return to Origin? Many were perplexed. Which supreme power is this? As the divine vessel glided gracefully, hovering above all forces, it bore the semblance of a sovereign gazing down upon the world. Arrogance! Is this act of yours to disregard us? I shall see what audacity you possess to hover your vessel above us. A mighty figure of the sealing emperor realm scoffed, gathering spiritual energy with a sweeping motion towards Su Chang's vessel. However, before he could approach, a voice, resonating like the essence of the Tao, erupted from within the vessel. Begone! The terrifying aura caused the very heavens and earth to tremble, the void reverberating with thunderous echoes. Turning to the sealing emperor figure, he found himself spewing blood from his mouth. The protective aura surrounding him shattered like a mirror, yet the forceful wave of energy that surged towards him remained undiminished. With a resounding boom, he was hurled away, his body crashing heavily upon a mountain peak, clouds of dust rising, and the mountain crumbling beneath him. The onlookers were struck with terror as they beheld this scene. The once mighty, emperor-level expert lay amidst the ruins like a defeated dog, his breath in disarray and his dantian shattered. Many unconsciously swallowed hard, astounded that a single word could instantly subdue such a formidable emperor. Was this a mere illusion? Had the emperor truly been vanquished? Surely not, for he was a figure of considerable legacy, a scion of a prestigious lineage. It was not that he was weak, but rather that his opponent was overwhelmingly powerful. The cultivators of the heavenly river realm gazed up at the flying vessel with trepidation, their understanding of the world profoundly altered by today's events. At that moment, a woman emerged from the vessel's chamber. She was breathtakingly beautiful, like a celestial being descended into the mundane world, exuding an ethereal grace. Her voice rang out with a chilling clarity, stating that this imperial tomb belonged to the esteemed Son of God. The Son of God had decreed that they had 10 breaths to vacate the premises. Yin Xinyan cast a cold gaze upon the multitude below, indifferently warning them of the consequences of their disobedience. The crowd gasped in shock, their pupils dilating at such brazen arrogance. How dare she attempt to monopolize the emperor's legacy? Such audacity was tantamount to courting death. All factions of the heavenly river realm were present. Did she not fear the repercussions of her grandiose claims? There is no need for further words. Let us ascend and eliminate her. The powerful figures of the ancient sects were incensed, unaware of the true nature of the returning Origin Holy Land. They presumed it to be akin to their own reclusive forces, and such hubris could not go unpunished. The experts at the venerable and even the great being levels erupted with terrifying auras. A multitude of divine lights descended upon this realm, shaking the void and causing the spiritual energy to roar and rumble. As more powerful beings unleashed their might, even the vast mountain ranges trembled, as if something catastrophic was brewing. Yet at that moment, a profound voice echoed through the sky. The Son of God has already granted you an opportunity. Since you choose to overwhelm the few with the many, do not blame me for the ensuing consequence. Boom! An overwhelming and terrifying pressure suddenly descended, divine might sweeping across the expanse. The myriad forces of the laws and the shimmering runes of holy light intertwined, forming a vast ocean of surging spiritual energy that threatened to tear the very fabric of the void. As the ocean of energy churned, the heavens above condensed with thousands of thundering bolts. The celestial realm quaked, and the mountains and rivers shattered. The pressure of the sage descended, causing all of creation to tremble in fear. What could this possibly be? All beings of the heavenly river realm felt the incomprehensible might of the sage, their faces paling as they prostrated on the ground, incapable even of raising their eyes. This was none other than the peak sage, Gui Ying, secretly protecting Su Chang'e, making their formidable move. Dare the insignificant ants of the lower realms threaten the scion of the sacred land of returning origin, refusing a toast but accepting punishment? Then brace yourself for my palm. With a mere gesture, the sage of returning shadow unleashed a colossal hand, manifesting through golden runes, with a devastating thunder of annihilation swirling within. This immense hand appeared as if it could obscure the heavens and reshape the earth, an overwhelming pressure cascading in all directions. Quickly summon your life-bound treasures, or we shall all perish. In a moment of sheer terror, the crowd swiftly reacted, conjuring forth their divine artifacts. Brilliant streams of divine light erupted under the oppressive weight of this dreadful force, illuminating the scene in a spectacular display of power. Yet it was a futile struggle. With a deafening roar, as that merciless hand descended, the very fabric of the void twisted, mountains crumbled, and the once radiant divine light gradually extinguished. The myriad runes of the great Tao exploded, and a terrifying shockwave flattened a vast expanse. The realm fell into a profound silence, as if frozen in fear. So many revered and powerful beings, whose might had previously warped the void, were reduced to ash beneath this singular strike. Chapter 35. The Cunning of Luo Yin. The son of the divine conspiring with the daughter of destiny amidst the swirling smoke and surging waves of energy, tranquility was a long time in returning. Before them lay an area marked by a colossal handprint, the terrifying aura of a saint sending shivers down their spines. How formidable! Is this truly the legendary power of a saint? The crowd dared not breathe, for this was a peak saint still brimming with vitality. Gui Ying. I pay my respects to the son of the divine. A middle-aged man in black suddenly appeared on the deck of the flying vessel, kneeling respectfully before Su Chang'e. There is no need for such formalities, esteemed elder. This is but a trivial matter. I am grateful for your assistance, Su Chang'e replied with a warm smile, exuding an approachable demeanor. It is my honor to serve the son of the divine. Gui Ying, the saint, was taken aback by the courtesy shown by the legendary figure. Feeling deeply moved, in his eyes, Su Chang'e's talent was extraordinarily terrifying, destined to transcend the realms. Yet he remained humble and courteous towards his elders. Such unique charm was captivating. Why is this saint gazing at me so fervently? The thought sent a shiver through Su Chang'e. Contemplating it further was truly daunting. The various factions of the Tianhe realm were utterly astounded by this scene. A saint, that was the stuff of legends. Below the saint, all were but ants. The fact that this legendary saint was a retainer of a young man was overwhelming. What kind of formidable power could afford to send a saint as a guardian? They dared not ponder further. With his hands clasped behind his back, Su Chang'e looked down indifferently upon the crowd. Who among them still dared to voice dissent? His icy voice echoed in their ears, causing hearts to tremble and bodies to quiver. Dissent? One would have to withstand the might of a saint's palm. Who would dare oppose? Surely, it would be akin to inviting disaster upon oneself. We shall faithfully obey your command. We await your instruction here. The ancient hidden factions of the Tianhe realm bowed their heads in submission. Some among them even possessed half-step saint-level power. Yet they were leagues apart from the saint before them. This was not just a disparity in vitality, but a chasm in strength. Many cultivators lowered their heads, too afraid to raise their gaze toward the figure on the flying vessel. The terrifying aura seemed to promise that a mere glance would shatter their minds, reducing them to mere shells of existence. Observing the silence of the crowd, Su Chang'e's lips curled into a slight smile. The law of nature is predicated on the survival of the fittest. Gui Ying, Xing Yin, join me inside. The figure on the flying vessel moved. Until now, they had not seen Su Chang'e's visage, but upon clarity, they were struck with awe. A tall silhouette stood majestically against the wind atop the vessel, clad in white that rippled like a banner, black hair dancing in the breeze, and a countenance rivaling that of celestial beings. Countless leaders and elders of various factions found themselves momentarily lost in reverie, as such an ethereal presence could only befit the heavens above. It appears that the young man clad in white is indeed the fabled son of heaven. Ah, such an ethereal demeanor, coupled with the formidable prowess to suppress the mightiest of sovereigns, renders the title of son entirely justified. I now find myself contemplating the notion of enduring such treatment. You are nothing but a sycophant. And what if I am? Is there a problem with that? Many cultivators harbored immense resentment towards Su Chang'e. Yet upon gazing upon his visage, their animosity diminished considerably. Truly, it echoes the age-old adage, when a villain possesses striking beauty, their moral compass follows the allure of their features. Su Chang'e and his companions had arrived at the entrance of the tomb. Just as he prepared to activate the jade pendant in his hand to unveil the crypt, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Whoosh! A streak of luminous energy descended, forming a barrier of light that obstructed Su Chang'e and his party. A ninth-tier defensive formation? The shimmering barrier was adorned with numerous profound runes, each golden symbol resonating and intertwining harmoniously, creating an exceptionally sturdy protective shield. 9 signifies the utmost limit. This defensive array is indeed a rarity. To enter the tomb, one must first pass through my trial. At that moment, a feminine voice resonated, unmistakably belonging to the holy maiden of the Ge sect, Luo Qingyu. Lord Sun, I can shatter this formation, offered the venerable Geing with a respectful gesture. There is no need, Su Chang'e replied, shaking his head in refusal, stroking his chin as if deep in contemplation. Logically, Luo Yin's decision to leave this young girl here should not stir much trouble. Although it is a 9th-tier defensive array, even if I were to intervene personally, it would not take much time. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind, recalling the information recorded within the jade pendant, and a faint smile graced his lips. Clever indeed. It appears that the adversary intends for me to shatter this defensive formation, thereby triggering the tomb's self-defense mechanisms amidst the ensuing chaos of battle. During this interval, Luo Yin would have ample opportunity to inherit all the imperial legacies. One must admit, this child of destiny possesses a degree of cunning. Alas, however, they remain insufficiently adept. The most flawless method of dismantling the formation has been reserved for myself. Gazing at Luo Qingyu, Su Chang'e wore a sympathetic expression, truly a pitiable child. You are evidently enamored with your elder brother Luo Yin, yet he regards you merely as a tool. Sigh after investing so much. He bears not the slightest affection for you. In the end, it is but your unreciprocated devotion. Su Chang'e deliberately phrased his words ambiguously, igniting the most vivid imaginations within her, thereby facilitating the forthcoming developments. Indeed, upon hearing Su Chang'e's words, Luo Qingyu felt a jolt in her heart, her complexion paling slightly. Nevertheless, she stubbornly retorted, "Impossible. Brother Luo Yin promised to share the imperial legacy with me. He could never deceive me. You are merely attempting to sow discord." Su Chang'e shook his head in resignation, feigning a sentiment of profound reflection. The most unfortunate in this world are not those who are betrayed, but those who are utilized as mere tools and then discarded. If he truly intended to act in such a manner, why not simply escort you inside, rather than sharing the experience later? It would be swifter to embrace the inheritance together, would it not? Moreover, with his understanding of this relic, he could easily complete the inheritance before I even had the chance to enter, provided he acted swiftly. No, no, Brother Luo Yin would never do that. It must be that you are deceiving me. Luo Qingyu clutched her head in anguish, her eyes betraying a flicker of doubt. If one were to contemplate Su Chang'e's words, they align remarkably with the current logic. Observing Luo Qingyu's demeanor, Su Chang'e sensed that the moment of opportunity had arrived. Only one final potent revelation remained. I previously acquired that jade pendant belonging to Luo Yin. Do you know what the pendant records? At this point, Su Chang'e paused deliberately, seeking to draw all of Luo Qingyu's attention. The more profound the revelation, the greater the impact it would have on her. The pendant states that should a great battle erupt outside the tomb, it would activate the tomb's self-defense mechanisms. At that juncture, no one would be able to enter the tomb, allowing Luo Yin to fully inherit the relic's legacy. Your delay may have earned you some merit. But what will the ultimate outcome be? The local forces of the Tianhe realm, unaware of the truth, would unleash their wrath upon you. Even as the saintess of the Gi sect, can you truly protect yourself in the face of such fury? You would face a most tragic end, while Luo Yin would bask in his success. Alas, you have been completely kept in the dark. To him, you are but a mere pawn. A thunderous shock reverberated in Luo Qingyu's heart. Her mind went blank, collapsing to the ground, her body trembling uncontrollably, as if unable to accept this reality. Once a stunning beauty, she now appeared utterly lost, the immense blow rendering her mentally shattered. A subtle smile played upon Su Chang's lips as he continued. Do you find it hard to believe? Are you filled with rage? If you activate this defensive formation, I can lead you into the tomb alongside me. This is your best opportunity to unmask him. Will you let it slip away? Chapter 36. The Disappearance of the Sage. Sympathy is the taboo of predators within the imperial tomb. Luo Yin, having lost the jade pendant, was compelled to rely solely on the knowledge he had previously acquired to navigate the myriad of mechanical traps and formations that lay in his path. Consequently, this delay had cost him precious time, and it was only now that he arrived at the site of the inheritance. Before him stood a magnificent palace, grand and imposing. The colossal gates were adorned with carvings of azure dragons and black phoenixes, with numerous swirling runes that radiated a golden, divine luminescence. An overwhelming aura of imperial might emanated from within, stirring an instinctual desire to worship. Crossing this threshold would signify the final trial. The dragon elephant sage explained beside him, "Should you succeed in this endeavor, the legacy of the Heavenly River Emperor shall be yours." He had awaited this day for a long time. As Luo Yan's mentor over the years, he had witnessed his growth, albeit through a tumultuous journey. Yet today, it seemed, would bear fruit. Luo Yan trembled with excitement, his anticipation palpable. Pushing open this door would elevate him to the pinnacle of achievement. As time had elapsed, surely the tomb's self-defense mechanisms had activated. Luo Yan took a moment to sense the air around him, reassured to find no unfamiliar presence. With a sigh of relief, he realized the defenses had not yet been triggered. Suddenly, a youthful voice, imbued with mirth, resonated from behind him. That voice. How could it be? Luo Yan's eyes widened in shock, a chill coursing through his veins. How had Su Chang'e arrived here so swiftly? Su Chang'e, you. Yet he abruptly noticed a familiar figure standing beside Su Chang'e, Luo Qingyu. The realization struck him. The only explanation for Su Chang'e's rapid entrance was that Luo Qingyu had willingly permitted him to pass. Witnessing this scene, rage surged within him, and he clenched his teeth, trembling with indignation. "You wretched woman, you have betrayed me as well." Luo Yan's face contorted with fury as he bellowed. "After all I have done for you, this is how you repay my sincerity." In response, Luo Qingyu's expression remained largely unchanged. Throughout their journey, she had come to accept the truth of Su Chang'e's words. Her heart had long since withered alongside the remnants of tears left in her eyes. Sincerity? She scoffed inwardly. What a hypocritical affront. You deliberately crafted a scheme to leave me outside, intending to incite conflict, activate the tomb's defenses, and use me to buy time. And now, you feign heartbreak? Your display is utterly distasteful. From this moment forth, our fates are irrevocably severed, Luo Qingyu declared, her crystalline eyes reflecting an icy coldness and profound disappointment. Her words were delivered with a chilling indifference, devoid of any emotion. The years of affection they had shared seemed to have evaporated into nothingness. Even a pet would retain some semblance of attachment. Yet, he had reduced her to a mere tool for his own designs. Was she to be deemed less than a beast? Yet, as Luo Yan absorbed Luo Qingyu's words, he felt no remorse. He was merely a step away from claiming the emperor's legacy. It is all because of Luo Qingyu that everything has turned to ashes. Reflecting on these events, his fury ignited further. What a fate to be severed. You conspired with Su Chang'e to seize my great emperor's fortune, yet you dare to speak of severed ties? If I do not perish today, I shall ensure your utter annihilation in the days to come. His murderous intent towards Su Chang'e had reached its zenith. First, the humiliation at the Yun family, and now, betrayal from a former companion. All of this is Su Chang'e's fault. I shall not rest until this vendetta is avenged. No, I have not yet reached the end of my path. I still have my master, a sage, who can surely slay Su Chang'e. With this thought, Luo Yin knelt on one knee, raising his voice to the heavens. I beseech my master for assistance. Buzz! A stream of radiant light surged forth from Luo Yan's embrace, gradually coalescing into a hazy silhouette in the void. Though it exuded an otherworldly aura, the overwhelming pressure of a sage revealed the extraordinary nature of this figure. Young one, do you truly wish to exterminate all? Su Chang'e stood with hands clasped behind his back, a faint smile gracing his lips. Is it not excessive for you to utter such words, senior? Your disciple harbors murderous intent towards me as well. In a fair contest, the strong prevail and the weak perish. The dragon-elephant sage found himself momentarily speechless. While this sentiment held truth, Luo Yin was the successor he had painstakingly nurtured over the years. The culmination of his efforts was now within reach, a reality he found hard to accept. Luo Yin is the chosen heir of the great emperor of the galaxy. Do you dare to belittle the majesty of the emperor? Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from the dragon-elephant sage. Though merely a remnant of his soul, the overwhelming presence instilled dread. Su Chang'e maintained a faint smile, his eyes gleaming with mockery. Ah, yet another threat. It is bewildering how this old fool became a sage with such a mindset. Nonetheless, he could not be bothered with idle chatter. Having achieved his ultimate goal, it was time to sweep away all obstacles. Very well, since the senior has made a decision. Shadow overturn. Kindly escort the senior on his journey. At the moment the words fell, an immense and magnificent aura descended. Annihilate. A colossal fist radiated with countless divine lights, and the spectral forms of ancient dragons and phoenixes roared in unison. Boom! In an instant, this vast sage power erupted forth. The realm was engulfed in dazzling brilliance, akin to falling stars, blinding golden light sweeping across everything. Accompanied by a piercing scream, the world returned to clarity. Luo Yin was seen with blood trickling from his lips, his complexion pallid, eyes wide with terror as he gazed upon Su Chang'e. The connection with his master had been severed. You have slain my master? Luo Yan's eyes were filled with rage as he growled at Su Chang'e. How laughable! Merely a remnant of a sage. One wonders where he found the audacity to threaten me, the divine son. As Su Chang'e spoke these words, his expression remained indifferent and icy, as if recounting a trivial matter. His detached gaze bore a hint of emotion, reminiscent of a deity, exalted and aloof. The teacher, a follower of the celestial emperor, has been slain. Do you not fear the emperor's wrath for your transgression? Luo Yin, with hair disheveled, found all of this too sudden to comprehend. Revenge? The mere thought nearly brought laughter to Su Chang'e. After all, this was the emperor's tomb, which indicated what? That the celestial emperor had long since perished. Furthermore, even if the emperor were alive, what of it? With the profound heritage of the primordial sacred land, dealing with an emperor would scarcely pose a challenge. Enough of this lamentation. Since you are so sorrowful, I shall accompany you on your journey. With these words, Su Chang'e positioned his left hand behind him and raised his right hand high, channeling a vast surge of vital energy. Above him, resplendent runes swirled as immense spiritual power coalesced into a hand that could obscure the heavens. From the beginning to the end, you were merely an ant to me. Lastly, congratulations, you have fulfilled your remaining worth. As Su Chang'e's hand descended slowly, the colossal hand erupted with a formidable aura, its might akin to an ancient divine mountain, capable of extinguishing stars. No, please, Luo Yan's pupils contracted, a tremendous life and death crisis rendering him numb. He summoned every ounce of his strength, yet before that celestial hand, all was but a futile struggle. With a resounding crash, the hand descended mercilessly, and amidst the rampant spiritual energy, Luo Yan's body was reduced to dust. disappearing entirely from this realm. Su Chang'e regarded all with an indifferent expression. This fantastical world is inherently brutal. Should one lack strength, one would surely have everything taken without mercy by others. Moreover, as one who stands at the pinnacle of power, one must learn to adapt to such realities. To show sympathy as a predator towards its prey is the gravest of taboos. Chapter 37. The Eerie Tomb. The dark aura Luo Qingyu was utterly petrified by the scene before her, standing there in a daze, unable to regain her composure for quite some time. Although she harbored immense hatred for Luo Yin, witnessing his tragic demise before her stirred a tumult of emotions within her heart. When she noticed Su Chang'e's gaze upon her, she trembled involuntarily and hastily spoke, "My lord, I shall not reveal this to the sect." A chill ran through Luo Qingyu. A sense of fear enveloped her, for she understood that if Su Chang'e chose to silence her, she would stand no chance of resistance. "I certainly trust you, but under one condition." Suddenly, Su Chang'e flicked his finger, and a stream of light surged from his fingertip, instantly penetrating Luo Qingyu's sea of consciousness. "What have you done to me?" Luo Qingyu's face turned ashen. She had sensed a slight disturbance in her sea of consciousness, as if something had been added, yet it felt elusive. She had never encountered such a technique, leaving her profoundly perplexed. "It is merely a small trick. Should anyone inquire, I hope the saintess will conjure a convincing explanation. If this matter reaches another's ears, it is likely that such a beauty could be rendered a fool." In truth, Su Chang'e had implanted a fragment of the slaying godsword intent within her. This profound sword intent was so intricate that, apart from Su Chang'e himself, no one would be able to detect its presence unless he chose to reveal it. Luo Qingyu's pallor deepened. She comprehended that, from this moment onward, her fate was no longer hers to command. Do not present such a ghastly visage. If you cooperate obediently, you may still fulfill your role as the saintess. With that, he disregarded her further and turned his attention to the immense stone door before him. To his astonishment, he could sense a familiar aura emanating from the door. It seemed that only those who bore the legacy of the Heavenly Emperor could unlock this great barrier. Placing his hand upon the door, Su Chang'e channeled the Zizai Ningxin formula. As he did so, the colossal stone door began to radiate light. With the circulation of his vital energy, a cascade of resplendent divine light erupted, akin to stars swirling in the cosmos. The stone door began to transform, with intricate runes intertwining and shimmering vibrantly. Soon, a narrow crevice appeared in the massive door, releasing an ancient and majestic aura, a terrifying imperial might that resonated throughout the realm. Streams of spiritual energy surged forth from the tomb, vanishing like stones sinking into the ocean, leaving no trace behind. Concurrently, whispers of sorrow and despair echoed through the void. Where has the true Tao gone? The celestial realm has shattered. Has everything come to an end? After cultivating for a millennium to attain the status of emperor, how can I accept such a defeat? I cannot abide it. A torrent of anguish surged forth from within the door, a deluge of sorrow that was overwhelming. Not only Su Chang'e, but even the Saint of Returning Shadows felt their spirits stirred. This vast wave of grief pierced their hearts, evoking a profound sense of pure sorrow from the depths of their souls. Something seems amiss. My lord, there is something unsettling beyond this stone door. The Saint of Returning Shadows wore a grave expression. Within this sorrowful emotion lingered a dense aura of darkness, rendering the atmosphere exceedingly eerie. Lord Sun, perhaps we should refrain from entering. There may be great terrors within, Yin Xinyan gently advised. To depart, Su Chang'e pondered for a moment, recognizing the peculiar circumstances before him. Yet, could he truly forsake such an extraordinary opportunity bestowed by the Emperor? Just then, the voice of the system resonated. Ding! New task options detected. Option 1. Enter the depths of the Emperor's tomb to obtain fragments of the Celestial Repair Stone. Option 2. Abandon entry and utilize the Teleportation Talisman. A teleportation talisman? How amusing. The system seems to jest at my expense. If I choose to retreat, it has already prepared my passage home. Moreover, I possess numerous protective treasures granted by my ancestor. Embarking on this journey bears little consequence. Having come this far, to relinquish the endeavor now would be a lamentable loss. With resolve, Su Chang'e pushed open the colossal stone door, revealing an impenetrable darkness. Beneath his feet lay an ancient path paved with azure bricks, leading into the depths of obscurity. Lord Sun, Yun Xinyan's heart grew increasingly tumultuous as the swirling black mist within the great door instilled a sense of dread within her, even causing her to struggle for breath. Guiying, you take them and retreat first. And you, Lord Sun, do not worry. I have inherited part of the Heavenly River Emperor's legacy, which will not greatly hinder me. Besides, I carry protective treasures from my ancestor. I shall be fine. Saint Ging hesitated for a moment. Should anything befall the sun, not only the Heavenly River realm, but the entire Beiming Dao domain would tremble. Yet, he sensed that Su Chang'e remained largely unaffected. And this Emperor's tomb was indeed a rare opportunity. Please be exceedingly cautious, Lord Sun. Should you encounter peril, prioritize your own safety. With a farewell, Saint Ging departed with Yun Xinyan and the others. I am curious to uncover the secrets concealed within this tomb, Su Chang'e declared, fixing his gaze upon the darkness as he took a step forward. Within the depths of the Emperor's tomb, the anticipated treasures were conspicuously absent, starkly contrasting the divine radiance outside. Black waves churned ominously, and the surroundings resembled a desolate ruin, presenting a scene of decay. The path seemed endless, enveloped solely in darkness. Fortunately, Su Chang'e had comprehended the Heavenly River Emperor's heart-settling technique, which perhaps provided a restraining effect. The inexplicable sorrow did not affect him. Time became indiscernible as he traversed through the abyss. At the terminus of this darkness lay a dense mass of pitch-black fog, from which several golden runic chains extended, as if binding something profound. When Su Chang'e gazed upon this shroud of darkness, he felt a gaze from within that was also fixated upon him. With a thunderous roar, the tomb quaked violently. The eerie blackness surged like a colossal wave. The obscure and ominous aura caused the very temperature of this realm to plummet. Su Chang'e furrowed his brow, unleashing the vast blood energy of his innate holy body. The world within his purple abode rumbled, and radiant light erupted from him, illuminating the entire tomb in a brilliant glow. The divine light shone brilliantly and majestically, illuminating the heavens and the earth. In this moment, Su Chang'e resembled an immortal bathed in celestial radiance. The resplendent, multicolored light fell like divine weapons from the heavens, relentlessly shattering the surging waves of encroaching darkness. Chapter 38. The Devouring Sky and Moon Wolf. Planting the slave mark not long after the Saint of Returning Shadows led the two out. A brilliant divine light erupted from the tomb. What could have transpired within? Why did the divine sun unleash such formidable power? Worry flickered in the eyes of the Saint of Returning Shadows. This imperial tomb was indeed peculiar. It seemed that anyone except Su Chang'e would be influenced by its aura. Given the current situation, it appeared he had encountered some unforeseen circumstance, and it was likely that the esteemed figure was in grave danger. Silence. If you seek death, do not involve us. If anything were to befall that esteemed figure, do you think our Tianhe realm would fare any better? The thought sent tremors through their minds, their bodies quivering uncontrollably. Indeed, should that esteemed figure encounter misfortune within this tomb, a far more powerful entity would undoubtedly descend. At that time, the Tianhe realm would be irrevocably transformed. This aura was exceedingly strange, seemingly imbued with a devouring force. A significant portion of the power I previously released had been inexplicably absorbed. Within the tomb, after dissipating the dark aura, Su Chang'e continued towards the direction of the black mist. Upon entering the black mist, his expression turned grave. He dared not be careless. Channeling his yin-yang sword energy alongside the vitality of his sacred body to form a protective barrier, a measure to prevent the black mist from tainting him. He was perplexed. Rather than a tomb, it felt more akin to a prison. The sound of clashing chains echoed throughout the expansive space, each tremor causing the golden chains to emit bursts of golden light, even as strands of imperial pressure permeated the air. These chains, they seemed to be remnants of an imperial weapon, They were deemed remnants not only due to the imperial pressure they exuded, but also because they felt remarkably feeble, akin to a flickering candle flame swaying in a tempest, poised to extinguish at any moment. Peering deeper along the chains, it was evident that something was bound within. After a millennium, someone has finally arrived. Boy, I am the final trial set by the great emperor of Tianhe. Release me at once. Defeat me, and you shall inherit all the legacies. Su Chang'e gazed in the direction indicated. Covered in jet-black fur, the creature bore a striking patch of white upon its brow, resembling a crescent moon. Its eyes shone a golden brown, radiating a resplendent divine light. A dog? Su Chang'e was momentarily taken aback. Although this creature appeared peculiar, it was undeniably a dog. The final trial of the great emperor was to defeat a dog? You foolish boy, do you lack discernment? I'm not a mere dog. I am the devouring sky and moon wolf, one of the 12 ancient ferocious beasts. Hurry and release me. Defeat me, and you shall gain all of the great emperor's legacies. The prospect of inheriting the great emperor's legacies was something most would find hard to refuse. However, for Su Chang'e, who possessed a system, the allure of the great emperor's fortune held little sway over him. It was merely a matter of novelty. Instead, he found himself more intrigued by this creature, the celestial devouring moon wolf. It consumes the spiritual essence of the universe and can also siphon the life force of all living beings. Judging by your current appearance, you seem remarkably feeble. However, the blood of an ancient beast is indeed a rare resource for cultivation. It appears that the Heavenly River Emperor has bestowed you as an opportunity for future generations. Su Chang'e remarked with a faint smile, as if everything were well within his grasp. The celestial devouring moon wolf is said to be a remnant of the primordial beasts of the immortal realm, possessing a terrifying innate talent that is truly fearsome. The potential of its bloodline even carries a hint of celestial essence, marking it as a formidable creature that dominates its territory. Oof. That wretched Heavenly River Emperor captured me using despicable means while he rushed off to battle, only to meet his demise. To speak frankly, the essence of the Heavenly River Emperor dissipated long ago in that great conflict. Though this may be his tomb, apart from the imperial weapons he possessed in life, there is nothing of his true legacy here. If you release me, I could lend you my strength. After the celestial devouring moon wolf finished speaking, it did not rush for an answer, as if awaiting Su Chang'e's response. After all, it held dominion over this realm and would not allow anyone to depart without its consent. Su Chang'e pondered for a moment and said, I could consider releasing you, but first you must answer a few questions. Speak freely. Should I know the answer, I shall not withhold it. What is the source of that eerie sorrow? That is the lingering sentiment of the Heavenly River Emperor, devoid of consciousness, merely a remnant of awareness before his death. Why did the immortal domain shatter? I do not possess extensive knowledge on this matter. The great battle erupted from the immortal domain, said to be driven by an external force, engulfing the myriad realms and ultimately leading to its destruction. What does true heavenly Tao signify? I cannot say, the celestial devouring moon wolf explained. Over these lengthy years, much of my power and memory has faded. If you seek the true answers, you may pursue the path to immortality in due time. It is the only means to reach the immortal domain. Su Chang'e nodded slightly, for he did not wish to delve too deeply into these matters. Moreover, his current strength was insufficient. To embark on the path to immortality, he must first attain the imperial road. If you wish for me to release you, you must first allow me to imprint a slave seal upon you. Impossible. The celestial devouring moon wolf's expression twisted into a snarl. It, a proud, ancient beast, considered it an utter humiliation to acknowledge a human as its master. I merely stated my intentions, not seeking your consent. Buzz. Su Chang'e summoned the half-immortal artifact, the pagoda, as the ancestral spirit of the sacred land had made thorough preparations. With a mere infusion of his power, the pagoda would activate autonomously. The void trembled as boundless radiant light tore through the realm, and a terrifying pressure descended, causing the very fabric of space to erode inch by inch. A half-immortal artifact. The celestial devouring moon wolf trembled all over, Such a treasure was beyond the grasp of this world, its might incomparable to that of imperial artifacts. Who are you, truly? As the divine light surrounding the pagoda continuously surged forth, a magnificent figure seemed to descend upon this realm. This figure, bathed in a hazy aura of divinity, appeared as though a single glance could pierce through the annals of time. It was indeed a fragment of the will left behind by the ancestor of the broken army. Fang Yi. The ancestor of the broken army furrowed his brow slightly, sensing a faint aura of an emperor, albeit very weak. The emperor's tomb. Could it be an ancient, ferocious beast? Changgu, you are indeed favored by the heavenly Tao. You have truly discovered the relics of the emperor. A gentle smile flickered across the ethereal visage of the ancestor of the broken army. With a mere wave of his hand, the dense black mist dissipated instantaneously. Before him, the sky-devouring, moon-eating wolf was bound by massive chains, its aura seemingly suppressed by an imperial might. Perhaps due to the passage of time, many parts of the chains exhibited signs of decay. What a pity that this imperial artifact retains less than a tenth of its former power. It appears to have endured that great battle. Nevertheless, this initial stage holy beast of the sky-devouring, moon-eating wolf possesses some intrigue. At its peak, it should rival an emperor. If you desire it, Changgu, capturing it as a mount is not out of the question. What? A mount? The sky-devouring, moon-eating wolf felt a sense of despair. How utterly devoid of martial ethics. To think it would be captured as a mount. The ancestor of the broken army waved his hand again, and the myriad laws of the Tao descended upon the realm. The consciousness of the sky-devouring, moon-eating wolf was instantaneously unraveled, akin to paper. The slave seal, once implanted, would ensure eternal servitude, relegating it to the status of a servant. To place a slave seal upon an ancient, ferocious beast that could one day rival an emperor. Only the Holy Land of Return to Yuan could achieve such a feat. Chapter 39. The tomb collapses. The Return to the Ruins secret realm is about to unveil outrageous. As a formidable ancient beast, you dare to brand me with a slave mark? An ancient beast? Patriarch Broken Army scoffed, clearly unimpressed, as it paled in comparison to the primal beasts of the celestial realm. This mere ancient beast has the audacity to speak so boldly. To one day become the steed of the holy son of the Return to the Ruins, consider it a privilege. The sky-devouring moon-eater wolf was momentarily taken aback. The Return to the Ruins? That name rings a bell. Return. Return to the immortal sect? A wave of petrification washed over it. Realizing that this was the sole surviving force from the apocalyptic war, a faction intertwined with the myths of the immortals, and the most terrifying and enigmatic heritage. Alas, I seem to have drawn the short straw. There is no recourse now. All I can do is resign myself to fate. Although this imperial weapon is battered and broken, it remains a rare treasure. With another wave of his hand, Patriarch Broken Army drew the sky-devouring moon-eater wolf into a spatial vortex. Once we restore this imperial weapon, I shall return it to you. Fear not. This imperial weapon is your fortune. We old fellows have no interest in it. Su Chang'e appeared indifferent. An imperial weapon? I already possess a semi-divine artifact, and, compared to my celestial sword, an imperial weapon is rather mediocre. Boom! The heavens rumbled, the void trembled, and an aura of destruction surged forth. Without the support of the imperial weapon, the tomb began to collapse slowly. Chang'e, return to the northern underworld domain swiftly. The Return to the Ruins secret realm is on the verge of opening, and the opportunities within far surpass those of this small world. There, you will encounter exceptional peers, and you must stir the winds and clouds of the northern underworld domain. The Return to the Ruins secret realm? I have heard it is the resting place of the supreme beings of the demon race. Within it lies the potential for the inheritance of the demon emperor, incomparable to this dilapidated imperial tomb. The Return to the Ruins secret realm possesses the complete legacy of the demon race, and with a stroke of luck, one might even enter the mysterious domain and attain unparalleled fortune. Though the Return to the Ruins secret realm belongs to the demon race, some elite human forces, including the Everlasting Sect, have reached an accord to secure a few places. The secret realm permits only cultivators at the level of Venerable and below. making it an excellent trial ground for the younger generation. This should indeed be regarded as a grand event, stirring the winds and clouds. Perhaps it will trigger numerous system options, and the rewards from the system are quite enticing. A gleam of anticipation flickered in Su Chang's eyes. Yes, this matter is concluded. I shall set forth at once. The outside world remained oblivious to the happenings within the imperial tomb. However, they could sense the violent tremors of the tomb, as a terrifying aura permeated the air, as if it were on the brink of collapse. Could it be that another upheaval has occurred? Why do I feel that the imperial tomb is crumbling? This aura of destruction is too fearsome. It feels as though an entire world is disintegrating. That young master wouldn't dare to. Listening to the discussions of the crowd, the secluded sage cast a sweeping glance. An invisible pressure suddenly descended, rendering many unable to even breathe. Should they dare to utter a single word, their hearts would be mercilessly crushed by this oppressive force. You had best pray that the divine sun remains unharmed, otherwise. The cold voice of the saint of returning shadows reverberated through the heavens and the earth, causing everyone to shudder involuntarily. The might of a saint is not to be trifled with. At that moment, a streak of light pierced through the air. Invincible. Both the saint of returning shadows and Yun Xinyan were filled with joy upon seeing Su Chang'e safe and sound, the anxiety that had hung over them finally dissipating. Divine Son, are you injured? What transpired within? Yun Xinyan still felt a lingering dread. It was merely a dilapidated imperial tomb, devoid of anything but a damaged imperial weapon and a dog. How utterly uninteresting. The crowd was left bewildered. A damaged imperial weapon is still a treasure. Why does this esteemed individual express such disdain? Furthermore, what is the significance of the dog? Would an emperor truly choose a dog for burial? Let us depart. This imperial tomb is on the verge of collapse. We should distance ourselves. Hearing this, the crowd was left in despair. They had initially hoped to salvage some benefits after Su Chang's departure. Now all hope was lost. The secret realm of the Goeishu is about to open. With matters here concluded, it is time to return to the northern underworld domain. Xinyan, there is no emperor's legacy within. Take these cultivation resources. They will aid your training. Su Chang'e said as he presented 3 storage items to Yun Xinyan. Her face was one of astonishment. The vast resources contained within were equivalent to decades of cultivation for their Yun family. Luo Qingyu gazed at the scene in a daze, a flicker of envy dancing in her beautiful eyes. Suddenly, she recalled Luo Yan. How laughable. All these years she had been the one giving, while he had never offered her anything in return. In the end, she was even treated as a mere tool. Such unfortunate encounters. With a deep sigh, she appeared quite desolate. By the way, Luo Qingyu, this storage ring is a token of gratitude for this occasion. Su Chang'e tossed her storage ring. Though modest in its resources, they were still considerable. Luo Qingyu caught the ring in a daze, momentarily unable to comprehend why Su Chang'e would bestow such a gift upon her. Thank you, Divine Son, she stammered, quickly expressing her gratitude once she regained her senses. At that moment, she was profoundly moved. In terms of talent, Luo Yin and Su Chang'e were worlds apart, like a native and an immortal. As for character, they were leagues apart. With this thought, she silently made a decision. The lingering aura of the Emperor would soon overflow. If you wish to avoid death, you must leave promptly. With that, Su Chang'e led the 2 back to the flying vessel. Soon after, the formation shifted, waves of energy surged, and the magnificent vessel, enveloped in resplendent divine light, soared into the sky. As they watched the departing vessel, the stunned crowd finally came to their senses. Quick, ensure the disciples are swiftly evacuated. The air of destruction from the collapsing tomb would level the surrounding area. Su Chang'e was not their guardian, and to kindly remind them was already an act of benevolence. On the deck of the flying vessel, Su Chang'e stood with his hands clasped behind his back. It must be said that the Tianhe realm, though merely a small world, still brimmed with surprises. The mysterious realm of Goeishu was on the verge of opening, and it was believed that even more astonishing events would unfold within the northern underworld domain. Lord Sun, why have you bestowed cultivation resources upon Luo Qingyu? As if fearing Su Chang'e might misunderstand. Yun Xinyan hastily clarified, I do not question your intentions, Lord Sun. Surely you have your reasons for such actions. A gentle breeze caressed, lifting the fabric of his dark robe, and a faint smile graced his lips, as though everything unfolded precisely as anticipated. One must balance the whip and the sugar, Su Chang'e remarked with a smile. After years of close companionship, a person has never shown me any generosity, while I have merely known her for a day and already provided her with a significant advantage. What do you think will ensue? She will undoubtedly feel touched and wholeheartedly serve the Lord's Son in the future. Yun Xinyan realized, her eyes shining with admiration. Lord Sun, your wisdom is truly remarkable. I am in complete awe. Su Chang'e shook his head with a wry smile. In truth, he had set a trap for her. First, he had generously bestowed a substantial cultivation resource before everyone, drawing Luo Qingyu's attention. She would inevitably recall the past and harbor envy akin to that of Luo Yan. Seizing the moment, he could then offer her a little more benefit, effortlessly establishing an initial rapport. In the future, he could even cultivate her into a concealed ally within the Gi sect. This, for him, was a venture with nothing to lose and everything to gain. Chapter 40. Restoration of the Imperial Weapon. The Demon Ruins realm. The journey back to the North Underworld realm proceeded smoothly, without any unforeseen events. Soon, the flying vessel descended upon the white jade plaza of the return to Origin Sacred Ground. Lord Sun has returned. Without the presence of the Lord Sun, nights were truly sleepless for many. The news spread rapidly, and numerous female disciples hurried to the plaza, creating a bustling crowd. Each one displayed an expression of infatuation, as if they intended to devour Su Chang'e whole. Suddenly, a voice laced with mirth resounded from the horizon. Chang'e has traveled extensively. Please do not disturb him any further. The disciple has just returned and intended to pay respects to the ancestor shortly. I hope for your understanding. Not at all, for such trivial matters. You need not be so courteous with the ancestor. The imperial weapon has been restored. With a wave of his hand, Ancestor Pajun summoned a chain emanating a majestic imperial aura, which fell into Su Chang'e's grasp. It transformed decay into wonder, with golden runes flickering brilliantly, and a terrifying imperial presence wafted from its core. The imperial weapon possessed a spirit, and Su Chang'e found it curious that it did not resist him. Perhaps Ancestor Pajun had employed some means during its restoration. An imperial weapon. The sun has returned from the lower realm with one. Indeed, the sun is a person of great fortune. Draw upon that fortune swiftly. Listening to the murmurs of the crowd, Su Chang'e found himself both amused and exasperated. In truth, this was hardly his own fortune. It was merely seized from that chive. Although it was an imperial weapon he had long desired, he found it rather unwieldy. After all, was a celestial sword not more appealing? This imperial weapon was indeed profound, adorned with countless sealing formations, and the golden runes acted as suppressive symbols. Invincible unexplained. Its function is to bind and suppress others. With your current strength, you can fully unleash its power to restrain formidable beings. Thank you, esteemed ancestors. Though he had only met Ancestor Pajun thus far, it was evident that many ancestors were keeping a close watch on him. With a smile, Ancestor Pajun nodded. The return to the Abyss Secret Realm will open tomorrow. Time is of the essence. Let us discuss the itinerary for this journey. Historically, the trial teams were led by the first Holy Son, Yilintian, or the second Holy Son, Bai Shanghuai. However, those two had embarked on an expedition in a distant star domain and would not return in time. Thus, for this expedition to the return to the Abyss Secret Realm, you shall lead the way. Several holy sons and daughters will follow your lead, and as the son, you must ensure their safety. The return to the Abyss Secret Realm lies within the Demon Ruins realm, and detailed information is contained within this jade slip. After leaving behind a jade slip and reiterating a few reminders, Ancestor Pajun turned to depart. The Demon Ruins realm, a prominent existence among the 3,000 realms, far surpasses the expanse of the Celestial River realm. However, Su Chang'e felt quite pleased. Remaining within the sacred ground for too long had proven monotonous. The vast world awaited exploration, and that promised far greater excitement. The following morning, In the skies above the sacred land of return, monstrous beasts soared, their terrifying vitality exerting an overwhelming force upon the heavens. Divine birds flitted about, their wings reminiscent of extraordinary steeds, adorned with strange, flickering runes that seemed capable of effortlessly rending the very fabric of space. Additionally, magnificent chariots floated in the void, ancient and mysterious, intricately carved with lifelike dragons and phoenixes, their runes ascending to further accentuate their exceptional nature. Within these splendid chariots sat numerous youthful figures, some strikingly handsome, others possessing ethereal beauty, each exuding an otherworldly grace. Despite their youth, the vast aura surrounding them sufficed to prove that they were indeed the elite prodigies of the younger generation. Looking further into the void, an aged figure clad in a Taoist robe hovered majestically in the celestial expanse. His visage, weathered and profound, radiated an unfathomable presence. He was a venerable elder of the sacred land of return, entrusted with escorting Su Chang'e and his companions on this secretive journey. Such formidable prowess, merely serving as an escort, underscored the immense foundation of the sacred land. Suddenly, a resounding tremor echoed through the void. From the depths of the sacred land of return, a resplendent chariot of white jade, gleaming like a radiant sun, emerged, captivating the attention of all. We pay our respects to the Son of God. The holy sons and daughters rose in unison, bowing reverently. The might of Su Chang'e was evident, warranting their utmost respect. This chariot, crafted entirely from soul-nourishing immortal jade, perfectly embodied the essence of the Son of God. Many disciples could not help but feel a pang of envy. For soul-nourishing immortal jade possessed the ability to enhance vitality, and this was an exceptionally large piece. Now that the Son of God has arrived, shall we set forth? The venerable elder inquired, his tone remarkably amiable. This display left many disciples momentarily speechless. When other holy sons and daughters had arrived, this elder merely acknowledged them with a slight nod. Yet he displayed such warmth towards Su Chang'e. However, upon reflection, the disparity was too great to envy. Let us depart. Su Chang'e replied nonchalantly. As the leader of this expedition into the ruins of the abyss, his commands were undoubtedly paramount. The elder nodded in agreement, his palm glowing as an ancient and mysterious token materialized before him. With a hum, the token suddenly radiated brilliance, causing the void to tremble as ripples akin to water patterns emerged. Following this, a series of pathways resembling the Milky Way manifested in the ether. The choice to forego flying vessels was due to the considerable distance to the ruins of the abyss. The chariots proved more convenient and swift. With a roar, the beasts unleashed their cries, divine wings stirring as chariot after chariot pierced the void, plunging into the celestial pathways. Just as Su Chang'e's chariot crossed the threshold, a shadowy figure stealthily slipped in behind, a fleeting silhouette imbued with a chilling intent that was unmistakably directed at him. Son of God, what has transpired? Yun Xinyan was massaging Su Chang'e's shoulders, her expression filled with perplexity. It's nothing, just a mere minion, Su Chang'e replied nonchalantly, feeling a familiar aura. He decided to leave the matter to that individual to resolve. Within the void passage, Saint Gu Ying grasped the neck of the cloaked figure with one hand. You. Who are you? The cloaked man struggled in agony, yet he was as defenseless as a chick, easily manipulated by his captor. A vast consciousness surged from Saint Gu Ying's profound gaze, relentlessly scouring the memories of the cloaked man. Ancient Qin dynasty? They've even placed restrictions within their consciousness. A mere clown. With a crack, Saint Gu Ying unleashed a terrifying pressure, a tumultuous void storm instantly shredding the cloaked man to oblivion. To think the ancient Qin dynasty would harbor intentions against the son of our holy land. Truly a path to self-destruction. It is unfortunate that the ancestor has decreed this matter to serve as a trial for the son. Otherwise, a trifling ancient Qin dynasty. Chapter 41. The City of Immortals and Demons. The unyielding, golden-winged, great Peng, the City of Immortals and Demons, an ancient city constructed from bronze and mysterious stones, looms in the distance. Even from afar, one can witness the surging demonic energy emanating from within, stirring the winds and clouds. This celestial city lies adjacent to the demon ruins and Wuling domains, many thousands of miles away from the sacred land of return. It is said that a great demon emperor ascended to the celestial realm from this city of immortals and demons, thus earning its name among the demon kin. Proximity to the secret realms of the demon ruins has drawn many humans to this city, and commercial trade thrives, teeming with millions of beings, painting a picture of prosperity. Today marks the opening of the demon ruins, and the skies above the city of immortals and demons are alive with mythical beasts and divine birds soaring through the air. Occasionally, ancient war chariots and splendid flying vessels of humanity race across the heavens. Immortal sects, illustrious families, and countless ancient demon clans from the nearby top-tier domains have gathered in the city of immortals and demons. Among them is the young man with crimson hair, the esteemed young masterly Han of the Return One sect, wielding a fearsome power of blazing flames. That is the great prince of the ancient Qin dynasty, Qin Tai. The overwhelming dragon aura emanating from him is truly terrifying. One cannot help but admire the enchanting goddesses of Huqian Valley, each possessing a beauty that captivates the heart. Their figures unmatched in the mortal realm. The radiant Yun Gui, a fairy of the Bixia sect, shines as the brightest jewel. Indeed, the nine-headed golden lion has also arrived. The golden-winged Great Peng clan is present, and there are the Thunder Tiger clan and the Mighty Ape clan within the city of immortals and demons. Countless cultivators' eyes glimmer with excitement, engaging in fervent discussions. The void is filled with magnificent warships and flying vessels, overwhelming the heavens and leaving trails of radiant runes. Such a spectacle is a once-in-a-millennium occurrence. It is impossible to witness so many top-tier forces converge here outside of the bustling opening day of the demon ruins. Moreover, the renowned prodigies and youthful sovereigns from various domains, whom many have only heard of but never seen, are also present. Suddenly, a tremendous upheaval shakes the void. Resplendent portals of the void appear, arching across the sky like rainbows. Divine warships obscure the sun, and colossal beasts sweep through the heavens. Notably, upon those splendid vehicles are numerous gallant young men and women. The magnificent banners flutter in the wind, and emblazoned upon the icy silk of the jade silkworm are four gilded characters: Return to Origin. It is the sacred land of return from the Baiming domain. A gasp escapes someone's lips, instantly drawing the attention of all. Who does not know of the sacred land of return? It is not only recognized as the most enigmatic foundation of the Baiming domain, but has also gained immense fame recently. Rumors speak of a divine son born with an innate sacred body, heralding celestial phenomena, with deities and demons bowing in reverence, and the four beasts bestowing blessings. Subsequently, he slayed a late-stage elder of the Return One sect with his cultivation at the Emperor Seal level. It is said that when this divine son broke through to the Emperor Seal, he also ascended to the first place on the primordial heavenly Tao steel. Such a terrifying achievement truly approaches the realm of myth. At this moment, all eyes were fixed upon the exquisite chariot sculpted from the ethereal, soul-nourishing jade, filled with astonishment and reverence. The soul-nourishing jade itself is a treasure of immense value, and the sight of such a grand chariot carved from a single piece of it speaks volumes about the high regard in which the holy land of Guiyuan holds this divine son. From the chariot emerged a figure, a young man clad in white, untainted by worldly dust, as if he had stepped forth from a traditional ink painting, exuding an aura of refined elegance. Merely standing there, he resonated with the laws of nature and the essence of the Tao, his radiant divine light bathing him like an immortal basking in celestial brilliance. There was an inherently transcendent quality to him, untouched by the mundane. His features were somewhat obscured, shrouded in a veil of chaotic mist, which only enhanced his aura of sanctity and unapproachable divinity. Surely, he must be a man akin to a celestial being. Surely this is the divine son of the holy land of Guiyuan? Such an embodiment of grace is something I have never encountered in my countless years of cultivation. I feel as though I have fallen in love. TSK. Love, you merely covet the divine Son's form. I wish to join the holy land of Guiyuan. Then I could behold the divine sun frequently. Other female cultivators from different factions gazed intently at Su Chang'e, some of them entranced, lamenting the obscuring mist. What breathtaking features lay hidden beneath that chaotic haze? Their curiosity was piqued, sending ripples of excitement through their hearts. Ha ha ha! So the divine son of Guiyuan is merely a pretty boy. The rumors were indeed exaggerated. He is simply that. At that moment, a sudden voice pierced through the air, instantly capturing everyone's attention. It was a striking young man, adorned with golden wings upon his back, a hawk-like nose, and captivating starry eyes. He was Jin Aoyang, the young prince of the golden-winged rock clan. Impudent. To slander the divine son is to court death. The disciples of the holy land of Guiyuan erupted in fury. To publicly insult their divine son was tantamount to tarnishing the honor of the holy land itself. The golden-winged rock clan? Su Chang'e had some recollection of them. Many years ago, during the first war between humans and demons, the holy land of Guiyuan had dealt them a severe blow, and even now, they harbored resentment. However, it was regrettable that they had not suffered enough to deter their audacity. Ding! A new optional task has been detected. Option 1. Endure the humiliation and let it pass. Reward: Golden Rock Sky Breaking Technique. Option 2. Strike back with suppression. Reward: Map of the Guishu Secret Realm. A map of the Guishu Secret Realm? What a valuable asset. Wouldn't that be akin to possessing a form of clairvoyance? With a faint smile, Su Chang'e clasped his hands behind his back, looking down upon the golden-winged rock with unabashed sarcasm. So it's merely a mongrel bird. Is the threshold for the Guishu Secret Realm so low? This unexpected remark left the crowd momentarily stunned. The renowned golden-winged rock clan, one of the apex races among the demon tribes, was brazenly ridiculed as a mongrel bird. Yet, they could not help but admire the divine son's audacious spirit, truly a master who would not be easily trifled with. Upon hearing these words, Jin Aoyang was consumed by a sudden fury, his temples pulsating with anger. You insult the majestic golden-winged rock clan. You seek death. With a resonant hum, Jin Aoyang's wings erupted in resplendent divine light, an overwhelming aura of vitality swirling around him, transforming into a colossal golden rock. The refracted golden brilliance, accompanied by blazing golden mist, ascended, resembling a grand manifestation of mysterious laws. Let me see what abilities you possess. Jin Aoyang raised his hand, unleashing an endless barrage of golden feather blades. Whoosh! In an instant, it was as if a multitude of dazzling arrows surged toward Su Chang'e with a deafening roar. Su Chang'e fantasmai. Indeed, the demon race was brimming with vitality, unable to withstand provocation. A mere taunt had incited an immediate response. This made it considerably easier to suppress him. Everyone bore witness to the fact that he had struck first. With a mere thought, a terrifying divine light emanated from Su Chang'e's being. What on earth was transpiring? Yet, the subsequent scene left the crowd in a state of astonishment. The myriad golden feather blades, upon nearing Su Chang'e, came to an abrupt halt, as if frozen in mid-air. Had it not been for the gusts of wind gently lifting the hem of Su Chang'e's white robe, one might have assumed that time itself had come to a standstill. Crack! At that moment, Su Chang'e softly uttered a single word. Boom! The divine light swirling around him erupted with cataclysmic force. Terrifying power radiated outward in all directions, as the golden rain of arrows, suspended in the sky, dissipated into countless shimmering motes. Chapter 42. One-Punch Suppression. It turns out to be a little rascal. How is this possible? This unexpected scene left Jin Aoyang momentarily astounded. He was aware that the other party, being a divine offspring, must possess considerable prowess. However, this was beyond comprehension. Yet, in order to maintain his clan's dignity before the Guiyuan sacred land, Jin Aoyang feigned calmness. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "It's merely the use of a runic treasure. Once we enter the Guishu secret realm, your fortune shall not be so favorable." In any case, his purpose had already been achieved. The reason he had acted was merely to gauge Su Chang'e's strength, and should he succeed in humiliating his opponent, that would be even better. What troubled him was that the first and second saints of the Gu Yuan sacred land had not come this time. Thus, during this expedition to the Gusu secret realm, the Gu Yuan sacred land must pay a bloody price. The humiliation of years past. He would repay on behalf of the Golden-Winged Rock clan. Having said this, Jin Aoyang turned to leave. Trying to flee? Su Chang'e smiled faintly. First, take my punch. With that, Su Chang'e swung his fist and struck out. Boom! The heaven-shattering fist. The rolling fist radiance transformed into a colossal beam, shrouding the sky, akin to a radiant sun plummeting to earth. In an instant, it pierced through the void, descending upon Jin Aoyang. You dare to attack on my demon clan's territory. Jin Aoyang's pupils constricted. The audacity of his actions stemmed from the knowledge that this was indeed the domain of the demon clan. Did Su Chang'e not fear the repercussions? Rumbling. The tremendous roar of the void resonated like the tolling of a death knell, instilling within him a profound sense of peril. Damn it, this power is even more terrifying than I imagined. Jin Peng's divine technique. Jin Aoyang dared not hesitate. His golden wings flapped rapidly, transforming his form into a streak of golden light, swiftly darting away. Their clan naturally possessed remarkable speed, and when cultivated to perfection, they could traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye. What is happening? A gasp escaped him, seemingly in response to some horrific scene. He noticed that the space around him had inexplicably coalesced into a domain of sword energy. Like a colossal sword energy cage, it completely confined him within this spatial realm. Can you escape? Su Chang'e knew without guessing that the opponent would likely evade this strike. Thus, he had already anticipated the possibility of flight when he unleashed his punch. At this moment, Su Chang'e's immense fist imprint had already descended. I am Jin. But before Jin Aoyang could finish his words, the terrifying fist radiance erupted, unleashing a magnificent golden tempest. Under this overwhelming force, even the defensive treasures upon Jin Aoyang could not withstand the onslaught. Crack, crack, crack. In the end, they shattered like lifeless scrap metal. As for Jin Aoyang, he was utterly obliterated by this terrifying power. After a gentle breeze swept through, the swirling dust gradually settled. The onlookers, still in a state of shock, slowly regained their senses. What in the world? Su Chang'e audaciously dared to take action in my Xianyao city. Why haven't the Xianyao guards apprehended him yet? How absurd. What status does he possess that he need adhere to the rules? Some onlookers scoffed, remarking that Jin Aoyang was overconfident in believing Su Chang'e would refrain from striking, only to find himself hitting a brick wall. Yet, was Su Chang'e's punch not astonishingly powerful? The formidable physique of the Golden-Winged Dapeng tribe was rendered ineffective by a single blow. Those witnessing the scene in Xianyao City were left in disbelief, some rendered speechless. However, others discerned the underlying truth. Let us not forget that Su Chang'e has transcended the 10th Purple Mansion, a rarity through the ages. His innate constitution is that of a primordial sacred body. How immense must his explosive strength be? If I were to deliver such a punch. One individual hastily shook his head, a chill running through him. It was best not to entertain such suicidal thoughts. The many proud talents, who previously harbored doubts about Su Chang'e's prowess, now displayed grave expressions upon witnessing the spectacle. Moreover, they had heard whispers of Su Chang'e's formidable swordsmanship, and the combination of his powerful physique and exceptional swordplay instilled a sense of pressure among them. Buzz! Just as the crowd was engaged in discussion, a shimmering ripple of light surged through the void above. Jin Aoyang's figure materialized once more, yet his complexion was now ashen, as if he had suffered a tremendous fright. Have you finally exhausted your life-saving puppet? Su Chang'e expressed no desire to further extract benefits from him. Previously, he had employed the Eye of Destiny to scrutinize his opponent. Discovering a mere 98 points of fortune, he had foolishly assumed that such a prodigious being was a child of destiny. To his disappointment, it turned out to be a mere trifler. Su Chang'e cast a nonchalant glance at him. A buy one get one free offer. Would you like me to escort you further? You. Jin Aoyang's face turned a shade of iron. The life-saving puppet was an invaluable asset. requiring the depletion of countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures to shield its host from a life-threatening predicament, and he had squandered it so readily. However, without that puppet, he would have indeed perished beneath the weight of that punch. Contemplating this, his anger and cold demeanor dissipated in an instant. If his opponent were to deliver another blow, he would truly be doomed. Furthermore, they each had protectors behind them, and he had initiated the conflict, leaving him with no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. Daring not to issue further threats, he flapped his golden wings and vanished into the distance. Thus, Su Changa's renown began to spread throughout Xianyao City. Gazing at the figure in the jade-white chariot, no one dared to underestimate him. That punch had exceeded their wildest imaginations. This blow was even more terrifying than the last. I've said I didn't wish to come. Had it not been for that old fellow insisting, I would have never set foot here. Wu Yi Aotian, amidst the crowd, observed the unfolding scene and felt that Su Changa was becoming increasingly monstrous. He was nothing short of a human war machine. If one wished to survive long, it was best to keep a distance from such an anomaly. Su Changa, you are indeed remarkable, but it is precisely this that makes it all the more intriguing. After observing the recent events, Qin Tai's lips curled into a smile. Such an opponent is truly deserving of being crushed. I wonder if my broken Tao, sacred flame, can unravel this? Li Han also appeared contemplative. Following closely behind him, Luo Qingyu gazed meaningfully at the scene. This extraordinary talent, truly, it will be no injustice for Luo Yin to perish at his hands. The young master seems to harbor immense hostility towards Su Changa. Should I seize an opportunity to warn him? Luo Qingyu felt an inner conflict. The higher-ups of the Gi sect had issued a command before their departure, instructing them to show no mercy when encountering members of the Guiyuan sacred land. If necessary, they could even ally with other factions to deliver a severe lesson to the Guiyuan sacred land. Luo Qingyu clenched her teeth. Su Changa not only exposed Luo Yan's hypocrisy in the Tianhe realm, but also provided me with substantial resources. I cannot repay kindness with enmity. Yet, as a saintess of the Gi sect, is this truly appropriate? Thus, Luo Qingyu engaged in a mental struggle, unwittingly progressing halfway through her self-justification. However, in stark contrast to the other faction's prodigious disciples, the members of the Guiyuan sacred land appeared overwhelmingly exhilarated. That recent punch was simply too powerful. This is the demeanor befitting the son of their Guiyuan sacred land, suppressing the invincible and sweeping away the talented. Chapter 43. The strange imagination and the arrival of the celestial mirror after this brief interlude. The members of the Return to Origin Sacred Land continued their journey deeper into the city of celestial beasts. There lay the residence of the Return to Origin Sacred Land. The lord of the city of celestial beasts, Bai Wenqin, was an elder with an ethereal presence, possessing a trace of divine beast bloodline. His ancestors had also produced unparalleled powerhouses. Unlike other beast clans, he treated humanity with a degree of warmth and proximity. During the ancient war between humans and beasts, he maintained a neutral stance, thus sparing the city of celestial beasts from the ravages of conflict. Brotherly, please take a seat after your long journey. Bai Wenqin greeted the elder of the Return to Origin Sacred Land. The two were old acquaintances, their bond evidently deep. Is this the divine son of the Return to Origin Sacred Land? Indeed, a dragon among men. I believe your future achievements will be unparalleled. Bai Wenqin was aware of the earlier battle in the city, and admiration gleamed in his eyes. Junior Su Changa pays his respects to Senior Bai Wenqin. Su Changa returned the gesture. Bai Wenqin stroked his beard and chuckled. Excellent. Such talent, coupled with humility, I eagerly anticipate your performance when the celestial mirror opens tomorrow. The celestial mirror? Su Changa was somewhat familiar with this artifact. It was said to be a relic from the celestial realm, shrouded in mystery, capable of probing into the essence of the great Tao and even resonating with certain heavenly laws. If one could attain the complete recognition of the celestial mirror, they might receive a legendary wisp of celestial energy, a transformative opportunity. Before each opening of the abyssal secret realm, the city of celestial beasts would initiate the celestial mirror to help many prodigies better contemplate their true paths. That night, Su Chang'e and his companions resided in the palace prepared for them by Wenqin. As the night deepened, a flickering candlelight illuminated one of the palaces, where two indistinct figures were engaged in some activity. After a long while, Su Chang'e slowly exhaled, withdrawing his hands that had been channeling spiritual energy. He beheld Yun Xinyan, who lay weakly on the ground. Her delicate face was flushed, and her cherry-like lips were panting heavily. Her chest rose and fell like the undulating waves of the ocean. A light, sheer white garment was completely soaked with sweat, revealing her snow-white skin and accentuating her exquisite figure. Since the afternoon, Su Chang'e had been assisting Yun Xinyan in her cultivation. Not only had he exhausted a considerable amount of cultivation resources, but his own spiritual energy had also been completely absorbed by her. Is the body of the Taiyin truly this voracious? Su Chang'e felt a headache coming on. After all, he too possessed a bloodline of innate, sacred physique, yet his energy had been entirely drained. Divine Son, a soft, alluring voice emerged once more. Yun Xinyan's enchanting eyes were hazy, her snow-white shoulders exposed, skin as pale as snow, lightly biting her lip, her expression lingering with an unfulfilled allure. Truly, half a frown and half a smile dazzles like autumn waters. Every gesture and posture intoxicates like spring mountains. Su Chang'e shook his head, bemused. What was this? Wasn't this supposed to be cultivation? Why does the atmosphere feel so peculiar? The following morning, a vibrant hum reverberated through the vast skies, as an extraordinary aura of the great Tao permeated the air, with resplendent runes continuously manifesting, enveloping the entire immortal demon city. Above, the heavens swirled with countless clouds. A time-worn mirror, reminiscent of the starry expanse, floated high in the heavens, shimmering with brilliance. It resembled a reflecting azure lake, capturing the essence of the world within its depths. That mirror is the legendary treasure of the immortal demon city, the heaven-querying mirror. It is said that if one gains the mirror's complete approval, they may even obtain the fabled breath of immortality. Let's go. The city lord mentioned that everyone has the opportunity to participate. We must see for ourselves. Streams of light sliced through the skies, all racing towards that destination. Among them were numerous wandering disciples, drawn here in hopes of fortune. Should they gain the mirror's recognition, soaring to greatness would not be beyond possibility. In the central region of the immortal demon city, an enigmatic barrier of light materialized, resembling an inverted glass bowl, completely shrouding that area. This luminous barrier was the manifestation of the laws of the heaven-querying realm. Only by traversing this vast barrier of law could one attain preliminary acknowledgement. The heaven-querying mirror interrogates the heart and mind, illuminating the principles of the celestial Tao. The path is elusive, yet the essence lies in steadfastness of heart. Only by maintaining an unwavering resolve can one pursue that ethereal and sublime great Tao. Thus, only those with a firm heart may receive its ultimate endorsement. The exceptional may also attain a whisper of the legendary immortal breath. Figures traversed the dazzling barrier, arriving beneath the heaven-querying mirror. They were those who had successfully comprehended the Tao and its laws, utilizing their insights to unravel the barrier's constraints. Just then, a figure clad in white approached the heaven-querying realm. The barrier of laws vibrated with a thunderous resonance, erupting into a dazzling blaze of crimson light. Before the figure could draw near, the barrier parted of its own accord, forming a portal. This portal shimmered with radiant brilliance as tendrils of law entwined around it, seemingly rippling with joy. What sorcery is this? Is entry into this barrier not contingent upon comprehension? Why is it open by itself? Wait, is this barrier expressing delight? A hidden agenda. There must be some kind of connection at play. I cannot abide such favoritism. Many who witnessed this scene were left dumbfounded, their expressions a mix of disbelief, as some could not even enter. Even those who could gain entry needed a resolute heart and must resonate successfully with it. Otherwise, they could not even approach. Yet, what is the meaning of this figure? It appears as though the barrier is beckoning him to enter. All eyes turned towards him. It was a young man in white, surrounded by brilliant runes that flickered with an ethereal light, as if a celestial being had descended. Is it him, the scion of the return to Origin's sacred land? Suchanga. It is hardly surprising, for this divine offspring possesses the legendary, innate holy body embryo, perfectly attuned to the grand Tao, his heart in harmony with its essence, truly a tailor-made existence for him. Is the innate holy body embryo truly so formidable? There have been sacred bodies participating in trials before, yet the portal did not spontaneously open. One individual suddenly reacted. Indeed, this remark sparked contemplation among the crowd. The more they pondered, the more their scalps tingled. It could only imply one thing. The scion of the Guyuan Holy Land is far more terrifying than they had previously imagined. At that moment, a voice of derision, inappropriate for the occasion, broke the air. The Wenyangjing is a test of whether one's heart of Tao is steadfast and complete. It bears no relation to physical constitution or innate talent. Could he truly attain the full recognition of the Wenyangjing? Following the sound, they beheld a young man clad in crimson and gold armor, tall and imposing, with a handsome yet aloof countenance. Particularly notable was his flowing golden hair, which danced in the wind, appearing thick and lustrous. Even more daunting was the fact that golden lightning occasionally coiled and erupted around his form, showcasing his formidable physical prowess. Chapter 44. The Baptism of Divine Light. What constitutes the disparity? It is he, the young clan leader of the nine-headed golden lion lineage, Lion Shao Tsang. A voice of astonishment echoed, filled with awe. The nine-headed golden lion clan is a royal family among the demon race, having produced several formidable demon emperors and dominating an entire era. The presence of Lion Shao Tsang as their heir illustrates the extraordinary talent and comprehension that this terrifying lineage possesses. An elder, his expression grave, remarked on the matter. Surrounding him were several young prodigies of the demon race, their demeanor respectful, akin to stars orbiting the moon. Just standing there, Lion Shao Tsang emanated an aura of sovereign might, radiant and imposing, evoking reverence among the onlookers. Suchanga cast a casual glance at Lion Shao Tsang, noting that the latter's cultivation had reached the threshold of a half-step sovereign, his presence immensely powerful, his veins coursing with the regal golden blood of the demon race. Meanwhile, Jin Aoyang, who had previously been subdued by Suchanga with a single strike, stood respectfully behind Lion Shao Tsang, his eyes filled with cold disdain and mockery upon seeing Suchanga. Suchanga paid no heed. After all, it was merely the arrival of the master of his adversary, a display of arrogance born from one's connections. To enter the luminous realm of the asking heaven mirror signifies that you have passed the preliminary assessment. Henceforth, simply channel your cultivation and comprehend the Tao heart, and the asking heaven mirror shall respond in kind. In the void, the voice of Bai Wenqin, the lord of the immortal demon city, resonated slowly. Upon hearing this, the crowd eagerly began to channel their energies. Boom! 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 At that moment, powerful auras surged upwards, akin to beams of light piercing through the asking heaven mirror. Waves of ripples emerged upon its surface, the void trembled with thunderous roars, and white lightning flickered. Buzz! Then, the asking heaven mirror vibrated with a deep resonance, an ancient and profound aura enveloping the surroundings as radiant divine light flowed forth, intertwining with the principles of the Tao, like a celestial curtain enveloping all present. A young man with sword-like brows and starry eyes was enveloped by 10 beams of divine light, his sword intent soaring as he exuded a fierce presence. He had garnered the recognition of the asking heaven mirror, which descended 10 beams of divine light to assist him in refining his essence. This was the eldest disciple of Shuha Sword Mountain, astonishingly attracting 10 beams of divine light. Such talent is indeed commendable. Some recognize the origins of the individuals present, while the elders and disciples of Shuha Sword Mountain watched the scene with palpable excitement. The asking heaven mirror continually radiated brilliant light, inscribing a mysterious world within the realm of principles. Streams of divine light erupted forth, merging into the bodies of numerous prodigies below. Some received a single beam of divine light, while others were graced with 7 or 8. These individuals possessed resolute Tao hearts and extraordinary comprehension. Boom! At that moment, Jin Aoyang of the Golden-Winged Rock Clan, enveloped in resplendent golden radiance, slowly manifested a golden rock behind him. He had summoned a staggering 22 beams of divine light. One must admit, Jin Aoyang's talent is formidable indeed. To summon as many as 22 beams, the son of the Guiyuan Holy Land, who could easily subdue him with a single punch, must be even more terrifying. Many began to anticipate the performance of Su Chang'e. Rumbling, an increasing number of prodigies began to exert their powers. The Wuji Outhian of the Leha Sword sect summoned an astonishing 120 beams of divine light, leaving the audience in awe. The young master of the Gi sect, the grand prince of the Great Qin dynasty, and the celestial maiden Yun Gui of the Bixia sect, each a paragon of talent, basked in their own radiant divine light, their exceptional gifts captivating all. It must be acknowledged that their innate abilities far surpass those of their peers. However, when compared to the prodigies of the demon race, they still fall slightly short, for this treasure artifact is ultimately a relic of the demon's might. The advantages gained by the demon race are therefore considerably greater. Above, the heavens roared with thunder, resonating with the vibrations of the Tao, as myriad symbols intertwined and filled the celestial dome. Brilliant beams of divine light cascaded down like a meteor shower. Below, a figure shrouded in golden mist, with hair as dense as gold, appeared as a resplendent sun. A primordial and ancient roar echoed, seemingly capable of shattering the stars themselves. A colossal golden lion materialized from a void, possessing 9 heads, each seemingly bathed in the divine light of the sun. From these 9 heads emanated 9 formidable powers, golden light, flames, thunder, gales, and frost, intending to sweep away all in existence. 186 beams of divine light descended, resembling pillars of light piercing through heaven and earth, radiating brilliance to the utmost degree. Amidst this luminescence, the lion's roar song stood as a regal figure descending from the heavens. As a descendant of the 9-headed golden lion lineage, it would not be an exaggeration to claim he possesses the demeanor of an emperor. Even within the annals of the Wenyang realm's history, he would rank among the foremost. The most celebrated in this realm, the Emperor Tian, who ascended to the immortal realm 1,000,000 years ago, received 366 beams of divine light, placing Lion's Roar song firmly within the top 5. The clan elder of the 9-headed golden lion family laughed heartily, pride evident in his gaze. Yet whispers emerged, suggesting that this relic of the demon race was inherently unjust to human practitioners. Nevertheless, one must concede that Lion's Roar song is indeed formidable, ranking as one of the top prodigies among the demon race. Many gazed at him with envy, speculating that he might procure a strand of celestial energy. Boom! At that moment, a tremendous sound drew everyone's attention once more. A captivating figure emerged, clad in a blue robe and white skirt, exuding an ethereal grace. Her figure was lithe, her eyes like autumn waters, surrounded by 102 beams of divine light, enhancing her otherworldly beauty, akin to a celestial maiden from the heavens. It was Yun Xinyan, the 4th holy maiden of the Guiyuan Holy Land. Heavens! 102 beams of divine light. Was she not the attendant of that divine sun? How could she possess such extraordinary talent? Little did they know, this holy maiden possessed the legendary Tying body. Her heart and comprehension surely exceptional. Should she cultivate alongside that divine sun, one could only imagine the possibilities. Many prodigies turned their gazes towards her, astonished by her breathtaking beauty and formidable talent. Yet, one wondered aloud why Su Chang'e remained silent. Given the remarkable talent of his attendant, he must be even more extraordinary, right? I suspect he is simply daunted by the brilliance of his own attendant's gifts, reluctant to reveal himself. Jin Aoyang scoffed loudly. Indeed, Lord Shishao song surpasses all. Previously, he had suffered greatly at the hands of Su Chang'e. Frustrated and desperate, he seized every opportunity to mock and provoke Su Chang'e's mindset. Yet, Su Chang'e merely cast a detached glance at Jin Aoyang, causing him to tremble involuntarily. Although he relished the chance to vent his frustrations, He could not shake the fear that Su Chang'e might retaliate with lethal force. However, with Lord Shishao Tsang beside him, the thought of being killed seemed implausible. One would have to step over Shishao Tsang's corpse first. Nonetheless, Jin Aoyang muttered under his breath, "Isn't it just relying on his maid's Taiyin physique for cultivation? If I had that, I could do it too." The audacity of his words enraged Yun Xinyan, whose keen hearing caught every syllable. Had Su Chang'e not assisted her in her cultivation the previous night, she would not have achieved such remarkable progress. "Xinyan, focus and comprehend. This is your opportunity." "Yes, Lord Sun," she replied, immediately obedient, resembling a startled kitten. "Let me show you the true disparity." Su Chang'e turned his gaze towards Jin Aoyang, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, the wind swirling around him, accentuating his unwavering confidence. "What is that?" At that moment, someone gasped in astonishment. Thunder rumbled across the heavens, a cacophony of divine sounds resonating with tremors. The brilliance of the asking heaven realm suddenly intensified 100-fold. Streams of dazzling divine light cascaded like a celestial river, erupting with the force of a stellar explosion. Un overwhelming aura enveloppé de Sushang, presenting him as if he were a deity commanding the very fabric of existence. "Do you, a mere wretch, presume to discuss my path?" The voice, reminiscent of a divine whisper, sent shivers down the spines of all present, as if the might of the heavens swept across the land. Some could not help but tremble under the immense pressure, their minds shaken to the core. How is this possible? Facing this celestial might, Jin Aoyang felt his blood surging violently, a trickle of crimson escaping the corner of his mouth. Chapter 45. The Mysterious Celestial Light. Entering the secret realm of the Return to the Ruins, Su Chang'e's gaze remained indifferent, dismissing the trembling Jin Aoyang, who was as frightened as a leaf in the wind. The path that lay ahead for him was known only to himself, far beyond the comprehension of such a mere buffoon. The flowing divine light was resplendent, resembling an expansive sea of brilliance. Its dazzling radiance obscured Su Chang'e's figure from the onlookers. A torrent of divine light surged forth, embodying the principles of the great Tao, engulfing the entire immortal demon city in a golden haze. Surely, the sheer volume of divine light must number in the thousands. Had such an extraordinary figure ever graced the annals of immortal demon city's history? Even the fabled immortals could scarcely compare. The crowd, now somewhat numb, found themselves confronted with a spectacle that transcended their wildest imaginations. In the history of the opening of the celestial realm, aside from the most formidable individual, there had only been a mere 360 beams of divine light as a baptism. Yet now, such a comparison seemed trivial. Su Chang'e appeared as if he were the favored offspring of the celestial mirror, with divine light cascading down as if it were free of cost. Many were left in disarray. Why was there such a vast chasm between individuals? Was Su Chang'e perhaps the beloved child of the celestial mirror? The previous champion, Yi Lintian of the Return to the Primordial Sacred Land, had not exuded such terror. Had he? Was he not the one with the reincarnated eye? If Su Chang'e were merely a pure holy body, I would consume the celestial mirror. Throughout history, holy bodies had not been absent. Figures like the Emperor Tian possessed supreme bones. Yet, the disparity now appeared insurmountable. The only explanation they could muster was that only a legendary immortal could achieve such feats. Clap, clap, clap. Jin Aoyang, already battered by Su Chang'e's overwhelming presence, felt his cheeks burn with humiliation, his countenance turning an ominous shade of pale. Su Chang'e's astonishing talent had dealt a heavy blow to his pride. Even the previously unmatched Shi Xiaocong now paled in comparison. Boom! The sound of thunderous roars echoed ceaselessly. The brilliant rays of divine light continually fused into Su Chang'e's being, possessing the innate holy body Tao embryo. He was naturally aligned with the great Tao, his heart harmonizing with it, rendering the divine light perfectly compatible with him. As a transcendent being, his soul occupied this physical form. Though the alignment was relatively harmonious, it was not without its imperfections. Such flaws, though minimal, could pose fatal risks as his cultivation advanced. At this moment, the vast divine light seemed to aid him in mending the bond between his flesh and spirit. His soul felt enveloped in a warm embrace, becoming extraordinarily clear and translucent, while his flesh resonated with his spirit, as if seeking to recombine into one entity. The previous minor flaw had vanished entirely. A glimmer of joy sparkled in Su Chang's eyes. With the flaw resolved, the foundation of his great Tao would solidify further, and his strength would ascend to new heights. Buzz! The celestial mirror quivered once more, as a radiant beam of five-colored divine light burst forth, piercing into Su Chang's sea of consciousness. It was that wisp of celestial essence. Some of the crowd noticed this spectacle and gasped in astonishment. They failed to discern the truth. The speed was astonishing, merely leaving behind a vibrant rainbow in the sky. Yet, the lingering aura of mystery emanated an unparalleled sanctity, wholly unbefitting of this mundane realm. Celestial energy? A thought flickered within Su Chang's mind as he extended a wisp of his soul towards the resplendent, multicolored brilliance. To his astonishment, it was suffused with an abundant power of the five elements, far surpassing that of this realm. Suddenly, realization dawned upon Su Chang. With a mental command, he summoned the system panel. Fragments of the celestial repair stone, originally a treasure of the heavenly river immortal domain, possessed the purest essence of the five elements, capable of mending the heavens and restoring the integrity of the Tao. This reward was granted to Su Chang upon his acquisition within the tomb of the heavenly river emperor. Both entities hailed from the celestial realm. Could there be a connection? Given the multitude of eyes and ears present, he decided to investigate thoroughly once he entered the mysterious ruins. Damn it! That celestial energy was rightfully mine. How could it have been stolen by that insufferable human? The lion's roar, filled with resentment and fury, had long prepared for this day. Only those who had endured the most profound baptism of divine light would have the chance to inherit various Taoist legacies. Yet today, the most enigmatic celestial energy had been seized by a mere human. It was meant to be his. Even some elders of the demon race regarded the situation with deep, calculating gazes as if formulating their own schemes. At that moment, a cold snort reverberated like thunder, reverberating with a pressure that could shake the heavens. The crowd involuntarily trembled, their gazes drawn to a figure in the sky. It was the esteemed elder of the Guiyuan Holy Land. Chang'e is the divine son of our Guiyuan Holy Land. Should you, old fellows, harbor impure intentions and seek to disrespect, you shall incur the wrath of all our ancestors. Upon hearing the elder's words, the crowd's eyes widened in shock. The breaking army ancestor of the Guiyuan Holy Land was a figure of formidable repute. Not to mention, it was said that several other ancestors resided within the Guiyuan Holy Land. Some of them had already been ancestors when they were but children, particularly the legendary trio, who were nothing short of mythic figures. Some claimed that those three had long since ascended and vanished, while others insisted they still dwelled within the ancestral grounds. But who would dare wager on such matters? Simultaneously, they increasingly perceived the complexity of Su Chang. Not only was he designated as the divine son, but he was also favored by numerous ancestors, a truly terrifying prospect. Rumble. Just then, the distant heavens appeared to split apart. Taoist runes coalesced, space twisted, and a massive void storm ensued. Crack. Subsequently, the void shattered, and the light within seemed to lead to an unknown world. An ancient and vast aura seeped forth, accompanied by divine birds and mystical beasts that evoked an era long past. The mysterious ruins had been unlocked. It seemed the unusual activity of the heavenly inquiry mirror had precipitated the early opening of the mysterious ruins. Bai Wenqin declared gravely, "Hurry, enter swiftly. The mysterious ruins will only remain open for 1 month. If you do not return within that time, you shall be trapped for 10,000 years." He has always harbored suspicions regarding the connection between the Mirror of Inquiry and the secret realm of the Abyss. The elusive Mirror of Inquiry only reveals itself when the secret realm of the Abyss is on the verge of opening. Numerous formidable talents dared not hesitate. Soaring through the skies towards the secret realm with great haste, their faces alight with excitement and anticipation. The opportunities within this realm are plentiful, and should they seize them, the path to imperial ascendance may well be within their grasp. Your Excellency, Yin Xin appeared somewhat anxious, as over half of the talented individuals had already entered, leaving only a few scattered souls from the sacred land of return. Su Chang'e shook his head with a wry smile. This young girl was undoubtedly afraid that the opportunities would be snatched away by others. However, he possessed the map to the secret realm of the abyss, and opportunities were but ripe for the taking. Come, let me guide you to seize the fortunes, he declared, leading the visibly anxious Yun Xinyan through the distorted vortex passage. Before them, a dazzling light flickered, and the surroundings seemed to be filled with fragments of time and space, swirling in chaotic currents. As the tumult subsided, the scene before them gradually twisted into clarity. At this moment, they found themselves in an ancient and unfamiliar microcosm, the secret realm of the abyss. Chapter 46. Divine Perspective in a shadowy alley of the immortal demon city, the fabric of reality warped. A figure clad in darkness materialized. Su Chang'e, the return to the abyss secret realm shall be your grave. Blame yourself for obstructing the path of the prince of the ancient Qin dynasty. Immediately, the cloaked figure concentrated his innate spiritual energy into a luminous sword, plunging it fiercely toward his own Dantian. His aura plummeted from the realm of the mighty to that of a venerable sage. He was sacrificing part of his cultivation to enter the return to the abyss secret realm. Afterwards, he would consume a specially concocted elixir to restore his power. At that moment, he would sweep through the secret realm with unbridled might. Su Chang'e, your time of demise has come. With that, he shrouded his visage once more and soared toward the immense vortex passage. The return to the abyss secret realm is a mysterious and ancient world. Towering mountains rise majestically, their peaks shrouded in clouds. Ancient trees, reaching skyward, pierce the heavens. The occasional roar of ferocious beasts sends tremors through the hearts of all who hear. The spiritual energy in this realm is far denser than in the outside world, making cultivation here extraordinarily effective. As numerous prodigies entered the return to the abyss secret realm, they were met with thunderous roars of beasts. The ground shook with a deafening rumble. Not far from their sight, billowing smoke swirled, and countless dark figures surged toward them like a relentless tide. Most frighteningly, as these shadows drew nearer, the onlookers could discern their bodies radiating an overwhelming malevolence, their eyes a deep crimson, exuding an aura of savage bloodlust. It was a beast tide? Damn it! How could we encounter a beast tide right after entering? The expressions of the prodigies shifted dramatically. This world was already thick with malevolence, and the beasts dwelling within were steeped in a killing intent. They were truly unfortunate to face a beast tide upon their arrival. There's no time. Quickly break through. In an instant, battle erupted. Though these beasts were bereft of reason, their formidable physical prowess could easily rend a cultivator's body apart. A rabble dared to act with arrogance. A thunderous roar resounded, followed by an eruption of dazzling divine light. Amidst the blazing radiance, the ethereal form of a golden lion roared toward the heavens. The golden glow entwined around the lion, creating a tumultuous wave of energy that surged forth like a colossal tide. Boom! The laws of spiritual energy in the void shattered under this tremendous force. The terrifying wave swept through, launching countless beasts into the air, obliterating them entirely. Weaker beasts were reduced to mere fragments. The lion, with a swift motion, extended its paw from the void above. Swish! The dense golden light converged, ultimately forming a paw print that blotted out the sky. With a thunderous crash, it descended. In an instant, the earth shattered, blood sprayed, and dismembered limbs flew. The once mighty tide of beasts was torn apart by this fearsome strike. The mighty lion's roar has paved a bloody path for us. Let us break free and slay. The enchanting beings of the demon race, loyal to the lion's roar, channeled their innate energies and surged forth, breaking through to the distance. Thunderous roars echoed as Li Han conjured a sphere of white flames, radiating a heat that seemed capable of searing through the very fabric of space. with a mere gesture. The terrifying flames soared skyward, igniting dozens of ferocious beasts before him, their fiery forms ascending into the heavens, only to be reduced to ashes in an instant. Under his leadership, numerous disciples of the Return to Unity sect also moved towards the distant horizon. The formidable Wu Jiao Tian was enveloped in a dazzling aura of sword light, manifesting thousands of glimmering blades in the void, creating a terrifying domain of swords. The air resonated with the thunderous roar of sword energy, and the beasts within this realm fell as if made of paper, meeting their swift demise. Princess Yunge of the Baixia sect, with her delicate fingers weaving intricate gestures, summoned tendrils of spiritual energy from the very heavens and earth, casting her figure in an ethereal glow. With a gentle wave of her graceful hand, a brilliant divine radiance blossomed like a moonlit lotus, transforming into a vibrant storm of floral shadows that surged towards the horde of beasts. The beams of destruction pierced through the hearts of the ferocious creatures, utterly shattering their life force, causing countless beasts to collapse, their souls extinguished. Yet, an ever-increasing tide of beasts continued to assail, resulting in grievous losses among the disciples of various factions. Unfortunately, their fortunes seemed ill-fated, having been transported to such perilous grounds from the very beginning. Meanwhile, in stark contrast, Su Chang'e and his entourage from the Return to Origin Holy Land enjoyed a most serene experience. The thunderous roars of beasts. Surely they are encountering a horde of ferocious creatures? Fortunately, I possess the map of the ruins of the abyss, which kindly advises me to delay my entry. Otherwise, I would waste a considerable amount of time exterminating beasts. A faint smile danced upon Su Chang'e's lips. How delightful it is to have a God's eye view. The map reveals opportunities clearly and distinctly. At this moment, they found themselves amidst a dense forest of colossal trees. Logically, the light here should be quite dim. However, it was a stark contrast, as flickering lights sparkled like a resplendent galaxy, dazzling to behold. This was due to the presence of many wondrous plants, some enormous mushrooms even emanating a soft, glowing luminescence. Divine Sun, look! Yun Xinyan exclaimed in astonishment, pointing ahead. Before their eyes, numerous small grasses radiating a blue glow appeared. To their amazement, these grasses were absorbing spiritual energy. Heavens! So many dragon spirit grasses. They must be over 1,000 years old. Quickly gather them. This is an exceptional resource for cultivation. The disciples of the Return to Origin Holy Land beamed with joy, even the holy sons and daughters displaying admiration. Initially, they harbored some complaints, yearning to seek opportunities on their own. This secret realm was fraught with danger, but traveling with the Divine Sun was remarkably comfortable, and soon they stumbled upon such an abundance of dragon spirit grasses. Truly splendid. The map indicated that within the hidden Dragon Valley lay the essence of true dragon blood. Should I succeed in obtaining it, my physical form shall once again be enhanced. A faint smile graced Su Chang'e's lips as she followed the guidance of the Guishu map, leading her to the nearby hidden Dragon Valley. Within its depths, it is said that legendary Dragon Clan warriors have found their eternal rest. The dragon spirit grass flourishing here is born from the essence of the dragon chi that permeates the surroundings. Chapter 47. The Daughter of Destiny? Empress Taohua, after gathering the dragon spirit grass, the group continued their journey. Just then, a lewd chuckle echoed from ahead. The fairies of Wachian Valley are indeed enchanting. How about we have some fun? Several surrounded a human female, their faces alight with lascivious grins, their gazes hungrily assessing the young woman's figure, especially her voluptuous curves, reminiscent of ripe peaches, stirred their excitement further, intensifying the madness in their expressions. I would rather perish today than let you succeed, the young woman declared, her jade-like hands swiftly brandishing a delicate longsword, poised to take her own life. How dare you harass a woman of the human race? At that moment, several figures emerged from the thicket. They appeared youthful, yet the terrifying aura they exuded instilled dread in all who beheld them. Each was a young supreme being. When their gazes fell upon the leading figure clad in white, they were utterly stunned. Su Chang'e, His faces changed drastically, fear etched into their features. Su Chang's fearsome reputation was well-earned. He had once single-handedly slain Jin Aoyang of the Golden-Winged Rock clan, shattering the records of the Wenyangjing. The young woman, who had initially intended to end her own life, froze, her sword halted in midair. Su Chang's face was now free of any mist, revealing an extraordinarily handsome visage to the world. His gentle smile brought a sense of tranquility, as if one were basking in the warmth of spring. Su Chang'e, we have no quarrel with you. This is ours territory. I advise you to... This warning was abruptly cut off. Boom! A terrifying beam of sword light shot forth from Su Chang'e's fingertip. Instantly, half of them were annihilated. Trees behind them toppled in a cascade, and even the clouds above seemed to part under the force, leaving the sky a brilliant blue, the world clear and bright. The oppressive sword energy felt as chilling as the frost of February, piercing and bone-deep. If I am not mistaken, the Tianlang clan is merely a mid-tier force among the... Do you dare threaten this divine son? With a hum, an even more dreadful pressure descended, the overwhelming sword intent reaching the heavens, especially the indifference in his gaze, as if he looked down upon all life in the world. Let these remaining fools serve as your practice. Su Chang'e gestured, and the holy sons and daughters behind him stepped forth. Brilliant divine light intertwined, thunder roared, and flames thundered. Each of them far surpassed the few before them. You act unjustly, using strength against the weak, outnumbering the few. Justice? Su Chang'e laughed heartily. If one can gang up, why bother with one-on-one combat? Besides, aside from the protagonist, dueling is fraught with peril for others. Very well, then. Su Chang'e stood with his hands clasped behind his back and calmly stated, Come forth. You may choose any of the holy sons and daughters from my Guyuan sacred land. The leader of the demon race, with a sullen expression, gritted his teeth and singled out a delicate saintess. Ning Xin stepped forward. Just as the saintess took a step forth, Su Chang'e swiftly altered his tone, declaring, Everyone else, attack together, except for her. A thunderous uproar echoed in the heart of that individual, as if a myriad of thundering hooves cascaded through his mind. The young demon had not anticipated such a tactic from his adversary. Pointing at Su Chang'e, he exclaimed in outrage, Is this not bullying the innocent? Ah, young man, you possess quite the spirit. I appreciate such audacity. Su Chang'e responded, waving his hand dismissively. Remember, ensure that their ashes are scattered. Under the command of the divine son. The expression of the celestial youth from the Tianlang clan shifted drastically as he sensed the impending taste of death. You dare? I am the heir of the Tianlang clan. Yet before he could finish, several saintly figures unleashed the energies within them. Boom! A cacophony of divine light and runes erupted, the laws of nature lamented, and the very heavens trembled. In no time, the celestial youths from the Tianlang clan met their demise, not even leaving behind a trace of ash. Iam Montak Yangxi, and I express my gratitude for your assistance, divine son, she said, bowing slightly, her eyes shimmering with appreciation. Su Chang'e scrutinized the young girl before him. Her bright, beautiful eyes and fair complexion exuded an ethereal elegance. Yet, there was an unusual resonance within her spirit, as if she possessed a wisdom beyond her years. Golden runes swirled within Su Chang'e's gaze, revealing a golden inscription above her head. Emo Yenshi, luck points for 96. Su Chang'e Nyarligast. For this fortune was a staggering double that of the previous individual, Luo Yin. She was indeed a prodigious harbinger of luck. Divine Sun Yu, Mo Yinshi blushed under Su Chang'e's unwavering gaze. It must be said that humans are inherently immune to the allure of beauty. Su Chang'e's striking visage only stirred her desire for closeness. Fear not, my lady. You seem weary, and it is I who have been inconsiderate. He presented her with a yuan restoring pill, urging her to take it to regain her energy. Xinyan, please assist this young lady. Once Xinyan had helped her to a resting place, Su Chang'e activated his luck insight once more to prevent her from sensing any anomalies. Mo Yinshi, one of the 12 fairies of Huaiqian Valley, she is the reincarnation of the legendary empress of Huaiqian Valley, Empress Taohua, Huaiqian Yu. In due time, The former empress will return to her peak, crafting an everlasting legend. Huai Qinyu? Su Chang's pupils constricted. She was a formidable empress of her era, a recipient of divine destiny. She had eradicated all those who had wronged her in life, leaving no trace behind, sending all to ascend. After embarking on the path to immortality and venturing to the fabled celestial realm, no further tales of her had emerged. Resting his chin on his hand, Su Chang amused that this seemingly harmless young girl appeared shy and timid. Alas, the once formidable empress now exudes such gentleness and vulnerability, which can only signify one truth. Her soul must be residing within this body, yet it has not fully awakened, likely awaiting a certain catalyst. The Empress Taohua, perhaps? A notion began to stir within Su Chang'e. If she could transform the other into a future tool, having an empress at her disposal would indeed be advantageous. With this thought, a subtle smile began to grace Su Chang'e's lips. Why has the gaze of the esteemed divine son shifted towards me? Could it be that he harbors disdain for me? And Mo Yinshi timidly cast a glance at Su Chang'e, her eyes conveying an unsettling mix of mischief. Chapter 48. The Dragon Transformation Technique. Why are you all alone here, young lady? Su Chang suddenly inquired. We encountered a beast tide and got separated while breaking through. Mu Yinshi timidly explained, I don't know the way on my own, so. Su Chang'e smiled gently and replied, no worries. If you wish, we can escort you along the way. He continued to engage her in casual conversation, for such mundane topics could ease her mind and lower her guard, thereby facilitating the cultivation of rapport. What if the rapport fails to develop? Well, one could always exploit her like a crop. Just then, a thunderous dragon roar echoed from the valley ahead. Above that valley, a colossal dragon, soaring to a height of 1,000 zhong, ascended into the sky. It appeared to be formed from a peculiar aura, its form somewhat translucent, yet its scales were distinctly defined. The dragon twisted and turned, stirring the winds and clouds of the 9 heavens, its overwhelming presence instilling awe and trepidation. It seemed that someone had triggered the restrictions of the hidden Dragon Valley. Such an event could only be initiated by contact with the true dragon's essence. Could it be that someone? Let us go and investigate, Su Chang'e commanded, as he waved his hand, and the group swiftly darted towards the hidden Dragon Valley. This realm exerted a suppressive influence on external cultivators, rendering them unable to soar through the skies, save for the native extraordinary beasts. Meanwhile, deep within the hidden Dragon Valley, several figures observed the unfolding events in the sky with grave concern. The leading figure was none other than the crown prince of the ancient Qin dynasty, Qin Tai. His face contorted with fury, he bellowed at those around him, "You incompetent fools! Is such a simple task beyond your capabilities?" He had discovered this relic through the ancestral secret arts, believing that upon opening this gateway, he could access the palace and obtain the true dragon's essence. However, he had not anticipated the errors that would activate the relic's restrictions. The others dared not breathe, enduring his tirade. I shall deal with you later. Qin Tai raised his hands, golden light coalescing as golden runes of the laws gradually gathered, and an immense dragon's might surged from within him. The void behind him twisted, and a massive golden dragon materialized, its colossal form causing the surrounding space to reverberate with each movement. First stance of the Dragon Transformation Technique. Dragon Battle in the Wild. With Qin Tai's proclamation, the golden dragon burst forth, engaging in fierce combat with the white dragon formed by the restrictions. The clash of dragon might roared through the air, the confrontation between the two dragons erupting in a series of explosive sounds. The white and gold dragons displayed their formidable powers. The fierce golden light of the golden dragon intertwined with the violent thunder of the white dragon, creating a cacophony of sound. The laws shattered, the void warped, and the spectacle resonated for hundreds of miles. Is that a battle of ferocious beasts? Have you ever seen ferocious beasts composed of spiritual energy? This resembles the Dragon Transformation Technique of the ancient Qin dynasty. The third stance of the Dragon Transformation Technique, summoning the dragon to descend upon the world. Such a terrifying might. Indeed, the majestic might of the dragon is undeniably real. An increasing number of individuals are drawn to the fierce battle unfolding here. They are not foolish. The eruption of such a monumental conflict in this place can only signify the presence of an extraordinarily terrifying opportunity. The Guisu secret realm is replete with countless chances, and seizing them is always swifter than arrival. Boom! Above the firmament, as the golden dragon exhaled a fierce breath. The white dragon was instantly dissipated, transforming into ethereal energies that scattered throughout the heavens and the earth. Yet, the colossal dragon had not vanished. Roar, roar, roar. It let out a thunderous cry, creating golden sound waves that rippled across the sky. The dragon's might was soul-stirring, causing the heavens to tremble. Many aspiring talents, intending to come here, hesitated in their tracks. A threat. This was an unabashed threat. The adversary deliberately emanated this terrifying dragon might, signaling to them, "Intruders shall perish." Many felt a sense of dread. They were all too aware of Qin Tai's formidable strength. It was rumored that he had successfully cultivated the second form of the dragon transformation secret art, the divine dragon transformation. Upon contemplating this, numerous individuals turned away, deciding to abandon their quest for conquest. However, a select few still pressed forward, being heirs of significant powers, confident in their own talents. Unexpectedly, there were still those undeterred by death. If they seek demise, then I shall not be held accountable. Dragon Transformation Secret Art, Second Form, Divine Dragon Transformation. Roar. As his voice echoed, the magnificent golden dragon underwent yet another transformation. Above the heavens, clouds swirled and winds changed, surging forth with the vigor of 1,000 galloping steeds, swiftly sweeping across the surroundings. Bolts of lightning cascaded from the clouds, thousands of them erupting. The blinding flashes of lightning left one dazed. With each baptism of thunder, the aura of the golden dragon grew increasingly terrifying. Its claws were razor-sharp, and in its golden eyes, lightning flickered. The ancient, majestic horns rose high, exuding an imperial aura capable of annihilating worlds. All those who approached were destined for death. With a command from Qin Tai, the golden dragon, soaring in the heavens, sprang into action. Its immense body stirred the remnants, accompanied by the resounding echoes of law runes, swiftly heading towards a prodigious demon clan genius. How dare the diminutive human race act so brazenly? Roar. Thunder entwined. The lightning blazed brilliantly. A massive phantom of a fierce tiger coalesced in the distance. Its formidable form radiated overwhelming demonic energy, reminiscent of the primordial act of creation. It was the heir of the Thunder Tiger clan, Lei Wanjun. The Thunder Tiger clan was once a top-tier demon clan, though now diminished. Its formidable prowess still ranks among the elite in the demon realm. Lord Lei Wanjun is also a top genius of our demon clan. This golden dragon is but a mere worm in his presence. Numerous disciples of the demon clan displayed eager anticipation, possessing absolute confidence in Lei Wanjun. Boom! The clash between dragon and tiger commenced. Golden light blazed and thunder rumbled. The two colossal beasts tore at each other, causing even the very fabric of this realm to tremble. Runes shattered and the void fractured. However, gradually, the fierce tiger began to falter. Seizing the opportunity, the golden dragon lashed its tail, akin to a storm of devastation, immediately shredding the tiger's illusion to pieces. Blood surged within Lu Wanjun as he experienced a tremendous backlash, spitting forth a mouthful of crimson liquid. "You have been hiding your true strength?" His breath became erratic as he gazed towards Qin Tai, his pallor reflecting disbelief. He had assumed his opponent merely possessed the peak strength of the sovereign realm. Yet, it was evident that the other had already ascended to the esteemed realm of the venerable. Hiding? Absurd. It is merely that your cultivation is woefully inadequate. Do you believe you are worthy to stand against me? Qin Tai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, enveloped in an aura of dragon dominance, resembling a monarch surveying the world with disdain. He called out loudly, "Is there anyone here who dares to step forward?" Some individuals instinctively recoiled, clearly intimidated. With the formidable power of a venerable combined with the second form of the dragon transformation technique, it was nearly impossible to contend with him. Su am unworthy. Yet I too wish to test my mettle. A youthful male voice resonated from afar. Clad in white, the figure radiated divine light, with laws and runes manifesting around him, exuding an undeniable air of confidence. It was the prodigious son of the Guiyuan Holy Land, Su Chang'e. Such a commotion had indeed drawn this formidable being. Have you all noticed how strikingly handsome Su Chang'e is? Indeed, even I. No, wait, this is not right. Why am I focusing on that? Only then did many realize the absurdity of their thoughts. Perhaps Su Chang'e's extraordinary appearance had momentarily stunned them. Su Chang'e, what a fortuitous arrival. Crushing you here would be an excellent choice. Crush me? Su Chang'e could not help but scoff. The animosity directed towards him was palpable. It must pertain to the matter of the primordial heavenly Tao monument. He recalled glimpsing a name in the farthest corner before reaching the summit, Qin Tai. It seemed the other harbored considerable resentment towards him for having usurped that position. With an indifferent expression, Su Chang'e declared, "A mere loach dares to defy the heavens?" The crowd gasped in shock. Su Chang'e's words were an unabashed insult. Who among them did not know of the legendary dragon transformation technique of the great Qin dynasty? Now belittled as a loach? Indeed, Qin Tai's smile vanished, his gaze turning icy. Then you shall truly experience the essence of this loach. As Qin Tai's right hand descended, the golden dragon circling above unleashed a furious roar towards Su Chang'e. Come just as you are. Chapter 49. Suppressing the Golden Dragon. He is a miracle accompanied by Su Chang'e's formidable punch. A colossal fist radiance soared into the heavens. The golden dragon was unexpectedly sent flying in an instant. Such power! The disciples of the Guiyuan Holy Land were visibly astonished. Is this truly their divine son? When he emerges, he astonishes. Is this all? Out of benevolence. This divine son offers you a moment to gather your strength. This is merely a tool for establishing authority within the secret realm. To defeat it so effortlessly would diminish the effect. Very well. Since you seek your own demise, I shall oblige. Qin Tai's gaze turned cold. As a prince of the great Qin dynasty, how dare anyone look down upon him? The only resolution to his grievance was the death of his opponent. With a flick of his hand, Qin Tai once again formed a spell. The aura of the golden dragon grew increasingly terrifying, threatening to become tangible. A thunderous roar resounded, shaking the heavens, and the clouds above thickened ominously. Sinister lightning snakes emerged from within, seemingly responding to the golden dragon's call. A violent whirlwind converged in this realm. Yet, the young man clad in white stood unwavering in the eye of the storm. Who would have thought that Qin Tai concealed such depths? The second form of the dragon transformation technique already exuded the aura of an early-stage venerable. He must have perfected his cultivation. Did Su Chang'e believe he could not contend with his opponent, hence his apparent indifference? That seems unlikely. There was not a trace of fear upon his countenance, but rather an absolute display of confidence. Could he possess some hidden strength? Onlookers murmured in discussion as the resplendent golden dragon intertwined with tempest and lightning, resembling a divine judgment descending from the heavens. Su Chang'e gazed impassively at the impending assault. If he could merge his sword energy with the sky-toppling palm, the essence of sword energy and spiritual energy ultimately converge, both propelling one's own cultivation. A sharp sword intent descended, seemingly transcending this world. The sword intent of slaughtering gods. A single strike that pierces the divine and cleaves through myriad deities of the world. The interior of his purple mansion reverberated with a deafening roar. The dense purple aura transforming into a towering wave, reaching an apex of terror. Coupled with the might of the sacred body, the void around him began to warp. Suddenly, Su Chang'e raised his hand and unleashed a palm strike. Boom! Instantly, a colossal hand formed from golden spiritual energy emerged, descending upon the golden dragon with the intent to subdue. Within the overwhelming force that sought to crush everything lay a terrifying sword energy. seemingly creating a domain capable of extinguishing stars and sun alike. The golden dragon, with its mouth agape, unleashed a searing golden breath, erupting forth. Divine radiance illuminated the heavens. Boom! The colossal hand collided with the dragon, akin to two celestial bodies crashing or meteors annihilating each other. The brilliant and blazing divine light erupted in the void. The deafening explosion, accompanied by a ferocious shockwave, rippled outwards in all directions. What left one awestruck was that in the aftermath of the overwhelming shockwave, a piercing sword energy erupted forth, tearing asunder all in its path. Oh heavens! The golden dragon has unexpectedly, one individual, gripped by terror, pointed skyward. Before their eyes, the majestic golden dragon was disintegrating inch by inch, with glimmers of sword light flashing upon it. With every stroke, the dragon's colossal form diminished further into oblivion. Just moments ago, it had soared majestically through the heavens, but now it was reduced to a pitiful wail. This strike was even more terrifying than the one that had previously subdued Jin Aoyang. It was enveloped in an unheard strand of sword energy. The path is profoundly simple. Encompassing all, it appears that the scion of the sacred land of returning essence has already achieved a harmonious understanding of his own path. Such insight leaves me in humble admiration. Despite his innate talents being extraordinarily formidable, one cannot help but feel a sense of despair in comparison. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, had grown numb. Without a doubt, Su Chang'e had once again reshaped their perceptions. Among countless paths, although Su Chang'e had merely begun to integrate the principles, his exceptional talent and comprehension instilled a sense of hopelessness within them. Su Chang'e, you are indeed incomparable to the likes of those insignificant beings. Should you falter against my recent strike, it would be a grave disappointment. Qin Tai smiled, his expression unfazed by Su Chang'e's obliteration of his technique. This move was merely a test, aimed at uncovering any vulnerabilities. Finding none was acceptable, as it would still reveal the essence of the opponent's strength. Thus, what appeared to be a decisive strike was, in fact, a product of careful contemplation. Is that so? Today, in my generous mood, I shall grant you the opportunity to strike first. Should you fail to overcome me, my disappointment will be profound. Su Chang'e's voice, laced with mirth, echoed back, reflecting Qin Tai's own words with precision. To think he could exploit me? That is simply impossible. Qin Tai scoffed. Very well. Today you shall witness the chasm between an ant and a true dragon. Boom! The surging dragon energy, akin to a colossal tidal wave, coalesced and surged forth. And with the dispersion of this power, Qin Tai's aura intensified remarkably. This young man truly knows how to conceal his strength. Previously, Su Chang'e sensed that he was at the initial stage of a venerable, but it seemed he had been deliberately hiding it. Now he had unleashed his full might. His aura was even double what it was before, far surpassing that of an ordinary venerable. Su Chang'e couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration. One must concede that these prodigies possess keen insight, and their hidden talents are truly endless. Dragon transformation technique, third style, twin dragons soaring the heavens. Qin Tai's momentum was imposing, akin to a true dragon unshackled. Within him, a brilliantly scorching orb materialized, emanating a formidable dragon energy. Dragon essence. Qin Tai had actually condensed dragon essence. Not only that, but he had also mastered the third style of the dragon transformation technique. What terrifying talent and insight must one possess to achieve this? With the power of dragon essence fueling the third style, the overwhelming dragon might evoked shivers among the young prodigies of the great powers. Were they in his place, not only would they struggle to engage, but even the sheer force of this terrifying presence would crush them utterly. Roar! Two magnificent golden dragons soared into the sky. Their scales shimmered, and the enormous horns gleamed with brilliance, particularly those fearsome claws, as if capable of tearing apart an entire realm. The twin dragons spiraled through the heavens, their formidable presence causing the very firmament to tremble. Wherever their colossal bodies traversed, the space rippled like waves. How formidable they were! The dual dragons in the sky were indeed extraordinary. The spectacle felt like a bucket of icy water cascading from head to toe, causing even the proudest young talents to tremble in fear. They felt a sense of relief, fortunate that Su Chang'e was there to confront them. Had it been any of them, they would have surely been torn to shreds. The disciples of the Holy Land of Return expressed their anxiety, clearly overwhelmed by Qin Tai's might, which surpassed their wildest imaginations. This overwhelming draconic aura stirred their spirits, instilling a profound sense of peril. The divine Sun Mu Yinshi wore a worried expression. Should the opponent truly be in mortal danger, she would unhesitatingly step forward. After all, Su Chang'e was her savior, and she was willing to sacrifice everything for him. Gazing at the tall, white-clad youth, Yun Xinyan smiled brightly. She believed in Su Chang'e's strength. The divine sun was beyond their comprehension. He was indeed a miracle. Chapter 50. Should dragons exist in this world, today they shall be slain. The true dragon and the ant? A faint smile graced Su Chang'e's lips, for his unparalleled strength eternally transcended all else. He raised his hand, reaching into the void, causing ripples to dance across the fabric of space. As his hand gradually withdrew, it revealed a long sword, its blade gleaming with a chilling brilliance, seemingly capable of severing the very essence of the universe with merely its reflected light. The runes and laws circling the sword trembled and lamented, hesitant to draw near, as if fearing the desecration of such a magnificent weapon. With a resonant clang, the sword emitted a piercing cry, unleashing a formidable wave of sword chi that soared into the heavens, as though responding to its master. This sword was indeed no ordinary artifact. Was it Su Chang'e's divine weapon? Whispers circulated among the onlookers, recalling tales of Su Chang'e's unparalleled swordsmanship, and how the ancestors of the Giyuan Holy Land had bestowed upon him a weapon of extraordinary caliber. This must be that very sword. An observer remarked. It seems Su Chang'e is prepared to engage earnestly. The crowd watched with bated breath, scarcely daring to exhale. Many faces were alight with excitement. What kind of sparks would fly from the clash of such prodigious talents? Indeed, this was a rare and thrilling spectacle. Buzz, with a thought of yin and yang. They were cleaved apart. Two resplendent streams of sword chi radiated from Su Chang'e. The crimson sword chi blazed like a glorious sun, incinerating all in its path. The azure sword chi, reminiscent of eternal frost, encased all living beings in ice. These two extreme energies seemed to perform a cosmic dance, tearing and rending the very heavens and earth. Concentrate. Su Chang'e pointed his sword towards the sky, and the void behind him twisted as profound runes ascended, gathering vast amounts of spiritual energy like a swirling vortex. Suddenly, a magnificent figure emerged, resembling an ethereal sword immortal. Its movements mirrored Su Chang'e's precisely, with the radiant sword aimed defiantly at the heavens, exuding an air of unparalleled dominance. The terrifying intent of the sword compelled all realms to bow before it. Was the sword intent taking form? Only through the utmost mastery of swordsmanship could one achieve such a feat. It was known that even some prodigious cultivators struggled to attain this level. This sword intent harbored an overwhelming aura of destruction. His talent in swordsmanship surpassed even that of his physical prowess by several degrees. Many talented disciples trembled, their faces pale. If that sword intent were to be unleashed upon them, it would signify their certain demise. At this moment, Su Chang'e's radiant brilliance erupted forth, and the terrifying sword chi rippled through the void, tearing apart all in its wake. The atmosphere was akin to standing before a blade poised to cleave the universe asunder. What good was possessing such formidable sword intent? Today, you shall perish. Qin Tai observed this scene with a tinge of trepidation, yet he was well prepared. Even in defeat, his adversary would not escape unscathed. If he could slay Su Chang'e today, all would be worth it. Qin Tai summoned the dragon essence within him, unleashing a tremendous wave of draconic might. Roar! Two magnificent golden dragons circled in the sky, hurtling towards Su Chang'e with a terrifying presence. their colossal bodies towering 1,000 feet high, akin to celestial stars plummeting from the cosmos. With an indifferent tone, Su Chang'e declared, "If dragons exist in this world, then today shall witness their demise." With that, the formidable phantom behind him followed suit, unleashing a mighty sword strike. In that instant, the once overcast sky seemed to be dispersed by an awe-inspiring force. A dazzling beam of sword light flickered across the heavens, releasing an unparalleled sword intent that illuminated the realm. Countless gifted disciples within the secret realm, along with some ferocious beasts, gazed up at the sky with trembling eyes. The terrifying sword intent resembled the wrath of the heavens, poised to obliterate all existence. Meanwhile, in a secluded corner of the secret realm, a familiar sword intent resonated. Ah, how familiar! Is that the boy Su Chang'e? Wu Ji Aoqian shuddered in realization, pondering which unfortunate soul had caught the attention of this prodigy. "Things are about to get difficult," he exclaimed, addressing the disciples of the Loha sword sect who were momentarily distracted. They found themselves amidst ruins buried by sandstorms. Why not seize the opportunity? Who knows if another monster like Su Chang'e exists? The constant fighting is futile. Peace and growth are far more appealing. Wu Ji Aoqian reiterated his life's philosophy. Survival is paramount. Only through endurance can one reign supreme. The two golden dragons, which seemed poised to annihilate the world, vanished without a trace, eradicated by the sword energy that permeated the cosmos. The once thunderous and overcast sky had inexplicably opened a portal, resembling a celestial gateway. From within this gateway, a magnificent rainbow arched across the vast expanse, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of sword energy. A profound silence enveloped the crowd, each person exchanging stunned glances as if caught in a dream. Clang! The sound of a sword being sheathed drew everyone's attention once more. Beneath the celestial gateway stood a figure clad in white, exuding an air of pride, with a visage so ethereal it resembled a celestial being. The golden dragon transformed from Qin Tai was forcefully dismantled by Su Chang'e, and the immense backlash left him with half of his heart as veins damaged. His internal organs roiled violently. He had never experienced such agony. As the crown prince of the great Qin dynasty, he was accustomed to inflicting suffering upon others, never imagining he could be brought to such a state of disarray by anyone. Even with the essence of the dragon coalesced within him, recovery was not an immediate possibility. "Your Highness, to lay a hand on the crown prince, you must first step over our corpses." Before he could finish, he transformed his palm into a fist, unleashing the sacred bloodline's power, and suddenly struck forth. The heaven-breaking fist shattered the firmament. A tremendous roar erupted, divine light exploded, and the fist radiated a formidable aura. The disciples of the great Qin dynasty who sought to obstruct Su Chang'e were instantly reduced to nothingness. Su Chang'e remained unfazed, his gaze perpetually indifferent. The victors dictate the rules, and the vanquished must yield. Such is the nature of existence. Those disciples of the great Qin dynasty, all at the sovereign emperor level, could not withstand even a single blow. The heir of the golden winged rock clan, Jin Aoyang, faced a defeat that was not without merit. Some of the prodigious disciples were left in a stupor. The formidable physical prowess combined with a fiercely offensive swordsmanship rendered him a terrifying monstrosity. Cough, cough. Qin Tai spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath appearing somewhat feeble. "Do you truly believe victory is assured?" Su Chang'e furrowed his brow slightly, wondering if this fellow possessed a body-rejuvenating pill to restore his cultivation once more. Death! Suddenly, a resonant voice imbued with murderous intent echoed through the void. The moment the voice resonated, it sent tremors through the cosmos, causing the very heavens and earth to quiver. An even more overwhelming dragon might descended. Amidst the terrified gazes of all, a colossal black dragon-esque phantom surged down from the firmament, reaching Su Chang'e's position in an instant. Boom! Following this was a cataclysmic explosion, as a terrifying tidal wave engulfed everything. The fluctuations of the laws felt akin to the sun plummeting. a searing orb of light sweeping in all directions. The divine sun, my lord. The abrupt turn of events left the crowd in utter shock. Above them, a figure cloaked in black stood proudly, emanating an aura of pressure that was undeniably that of a fully realized great being. How could this be? Wasn't the return to the void, secret realm forbidden to those beyond the realm of the esteemed? A strike from a great being may spell grave misfortune for Su Chang'e. Chapter 51. A turn of events, heartfelt retribution, haha. Were you not quite arrogant? Qin Tai chuckled maniacally, revealing the trap he had laid. Seizing the moment when Su Chang'e was distracted, he struck decisively, aiming to end it all in one blow. The divine sun is dead? Mo Yinshi stared blankly at the scene before her mind momentarily blank. The handsome man, who had previously exchanged jovial banter with her, had fallen in such a manner? At that instant, a jolt surged through her mind, accompanied by fragments of memories flashing vividly. Wishing to harm her, my sword shall not permit it. Once, I wielded this sword to vanquish myriad armies. Ha ha ha. A single person, a single sword is sufficient. Qian Yu, survive. The indistinct figure clad in white left nothing but a silhouette, swallowed by a thunderous explosion, perishing utterly. Who is Qian Yu? She gazed at the unfolding scene in a daze, questioning why it felt so familiar, as if she had witnessed it before. Unbeknownst to Muyangxi, the inexplicable aura within her spirit was gradually awakening. At that moment, Su Chang'e's voice resonated once more. I have heard rumors circulating that I am dead. Before her, the space ahead was engulfed in swirling smoke. Buzz! Brilliant rays of multicolored light pierced through the thick mist. He was enveloped in a rich tapestry of vibrant hues, divine light shimmering, his white attire pristine and unblemished. This was the manifestation of the celestial spirit armor. The celestial spirit armor could withstand the full force of a saint-level attack. Mere powerful beings were simply insufficient. Divine Sun, how wonderful! The divine sun is unharmed. The crowd from the holy land of Guiyuan displayed their joy, for if anything had truly befallen Su Chang'e, the world would undoubtedly plunge into chaos and bloodshed. The lad possesses remarkable resilience. However, you must still perish. The figure in black raised his hand, conjuring a colossal black dragon, its presence overwhelming. Roar! A torrent of dragon might swept across the expanse. The obsidian scales glistened with an eerie light, and the dark aura swirling around the dragon's body sent shivers down the spine with each surge. As the black dragon roared towards Su Chang'e, the figure in black stirred the energy within, preparing for a dual assault to crush Su Chang'e once and for all. Quick, we must leave this place. Even the residual force of a powerful being's full attack is beyond our capacity to withstand. Su Chang'e truly is an extraordinary talent. How could a powerful being come to the secret realm to intervene? Realizing the gravity of the situation, the crowd hastily retreated in all directions. After all, when the city gates catch fire, the fish in the moat suffer. Meanwhile, Su Chang'e was ablaze with fighting spirit. The path of greatness is boundless. Transforming the impossible into the possible is his highest aspiration. One sword, yin and yang. In an instant, a shocking surge of sword energy erupted from Su Chang'e. The space around him rippled with waves of sword aura, surging outward in every direction. The innate holy body's vital energy was fully unleashed. Before them, ethereal phantoms of gods and demons gradually emerged. The manifestation of the sacred body, divine beings bowing, blessings from the four beasts. Did you think mere swordplay would ensure victory? Perish! The figure in the black robe uttered a low growl, his aura surging once more. With a swift motion of his hands, another black dragon materialized beside Su Chang'e. The two black dragons seemed poised to shatter everything in their path. In the instant of their explosion, the robed figure intended to strike mercilessly, ensuring his adversary had no chance of escape. Yet, he gravely underestimated the potency of Su Chang'e's sword. In that moment, black and white appeared to intertwine. The heavens and earth trembled. Slash! As the young man's whisper echoed, the ensuing scene became etched in the memories of all present. A brilliant sword light illuminated the world. Crack! A heart-stopping sound of shattering resonated through the cosmos. In the reflection of the robed figure's eyes, an immense sword radiance, akin to a galaxy of blades, surged forth with overwhelming pressure towards him. Before this vast galaxy of swords, it seemed that nothing could evade the fate of destruction. The ancient dynasty of the Great Qin had come to an end. A blinding flash consumed his vision, and consciousness plunged into darkness. This was the final utterance of the black-robed man. He had believed that with his formidable prowess, he could vanquish his foe, yet fate had other designs. The enmity between the Great Qin dynasty and Su Chang'e was irrevocably sealed. Boom! The residual waves of the sword swept outward, the ferocious sword energy sending some onlookers. The young prodigies flying through the air, sword energy surged, chilling the very fabric of the world. A long fissure in the sky began to slowly mend. It was evident that the previous sword stroke had shattered a realm of space. All stood transfixed, soon enveloped by a chilling sense of dread. Hiss! A powerful being had perished just like that, although they sensed some instability in the aura of this formidable figure, as if he had only recently regained his strength. Was it truly within the capability of a mere emperor to slay him? Su Chang'e's sword had turned the tides in an instant. It seemed. Mo Yinshi gazed at the unfolding scene, muttering this phrase in a daze. How could I have uttered such words? She pondered, bewildered, as it felt entirely instinctive. Do you have any remaining tricks up your sleeve? Su Chang'e looked at Qin Tai, a smile gracing his lips. This smile was unsettling, causing Qin to shudder involuntarily. I am the great prince of the ancient Qin dynasty. Do you dare to kill me? This statement elicited laughter from Su Chang'e. For such a death would indeed be a pity. Your dragon essence is rather impressive. Will you surrender it willingly, or shall I take it by force? Impossible. Qin Tai's hands cracked ominously as he gripped tightly. The dragon essence was nearly on par with the blood of a true dragon. It was the culmination of countless years, the very foundation of his formidable strength. Without the dragon essence, he would be no different from any ordinary prodigy. In that case, Su Chang'e flicked his embroidered robe. Rustle! A golden chain, resembling a coiled dragon, ensnared Qin Tai with unyielding force. The terrifying imperial might radiated outward, causing even the surrounding pathways to lament. This was the imperial artifact, the Chain of Heaven, which Su Chang'e had previously acquired. His current cultivation was far from sufficient, merely capable of suppressing those at the esteemed realm. My heavens! An imperial artifact! How extravagant of the Guyuan sacred land to provide such treasures to its disciples. I stand in stark opposition to capitalism. How infuriating! Do not presume that possessing an imperial artifact grants you free reign. The onlookers felt a twinge of envy. The existence of an imperial artifact was indeed legendary, and to witness one today was beyond their imagination. With a flourish of control, the Chain of Heaven swiftly bound Qin Tai. Truth be told, Su Chang'e was reluctant to wield it. His cultivation was too meager, and the immense spiritual energy required could only unleash a fraction of the artifact's true power. In a flash, Su Chang'e appeared before Qin Tai, raising his hand as a torrent of profound laws surged forth, gradually extracting the dragon essence from within Qin Tai. Ah, Su Chang'e, you shall pay for this. Qin Tai felt turmoil within, acutely aware that his dragon essence was being siphoned away. Moments later, a radiant golden orb manifested in Su Chang'e's palm, within which coiled a diminutive golden dragon, roaring defiantly at him. How audacious for a mere dragon essence to exhibit such arrogance! Su Chang'e invoked the power of the Zizai Ningxin Sutra, channeling its devouring force. It appeared as if a massive blue vortex had formed within his palm. With each rotation, a portion of the dragon essence's power was consumed. What a formidable technique! Why do I sense the surrounding spiritual energy converging rapidly toward this spot? The spectacle of Su Chang'e's prowess left the onlookers utterly astonished, deepening their apprehension. Before long, the dragon essence was completely absorbed into Su Chang'e's being, having been thoroughly refined in the process. It could be said that it had now become his own dragon essence. Su Chang'e, How dare you treat me so? Qin Tai, disheveled and with a fierce visage, roared, Do you think I am the strongest of the great Qin dynasty? You shall pay dearly for your actions today. With a dismissive gesture, Su Chang'e unleashed a brilliant punch, its radiance soaring toward the heavens. Qin Tai possessed no power to resist, disintegrating into ash. The one who had set a trap to eliminate him now found himself outmatched, yet dared to issue threats. Thus, he would be sent off to eternal rest. His ashes scattered like a dragon-esque flight. Chapter 52. The voice of the people, do not let the fertile waters flow to others meanwhile. In an ancient realm shrouded in mist, ethereal clouds drifted and runes danced joyously. Dragons and phoenixes soared gracefully amidst the vapor. Majestic palaces towered, with celestial herbs and treasures abundant in every corner. This realm was suffused with an intense aura of dragons, a secret sanctuary of the great Qin dynasty. Why could I no longer sense my brother Tai's presence? A voice, clear and ethereal, echoed. Peering into the depths, one beheld a resplendent hall where a stunning woman resided. Her waist resembled the slender branches of a willow. Her eyes sparkled like sapphires. Adorned in elegant robes and a gossamer skirt, with a phoenix hairpin atop her head, she exuded unparalleled grace. She was the esteemed princess of the great Qin Island. Due to her gender, she seldom revealed herself before outsiders. Yet her talents far surpassed even those of Qin Tai, with some claiming her prowess rivaled that of the ancient princes. Perhaps the laws of the Goeishu sanctuary had rendered her brother's essence temporarily imperceptible. Qin Island reassured herself, while the dragon and phoenix above seemed to sense her thoughts, descending from the clouds to affectionately nuzzle her cheek. These were true dragons and phoenixes, albeit not on par with the celestial beings of the divine realm. Yet their formidable presence proclaimed their regal stature. In the Goeishu sanctuary, the crowd was momentarily stunned. The eldest prince of the great Qin, the ruler's son, had perished just like that. What was most striking was Su Chang'e's demeanor, utterly indifferent, as if he had merely crushed an insignificant insect. What a pity. Suddenly, Su Chang'e lamented, had I spared him now, he could have been of greater value to me in the future. Alas! The fortune points of Qin Tai still stood at 246. Su Chang'e detested being threatened and had acted too recklessly. A moment of reflection was necessary. He must not be so impulsive in the future. The crowd was left bewildered, exclaiming, Do you hear the people's words? A life has been extinguished, and yet you would speak of it so lightly? Truly, this is a heartless act. Divine Son, are you unscathed? Yin Xinyan and Mu Yinchi hurried over, their beautiful eyes filled with concern. Su Chang'e was taken aback by the hint of tenderness he perceived in Mu Yinchi's gaze. Could it be? A shiver ran through Su Chang'e. In his past life, he had studied the annals of history. I am well, merely a slight depletion of spiritual energy. A brief respite is all that is required. He then turned his attention to the ruins before him. Beside the remnants stood two coiling dragon pillars, upon which two enormous dragons writhed, their eyes fierce, each clutching a dragon pearl in their jaws. Numerous ancient inscriptions adorned them, half of which shimmered with brilliance. It seemed these inscriptions held the key to unraveling the restrictions. Moreover, he was grateful to Qin Tai for having facilitated the process significantly. With focused intent, Su Chang'e directed his spiritual energy into a wisp of ethereal light, weaving and shifting upon the grand door. The colossal stone portal began to undergo a gradual transformation. The inscriptions glimmered, casting a radiant glow. Immediately, vibrant divine lights emanated from the compass at the center of the grand gate, dispersing in all directions and landing at 9 distinct locations. With a resounding crack, the enormous stone door began to creak open, releasing an overwhelming aura of dragon energy, reminiscent of the gaping maw of an ancient dragon. As Su Chang'e stepped forward, the wall-mounted candlesticks ignited spontaneously, casting flickering flames deep into the ruins. A thunderous dragon's roar echoed through the air, its might shaking the very ground, causing some of the holy sons and daughters to tremble in their souls. Now, this is what one truly calls a dragon's roar, Su Chang'e declared. Let us enter the ruins. Under his leadership, the group ventured into the ancient site. leaving the onlookers to merely contemplate their fate. After all, if even formidable powerhouses had perished, what chance did they have should they provoke Su Chang'e? Alas, the godchild of the Guiyuan Holy Land might very well traverse the Guishu secret realm with impunity. How I envy that, a mere bystander queried. Is it too late to join the Guiyuan Holy Land? While another murmured, clearly, my senior brother is also a holy son. Why is there such a disparity? You dare to compare me with Su Chang'e? How shameless! Someone retorted. Come, let me show you how a true holy son behaves. Undoubtedly, Su Chang'e loomed over them like a colossal mountain. Realizing the gravity of the situation, some hastily fled in different directions. If Su Chang'e were to uncover more ruins, what chance would remain for them? They had to seize the moment. Unfortunately, events that followed would leave them in tears. As Su Chang'e and his companions traversed the corridors of the ruins, one could not help but notice the vastness of this space, evoking a sense of boundlessness. Do you think there might be great demons here, Chang'e child? Mu Yinshi asked timidly, inching closer to Su Chang'e, nearly clinging to him. Su Chang'e sighed inwardly. You are the fierce empress. Must you be so timid? Despite his teasing, he reassured her gently. Fear not. All demons in this world are confined within the demon realm. Even the most sinister of creatures cannot escape, as the realms of the underworld are bound by laws that prevent their emergence. Displaying his gentler side, Su Chang'e seized this opportunity to cultivate goodwill. Should he succeed, he might gain a formidable ally in the form of a free-spirited empress. However, Yin Xinyan was not about to allow a stranger to take advantage of her godchild. No, the fertile waters must not flow to outsiders. She swiftly intertwined her arm with Su Chang'e's, leaning into him as if to merge their very beings. Lord Godchild, I too am frightened. Thus, Su Chang'e found himself flanked by two women, each clinging to him like a stubborn adhesive. The disciples of the Guiyuan Holy Land behind them could only express their mixed feelings. In the face of outsiders, he exhibited decisiveness and valor. Yet with those close to him, he transformed into an elegant and refined gentleman. Meanwhile, a tinge of envy flickered within their hearts. To be favored by the esteemed deity is a source of great envy for me. I long to draw closer to the Divine One as well. Indeed, I too. The young male disciple hastily covered his mouth. Yet, it was too late. A palpable silence enveloped the air, and the gazes of those around him were decidedly peculiar, tinged with disdain. Su Chang'e, too, found himself in a predicament, for possessing such beauty truly feels like a transgression. Chapter 53, Rebirth and Seizing the Body. Welcome to my world, humans. This is not a place for you. At that moment, a voice emerged from the darkness ahead. It was deep and gravelly. A violent tremor resonated beneath their feet, as if a colossal creature was approaching them. In the shadows, a pair of crimson eyes appeared. It was a monstrous beast with the head of a dragon and the body of a wolf, its azure scales crackling with thunder, and its claws sharp as if forged by the gods. This was a formidable beast of the perfected realm. The expressions of the crowd grew serious, and they instinctively turned to Su Chang'e. Undoubtedly, during this expedition to the secret realm, they had already regarded Su Chang'e as their decision-maker. The presence of a dragon's aura. Was this beast a guardian of this place? A faint smile graced Su Chang'e's lips. I offer you two choices. Step aside or perish. Ha ha ha. I have guarded this place for millennia, and no one has ever breached it. You shall be no exception. Boom! The fearsome beast moved with incredible speed, reaching Su Chang'e in an instant. Surrounded by a menacing aura, its paw descended upon Su Chang'e like a thunderous cloud. How foolish! Su Chang'e raised his hand and threw a punch. Ouch! Big brother, my dear brother, please, I beseech you, do not strike again. I truly will perish. The once arrogant beast now lay beneath Su Chang'e's foot, its face bruised and battered. Wasn't it a tough adversary? Now it had softened. The beast felt wronged. Who could have known that this individual was so monstrous? One punch nearly sent it to meet its ancestors. Take me inside. Why, yes, my lord. Please follow me. The people behind Su Chang'e were also taken aback. Even the fearsome beast recognized that the Son of Heaven was not to be trifled with and chose to concede. Why then did so many reckless individuals insist on provoking him? After all, with the Sun's exceptional talent. Many aspired to defeat him to elevate their own prestige. The disciples nodded in agreement, realizing that this expedition to the secret realm would not be peaceful. Shortly thereafter, under the guidance of the guardian beast, they arrived at a vast space. Within a formation, a droplet of vivid crimson blood hovered slowly in the air. This space was bathed in the red glow emitted by the blood. The immense might of the dragon had materialized, as if a colossal dragon were soaring through the void. Just as Su Chang'e reached out to seize it, a roar erupted. The dragon's blood, possessing sentience, sensed an approaching presence, and the dragon's might transformed into an ethereal dragon shadow that lunged at Su Chang'e. With spirit, I appreciate that. Calm. Su Chang'e uttered softly, raising his hand towards the void. Boom! The spiritual energy roared, and the void trembled. The very laws of this realm mourned, as if suppressed by a terrifying force. Before this overwhelming power, the strand of dragon aura dissipated into wisps of blood energy. How dare a single droplet of true dragon blood act with such arrogance? In that case, today I shall erase your soul. In the palm of Su Chang'e, a blue vortex coalesced, its terrifying devouring power threatening to reduce everything to nothingness. The essence of the true dragon buzzed and trembled, as if in a desperate struggle. Suddenly, a flash of blood light erupted from within, and that aura continuously surged and transformed, ultimately condensing into a colossal, indistinct figure. It resembled an elderly man clad in resplendent robes, with a pair of horns atop his head. His weathered eyes slowly opened, revealing a golden vertical pupil within. Human? Dragon essence. The ethereal figure scrutinized Su Chang'e, its ancient gaze seemingly capable of piercing through all. To my surprise, my essence has indeed been acquired by a human. What the old man of the Heavenly Mechanism Pavilion said was undoubtedly true. I wonder how Dragon God Island fares. The phantom murmured softly, as Su Chang'e's appearance evoked a multitude of memories. Human, I am the ancient elder of the Dragon God clan, named Long Huang. I perished long ago in that great battle. This is but a remnant of my lingering spirit. Should you fulfill a task for me, not only shall this drop of true dragon essence be bestowed upon you, but I shall also impart a secret technique of the Dragon Clan. Beep. A new optional quest has been detected. Option 1. No hesitation. I accept. Reward. Golden Bell's profound scripture. Option 2. On what grounds? I refuse. Reward. Shimmering golden ancient scripture. Option 3. Refine the other. Reward. Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique. The Dragon Elephant Suppression Technique? Su Chang'e recalled it as an exceptionally powerful body refinement method. Furthermore, before him stood merely a remnant soul, which he could easily subdue. Contemplating this, Su Chang'e smiled lightly and responded, Senior, you are most generous. However, I choose to take the third path. The horned elder frowned in confusion. What do you mean? But before he could inquire further, Su Chang'e instantly summoned an ancient bronze mirror. Almost simultaneously, beams of divine light began to radiate forth from the mirror. The soul suppression mirror, a disciple of the sacred land, exclaimed. This is a treasure specifically designed to suppress souls. Anyone illuminated by its light will be lightly subdued, or in severe cases, their soul will scatter. If I am not mistaken, this is one of the sacred land's secret treasures granted to the divine offspring. Buzz. The soul suppression mirror refracted even more brilliant multicolored rays. Waves of profound energy gradually materialized from the void, as if the very space had been solidified. Human, do not be presumptuous. I'm offering you an opportunity, and you dare to oppose me? The horned elder seethed with fury. The suppressive force of the soul suppression mirror causing his soul to tremble, as if on the verge of shattering. An opportunity granted to me? Su Chang'e thought it amusing. He possessed a system, and the rewards provided by the system far surpassed anything this elder could offer. The notion of an opportunity so cliché was tiresome. As with protagonists receiving some fortuitous event, the precondition always involved assisting the mighty elder in fulfilling their wishes. A tedious list of conditions, as if they considered themselves the fated child of fortune. Su Chang'e, with a faint smile gracing his lips, declared, "Senior, your willingness to confront death is the greatest opportunity you could bestow upon me." Su Chang'e raised his right hand, channeling the power of the soul-settling mirror once more. The overwhelming aura of his divine soul pressed down upon the spectral form of the dragon-horned elder, causing it to exhibit signs of gradual dissolution. "Human, do you truly believe I fear you?" With a thunderous roar, the elder's phantom transformed into a raging sea of blood, surging towards Su Chang'e. The blood tide roiled, vast and magnificent. Merely a trivial skill, Su Chang'e thought as he exerted all his strength into the heart concentration technique. With a whoosh, a blue vortex materialized in his palm, resembling a cosmic black hole. Upon contact, the sea of blood was utterly absorbed. The devouring power of the heart concentration technique proved remarkably effective against such a soul-based attack, akin to serving a sumptuous feast on a silver platter. "Human, if you take this true dragon's essence, let us retreat amicably." "I'm afraid it's too late for that," Su Chang'e replied, his expression impassive as the force of absorption intensified. "Human, one must leave a thread of mercy." The dragon-horned elder, stripped of his earlier composure, now wore a visage of sheer terror, acutely aware that his strength was waning. Yet, the indifference etched on Su Chang'e's face filled him with despair. This youthful human cultivator was terrifying beyond belief. This time, he was truly finished. Suddenly, he recalled the knowing smile of the old man as he departed from the Tower of Destiny. "You scoundrel! How dare you deceive me, Tianjizi? Very well. You shall not have it your way." With a fierce determination, the dragon-horned elder conjured another monstrous sea of blood. In an instant, as Su Chang'e negated it, a streak of bloodlight shot towards Su Chang'e's dantian, vanishing within in the blink of an eye. The dantian's divine sea serves as the origin of a cultivator's spiritual energy. If another soul were to intrude, it would be all too easy for possession to occur. "Your Highness," the onlookers from the sacred land of Guiyuan exclaimed anxiously at this turn of events. Yet, they dared not act recklessly, fearing they might inadvertently harm Su Chang'e. Meanwhile, within the confines of Su Chang'e's purple mansion, the dragon-horned elder erupted into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha! I have succeeded. Such talent, such a physique, will soon belong to me. No matter how many schemes Tianjizi concocts, the victor will ultimately be me." Though he had been outmaneuvered by the old man from the Tower of Destiny, he had nonetheless fulfilled his plan for possession. His laughter was tinged with madness. Longshun Island's Long Huang would rise to prominence once more. "Old man, are you already reveling in your triumph before possession is even secured?" At that moment, the purple mansion resounded with a tremendous roar. Waves of purple energy surged and converged, slowly coalescing into the form of Su Chang'e. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he realized he had encountered the very plot of a fantastical tale involving rebirth and possession. Yet the script was awry. The one to be possessed was none other than himself. If it were someone else, he might have inadvertently facilitated the elder's success. However, he was Su Chang'e. He raised his right hand high, divine light swirling around him as the void trembled. With a resounding crash, an ancient divine mountain erupted from behind him, seemingly piercing the heavens. Countless spectral figures of saints materialized, all moving in perfect unison to pay homage at the summit of the ancient divine mountain. Above him, a vast and resplendent chaos radiates, illuminating all things in existence. The terrifying phenomenon behind Su Chang'e accentuates his presence, making him appear as a deity of the celestial realms. He is the god of this purple mansion world. Welcome to my realm. Chapter 54, Refining the Dragon Wilderness. Mounting the steed boom. At that moment, an ancient and profound aura emanated from the purple mansion realm. 10 resplendent suns emerged, radiating a blazing and dazzling brilliance, their might devouring the heavens and the earth. 10 purple mansions. Long Wang was momentarily stunned. After cultivating for a millennium, he had encountered numerous prodigies. He had seen the 8 purple mansions and the 9 purple mansions, but today was his first encounter with the legendary 10 purple mansions. Such an unparalleled marvel was unexpectedly real. "No, I must escape. Long Wang finally came to his senses and transformed into a streak of rainbow light, swiftly darting in a particular direction. Once he reached the boundary of the Purple Mansion, he could break free from this realm. At that point, infiltrating the opponent's divine sea would render him undetectable. Su Chang'e remained unhurried, for his realm was boundless. Even if he granted Long Wang ample time, could he truly flee? Long Wang exerted all his strength, not knowing how far he had fled. A sense of trepidation washed over him as he glanced back. What a fool! You have granted me this opportunity. You shall surely regret it, having traveled a considerable distance. He mused, should be nearing the boundary of the Purple Mansion now. Long Wang surveyed this world, where purple energy flowed endlessly, seemingly inexhaustible. The immense pressure was such that even he found it somewhat taxing. He was filled with astonishment. What kind of extraordinary talent could coalesce such a formidable realm? Are you not going to run anymore? Suddenly, a light laugh drifted from behind him. That remark was like a splash of cold water, sending chills down his spine. How is this possible? After fleeing so far, the opponent could still locate him? It seems you are truly foolish. This is my world, and I can traverse it as I please. I notice you were enjoying yourself, so I refrained from interrupting. Su Chang'e said with a faint smile, his expression reminiscent of a cat toying with a mouse. All right, you have had your chance, but you are quite ineffectual. The little game is over. It is time to set forth. Su Chang'e directed his hand towards Long Wang, slowly closing his outstretched palm. The void surrounding the elder seemed to compress rapidly. The purple energy swirled like a tempest, forming a colossal hand that encapsulated Long Wang entirely. Spare me. I can reveal my secrets. Long Wang strained to force a whisper from his throat. His hoarse voice carried an infinite plea. This was his last remnant of hope, and he did not wish to perish. Su Chang'e did not hesitate in the slightest. The purple giant hand closed in. Long Wang's eyes widened in terror, despair, and disbelief as he was directly crushed by Su Chang'e. Even in death, he could not comprehend why this human dared to truly kill him. After all, he was from the Dragon God Island. Yet, unlike his background, Su Chang'e was unafraid. This world contained a sacred land of returning Yuan, and if the celestial realm were to be unlocked, indeed, this fantastical world harbored treachery. After completely devouring and refining Long Wang, Su Chang'e gleaned certain truths from the memories of his adversary. Long Wang sought to lead himself to a spatial formation, intending to activate the grand array within to ensure a flawless possession of his own being. Regrettably, his strength surpassed the opponent's estimations, resulting in an immediate attempt at possession. Alas, had it not been for the system and the knowledge gleaned from his previous life of reading novels, he might have easily fallen into the trap. However, what piqued his interest more was Tianji Island, a place intertwined with fate and destiny, where one could divine the great mysteries of the universe. Tianji Island, Tianji Tower? A visit is warranted in the future, for it may reveal clues regarding the celestial treasures. As for Dragon God Island, it represents an ancient power of the demon race, the pinnacle of beings among them, established by the dragon lineage. How many secrets does this world still conceal? In just the past few days, Su Chang'e has uncovered several hidden forces, affirming the vastness of this realm. In the Guishu secret realm, Su Chang'e slowly opened his eyes. The members of the Guiyuan sacred land were on high alert, uncertain whether it was Su Chang'e or Long Huang at that moment. Your Highness, Yun Xinyan's beautiful eyes revealed concern as she cautiously inquired. He is still your original divine prince, came the sudden voice of Mu Yanxi, who stated, I possess a keen sensitivity to spiritual consciousness, and the fluctuations align with those from before. It cannot be mistaken. Su Chang'e raised an eyebrow, noting that there was a trace of indifference in Mu Yanxi's gaze, replacing her previous timidity, resembling an empress surveying her domain. He quietly activated the Eye of Fate once more. Mu Yanxi, luck points, 569. To his astonishment, his luck points had increased. Could it be that the spirit of the Peach Blossom Empress was beginning to awaken? This development arrived sooner than anticipated, yet it bodes well for me. Su Chang'e remained silent, as everything was under his control. Unexpectedly, it was Lady Yanxi who understood him best. Turning to Yun Xinyan, He smiled and remarked that night, "Have you not yet familiarized yourself with my scent? Divine Prince." Yun Xinyan feigned annoyance, her cheeks flushing from her face to her ears. "What is the matter with you, Saintess Xinyan? Suddenly so bashful?" sighed one disciple, wearing an expression that suggested he understood everything. "Let us proceed. It is time to venture to the next opportunity. Accompany me, for I find myself in need of a steed." The guardian beast hastily shook its head. "My lord, I cannot leave. There are restrictions upon me. Should I depart, I would instantly be reduced to nothing but blood." Su Chang'e clicked his tongue in frustration, pondering who had set these ruins, leaving no room for gain. "Su Chang'e, come forth." Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed from outside. The voice belonged to the nine-headed Golden Lion clan. Lion roared song. A subtle smirk graced Su Chang'e's lips. Wasn't the steed he sought arriving right on cue? Chapter 55. The Nine-Headed Golden Lion? Can it be subdued with a single hand? Su Chang'e and his companions stepped outside, where they beheld a magnificent figure clad in golden battle armor, his golden hair billowing in the wind. It was none other than the heir of the nine-headed Golden Lion clan. Lion roared song. With an air of arrogance, Lion roared song addressed Su Chang'e in a commanding tone. "Su Chang'e, I am aware that you have just triumphed over Qin Tai, and you must be quite weakened now. I shall not make things difficult for you. Hand over the treasures you acquired from the sky-questioning realm, and I will let you go." This was his true intention. In his eyes, the opportunities bestowed by the sky-questioning mirror rightfully belonged to him. He merely sought to reclaim what was rightfully his. In truth, the sky-questioning mirror had granted me 2 treasures. Are you aware of what the other treasure is? Su Chang'e replied with a serene smile. "What is it?" Lion roared song instinctively inquired, his gaze igniting with fervor, for he understood that the treasures granted by the sky-questioning mirror were surely extraordinary. "Just so happens, I am in need of a mount. How about you become my steed, and I shall enlighten you?" Su Chang'e mused, his chin resting on his hand, a playful smile gracing his lips. Why is it that every novel features a nine-headed lion as a mount? The nine-headed golden lion is undeniably ostentatious, radiating divine light from every inch of its being, instantly captivating all eyes upon its arrival. Truly the Ferrari among mounts, one you deserve to possess. "You seek death." Lion roared song erupted in fury. What was his status? He was the heir of the nine-headed Golden Lion clan, a pinnacle among the young sovereigns. Moreover, the nine-headed Golden Lion clan was a true royal lineage within the demon race, with ancestors who had reached unparalleled heights akin to demon emperors, rivaling even the Dragon clan. He aspired to become the spiritual pillar of the younger generation of a nine-headed Golden Lion clan, to tread the imperial path and ascend to the zenith of power, ultimately becoming an unrivaled emperor, and perhaps even attaining the status of an immortal true sage as foretold in the ancient texts. Now, someone dared to suggest he become a mount? Not even a young emperor or a true sage's offspring would be worthy of such a role. Su Chang'e's words had thoroughly provoked him. "You shall perish." With a thunderous roar, golden radiance erupted from Lion Roar's song, and golden runes swirled around him, manifesting the colossal shadow of an ancient golden lion. A tempestuous aura surged forth. Following this, the giant paw of the golden lion descended upon Su Chang'e with overwhelming force. The Lion King's heavenly suppression. This was the nine-headed Golden Lion clan's ultimate secret technique, combining unparalleled physical strength with ferocious blood energy, capable of reducing all to dust. He would have to completely tear Su Chang'e apart to quell the pain in his heart. As a suitable mount, it was improper to strike against his master. One must first be trained. Su Chang'e mirlis maid yentli, unleashing horizontal palme strike. Boom! The divine light of the laws surged forth around him, intertwining with the rhythm of the Tao, as his innate holy bloodline erupted in its full glory. Above the heavens, it appeared as though a palm descended from the skies, golden clouds roiling, exuding the might to suppress all under heaven. In terms of physical strength, below the sage, he was invincible. Boom! Though the formidable Lion King, Xiaosong, was immensely powerful, he crumbled under Su Chang'e's assault as if made of mere paper, shattering instantaneously. With that ruthless palm strike, Xiaosong trembled violently, his divine light fracturing and dissipating, accompanied by streams of faint golden blood that burst forth. A thunderous roar echoed as a massive hill in the distance was reduced to dust by the residual force of Su Chang's attack. Coughing violently, Shi Xiaocong found himself in a state of disarray, bloodied and battered. Had it not been for his robust physique and ancestral bloodline, this strike from Su Chang'e would have surely obliterated him. Su Chang'e expressed mild astonishment. Quite impressive, you survived my strike. You might just qualify as my steed. Truly, you are of royal blood among the demon race, far superior to those lesser beings. The divine transformation he underwent had reached a pinnacle of perfection, a feat rarely achieved throughout history. There was even potential for him to ascend to emperor status in the future, embodying the grandeur of a great sovereign. I will kill you. Shi Xiaocong trembled with rage. As a ruler among his kind, he had never endured such humiliation. With a thunderous roar directed at the heavens, he unleashed his full essence. Boom! A radiant golden light erupted around him, and he transformed into a colossal golden lion towering 1,000 feet high. His resounding roar reverberated like sound waves across the skies, scattering clouds high above. Surrounded by shimmering golden light, his lustrous fur flowed like a clear spring, radiating an extraordinary brilliance. On his neck, he bore 9 fierce and majestic heads, exuding a terrifying aura. This was his true form. In this moment, his fury was palpable, with a roar that shook the heavens. The son of the sacred land of returning origins was indeed formidable, managing to compel Shi Xiaocong to reveal his true self. However, this was an impulsive act. The demon race, in its true form, would possess strength far greater than before. This was akin to courting death. Perhaps the son of the sacred land truly had the confidence to face him. Young prodigies observing from afar murmured among themselves, filled with awe. The 9-headed golden lion in its true form could nearly sweep away over 90% of the talents within the secret realm. Should any individual find themselves facing Su Chang'e at this moment, fear would take hold of them. Su Chang'e appeared somewhat indifferent, as the essence of his sacred bloodline surged forth. Ethereal shadows of divine beings emerged around him, seemingly to protect him. He stood with hands clasped behind his back. Stepping through the void, a gust of wind swept past, causing his lustrous hair to dance gracefully. His flawless visage resembled a divine masterpiece of the heavens, with eyes that mirrored the tranquility of a serene lake. Such an aura left many female cultivators captivated, silently praying for Su Chang'e's triumph. It seemed, Mu Yanxi repeated this sentiment, though she remained unaware of her own words. Her gaze was filled with obsession. Apart from that figure clad in white, there was no room for anything else. At this juncture, how dare they act so presumptuously before me? Ahead, lions roar cursed inwardly. What if they were exceptionally handsome? Today, they shall meet their demise. Su Chang'e's expression was indifferent, yet it emanated an unparalleled confidence. Merely a beast, Su shall subdue them with a single strike. Chapter 56. The Song of Longa. Enough, you have my respect. Humanity, you are utterly audacious, roared the formidable lion Xiaocong, who for years had vanquished countless prodigies of the demon race. How could a mere human dare to look down upon him? A fearsome roar erupted, a tangible torrent akin to a sonic wave surging towards Su Chang'e. Simultaneously, 9 beams of divine law radiated from the 9 heads of Lion Xiaocong, intertwining to form chains of order, sharp and formidable, embodying the power to pierce through the heavens and the earth. His colossal claws sliced through the air, intent on obliterating Su Chang'e's head. Boom! Su Chang'e sprang into action. The innate sacred body within him roared, his internal realm boiling as myriad runes of the great path ascended. In an instant, a wave of golden vitality surged forth like a cataclysmic tide. Without any embellishments, Su Chang'e unleashed the heaven-splitting dominance fist. His fist illuminated the cosmos, a radiant force that shattered the void, directly tearing apart the divine light emitted from the 9 heads of Lion Xiaocong. Then, the fist's radiance collided with the claw's brilliance, akin to celestial bodies colliding. unleashing a blinding burst of light. This immense power struck Lion Xiaocong as if he had collided with an ancient divine mountain, causing him to tremble and be thrown backward. Whoosh! With a flash, Su Chang'e pursued the retreating Lion Xiaocong, effortlessly mounting upon him. "You seek death. Get off me at once." Lion Xiaocong bellowed in fury, feeling deeply humiliated. As a descendant of the nine-headed Golden Lion clan, how could he allow someone to ride upon him? There are limits to one's patience. His body erupted in resplendent light, the mysterious power within him awakening, gathering to unleash a greater force to obliterate Su Chang'e. Stubborn as ever. Boom! Su Chang'e snorted coldly, delivering another punch. The runes on Lion Xiaocong's body shattered instantly, dispersing the gathering mysterious power, causing all 9 heads to spew blood, leaving him in a state of disarray. "Do you yield?" Su Chang'e asked nonchalantly. "I refuse. I, Lion Xiaocong, would rather die than submit, even if I leap from the cliffs of this secret realm." He roared defiantly, soaring into the sky. Boom! His massive form collided with a distant mountain, the force obliterating it into dust. The earth trembled, dust billowed, and countless ancient trees were laid to waste. Stubborn indeed, he persisted. Boom! 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 Su Chang'e continued to unleash a flurry of punches, striking relentlessly at Lion Xiaocong's body and head. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, his organs rattling, and his once indomitable bones began to fracture. This restraint was merely a testament to Su Chang'e's mercy. Had he unleashed his full strength, the first punch would have reduced Lion Xiaocong to mere blood and viscera. "Do you yield?" "Ha ha ha ha!" The lion roared, blood spilling forth, refusing to yield. "Once more I declare, even if I, Shi Xiaocong, were to be struck down, plummeting from the precipice of the secret realm, I would never submit to you." "Excellent. I appreciate your tenacity." Suchan Feig Sudid Afantaura, mending Shi Xiaocong's wounds. "Human, do not presume that." Yet before Shi Xiaocong could finish his words, Su Chang'e unleashed another powerful punch. Boom! The force of this strike was tremendous. As Shi Xiaocong was sent flying, he flattened several mountains in his wake. Since his opponent's resolve was so formidable, he would first heal him, then continue the assault. Not only did he aim to subdue him, but he also sought to crush his spirit. Still unwilling to submit? Then I shall have no choice but to strike you down. Pain, excruciating pain. Please stop. I beg you no more. I am truly defeated. Weren't you so proud? Didn't you claim you'd rather leap off a cliff than bow to me? Perhaps I should grant you that wish. Chang'e, my lord, my ancestor. I am truly submissive. I implore you, spare me. Thus, before this ancient relic, the onlookers witnessed an unforgettable scene. Shi Xiaocong was a bloodied mess, with faint golden blood oozing from his wounds. Accompanied by a few crystalline tears, he occasionally dabbed at the corners of his eyes, looking woefully tragic. The spectators were left in disarray. How could the proud heir of the 9-headed Golden Lion clan be brought to tears? His expression was one of utter grievance, resembling a wounded bride. Su Chang'e was terrifying. His unmatched fist radiated an aura of boundless strength. It is worth noting that the seed of the world tree within Su Chang'e was perpetually growing. Should it fully mature into 3,000 worlds, Su Chang'e would wield their collective power, capable of unleashing a force that could rend the heavens and the earth. Damnable human! Were it not for the laws constraining this Guishu secret realm, my strongest trump card could be unleashed. Once I escape this realm, I shall ensure that Su Chang'e pays dearly. Shi Xiaocong seethed inwardly. However, he understood that Su Chang'e was the scion of the Gu Yuan Holy Land. His trump cards were undoubtedly formidable, perhaps even surpassing his own. Even if he were to reveal all, he would still be no match for Su Chang'e. Ah, I see you are quite reluctant. Are you contemplating some trickery upon leaving the Guishu secret realm? Su Chang'e appeared to discern Shi Xiaocong's thoughts, patting his furry head with a smile. This smile sent a shiver through Shi Xiaocong, who was haunted by a significant psychological scar. He quickly shook his head, forcing a sycophantic grin. How could that be? Lord Chang'e, unmatched in might, unparalleled in skill. My heart has been thoroughly captivated by your greatness. I, Sure shout song, shall henceforth be your steed. Whatever you decree, I shall obey without question. Excellent, such enlightenment. Would you care to know what the second boon is? The divine child benevolently offered to broaden your horizons, Su Chang'e said with a smile that was not quite a smile. He understood that everything Lion's roared song had said was merely a stalling tactic. However, he was unfazed, confident that he would completely subdue this individual before departing from the mysterious realm of Guishu. Broaden my horizons? Lion's roared song trembled slightly, his eyes suddenly gleaming. What is this unexpected anticipation? Chapter 57. The Template of the Flame Emperor, utterly overbearing meanwhile, before a majestic mountain that soared into the heavens. Remnants of ancient ruins lay scattered, steeped in a sense of age and desolation. Wisps of gray mist lingered, exuding an eerie aura that gradually melded into the very fabric of this realm. In this uncanny locale, numerous prodigious disciples had gathered, their expressions grave, with some even displaying palpable terror as they gazed intently in a particular direction. Notably, several strikingly beautiful women appeared particularly distressed, their ethereal garments marred by splotches of blood, their breaths uneven, as though they had just endured a fierce battle. Before them stood a young man clad in a black robe, his demeanor seemingly indifferent. With his left hand resting behind him, he wielded a blazing inferno in his right hand, its heat distorting the very air around him, threatening to reduce anything it touched to ashes. This formidable figure was none other than Li Han, the young master of the Gi sect. Why do the celestial maidens of Wachian Valley struggle so desperately? If they were to surrender, they might evade further suffering, Li Han mused, a hint of derision curling at the corners of his lips. Just moments prior, they had encountered one another, their dispute over the relics igniting a fierce conflict. Damn it! Li Han's power surpasses our wildest imaginations. My sisters and I are surely doomed, the leader of the Wachian maidens by Chil thought, her countenance grave and wary. In stark contrast, Li Han stood alone, his overwhelming prowess capable of easily overpowering them. Furthermore, after their earlier clash, he remained in peak condition. This is your final choice. Assist me in probing ahead, or perish, Li Han remarked with a light chuckle, the blue flames in his hand flaring more ferociously, akin to a ravenous beast. Li Han, I advise you not to overreach. We will concede the relics to you, but must you be so aggressive? By Chiluo retorted, her expression icy. The appearance of this mist was undeniably bizarre, even capable of obstructing their divine sense. Who knew what horrors lay within? Li Han's demand for them to scout ahead was nothing short of malicious. Li Han, we are all of the human race. Let's leave a path of retreat. A melodious and ethereal voice chimed in. The speaker, with her hair adorned in flowing clouds, fair legs glistening like snow, and a figure exuding voluptuousness, appeared as a celestial being in her flowing white garment. Her pure, untainted aura evoked a sense of reverence. Oh, is Fairy Yungue seeking to defend the honor of the Wachian maidens? Li Han inquired with a smirk, though a glimmer of seriousness flickered in his eyes. Fairy Yungue was no less gifted than he, possessing an innate 9 apertures linglong heart and profound insights into the path. In her cultivation, she had ascended to the 3rd layer of the Bixia sect's White Lotus technique, causing the lotus to bloom and resonate with the heavens. Bu Li Fan, the young master, yield even a fraction? Fairy Yungue covered her mouth with a soft laugh, her enchanting eyes glimmering as she posed her question. The principle of strength prevailing in the Guishu secret realm was indisputable. Here, only the strong reign supreme. How I act and what I do are simply matters of course. Li Han declared resolutely, do not think you can bully my sister. At that moment, an angry shout from a maiden echoed from the heavens. Following this, a tempest enveloped in delicate pink petals surged forth. Unfazed, Li Han merely scoffed, effortlessly dispelling the attack with a flick of his hand. Yuanshi, I'm so glad you're unharmed. Wait, is that the son of the Guyuan's sacred land? His steed is a 9-headed golden lion. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their eyes drawn to a singular direction. The 9-headed golden lion radiated a dazzling golden glow, its body adorned with soaring runes of the Tao. Like a resplendent sun, it captivated the attention of all present upon its arrival. Even more entrancing was the young man in white upon the lion's back. Bathed in radiant light, he exuded an aura of divine elegance, reminiscent of an immortal being. The subtle yet piercing sword intent emanating from him resembled a celestial blade, capable of piercing the very heavens and striking the stars. So handsome, I wish to ride. The sun's countenance is truly striking, my heart. If not for the presence of others, I could hardly contain myself. With Su Chang's arrival, the previously tense atmosphere transformed, suffused with a sense of infatuation. So this is the son of the Guyuan sacred land, the esteemed young Master Yin, indeed extraordinary. Even the fairy Yin Gui was taken aback, as the mist that concealed Su Chang's visage had dissipated. His features, exquisite beyond belief, were laid bare before all. A visage so stunning it seemed almost unreal. However, some of the demon race's prodigies were not so composed. Their Lord Lion's roar had unexpectedly become Su Chang's steed. The disparity was too great for them to accept in that moment. Su Chang, Li Han's expression darkened. He harbored a deep-seated animosity towards Su Chang'e, having compelled the Gi sect to apologize after killing one of their elders. An affront he could never forget. As the young master of the Gi sect, he vowed to avenge this humiliation one day. Su Chang'e's gaze fell upon Luo Qingyu behind Li Han, and a smile graced his lips, a gesture of greeting that, coupled with his ethereal demeanor, felt like a refreshing spring breeze. Ah, the sun is smiling at me. No, he is clearly smiling at me. Enough of this contention. He is smiling at me. The throng of female disciples from the Gi sect was sent into a frenzy. The sheer beauty of Su Chang'e's smile wielded an irresistible charm upon the hearts of the young maidens. Ignoring the surrounding clamor, Su Chang'e pondered quietly. It seems this is the young master of the Gi sect, Li Han. He subtly activated his fortune-seeing eyes. Li Han, fortune points, 312. It appears he is quite a robust stock of chives indeed. The golden runes in Su Chang'e's eyes began to swirl again as he activated his fortune insight. Li Fan, the young master of the Gi sect, embarked on a journey into the secret realm of Guishu. Perhaps favored by the heavens, he ultimately acquired the ancient demon emperor's flame of destruction, achieving the pinnacle of the path of fire. Oh, could he be the emperor of flames in this world? Quite intriguing. If a sacrificial battle were to occur, Su Chang'e mused, reveling in the thrill of traversing the fantastical realm, relishing the prospect of reaping the fortunes of those fated for greatness. In stark contrast to the exuberance of the crowd, Li Han shuddered at the sight of Su Chang'e's smile, an unsettling chill enveloping him. Why did an ominous premonition suddenly wash over him? With the sacred flame of path-breaking at his disposal, he felt confident in a confrontation. Su Chang'e, I discovered this relic first. Do you intend to seize it from me? You discovered it? Su Chang'e replied with a serene smile, perched atop his nine-headed golden lion, gazing down upon Li Han from his elevated position. His indifferent gaze resembled that of someone observing a mere ant in the mortal realm. I recall someone stating that within the secret realm, possessing sufficient strength grants one the liberty to act as they please. Moreover, should I desire to take it from you, what would you do? Boom! As he spoke, Su Chang'e's aura surged towards the heavens, clearing the skies above. In the void, an overwhelming pressure of spiritual energy swept through the surroundings. A profound silence fell, as awe and fear manifested on the faces of those present. Some trembled uncontrollably. The collective thought resonated within their minds. Formidable. Chapter 58. The sword shatters all laws. Shocking all sides, Li Han's expression was cold and grim. He had not anticipated Su Chang'e's overwhelming dominance. If he failed to respond, he would not only become a laughingstock, but the reputation of the Return to Unity sect would also suffer a significant blow. Such arrogance. Do you truly believe I am intimidated by you? This relic belongs to me, Li Han. Even a sage cannot take it away. I declare it. With that, the broken path, sacred flame in the palm of Li Han surged into the air. The flames twisted and transformed, unexpectedly morphing into a colossal fire python coiling around Li Han's entire being. Oh, are you playing with snakes? I recently dispatched one who played with mud. Su Chang'e remarked with a faint smile, gazing at Li Han with playful interest. You. Li Han found himself at a loss for words. He was acutely aware of Su Chang'e's terrifying prowess, rivaling that of Qin Tai. However, his pride was exceedingly strong. Being publicly humiliated by Su Chang'e in front of so many people was not something he could easily overlook. Su Chang'e, do you truly believe that by slaying Qin Tai, you have become invincible? Today Boom! A terrifying fist radiated from Su Chang'e's hand, shaking the heavens and the earth. The might of this punch surpassed all previous displays. This was due to Su Chang'e having fused the Dragon-Elephant Suppression technique. Dragon-Elephant Suppression transforms the flesh and blood within the body into countless particles, each capable of cultivating the power of a divine elephant, sufficient to tear apart the heavens and the earth, to bring down endless stars, and to manifest countless astonishing divine abilities, concealing boundless mysteries. Upon reaching perfection, the practitioner's body could transform into 800 million particles, each containing the power of an ancient demonic dragon and elephant. The physical strength was developed to its utmost. With a mere gesture, one could obliterate the cosmos and extinguish all existence. Li Han's figure had long since vanished without a trace. Only a terrifying mark, plowed by the fist's radiance, remained, emanating a bloodthirsty energy that sent shivers down spines. For days, I have endured your bravado. My ears have grown callous from your threats. Are you still hesitating to take action? Su Chang'e retracted his smoking fist, an expression of undisguised disdain on his face. Did I see incorrectly? The once dominant Li Han, who had easily crushed the fairies of Hua Qinggu, has exited the stage. I had thought him a competent supporting character, yet he turned out to be merely a background player. I believe we are not even worthy of being mere extras before the Son of God. Silence. If you don't speak, no one will mistake you for a mute. Amidst the crowd's murmurs, Su Chang'e's domineering display revealed another facet of the Son of the Return to Unity, Sacred Land. Many female cultivators were increasingly enraptured. His stunningly handsome visage, combined with his tyrannical aura, exuded an air of danger and mystery, enhancing his allure to a deadly degree. Boom! Just then, from a distant ruin, a pillar of crimson sunlight soared into the sky, radiating scorching heat that enveloped the surroundings. Su Chang'e, Li Han's long-suppressed killing intent erupted at this moment with unparalleled ferocity. Perhaps enhanced by the fervor of vengeance, his aura surpassed anything he had exhibited before, especially as the flames emanating from him possessed the power to scorch the heavens. The heat was barely sufficient, yet he was prepared to commence his performance. Su Chang'e, with his left hand resting behind his back, extended his right hand in a gracious gesture, inviting him forward. Boom! Without hesitation, Li Han unleashed a torrent of searing flames. The fire swirled and howled through the air, resembling a tempest of inferno, tearing the very void apart. Li Han fully channeled the sacred flame of destruction. A wave of scorching heat surged forth, interspersed with countless destructive runes that radiated a formidable power across the vast terrain. Impressive, exclaimed Fairy Yungue, her beautiful eyes flashing. Although Li Han was a human cultivator, the mastery he displayed over the path of flames rivaled even the blazing phoenix of the demon race. It would not be an exaggeration to declare him an anomaly among humanity. Your performance is quite extravagant, but I shall award you a mere 3 points for its flamboyance. Su Chang'e remarked with a detached expression. As his words settled, an endless aura of sword intent unfurled, solidifying the surrounding void into a terrifying domain of blades. Centered around Su Chang'e, a vast expanse was under his command. As Li Han's flames surged towards him, they disintegrated into nothingness before even making contact. Slash! While effortlessly neutralizing the attack, Su Chang'e formed a sword gesture with his hand and executed a diagonal cut forward. Swish, swish, swish! Several strands of formidable sword light coalesced from the void like blooming lotuses, instantly piercing through the air. Wherever they traversed, the fabric of reality cracked and splintered. The torrential flames were torn apart as if they faced no resistance, as though nothing in this world could impede their advance. What a fierce display of sword light. Multiple strikes right from the outset. The speed was astonishing. I barely had time to react before the sword energy was unleashed. At this juncture, there was no choice but to respond. Li Han swiftly assessed the situation, encircled by myriad flames that swirled around him. The ground before him shattered, and a towering wall of fire erupted with a resounding crash. Simultaneously, numerous fiery serpents shot forth from the wall, hissing through the air with great momentum. Do you wish to clash with me head-on? I must admit, you hold yourself in rather high regard, Su Chang'e remarked with a subtle smile, his stance remaining as steadfast as an ancient pine, seemingly devoid of any intention to make further moves. Swish, swish, swish. The sword light effortlessly tore through the fire serpents, and a formidable wall of flames crumbled as if it were made of paper, disintegrating upon contact with the sword energy. The overwhelming force of the sword thrust Li Han several hundred meters away, crashing heavily into a distant ruin, stirring up clouds of dust. In stark contrast, Su Chang'e remained unmoved, not even shifting a single step, his white attire unblemished. His aura was calm and unperturbed, akin to a tranquil lake. Witnessing this spectacle, the numerous talented disciples were left in a state of bewilderment. They were well aware of Su Chang'e's strength. However, little did one expect that Su Chang'e possessed such formidable strength. This striking contrast creates a vivid juxtaposition. Hey, sword shatters myriad laws. Suddenly, a young man clad in swords displayed an excited expression and exclaimed. From beginning to end, the sword master Chang'e merely exhibited a wisp of sword aura, effortlessly neutralizing countless assaults from the opponent. This is the epitome of a true sword cultivator. Many outstanding disciples also began to grasp the situation, and Su Chang'e's immense power was firmly etched in their hearts. Fists can shatter the heavens, while swords can sever the skies and cleave the seas. Chapter 59. The eerie mist. Is Mu Yinchi missing? Boom! The distant ruins erupted in an instant, and Li Han soared into the air. The flames enveloping him grew fiercer and more violent. Faintly, a flame lotus formed in his palm, its core igniting with blazing fire runes. Do you truly believe you can vanquish me so effortlessly? It is your honor to experience the might of my new technique. A sinister expression crossed Li Han's face, his words tinged with a hint of arrogance. The fire runes swirling around him surged and continuously flowed into the lotus he guarded. In that moment, the heavens and earth trembled, as if an unknown terror was brewing within this realm. This is getting out of hand. Su Chang'e felt somewhat speechless. Is this not the so-called Buddha's wrath flame lotus? I never expected that my offhand remark would lead to the emergence of a true fire emperor prototype. Yet, this is but an undeveloped fire emperor, merely a jester. However, this annoying brat is truly bothersome. Should I simply eliminate him? Su Chang'e's heart wavered. After all, he was a child of fortune, and the value of continuing to live far outweighed that of death. Just as he was in turmoil, a vast, smoky gré aura surgit fort. The terrifying mist swiftly enveloped the area. This is bad. Something is amiss with this fog. We must flee. The numerous talented disciples reacted swiftly, realizing the peculiar nature of the mist. It not only obstructed their spiritual senses, but also absorbed a portion of their strength. Some of the unfortunate disciples had already vanished into the fog, their auras seemingly extinguished, their fates uncertain. Yet, they managed to escape rather quickly. Su Chang'e shook his head and smiled wryly. Almost instantaneously after the upheaval, Li Han vanished in a flash, likely seizing the chaos to flee. However, he was indifferent. Had the other not retreated, another would have joined him on the path westward. The mist thickened, reducing visibility to less than 5 zhang. Su Chang'e flicked his sleeve, and a tremendous wave of spiritual energy radiated from him like ripples, instantly clearing a portion of the mist. Clarity returned to his vision. Yet, it was not long before the mist began to encroach upon him once more. It felt peculiar, as if it were an unending source. It seemed that all the power I just unleashed was absorbed. Su Chang'e's brow furrowed in contemplation, analyzing the conjectures in his mind. This is not good. Yinchi is missing. Mushime. Yinchi. Yinchi. The disciples of Hu Qian Valley were thrown into disarray. Mu Yinqi's disappearance left them bewildered. Su Chang'e also frowned slightly. This was the most mysterious inheritance site of the Gue Su secret realm. Had the Empress's fortune been activated, or had she truly encountered some danger? Alas, if this peach blossom Empress has indeed gone missing, all my previous efforts would be in vain. Su Chang'e turned to the people of the Guyuan sacred land and said, "You may retreat to a safe distance. Lions roar, we shall proceed." Yin Xinyan's beautiful eyes filled with concern. "Are you really going in, Divine Son?" "Do not worry. For me, it is merely a leisurely stroll," Su Chang'e replied with a light-hearted tone. His indifferent expression and words exuded an absolute confidence in his own abilities. Subsequently, Su Chang'e mounted the nine-headed golden lion and vanished into the mist. Chang'e, Divine Son, this fog seems to absorb the spiritual essence of cultivators. Should we? Lion's Roar's face was troubled. To be honest, this place is exceedingly bizarre, and the fog is equally strange. If we encounter some great terror within, we may perish here. This is one of the most mysterious inheritance sites in the Gueshu secret realm. There could very well be the legacy of a demon emperor. Su Chang'e smiled lightly. "If you do not wish to enter, you may leave now." Demon Emperor's legacy? The nine-headed golden lion's pupils dilated. Such a legacy is indeed rare and fortuitous. If one could obtain the inheritance of the demon emperor, the chances of acquiring divine fate on the path to becoming an emperor would significantly increase. Not long after, a massive shadow loomed ahead. As they approached, it revealed itself to be an ancient stone wall. Ancient inscriptions embedded within radiated a dazzling divine light. The runes intertwined, causing the void to twist. On the stone wall, an ancient and mysterious portal materialized. Inside, starlight shimmered, leading to an unknown realm. Ah, the daughter of great fortune is indeed remarkable. It seems Mu Yinqi has inadvertently stepped into this place. Without further hesitation, Su Chang'e stepped forward. Buzz! Mysterious inscriptions enveloped him. A divine light surged. His vision appeared to twist and shift, as if being pulled by an inexplicable force. Soon, a long, ancient passageway paved with blue stones emerged in his sight. It bore the scent of decay and silence, as if weathered by countless ages. Scattered within the passageway were remnants of bones, human and demon alike, along with some broken divine weapons. After countless years, these bones and weapons had lost all spirit, as if they would turn to ash at the slightest touch. On the walls of the passageway were scars from blades and spears, the tragic marks seemingly narrating the tale of a horrific battle that once transpired here. An eerie atmosphere pervaded the air, stirring disquiet in the hearts of those present. Chapter 60. Borrowing your legacy, fulfilling your long-held aspirations. This place feels somewhat eerie. One must tread with caution. Su Chang'e possesses an acute sensitivity to the fluctuations around him, akin to the sensation of being observed from shadows. Whoosh! At that moment, a figure lurking in the darkness sprang into action. Withered, razor-sharp claws sliced through the air, lunging toward Su Chang'e's head. Boom! Su Chang'e appeared to be well prepared, evading the strike with a swift sidestep, delivering a powerful punch in response. Yet, astonishingly, the shadow was not obliterated but staggered backward a few paces. "Oh, it seems I have encountered a formidable opponent." Su Chang'e scrutinized the shadow before him, revealing it to be a member of the human race, albeit with a grotesque and terrifying appearance. Its body was emaciated, devoid of any vitality, and its face contorted in a bizarre manner, with only two ghostly green flames flickering within its hollow eye sockets. However, its agility was remarkable, and those sharp claws could easily rend the flesh of a cultivator, even eviscerate them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At that instant, several more figures emerged, comprising not only humans but also creatures of the demon race. They formed a fan shape, gradually encircling Su Chang'e and the nine-headed golden lion. The ghostly flames in their eyes seemed to reflect an insatiable hunger for flesh and blood. Roar! The shadows let out a chilling howl, and almost simultaneously, they lunged toward Su Chang'e. What in the world are these creatures? The nine-headed golden lion felt a shiver run down its spine, its eyes wide with fear. Its instinct screamed that these shadows were perilous. They could very well spell death. Su Changa's gaze turned icy as he snorted coldly, unleashing a flurry of punches in an instant. Boom! 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 The sound of metal clashing resonated as the shadows were sent flying backward. The nine-headed golden lion howled to the heavens, a tremendous shockwave reverberating in all directions. Yet those shadows merely faltered for a moment before regaining their composure, swiftly closing in on Su Changa and his companion once more. Seeking death, are we? The lion's roar grew more furious, its divine aura erupting forth, golden runes coalescing upon its claws as a terrifying force descended from above. Simultaneously, flames frost and thunder erupted from its maw, unleashing a cataclysmic barrage that surged skyward. Yet, even this formidable assault failed to inflict any damage upon the shadows. Only a few sparks were scattered from their forms as they once again lunged towards Su Changa and his companion. How intriguing! Let us see whether your bodies are more resilient or if my sword is sharper. Buzz! At that moment, a clear and melodious sound of a sword echoed. Light flickered in Su Changa's palm as the celestial sword awaited its moment. The dazzling brilliance of the sword's radiance seemed capable of cleaving through anything. Roar! The shadows leapt into the air, their cavernous mouths agape, as if poised to consume Su Changa in the very next instant. Slash! Whoosh! The resplendent sword light appeared to shatter the fabric of space itself, the immense sword chi accompanied by a deafening crack. In an instant, the shadows were cleaved in two. Immediately thereafter, a peculiar black light twisted and surged from within their bodies, vanishing into the void in the blink of an eye. Their bodies collapsed to the ground in an instant, disintegrating into dust. Why did that dark light seem to carry an ominous aura? Could it be that such a grotesque form was a result of those shadows? Su Changa pondered internally, continuously unleashing his sword against the encroaching dark figures. Brilliant and resplendent beams of sword light shattered everything in their path, and soon tranquility returned to the surroundings. Each of those eerie shadows, without exception, emitted a wisp of black light at the moment of their demise. What malevolent essence emanates from these ghastly beings? It is likely that even formidable practitioners at the pinnacle of their power would struggle to contend with them. The nine-headed golden lion shuddered at this thought. Were it not for Su Changa's formidable strength, it would have found it impossible to venture deeper within, for who knows how many more of these bizarre shadows lurked inside. Why do I feel such a profound sense of reassurance in Su Changa's presence? The lion shook its head vigorously, as a descendant of the nine-headed golden lion lineage. How could it harbor such thoughts? Continuing onward, it anticipated the presence of a more expansive space ahead. Su Changa's gaze was sharp and profound, with divine light and ethereal rhythms intertwining around him, bestowing an aura of unparalleled sanctity. All those eerie black lights were heading deeper into the passage. Without hesitation, Su Changa mounted the nine-headed golden lion and pressed onward into the depths. The darkness, eeriness, and deathly air intertwined, resembling a symphony of demise. Those of lesser strength, not to mention the monsters, would tremble uncontrollably merely from sensing this aura. Fortunately, the celestial sword was exceptionally sharp, and they moved swiftly, soon arriving at the passage's end. Before them lay a magnificent and ancient palace. The palace appeared to be forged from an unknown metal, radiating a soft, divine glow, with mysterious runes dancing across its surface. Towering several hundred feet high, the walls were adorned with massive gates, each etched with vivid depictions of fierce beasts engaged in battle. Particularly striking was the resplendent radiance emanating from the palace, causing even the void to shimmer slightly. Standing before this grand edifice seemed to awaken humanity's most primal instincts, evoking a sense of insignificance. Who was that figure? Su Changa's gaze sharpened. Before the immense bronze gates stood a graceful silhouette, gently placing a hand upon the door. Seemingly in deep contemplation, it was none other than Mu Yanxi, who had vanished earlier. She appeared oblivious to Su Changa's presence, lost in her own reflections. Softly, she murmured, I, Empress Tao Hua Qianyu, hereby pledge to borrow your legacy, to fulfill your long-cherished wish. The moment her words fell, a thunderous roar erupted from the heavens and earth, shaking the very foundations of the world. The colossal palace seemed to resonate with this force. The massive gates slowly creaking open, releasing an overwhelming tide of ancient energy that poured forth like a deluge. Chapter 61. Before the Underground Palace. Gathering of the prodigies, a resplendent golden light enveloped Mu Yinshi, resembling an empress bathed in divine radiance. At that moment, she turned to glance at Su Chang'e, and her once dim eyes seemed to ripple with newfound brilliance. Her lips parted slightly, whispering a couple of words. The distance was too great, and Su Chang'e could not discern what she had uttered. Suddenly, she smiled, and the dazzling divine light accentuated her smile, making it appear as captivating as a blooming flower, enchanting enough to sway a city. After a blinding flash of divine brilliance, Mu Yinshi's figure vanished before the city gates. Had she entered the palace? A thought stirred within Su Chang'e. Just then, a cacophony of intense combat erupted from the left corridor. Two disheveled figures burst forth, pursued closely by a dozen eerie shadows, moving with incredible speed, relentlessly chasing them. Were they the ones? What mischief had these two rascals gotten into? Su Chang'e raised an eyebrow, recognizing the figures. Luo Qingyu, the saintess of the Unity sect, and Wu Jiaoyin, the foremost sword prodigy of the Loha sword sect. It was unexpected to see these two unlikely companions together. Boom! The palace erupted in a dazzling brilliance, seemingly activated by an inexplicable force as streams of radiant divine light surged forth. The sinister black shadows were engulfed by the splendid light, melting away as if snow under the scorching sun. The eerie black light, which had just materialized, was instantly swallowed by the palace. In that fleeting moment when the black light was consumed, Su Chang'e sensed a familiar aura, the aura of an emperor. Indeed, one could only wonder which demon emperor had left it behind. Su Chang'e pondered silently. Meanwhile, Luo Qingyu and Wu Jiaoyin also noticed Su Chang'e, particularly Wu Jiaoyin, whose eyes widened in shock. Su Chang'e, what brings you here? How did I encounter this freak again? Wu Jiaoyin lamented inwardly, feeling as though he had narrowly escaped one peril only to stumble into another. Long time no see, Aoyin. How have you been? Su Chang'e replied with a dispassionate gaze, a smile gracing her lips. I wonder how you managed to arrive here. Wu Jiaoyin's expression turned troubled. He had been excavating relics diligently when he decided to venture out for a moment, only to inadvertently find himself ensnared in a fog. Before he knew it, he had stumbled into this cursed place. Yet, he was reluctant to divulge the entire story, aware of Su Chang'e's cunning nature. Revealing too much might lead to his own downfall. At the same time, he discreetly cast a glance at the nine-headed golden lion, a tempest of thoughts swirling in his mind. He understood well the power of the nine-headed golden lion. Lion Roar Song possessed strength enough to rank among the top 3 prodigies. Yet such a formidable beast had now become Su Chang'e's mount. Why is the disparity between individuals so vast? Wu Jiaoyin felt a sense of despair. Each encounter with Su Chang'e revealed her exponential growth in strength. This pace was undeniably daunting. How fortuitous! I wish to accompany you all. May I have your consent? At that moment, a voice, both cool and ethereal, resounded. In the distance, the resplendent moonlight spread forth like a crimson bridge. Upon this radiant arch, a figure draped in flowing white garments, exuding an air of otherworldliness, approached with graceful steps. Her eyes, reminiscent of dreamlike autumn waters, conveyed an aloofness that seemed to transcend the mundane, while a delicate veil obscured her features from view. She was a revered fairy, Yun Gui, of the Baixia sect. Both Wu Jiaotian and Luo Qingyu gasped in unison. The 9 Apertures Linglong heart of the Baixia sect was known far and wide. Her exceptional comprehension and formidable cultivation placed her among the elite of the elite. As a prominent figure of the sect, her true capabilities remained shrouded in mystery. Were it not for the blinding brilliance of Su Chang'e, Yun Gui would undoubtedly have been the most radiant among the contemporary prodigies. Naturally, if Yun Gui could lend her strength, the endeavor would be even more secure. Su Changgu revealed a smile that exuded elegance and refinement. In truth, he had already contemplated extensively. To him, an enchanting exterior was merely superficial. If one could be of use, appearances became inconsequential. Having Yin Gui by his side was tantamount to acquiring an additional free ally, an opportunity for him to conserve his energy. To unlock the door, there were only two methods. However, I would advocate for the second, utilizing overwhelming force to break through. Su Changgu stated nonchalantly. The Goetia map had already delineated two methods. The reason he hesitated to disclose the first was that it required the use of 1S hidden cards. In Su Changgu's perspective, regardless of circumstances, it was prudent to reserve a measure of caution with 1S on trump cards. The others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement, for Su Changji's prowess among them was unparalleled, and following his guidance seemed wise. Wu Ji Ao Tian summoned the Luo He sacred sword and, in an instant, unleashed a horizontal strike. The fierce sword light blossomed like a lotus, its pressure reverberating through the void as it sliced toward the bronze gates. Luo Qingyu and Yun Gui also summoned their formidable treasures, intertwining divine lights that transformed into a breathtaking palm imprint and a brilliantly radiant lotus, both soaring through the air. The nine-headed golden lions roared, each head emitting dazzling divine light toward the palace gates. Su Changji's gaze sharpened as he swung the celestial sword forward, unleashing a sweeping sword aura akin to a radiant sun. Boom! The five prodigies struck simultaneously, their treasures erupting with magnificent power. The terrifying shockwave caused the entire palace to tremble violently, the inscriptions upon the ancient walls flickering and gradually dimming, as if facing obliteration. The age-old palace rumbled and quaked, while the surrounding void surged with a vast chaotic light, golden runes ascending, though now considerably faded. Yet, the mysterious runes still emanated an unsettling energy wave. The combined assault of the five far exceeded the strength of the Emperor's realm. Crack! Accompanied by a series of crisp sounds, the barriers shattered one after another, until ultimately, all the runes were extinguished, and the palace gates thunderously swung open. Between heaven and earth, the void contorted, and mists surged ominously. Within the palace, the resonant sounds of the great Tao echoed, reminiscent of ancient reverberations. A thunderous roar erupted as strange black light surged forth from the depths of the palace like an incoming tide, exuding an air of chill, darkness, and malevolence. Shadows of blackness coalesced within, appearing spectral, yet reminiscent of vengeful spirits from the abyss. The once ancient and mysterious palace instantly transformed into a realm of ghostly terror, where a bone-chilling atmosphere pervaded, akin to the depths of the underworld, evoking profound unease. Su Chang's demeanor remained impassive as he raised his hand to unleash a blade of light. With a swift motion, the sword's aura swept across the vast emptiness, obliterating the advancing shadows with overwhelming force. How could there be so many shadows? Was this not the fabled domain of the Demon Emperor's legacy? Had we mistaken our path? What unspeakable fiend was being suppressed here? The nine-headed golden lion unleashed a fierce bolt of thunder, barely repelling one of the eerie shadows. Given the circumstances, it was best to venture inside and investigate. Observing Mu Yinxi's demeanor, it seemed that the spirit of the Peach Blossom Empress had indeed awakened. Her awakening was exceedingly strange, occurring without any forewarning. Had she sensed something here that prompted her premature revival? Boom! The fairy Yun Gui remained silent, yet her palm radiated a brilliant moonlight, intertwining to form a luminous chain that firmly bound several eerie shadows. Pure white lotus blossoms bloomed around her, resembling a divine maiden descended from the heavens. As she gracefully stepped towards the palace, Su Chang'e smiled faintly. If he was unperturbed by the presence of a woman, what fear could he possibly harbor? He vanished alongside the nine-headed golden lion before the city gates. After Luo Qingyu entered, Wu Ji Outhian hesitated, cursing inwardly. This place was fraught with danger. Surely, a great terror lurked within. Yet if he refrained from entering, he would lose an extraordinary opportunity. The more he pondered, the more conflicted he became. He had vowed to be a cautious king, yet fate seemed intent on compelling him to reveal his prowess. After a fierce internal struggle, Wu Jiaoyan gritted his teeth and stepped forward, disappearing within. However, shortly after their departure, another figure emerged from the shadows. His countenance was cold, and the flames swirling around him deterred the encroaching shadows. Su Chang'e. Li Han smirked slightly. This time, you shall fall. Chapter 62. The Pinnacle of Immortality. The source of darkness, though the palace was fortified with barriers to repel the shadows, an oppressive aura still pervaded the air, chilling to the bone. Su Chang'e emanated the essence of his sacred body. Laws intertwined and runes ascended, forming a delicate luminescent veil that gradually enveloped him. The black mist contacting Su Chang'e dispersed like moths fleeing from a flame. Within the palace, the anticipated ethereal ambience was conspicuously absent. Instead, it resembled a hellish realm, foreboding and sinister. Is this truly the place of inheritance? Surely it cannot be a site for subduing malevolent spirits? Wu Jiaoyan recoiled slightly, the biting cold inducing a heightened state of vigilance within him, as an unsettling feeling permeated his heart. Boom! At that moment, pillars of light surged skyward, interwoven with ancient and enigmatic inscriptions, seemingly capable of obliterating all in their path. The surrounding vengeful spirits and shadowy figures sought to flee, but were shattered by the divine radiance of those runes. The dark palace was momentarily purified. Simultaneously, Su Chang'e and the others beheld the true visage of the palace. Before them stood several colossal statues, appearing both archaic and mysterious, sculpted from various materials, yet exuding a primal and ancient aura. The ethereal charm of the figures sent tremors through their souls, as if they were on the verge of awakening. Qinglong, Xuanwu, Zhuke, Baihu, Qilin. Su Chang'e's eyes glimmered. These were the 5 divine beasts reputed to inhabit the legendary realm of immortals, their formidable power daunting even to celestial beings. Suddenly, they noticed wisps of blood essence emanating from the statues, swiftly converging in a singular direction. Was it a trace of the divine beast's blood? Following their gaze, they saw the essence flowing into a vast blood pool, shrouded in mist, as if brewing something profound. Abruptly, a tremendous vortex formed, and a beam of blood light shot skyward, coalescing into a magnificent light screen. Images began to unfold within it, resembling a hall illuminated by starlight. On a throne enveloped in ethereal energy sat a mysterious figure, clad in a purple-gold imperial robe, adorned with a celestial crown and shod in cloud-patterned boots. Though he appeared frail, as if drained of vitality, an unparalleled aura radiated from him, making it seem as though he upheld an entire realm. What was most astonishing was that, despite merely being an image, he seemed to transcend the endless currents of time, locking eyes with the onlookers. A 9-headed golden lion, upon catching sight of this figure, instantly bristled. Even Su Chang'e felt a chill run down his spine. An existence far beyond this world, could it be? Just a fleeting glimpse of this image evoked a profound sense of reverence deep within them. Su Chang'e intended to activate the Eye of Destiny to observe further, but was met with a piercing pain in his eyes. This could only signify that the presence of that figure surpassed all his imaginings. He seemed to embody the very essence of Tao and law. He was an immortal entity. Indeed, the mere image imposed an overwhelming pressure, compelling one to instinctively prostrate in worship. Boom! The scene appears to be a vivid portrayal of an epic struggle, where an overwhelming divine might ascend, and a tapestry of order intertwines, suffused with the power of laws. The void twists violently, chaotic light bursts forth, as if an ancient world is on the brink of emergence from chaos. Suddenly, the gazes of the onlookers contort sharply, plunging them into an abyss of darkness. Roars of fury resound. Kill! 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 For the immortal realm, for the myriad heavens. Shatter the sun above the 9 heavens. Obliterate the source of darkness in the world. I shall exchange my lifetime of cultivation for the annihilation of darkness. I willingly offer my life to safeguard the peace of all beings. The cacophony of howls and shouts reverberates through the void. That ancient world manifests, causing Su Chang'e and the others to tremble, as if they have traversed to a primordial era, witnessing all that once was. It resembles an eruption of boundless darkness, enveloping the myriad realms. As countless dark beings surge forth from the void, intent on exterminating all living entities. Among these dark beings are numerous emperors, some exuding an aura far exceeding that of emperors themselves. A mere strike from them could pierce the fabric of the universe, shatter countless lands, and extinguish billions of lives. In that ancient world, formidable divine beasts arise, their forms as terrifying as mountains. Their overwhelming vitality soars to the heavens. As they engage in fierce combat against the dark entities with their claws and physical might, there are gods and demons capable of shaking the heavens with a roar, shattering the pathway of existence with their steps. The ancient clans possess unmatched physical strength. The rulers of the demon race, the celestial beings, the great sages of humanity, and the mighty figures of ancient clans, all of the most formidable warriors ascend to the skies, converging upon the source of darkness. A thunderous clash ensues, reminiscent of a celestial war, with shockwaves sweeping across the myriad realms. Countless beings perish, and innumerable champions spill their blood. Even the legendary immortals cannot escape the fate of demise. This battle obliterates countless worlds, shattering the fabled immortal realm. Wails echo across the land as life dissipates. Wherever one looks, there's only darkness and an overwhelming stench of blood. The world resembles a hell on earth. Despair and sorrow pervade all, devoid of hope and light. Yet at this moment, a figure clad in white, adorned with a golden crown, wielding a cerulean-long sword, emerges with a resplendent aura, sweeping through the heavens and the universe with unmatched might. Brilliant celestial light radiates like a blazing sun, its dazzling glow dispelling the darkness. As the rising sun symbolizes hope amidst the shadows, it is the same figure that had previously occupied the throne. He transcends the ages, achieving the pinnacle of existence, the zenith of immortality, the apex of divinity. His indifferent gaze sparkles with an unyielding sword light. With a hand that covers the sky, he strikes down upon the 3,000 realms, obliterating billions of dark beings. With a single swing of his sword, gods and demons retreat in fear, while the heavens tremble. That immortal power, transcending the endless river of time and space, reduces countless dark warriors to dust. Even the dark immortals, in battle against him, find themselves utterly outmatched. He resembles an invincible sword immortal, a prodigy of unparalleled brilliance. The resplendent brilliance shone with an unparalleled radiance, wielding an invincible might. A mere flick of his wrist could bring the Dark Emperor to his knees, and a single stroke of his sword would claim countless dark immortals. In that ancient realm, innumerable beings bowed in reverence, their faces etched with awe as they chanted in unison, "Slayer of the Celestial Emperor." Suddenly, the gaze of the Slayer of the Celestial Emperor locked with that of Su Chang'e. In that moment, it felt as though they traversed an infinite expanse of time. The Slayer's lips curled into a subtle smile as he whispered a few words. Enveloped in an illusion, Su Chang'e could distinctly discern the movements of his lips grow. Quickly, he murmured, puzzled by the impression that this figure seemed familiar, akin to the Peach Blossom Empress, who, despite never having met, appeared to know him intimately. This perplexity weighed heavily upon him. However, at that instant, a cataclysm unfolded. The source of darkness loomed like a voracious black hole, distorting the very fabric of existence. From its depths emerged three grotesque and terrifying figures, their auras eclipsing all others, rivaling even that of the Slayer of the Celestial Emperor. In swift unison, the three figures launched an assault, encircling the Slayer in a fierce and arduous confrontation. It was a battle of unparalleled intensity. The Slayer summoned a resplendent celestial sword, its brilliance seemingly capable of severing the very flow of time. They shattered boundless worlds, waging war along the currents of time itself. striving to reverse the ages and obliterate their foe's essence within the temporal stream. Endless chaos erupted and dissolved into fragments of oblivion. Their struggle appeared to span countless years, reaching the very edge of the multiverse, where even the great Tao seemed on the verge of being extinguished. Ultimately, the three horrific dark figures were severely wounded, their anguished roars echoing as they retreated back into the abyss. The tide of dark beings ebbed away like a receding wave. The white-clad slayer of the celestial emperor stood, battered and bruised, nearly extinguished. I, Su Xian, have fought in 100,962 battles, undefeated in this realm. Yet, darkness encroaches, and all beings are engulfed in peril. With my humble self, I confront the source of darkness. Today, the source recedes, but it shall return one day. My strength wanes, my essence fades, and I can no longer protect the world. When I pass, please convey to my yet unborn child. May he inherit my aspirations, eradicate the source of darkness, cleanse the cosmos, and restore peace to the realms. May all beings, like dragons, never plummet into the abyss of darkness. As the final words fell, a radiant light emanated from the Slayer's form, a being transcending the ages, impervious to all laws. Yet now, he began to fracture slowly. In the end, he turned once more, traversing the endless river of time. His gaze, once filled with lethal intent, now radiated an aura of profound compassion. The Celestial Emperor, known for severing the heavens, bestowed a gentle smile before transforming into countless luminous particles, gradually dissipating into the ether. In that moment, the dragon and phoenix wept blood, the heavens and earth lamented, and a rain of crimson descended from above. The celestial order mourned, and all spirits bowed in reverence. Multitudes of beings prostrated themselves, kneeling upon the ground in homage to the vast sky, resounding with the proclamation, "We bid farewell to the Celestial Emperor." Countless formidable entities also knelt, echoing the sentiment, "We bid farewell to the Celestial Emperor." A chorus of voices reverberated across the myriad realms, as innumerable souls fell to their knees, bowing in respect towards the direction from which the Celestial Emperor had vanished. In that poignant moment, a singular voice resonated throughout the universe. "We bid farewell to the Celestial Emperor." The scene abruptly came to a halt. Chapter 63. The Great Battle Against the Remnants of Darkness. The fiery demon flame emerges after a considerable duration. The crowd gradually emerged from their astonishment. The scenes they had just witnessed seemed to transport them back to the primordial era. The brutality of the celestial war, the bloodshed reminiscent of purgatory, the sacred and supreme celestial emperor of slaughter. These memories were buried deep within an endless river of time, perhaps now scarcely remembered by many. Yet, they undeniably existed. Were they the celestial emperors of legend? It was only at this moment that Su Chang'e regained his composure, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sensation. As he beheld the celestial emperors fall before him, a faint tremor coursed through his bloodline, accompanied by an overwhelming wave of sorrow. Was it the environment influencing him? The laws here exuded a profoundly melancholic aura, and he was not alone. Those around him shared this sentiment. The power of this law was so potent that it even swayed their emotions. Shaking his heavy head, Su Chang'e resolved to disregard the matter further. Just then, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The blood pool underwent a bizarre transformation once more, perhaps after revealing the scene buried by time. The blood energy within the pool seemed to have been exhausted. The crimson mist gradually dissipated, revealing the true visage of the blood pool. Astonishingly, it took the form of a blood-colored statue. This statue was imbued with a dense aura of darkness, presumably representing the dark beings suppressed in this locale. Fairy Yungue rarely spoke, her voice cold and clear. It should not be as simple as it appears. Su Chang'e pondered internally. First, they were shown the vision of the great battle, followed by the emergence of this strange statue, which contained the suppression of these dark beings. Could it be a trial? As Su Chang'e's thoughts settled, a rumble echoed through the air. At that moment, the blood-colored statue quivered slightly, fissures appearing upon its surface, from which the dark aura surged forth. The void trembled, the temperature plummeted sharply, becoming bone-chilling and soul-stirring. Indeed, if my conjecture is correct, we are about to face trouble. Su Chang's gaze sharpened as he spoke solemnly. Boom! Instantly, the cracks in the blood-colored figure widened, and the eerie dark aura erupted like a tidal wave. Subsequently, it transformed into grotesque and terrifying dark beings. Their forms were somewhat ethereal, yet the sinister aura that eroded all things sent chills down one's spine. Then, those beings from the dark forest let out bone-chilling cackles, suddenly lunging towards Su Chang'e and his companions. These dark entities may have been suppressed for eons. The weaker ones had long perished. Though the surviving ones were the mightiest among the dark beings, the inexorable passage of time had diminished their vitality and strength significantly. Nonetheless, they did not dare to be careless. The dark beings possessed the ability to erode spiritual energy, thereby corroding the consciousness of cultivators, rendering them enigmatic and unpredictable, making defense nearly impossible. They unleashed powerful offensive techniques, charging directly towards those dark entities. Clang! In an awe-inspiring display, Wuji Aoyan summoned the sacred sword of Le, unleashing an endless brilliance of sword light that cut through the air like a bolt of lightning, its sharpness glaringly evident. In an instant, it pierced the corporeal form of a dark creature, impaling it on the spot. Luo Qingyu, wielding a long whip, moved with the grace of a serpent emerging from its lair, the runes upon her weapon glimmering with divine energy. She struck down numerous dark beings, shattering them to pieces. Around her, the celestial figure of Yungue, fairy radiated with pristine white lotus blossoms, shimmering like the moonlight, exuding a cool and captivating brilliance. Like a dancing fairy, her flowing veil swayed elegantly, each movement birthing clusters of pure white lotuses in the void. Any dark entity that dared to touch these blossoms was swiftly obliterated. Meanwhile, the nine-headed golden lion roared fiercely, each head unleashing a torrent of blinding light, accompanied by chilling frost, soaring flames, howling winds, and thunderous roars. This formidable onslaught targeted the advancing dark entities. They were all young sovereigns, elite prodigies, with unparalleled combat prowess among their peers, capable of engaging foes beyond their level with ease. Each possessed hidden strengths, and despite the eerie might of the dark beings, they fell swiftly to their hands. At that moment, Su Chang'e was enveloped in radiant divine light, the laws of the universe intertwining around him, as resplendent golden rays burst forth, encasing him in an aura of supreme sanctity, impervious to all. Stepping forward, he emanated an ethereal presence, akin to the very essence of the heavens. Grasping the celestial sword, he executed a diagonal slash that released a torrent of sword light, akin to the Milky Way, instantly engulfing dozens of dark beings as he infused the power of the dragon elephant-suppressing prison technique into the strike. The terrifying sword energy flattened the ground, creating a vast chasm that shattered before him like a spider's web. The dark entities beneath this onslaught were reduced to mere ashes. His fingers, as translucent as jade, bore radiant runes. With a full activation of his sacred bloodline, blossoms of the great Tao began to bloom around him, accompanied by ethereal shadows of divine beings bowing in reverence and the arrival of the four divine beasts. The intent of the god-slaying sword resonated with a thought that connected to the divine. The vast ocean of sword intent continued to tear through the void. Although the auras of the dark beings were faint, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. Thus, he resolved to unleash his most formidable sword technique, the sword of severing the Tao. With the comprehension of the world's principles, could transcend the flow of time and render causality into naught. The first form of the sword of severing the Tao, enlightenment. Sever. In an instant, a beam of sword light ascended to the heavens, a chilling frost sweeping across 14 continents. The immense white radiance consumed the darkness, dazzling in its brilliance. Accompanied by anguished roars, the dark forest dissipated like snowflakes, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. What sort of technique was that? Wu Jiaoyan, witnessing the magnificent strike, displayed an expression of profound astonishment. Their Lo Sword sect was one of the highest legacies of swordsmanship in the Baiming Dao domain. Yet Su Changa's recent sword strike was unlike anything he had ever encountered. After practicing swordsmanship for over a decade, he had never seen such a terrifying sword technique. The ethereal fairy of Yin Gui is also filled with curiosity. She instinctively senses that Su Changa's sword technique embodies the essence of the Great Way. If she could master it, her power would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. The sacred land of Guiyuan truly lives up to its reputation as the most enigmatic force, possessing such a sword technique and such a divine offspring. Unbeknownst to her, a sense of intrigue towards Su Chang'e begins to blossom in her heart, mingled with a profound reverence for the strong. If Su Chang'e were to overhear her thoughts, he would surely be taken aback. After all, possessing an advantage and knowing a forbidden technique is entirely reasonable, is it not? Buzz. Su Chang'e moves with the grace of a leisurely stroll, effortlessly wielding his blade. As the dark beings that have caused countless prodigies distress are effortlessly cleaved, as if they were mere vegetables under his sword. It appears there is a stone box on the other side of the blood pool. A fleeting glance from Su Chang'e reveals an anomaly within the crimson waters. Boom! At that moment, a scarlet flame erupts from the blood pool, soaring into the heavens. The terrifying power of the flame seems to pierce through the void. Its glaring and searing light transforms the eerie atmosphere of the tomb into a warm and auspicious glow, with ethereal mist rising. Particularly, the breath of an emperor emanates from the flames, adding an air of grandeur and supremacy. Could it be the infernal flame of the Golden Crow Demon Emperor? The nine-headed golden lion trembles with excitement, its breath becoming somewhat hurried. The numerous prodigies present are equally captivated, their gazes aflame with fervor. The Golden Crow Emperor, the supreme ruler of the fire path within the demon race, renowned for incinerating the heavens and reducing all to ashes. Yet, their attention shifts once more to the figure clad in white at the forefront. Suddenly, a sense of despondency washes over them. Indeed, with such a formidable anomaly present, there seems to be no room for them to shine. Chapter 64. Li Han schemes. The unleashing of battle. Su Chang'e smiled faintly and remarked, "Since you all hold me in such high esteem, I shall graciously comply." The others were left in a state of dismay. They too wished to act, yet felt utterly powerless. The formidable Wuji Outyin harbored an immense trepidation towards Su Chang'e, who was regarded as the foremost taboo within his philosophy of survival. He would avoid provoking him at all costs. As for the nine-headed golden lion and Luo Qingyu, their very lives were under Su Chang'e's dominion. How could they dare to vie for opportunities now? It was akin to inviting death. As Su Chang'e approached the blazing heaven-burning demon fire, the searing aura sent shivers through him. This flame was indeed extraordinary. It appeared to be the very chance that Li Han had coveted. Indeed, this young man was not without merit. Acetis died smile gde su hangde sleeps. For encountering more such fortunate souls could lead to his ascension to immortality in the near future. The onlookers gazed longingly at Su Chang'e as he collected the essence of the heaven-burning demon fire, leaving them with only remnants of divine beast blood. Fortunately, Su Chang'e had shared a modicum of his bounty. Otherwise, their efforts would have been in vain. In truth, Su Chang'e had made an unexpected discovery. Beside the fire's essence lay a hollow, suggesting the presence of some treasure. However, it seemed to have vanished into thin air. Upon closer inspection, Su Chang'e deduced that it had been taken recently, evidenced by fresh traces in the dust. It appeared that only one person had entered this realm prior, Mu Yanxi. Su Chang'e pondered deeply. Even if the Peach Blossom Empress had awakened, how had she so effortlessly accessed the relic? It seemed she harbored a significant secret. Yet, for Su Chang'e, she would merely serve as a tool in the future. At that moment, applause resonated from outside the cavern. Esteemed guests, it appears that Su Shenxi has resolved all our troubles. Soon after, Li Han emerged from the cave entrance, accompanied by numerous extraordinary disciples, both human and demon alike. Their powerful auras and stern visages marked them as young sovereigns in their own right. A smile played upon Li Han's lips as he tilted his chin. gazing at Su Chang'e with an air of triumph. Let us dispense with the pleasantries. Surrender the heaven-burning demon fire, and you shall be spared. Oh, spared, you say? Su Chang'e replied with a subtle smile, his entire demeanor shifting to that of a regal monarch. Yet, Li Han showed no sign of intimidation. He turned to address the assembly of distinguished disciples. This is a grand opportunity bestowed by the emperor. Would you truly let it slip through your fingers? He then cast his gaze upon the demon disciples. This secret realm is indeed the domain of your kind. If the greatest treasure is seized by Su Chang'e, what will become of your reputation? Observing the hesitation etched on the faces of the young elites, he pressed on. While Su Chang'e is undeniably formidable, do we truly need to fear him when we stand united? Securing this imperial opportunity will allow us to comprehend its depths together. How splendid that would be! Indeed, under Li Han's provocation, the gazes of numerous distinguished disciples flickered, revealing hints of uncertainty. Moreover, some exhibited a glimmer of avarice. The opportunities of the great emperor were not to be compared with mere trifles. For them, it was an irresistible temptation, though it might offend Su Chang'e. The risk seemed worth taking. With a cold smile, Su Chang'e perceived Li Han's deliberate gathering of such illustrious disciples, clearly aimed at making him the target of their disdain. This place is the secret realm of my demon clan. Surrender your legacy, and I shall spare your life. It was inconceivable that the inheritance of the demon clan could be seized by a member of the human race. Indeed, should word of this spread, word be the face of the demon clan. Su Chang'e, you have slain a prince of the ancient Qin dynasty. If you relinquish that inheritance, I might still report to the sovereign and plead for your life. We are both of the human race. I shall not make things difficult for you. If the son of Chang'e grants me a portion of the inheritance, my Wuji Dao sect will withdraw from this matter. The numerous distinguished disciples seized the opportunity to voice their challenges. Their greed had been magnified to an infinite extent, and the legendary opportunity of the great emperor seemed almost within their grasp. Li Han, with arms crossed, regarded Su Chang'e with an amused expression. Su Chang'e, you shall not attain what I cannot. With so many distinguished disciples gathered, no matter your formidable abilities, you shall inevitably falter today. Not only Li Han, but even the likes of Fairy Yin Gui perceived the outcome as predetermined. Alas, I never anticipated that this time it would be Su Chang'e who was outmaneuvered. The human heart is treacherous. I wish to return to my sect. Wu Jiaoyin could not help but sigh deeply, recognizing that even someone as powerful as Su Chang'e constantly faced peril. The Sutra of Survival must be copied several more times. You have valid points. Yet with so many of you, how shall this opportunity be divided? Su Chang'e feigned concern, inquiring with a playful demeanor. Ha ha, you need not worry about that. Surrender the opportunity, and we shall manage the divisions ourselves. Li Han boomed with laughter. I see that the son of Chang'e possesses great insight. You are surely destined for greatness in the future. His mirth was unrestrained. In his eyes, no matter Su Chang'e's prowess before such a multitude of distinguished disciples. He too would be forced to bow. At the same time, he felt a tinge of disdain. What was this so-called true celestial aptitude? Merely the antics of a jester. He harbored ulterior motives, wishing to suppress Su Chang'e through this affair, which would not only redeem his previous humiliation, but also eliminate a formidable opponent on the path to imperial ascendance. Some demon clan elites also wore expressions of disdain. A prodigy from the Thunder Tiger clan mocked, TSK, TSK. A certain golden-haired lion has become a dog of the human race. How shameful for our demon clan. Ha ha. A demon reduced to serving the lowly human race is unworthy to be called a prodigy of our clan. Meanwhile, the nine-headed golden lion, initially spectating the drama, was now fuming with indignation. How had he become the center of attention? As a descendant of the nine-headed golden lion lineage, could he not contend with Su Chang'e and fear these rascals? Before he could unleash his wrath, Su Chang'e approached the crowd with an air of nonchalance. A smile graced his lips, his white garments fluttering gracefully as his left hand rested behind him, while his right hand lay elegantly before his abdomen, exuding an aura of effortless confidence. Prepare yourselves, he commanded. In an instant, however, The warmth of his smile transformed into an icy indifference, his eyes shimmering with a divine light. Runes ascended, and behind him, an ancient divine mountain slowly emerged, as if it were a manifestation of chaos giving birth to the cosmos. It was enigmatic and profound, intertwining the principles of the universe. With a thunderous roar, Suchanga unleashed a powerful punch, and the chaotic light erupted, resembling a radiant sun ascending as stars fell from the heavens. A tempest howled, and the earth trembled beneath him. Almost all present were taken aback by Suchanga's instantaneous strike. A significant number of the elite disciples were rendered unconscious by the overwhelming force, while others were obliterated into mere blood mist. Seeking death. How dare you strike at us? Eliminate him. The remaining elite disciples swiftly regained their composure, unleashing formidable auras as they summoned an array of divine weapons and treasures to assault Suchanga. Yet, he remained unfazed. To him, even the greatest of ants were still but ants in the grand scheme of existence. Chapter 65. The Greatest Chasm, the Overwhelming Stance Boom. The attack of a prodigy from the demon clan transformed into a tempestuous torrent, hurtling towards Suchanga with relentless force. He was the heir of the Wind-Split Sparrow clan. Born with an innate affinity for wind spirits, the clan's practitioners could wield tempestuous winds that could obliterate even the most indestructible divine metal when combined with wind-based techniques. The first strike, Suchanga remained unfazed, calmly remarking, "This lad is eager to strike quickly, seeking to seize an advantage." If that were the case, he would indulge the youth's ambition. In an instant, Suchanga unleashed a powerful palm strike. The void trembled, and spiritual energy roared. A resplendent golden light manifested, a colossal hand descending from the heavens, casting shadows across the land. Boom! Runes detonated, shockwaves rippling outward like ripples on water. The fierce tempest, encountering a primordial divine mountain, found itself utterly incapable of resisting Suchanga's assault. How could this be? The prodigy from the Wind-Split Sparrow clan was taken aback, his confidence in his own strength now shaken. Yet, he could not budge his opponent in the slightest. The ferocious winds were instantly torn asunder, dissipating into gentle breezes, vanishing into the ether. Yet, Suchanga's momentum remained unabated as he struck down upon the Wind-Split Sparrow's prodigy with merciless intent. Bang! The sound of an explosion mingled with the anguished cries of despair. The demon clan's prodigy lay helplessly on the ground, blood gushing from his mouth. His meridians shattered beyond repair. One strike rendered ineffective, rendered useless. Several other young prodigies, poised to intervene, were left in stunned silence. However, Suchanga would not squander this opportunity. Transforming his palm into a fist, he unleashed another devastating blow. Boom! The power within him roared and surged, a force seemingly capable of leveling the earth. The fist's brilliance illuminated the heavens. Coupled with the might of his sacred bloodline, this strike was nothing short of cataclysmic. Damn it, Suchanch! The multitude of young prodigies bellowed in fury, the imminent threat of death compelling them to unleash their full power. Divine lights erupted, treasures of unfathomable power revealing themselves. Runes intertwined, dazzling the skies. Two utterly distinct forces clashed like meteors, annihilating each other in a cataclysmic explosion. Boom! The void quivered. Spiritual energy surged violently, causing the very ruins to tremble under the weight of this force. Observers among the cultivators were compelled to summon their spiritual defenses, lest they be knocked unconscious by the overwhelming aftershocks. Cough, cough. The sound of blood being coughed echoed as figures staggered backward. Some weaker cultivators reduced to mere dust. As the smoke gradually cleared, a vast pit emerged before the crowd. Even figures like Wuji Aoyan felt a tremor of dread. The impact of this tremendous power had melted the surrounding rocks, rendering that area a veritable vacuum for a time. Damn it! His robes tattered, his heart sinking with an undeniable weight. He could not help but admit that he had grossly underestimated the prowess of this son of the returning Yuan sacred land. One man single-handedly battles against a multitude, yet astonishingly maintains the upper hand. In stark contrast, Su Chang'e stands with an air of nonchalance, his hands clasped behind his back. Clad in white, his hair neatly tied, he exudes an ethereal grace. He resembles an immortal, untouched by the mundane world, emanating a serene aura, his countenance divine. He appears utterly unaffected by the chaos of battle, instead radiating an aura of profound sanctity. Is this the demeanor of the son of the Guiyuan sacred land? The eyes of fairy Yin Gui sparkle with intrigue, her curiosity towards Su Chang'e intensifying. Among the onlookers, the young beauties gaze with rippling admiration. Among the youth of the world, who possesses such poise? With a mere gesture, he effortlessly counters the attacks of several prodigies. Li Han and the other Demon Clan elites wear grim expressions, their countenances dark and forbidding. They had come with the intention of seizing Su Chang'e's opportunities and trampling him beneath their feet to establish their own renown. Yet now, their arrogance has backfired, leaving them subjugated. "Gentlemen," Li Han proclaimed loudly, "at this juncture, if we do not reveal our trump cards, we shall face utter defeat. Do you wish to watch as such an opportunity slips from our grasp into the hands of Su Chang'e?" Upon hearing Li Han's words, the remaining elite disciples fell into contemplation. Their ability to withstand Su Chang'e's recent onslaught stemmed from their own formidable talents. They certainly possessed hidden strengths, which they had initially intended to keep concealed, wishing to preserve their ultimate power for a more advantageous moment when dividing the spoils. However, as Li Han pointed out, if they did not unleash their hidden potential now, they would face total annihilation or worse, death. The multitude of elite disciples exchanged glances and silently nodded in agreement. Boom! Waves of even more potent energy erupted from their dantians. Columns of light surged skyward like a torrential flood, dazzling to the extreme. There existed unparalleled destructive divine light. There was a majesty that commanded terror, akin to thunder, flames capable of scorching through the void, divine weapons that could rend the fabric of space. Compared to their previous aura, this was exponentially more powerful, their divine might resonating across vast distances. Strike! With Li Han's furious shout, the elite disciples launched their attacks simultaneously, their myriad divine lights intertwining, the air thick with the scent of annihilation that threatened to shatter all. Their colossal assault resembled a monumental mountain of divine light, descending upon Su Chang'e. Even a fully realized expert would likely meet a bitter end in such a tempest. Yet, Su Chang'e, witnessing this, felt his blood surge and his fighting spirit ignited. To suppress the invincible and dictate the ages, to transform the impossible into certainty. This was the path he sought. Boom! The brilliance in Su Chang'e's eyes shone like stars, the blood-like power surrounding him vast as the ocean. Golden runes intertwined, coalescing into a majestic figure, reminiscent of an immortal king gazing down upon the cosmos. The manifestation of a holy body, the immortal king descending from the heavens. The seed of the world tree within him trembled and swayed, its nascent power merging with the divine particles coursing through his being. With a sudden, powerful strike, he unleashed a blow that resonated like celestial magic upon the earthly realm. The unparalleled force of the fist seemed to descend from the heavens, akin to a divine mountain arriving, and merely the aura it emanated was enough to induce tremors throughout one's being. Crack! Boom! In that moment, the various divine abilities unleashed by the prominent disciples shattered like mere dust and fireworks, utterly incapable of withstanding the might. That supreme punch possessed an awe-inspiring power that could astound the very heavens. With a single strike, it shattered the void, reaching such heights. Chapter 66. What right do you have? Simply because I possess extraordinary talents. Rumble. The ethereal figures of Yin Gui and others swiftly harnessed their spiritual energy, manifesting shimmering barriers to withstand the aftershocks of the fierce battle. This fellow is becoming increasingly monstrous, achieving the pinnacle of the 10 purple mansions and ascending the primordial heavenly Tao steel, particularly with that punch. It resonates with the very essence of heaven and earth. Wu Ji Outyan's countenance betrayed shock as the shadow cast by Su Chang'e loomed ever larger. The overwhelming might of that previous punch rendered him acutely aware of his own insignificance. The ultimate power unleashed by the dragon elephant suppression technique instilled a profound terror within him. If he were to endure just one punch, he would surely face ruin, if not death. It appears that your collective prowess remains insufficient. Shall I grant you another chance? A faint smile graced Su Chang'e's lips, his white garments billowing as he stood with hands clasped behind him, exuding an air of serene detachment. His godlike gaze casually surveyed the numerous fallen prodigies sprawled in disarray. Su Chang'e, Li Han, struggling against the agonizing rupture of his meridians, painfully ascended from the ground. He seethed with hatred for reasons unknown. He detested Su Chang'e's nonchalant demeanor. That condescending gaze felt as though it regarded him as nothing more than an inconsequential insect. Who is Li Han, the young master of the Unity sect? In terms of innate talent, he too belonged to the upper echelon. This lifetime was meant for him to shine brilliantly, becoming the most resplendent sun, while others would merely orbit around him like distant stars. Why are you capable of achieving such feats? This glory rightfully belongs to me. Li Han's face twisted with rage, howling like a madman, his Tao heart teetering on the brink of collapse. The brilliance of Su Chang'e was overwhelmingly radiant. If given the opportunity to further develop, the cosmos would only bear witness to one singular star, Su Chang'e. Boom! Li Han summoned the power of flames in his right hand, a crimson lotus blooming in his palm. Like a blood-red lotus, its sanguine aura exuded a ferocity and madness. Su Chang'e, do you believe you have secured victory? Today, you shall meet your demise. Without hesitation, Li Han hurled the blood-colored lotus directly towards his dantian. Boom! The searing and violent flames erupted from his being, akin to the flames of the 9 underworlds, blood-red and insatiably savage. Following this, countless fiery runes coalesced, forming a blood-hued phantasm. It was a colossal monster adorned with 3 heads and 4 pairs of arms, its visage twisted and fanged. The blood-red flames cast this creature as if it were a vengeful spirit risen from the depths of hell. Li Han coldly proclaimed, Su Chang'e, to compel me to summon the red lotus of karmic fire is indeed a privilege for you. Although the backlash of the flames inflicted immense pain, the thought of soon tearing Su Chang'e apart ignited a thrill within him. The red lotus of karmic fire? Su Chang'e had heard of this. It was a forbidden technique of a Unity sect. Utilizing primordial power, it transformed into scorching karmic flames. Moreover, it could double the practitioner's strength in a brief period, albeit at the cost of diminishing future cultivation potential. Though exceedingly insidious, it is undeniably a most peculiar martial art. Boom! With a swift motion of his right hand, Li Han unleashed the blood-red phantom that loomed behind him. A torrent of searing heat converged, a colossal wave of flames roaring towards Su Chang'e. The spectacle was grand, resembling an ocean of fire, but instead of refreshing lake waters, it was a relentless blaze capable of piercing through the void. How outrageous! Has Li Han lost his mind? Such an attack could very well ensnare us all. The expression of several once proud disciples, now sprawled on the ground, shifted dramatically as they scrambled in every direction to escape. What a jest! The flames unleashed by Li Han's primordial power were akin to a desperate gamble with his very life, inflicting 1,000 casualties upon the enemy at the cost of 800 of his own. He was nothing short of a madman. Yet, Li Han was beyond caring. The humiliation inflicted by Su Chang'e had been too great. Throughout his life, had he ever endured such disgrace? Why was Su Chang'e still unmoving? Goodness! On this battlefield, it seems only my brother Su can remain so still amidst the chaos. Some disciples noted Su Chang'e's complete lack of motion, engaging in fervent discussions. Is this absolute confidence? The beautiful gaze of Fairy Yun Gue shimmered, reflecting a figure in white, resolute and proud, with dark hair billowing and white garments fluttering. Before the towering wave of flames, he appeared almost fragile, yet there was undeniable firmness in his stance. He extended his hand into the void, and with a resounding clang of a sword, a cerulean longsword emerged in his grasp. By what right? Su Chang chuckled, shaking his head as if regarding Li Han as a fool, simply because he possessed an extraordinary advantage. Boom! The ultimate sword intent froze the void, rendering the raging flames suspended in midair, unable to approach Su Chang'e by even a fraction. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern that the flames, though frozen in the air, continued to roar, yet they could not encroach upon the area surrounding Su Chang'e. A sword domain? Wu Ji Ao Tian's expression shifted dramatically. The sword domain represented a deeper manifestation of sword intent, transforming intent into domain, halting conflict and obstructing force. This required an exquisite mastery of sword intent, coupled with an exceptionally high innate understanding to even be wielded. Yet, Su Chang'e seemed to execute it with such ease that one might not even notice he had summoned the sword domain. Were it not for his own cultivation in the sword path, he would have easily been bewildered by Su Chang'e. Simultaneously, a sense of despondency washed over him. Why must I endure yet another setback? Does heaven believe I am not striving hard enough? Wu Ji Ao Tian felt a deep sense of frustration. The blows Su Chang'e dealt him today were relentless. If word of this reached his master, he would undoubtedly face another reprimand. His gaze returned to the center of the battlefield. Is this truly your full strength? Su Chang'e's aura remained calm, in truth, rather ordinary. Swish! A beam of sword light cleaved through the heavens. With an aura as frigid as ancient frost, it not only pierced the colossal wave of flames, but also froze portions of the searing fire. Li Han let out a cold snort. Although his attack was thwarted by his opponent, he remained unfazed. Behind him, a colossal shadowy hand struck the ground with tremendous force. Boom! 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 Pillars of flame erupted into the sky, charging towards the sword light that Su Chang'e unleashed. The clash between the sword light and the flames resembled a dazzling display of celestial sparks igniting the heavens. Almost simultaneously, Su Chang'e leaped forward, wielding his sword with astonishing grace, his movements mesmerizing all who beheld them. Whoosh! Once again, he swung his sword down with fierce precision. The sword light, reminiscent of a galactic cascade, fell like a shower of stars. Each glimmering point resembled a cold star, and the vast sword energy surged forth with an aura capable of piercing through the cosmos. Thunderous roars echoed as the sharp sword energy clashed with the howling flames. The two opposing forces collided in this realm, creating a symphonic interplay of sword and fire, a tumultuous orchestra of sin and retribution. Chapter 67. The Decimation of Li Han. A storm is brewing. Boom. Yet, before such formidable sword energy, the fiery phantom disintegrated instantaneously. However, the onslaught continued unabated, striking directly upon Li Han. Within the resplendent sword aura, Li Han trembled violently, as if struck by thunder, spewing forth blood and crashing to the ground in a pitiful state. He had indeed met his defeat. Li Han's gaze was filled with venomous resentment, brimming with disbelief and shock. Despite employing secret techniques, he found himself utterly powerless against Su Chang'e. The sacred flame of destruction within him ignited once more, and the fiery runes he conjured began to mend his battered form. Oh, it seems there is still a remarkable treasure within him. Hand it over. Su Chang'e advanced a step, his right hand morphing into a claw as he lunged towards Li Han's chest. Puff! Blood splattered, accompanied by the horrific sound of flesh and bone being torn apart. From Li Han's chest, a luminous orb akin to a radiant sun was seized by Su Chang'e. Ignoring Li Han's heart-wrenching wails, Su Chang'e's gaze fixated upon the orb of light. Within the white sphere, ethereal rays danced, and pure, white flames flickered. Even as Su Chang'e employed his cultivation to shield himself, he could still feel an intense heat emanating from it. The fiery runes appeared elusive and spectral, vibrating as if yearning to escape Su Chang'e's grasp. Did you think you could escape now that you are my possession? Boom! A brilliant light radiated from Su Chang'e's palm, intertwining laws forming chains that bound it securely. Following this, Su Chang'e initiated the heart-condensing technique, unleashing a terrifying, devouring force that relentlessly refined the sacred flame of destruction. Su Chang'e. Li Han's expression shifted dramatically. His perception of the sacred flame was diminishing rapidly. The sacred flame of destruction was indeed a divine artifact, a coveted ticket into the legendary realm of divine fires. The Unity sect had exerted tremendous effort to acquire this orb, yet now it was being wrested away by Su Chang'e. You shall pay for this. Once I emerge from the Guishu secret realm, I will ensure your demise. Li Han's visage twisted in fury, his maniacal and vengeful roars echoing throughout the realm. His hatred for Su Chang'e ran deep, and in his rage, he recklessly disregarded the consequences. Fool, if I were you, I would not dare to utter threats at this moment. Your life rests in my hands, yet you still have the audacity to challenge me? I wish you a safe journey. A glimmer of cold light flashed in Su Chang'e's eyes as he reflected inwardly. He was no saint himself, and one must accept defeat when bested. With his sword raised high, the shimmering cold light sent a chill through Li Han, from head to toe. You dare. Li Han's eyes were wide with terror. He never anticipated that Su Chang'e would have the audacity to strike him down. The Unity sect was a formidable power, and he was the sect leader's son. Did Su Chang'e not fear the repercussions of killing him? Buzz. At that moment, a divine light flickered at Li Han's brow. It seemed as if a fearsome divine power was surging forth, poised to annihilate everything in its path. That was the mark left behind by the supreme being of the unified sect, intended to prevent Li Han from facing a life-and-death crisis. Absurd. Su Chang'e scoffed coldly and immediately summoned the treasure pagoda bestowed by his ancestor. He was never short of trump cards. Boom! An overwhelming and terrifying force of the ultimate path surged forth, suppressing the void and solidifying space. In an instant, it subdued the power of Li Han's mark. Whoosh! The sword ruthlessly descended, and Li Han's head soared high. Li Han was dead, truly ruthless. Some talented disciples could not help but swallow hard, their eyes flashing with solemnity and trepidation. Upon witnessing Su Chang'e slay Li Han, the cold gaze of Fairy Yun momentarily brightened. For millennia, countless prodigies had perished on the path of the Emperor. Mercy and hesitation were the gravest of taboos. A general success often comes at the cost of countless bones, let alone the path to enlightenment. To achieve greatness and affirm one's destiny, one must tread upon the bones of the fallen with an iron will. After refining Li Han's holy flame of path-breaking, Su Chang'e summoned a secret treasure that collected all the valuables from Li Han. After defeating an elite foe, one must certainly gather the spoils. Who now desires this celestial fire of destruction? Su Chang'e stood with his hands clasped behind his back, though his words were remarkably calm. They concealed a potent sense of threat. His gaze swept over the crowd, and wherever his eyes fell, heads bowed in submission, too fearful to meet his gaze. TSK. He is indeed a formidable character. The nine-headed golden lion recoiled, its eyes brimming with apprehension and fear. The young master of the unified sect spoke, and death followed. Fortunately, he was wise. Otherwise, this harbinger of doom would have certainly spared him no mercy. Very well, henceforth, when you encounter Su, I hope you will remember this lesson. Su Chang'e said with a serene smile, before riding the nine-headed golden lion toward the palace's exit. Simultaneously, he extended a thread of consciousness, cautiously probing the celestial fire of destruction. He felt a peculiar resonance. The holy flame of path-breaking and the celestial fire of destruction shared a strangely similar aura. The two seemed to originate from the same source. The myriad paths of the great Tao are distinct. If their essences are closely aligned, it can only imply they hail from the same place or the hand of a singular individual. Intriguing. Evidently, Li Han sought the celestial fire of destruction. Perhaps it concealed some secret? Alas, had he known, he would have interrogated further. Yet, Su Chang'e was not overly concerned. If necessary, he could always inquire with his ancestor, who had lived far longer and undoubtedly possessed greater knowledge. The nine-headed golden lion, hearing Su Changa's musings, was no longer at ease. How ruthless! The man was dead, and now he regretted not extracting the remaining value from him. Claiming that their demon race was cold-hearted, the lion believed Su Changa was even more monstrous than they. Meanwhile, outside the secret realm, in the void, a group of enigmatic figures hovered in the air, vigilantly awaiting at the entrance. These figures were elders from various powerful factions and immortal clans, each one exuding an aura of unfathomable terror, capable of effortlessly scorching the heavens and boiling the seas, rending the very fabric of reality. They were currently waiting outside the Goeishu secret realm, anticipating the return of disciples from various races and powerful factions after their trials. At that moment, an elder of the Unification sect trembled, his countenance paling to an extreme degree. And no, the life token of the young sect master has shattered. Who dares to take the life of our young sect master? His voice erupted into a furious and frenzied roar, a radiant divine light surging around him, distorting the very fabric of the void, while the mountains and forests below shook violently. Is it true? The young sect master has perished? Some displayed expressions of disbelief. Li Han held a rather unique status. Although he might have been somewhat weaker than several formidable members of the Unification sect, he ranked among the elite of this trial's extraordinary talents. Such prodigies typically possess numerous hidden trump cards, yet to have fallen so easily, who possesses such overwhelming power? If I discover the identity of this assailant, I shall ensure they are utterly obliterated. The elder's gaze turned frigid, his enraged roars resonating throughout the cosmos. Initially, he had felt immense pride in leading this group of prodigies, believing it to be a matter of honor. Yet now, with the death of their young sect master, the son of the sect leader, how could he justify this calamity? The chill in his heart deepened, a tempest of rage and fury surging forth. Had they encountered some unknown peril within the abandoned ruins? Historically, the opening of the ruins had claimed lives. If he is dead, so be it. What is the big deal? Does your sect leader not have other sons? Someone sneered. If others can perish, why should the Unification sect be exempt? Those who dare to enter the abandoned ruins for trials must accept the risk. Life and death are determined by fate. Should one die within, it is merely a reflection of their own inadequacy, and they can only blame their misfortune. The elders of the demon clan scoffed, not concealing their disdainful expressions. The animosity between the demon and human clans was well known, and witnessing the humans falter brought them no small measure of delight. Even the powerful factions among the humans observed with cold indifference, for it was of no concern to them. However, what transpired next would sweep through the multitude of factions present. Chapter 68. The Shame of the Demon Clan, my lord. Upon witnessing Su Chang Chemerge successfully, Yun Xinyan's beautiful eyes shimmered with ripples of relief. Previously, during the numerous explosive battles within the ruins, she had yearned to rush and to find him. Yet she refrained from doing so due to his orders, fearing his reprimand. Only when Su Changa appeared unharmed did her anxious heart find solace. A motley crew of insignificant beings has organized an expedition. How trivial. If the other talented disciples were to hear of this, they would surely be despondent. These individuals are among the foremost prodigies of this era, and not only did Su Changa single-handedly vanquish them, but they were also likened to mere detritus. What does that make them? They scarcely qualify as refuse. With a faint smile, Su Changa declared, "Well, our journey through the Goeishu secret realm is drawing to a close. Now let's depart together." Yes, the disciples of the Guiyuan Holy Land bowed in acknowledgement. Without a doubt, Su Changa had etched a grand image in their hearts during this expedition. He then mounted the nine-headed golden lion and led the group towards the exit of the Goeishu secret realm. This scoundrel truly regards me as a mere mount. If we exit in this manner, I shall suffer an immense disgrace. Should the elders of my clan discover this, what would become of my status as their heir? Should I consider throwing him off and making my escape? The lion, Shout Song, inwardly grumbled. As a descendant of the Golden Lion clan destined to become a supreme demon emperor, being treated as a steed within the secret realm was already intolerable. To be ridden out would only render him a laughingstock. How could he possibly maintain his majestic status thereafter? Yet before he could act, Su Chang'e seemed to have divined his thoughts. He gently tapped Xiao Song's forehead, and a mysterious sword light penetrated into his consciousness. The intent of the sword of slaughter, enigmatic and unfathomable, contained the profound truths of heaven and earth. Few could comprehend this supreme sword energy, save for him. Damn you, Su Chang'e! What have you done to me? Xiao Song exclaimed, his face paling. Although he could not sense the aura, his experiences over the past days had led him to understand that this individual was deeply malevolent. Those who offended him either met their demise or suffered greatly. Nothing of consequence, merely ensuring your compliance and preventing any mischievous thoughts, Su Chang'e replied with a faint smile, his gaze deep and playful, as though he could see through Xiao Song's innermost thoughts. In truth, there was no extraordinary method at play. The thoughts of the demon clan were exceedingly easy to decipher, especially those of Xiao Song, whose emotions were transparent. A careful observation of his expressions sufficed to reveal his intent. When his gaze dimmed and his pupils appeared vacant, it indicated that he was concocting some schemes. Beware, I might draw a circle and curse you. Xiao Song huffed, promptly inspecting his spirit and body. It found no signs of anomaly. Not even the faintest trace of an unfamiliar aura was present. It was as if Su Chang'e had gently patted himself. Yet, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. His instincts assured him that Su Chang'e had indeed done something to him. That damned individual. Once we leave the Guishu secret realm, I shall ensure he pays for it. Lion's Roar thought to himself. However, a sudden wave of guilt and relief washed over him. If it weren't for Su Chang'e guiding me into the ruins, I would never have acquired such an abundance of divine beast blood. Some of the demon clan might resort to underhanded tactics, but when I reflect on Su Chang'e, upon further contemplation, it seems that Su Chang'e is quite commendable compared to some demons. Moreover, with such extraordinary talent at a young age, perhaps he could truly pave the way to transcendence and achieve the legendary Tao fruit of an immortal. Being a steed for an immortal does not seem like a disgraceful endeavor at all. Strange thoughts began to well up within Lion's Roar. What is happening? Shouldn't I harbor resentment towards Su Chang'e for how he treated me? Why do I now feel a sense of admiration? Could it be that I have awakened some peculiar attribute? Lion's Roar vigorously shook his furry head, deciding to cast aside this odd sensation. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the entrance of the void passage and stepped inside, departing from the Guishu secret realm. Boom! A brilliant divine light erupted, twisting the void violently, akin to traversing an endless time-space tunnel. At last, Su Chang'e led everyone out of the Guishu secret realm. I hope we may cross paths again in the future. Within the secret realm, a graceful figure stood, gazing at Su Chang'e's departing silhouette, her beautiful eyes filled with tenderness. An ethereal aura surrounded her, reminiscent of a divine empress. Extraordinary and unparalleled, she seemed to embody the presence of a queen who commands the world. She was none other than Mu Yanxi, who had awakened her divine soul. Also known as the Peach Blossom Empress, Hua Qinwei. Outside the secret realm, numerous outstanding disciples returned to their respective factions. Good. As long as everyone is safe. The leading elder of the Giwan sacred land beamed with joy upon seeing all the disciples unharmed. He had braced himself for losses, as in previous years. There had always been disciples who perished within. Yet, this year, all returned safely, and he was well aware that this was largely thanks to Su Chang'e, whose strength was unmatched among them. However, upon seeing Su Chang'e mounted on the nine-headed golden lion, the demon clans erupted in outrage. Bold! Su Chang'e, how dare you ride our clan's heir as your steed? Do you take the nine-headed golden lion clan lightly? The clan elder of the nine-headed golden lion, an imposing figure with a mane of golden hair billowing, exuded an overwhelming aura, causing the void to tremble. His face flushed with anger as he pointed at Su Chang'e, hurling curses. Behind him, the expressions of the demon clan elders were filled with incredulity. What is happening? Wasn't Lion's Roar shouting for blood against Su Chang'e outside the secret realm? Indeed, how is it that upon his emergence, he appears transformed? as if he were a different beast altogether. Sure, Xiaocong, among all the remarkable prodigies of the demon clan, possesses a strength that ranks at the pinnacle, a figure deserving of the title of a youthful sovereign. Yet, to think that he has been reduced to a mere steed for the human race, paraded about so brazenly, is truly astonishing. Sure, Xiaocong has willingly chosen to be my mount. Did I compel him? Furthermore, to be the steed of this divine scion is indeed an honor for him. Su Chang'e remarked coolly, casting a glance at Sure Xiaocong. Poor Sure Xiaocong dared not utter a word. What ist? He had previously suffered a grievous defeat, and upon his emergence, his very soul had been tampered with. What if he were to meet his demise? Preposterous. The elder of the nine-headed Golden Lion clan trembled with fury, unleashing a terrifying surge of blood force towards Su Chang'e. Xiaocong, tell me, did he employ some vile means? Although the sacred land of returning origin is shrouded in mystery, my nine-headed Golden Lion clan harbors no fear of them. Sure, Xiaocong, though immensely humiliated, felt the weight of the gazes upon him, wishing he could burrow into the earth. Such disgrace. Instinctively, he wanted to declare that Su Chang'e had coerced him. Yet, the words stuck in his throat. After all, this expedition into the secret realm had granted him such bountiful rewards, all thanks to Su Chang'e. Contemplating this, he turned his head away, his face flushed with shame. To those present, this was tantamount to an admission. What? The myriad demons erupted in outrage. The heir of the illustrious nine-headed Golden Lion clan has, astonishingly, become Su Chang'e's mount, and willingly so. The demon race has always held itself in high esteem, looking down upon humanity, and the nine-headed Golden Lion clan is among the nobility of the demon realm. Such behavior is an utter disgrace to our kind. The elder of the nine-headed Golden Lion clan, witnessing Sure Xiaocong's reaction, turned pale with rage. All his pent-up frustration, anger, confusion, and disbelief coalesced into a thunderous roar. How can this be? Sure Xiaocong, the shame of the demon race. At that moment, an elder clad in black robes, exuding a chilling aura, approached Su Chang'e, demanding, Su Chang'e, why is the prince of the great Qin ancient dynasty not present? Chapter 69, The Ancestors' Descent. Swift execution. The voice of the old man in the black robe was chillingly cold. He was the leading elder of the ancient Qin dynasty, an unparalleled powerhouse at the late stage of the great ability realm, not far from the level of a saint. Beneath the saints, all are but ants. The cultivation world, despite its myriad ranks, essentially divides into two categories, those beneath the saints and those above. The formidable strength of a saint, having refined the laws of the holy path, is terrifyingly immense, capable of effortlessly tearing apart the void and annihilating entire worlds. Previously, he had heard rumors of a fierce clash between a prince of the ancient Qin dynasty and Su Chang'e. In the end, Su Chang'e emerged unscathed, while their prince mysteriously vanished, compelling him to deduce the most dire outcome. Su Chang'e, I have heard that the young master of my Gi sect disappeared after meeting with you. Do not feign ignorance. At this moment, the leading elder of the Gi sect spoke up, his expression equally frigid, fixing a piercing gaze on Su Chang'e. The elders of various factions, whose disciples had gone missing, exchanged glances, each voicing their accusations. A prodigy of my Tianlang tribe met you before his disappearance, and my Lifeng Sparrow clan, the heir of my Thunder Tiger clan as well. Su Chang'e, the disappearance of my Wuji Dao sect's disciple, is also linked to you, isn't it? They had already heard whispers regarding the events within the secret realm, and now they pressed forth, questioning Su Chang'e. Indeed, Su had encountered them, but regrettably, they were all dead, and he had been the one to end their lives. How unfortunate, Su Chang'e remarked, a faint smile gracing his lips, his demeanor unruffled. What? Su Chang'e's candid admission left the surrounding crowd in stunned silence. It was important to note that all present were members of top-tier powers, their strength formidable. And yet Su Chang'e had brazenly confessed to slaughtering so many of their disciples. Such audacity! The elders of the various factions were momentarily taken aback before their fury erupted. A terrifying aura pressing against the heavens, their eyes brimming with cold, murderous intent. Su Chang'e, You have gone too far, killing a prince of the ancient Qin dynasty. Do you truly believe that with the protection of the Guiyuan sacred land, I would not dare to take your life? How arrogant! You have insulted my Gi sect, and now you have slain our young master. Today, you shall surely die. Damn the human race. You shall pay for the life of our demon race prodigy. Kill him. This savage and bloodthirsty wretch cannot be spared. The elders of numerous factions surged forth, their malevolence palpable, a chilling and terrifying pressure descending upon Su Chang'e. You seek death. A flash of cold light crossed the elder of the Guiyuan sacred land, who unleashed an overwhelming aura to stand protectively before Su Chang'e. He had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent, but should these individuals press the attack, he would risk his life to shield Su Chang'e. To comprehend the significance of Su Chang'e, one must recognize that he is held in high esteem by the venerable ancestors of the Guiyuan sacred land, even garnering the attention of the ancient forebears. Indeed, Su Chang'e represents the very future of their sanctum, and even at the cost of his own life. He is determined to safeguard him. To threaten my life? How utterly absurd. Su Chang'e remarked coldly, the Guishu secret realm is fraught with peril. Should one meet their untimely demise within, they can only blame their own inadequacies. Is it permissible for you to eliminate others while forbidding retaliation? Furthermore, I stand here. Do you truly believe you can slay me? His gaze was remarkably calm, devoid of fear or weakness, even in the presence of such formidable figures. In truth, he harbored no trepidation. In a contest among peers, he alone could suppress them all. Should anyone dare to employ their might against the weak, that burden would fall upon the Guiyuan sacred land. Impudent wretches, if this child does not perish, he shall undoubtedly become a grave concern for us in the future. Indeed, it will be prudent to resolve this matter today. With a thunderous roar, resplendent holy light erupted, a mysterious radiance ascending, and a terrifying aura seemed capable of tearing asunder the heavens. Particularly, the murderous intent emanating from those present threatened to reduce Su Chang'e to mere fragments. After millennia, it appeared that the illustrious reputation of the Guiyuan sacred land had long been forgotten by the world. At that moment, a chilling snort resonated from the depths of the firmament, akin to the voice of a divine path or an emperor bearing celestial authority. The mere presence of that formidable majesty exuded an air of mysterious and terrifying supremacy. With a resounding rumble, the void twisted, chaos enveloping the surroundings, and even the very laws of this realm trembled in lament. The overwhelming spiritual pressure reverberated through the hearts of all present, akin to the tolling of a great bell. Though the figure remained indistinct, its towering stature seemed to expand the very heavens and earth, compelling everyone to tremble and desire to prostrate themselves. It was Elder Batsong. The elder leading the Guiyuan sacred land was visibly elated. This esteemed elder ranked alongside the legendary Pajun, possessing even greater strength, and his temperament was notably more formidable. Nevertheless, he felt a profound sense of awe. After many years in the sanctum, this was his first encounter with this venerable ancestor, and it was for the express purpose of defending Su Chang'e. Truly, he was the son of God. The disciples of the Guiyuan sacred land displayed excitement. Yet there was little jealousy among them, for this privilege belonged to but one individual, the Son of God, Su Chang'e. A gaggle of petty individuals dares to threaten the son of our sacred land? You have overstepped your bounds. Elder Ba Tsong's icy voice resonated throughout the universe. His gaze as indifferent as the void itself. The elders of various factions, upon being scrutinized by Elder Ba Tsong, turned pale, some even trembling uncontrollably under the weight of his presence. They could scarcely believe that a mere disciple had drawn forth the legendary Elder Ba Tsong. It is worth noting that when they were still disciples, Elder Ba Tsong had already held the title of ancestor within the Guiyuan sacred land. Having remained hidden from the world for so long, many had speculated that he had transcended to a higher realm. Yet today, I never anticipated encountering this legendary figure under such circumstances. Senior, please quell your anger. I was wrong. I beseech you, esteemed elder, do not hold it against me. We merely intended to jest with the esteemed Son of God. The elders of various factions turned pale, their previous bravado evaporating. Resembling timid chicks, they understood that the rivalry among the younger generation was not a matter for the elders to meddle in. Should they dare to overstep, their fate would be exceedingly grim. Do you truly believe that the sacred land of return to origin is but a mere floor tile, to be tread upon at will? The voice of Ancestor Song resounded once more, his sleeves sweeping dramatically. Rays of divine light flashed forth, akin to the brilliance of the great Tao, causing the very void to shatter inch by inch. Where the divine light struck, those once imposing elders of various factions perished as if they were mere ants. No. May the sacred land of return to origin suffer a wretched fate. Are you not fearful of igniting our eternal war with such tyranny? Some elders, realizing the dire nature of their situation, resorted to threats. And what of the eternal war? The sacred land of return to origin has stood for countless years. Have we ever feared anyone? Even in the face of the apocalyptic war, we remain unafraid. How could we be intimidated by insignificant beings like you? Ancestor Song's words exuded unparalleled authority, akin to a sovereign judging the heavens and the earth. With a series of blood-red flashes, crimson blooms erupted, overwhelming the skies. The universe trembled, the great Tao lamented. The formidable powers of various factions fell one after another, as if facing divine judgment, ruthlessly executed without mercy. All present were left in stunned silence, witnessing the might of Ancestor Song, who, with a mere snap of his fingers, annihilated the powerful from each faction. Chapter 70. Mastering the power of the five elements, becoming the world tree. The sound of swallowing saliva echoed incessantly. The world lay in silence, and a tremor coursed through the air. It is known that countless forces sought to venture into the mysterious realm of the return to ruins. The elders of these factions initially planned to unite against Su Chang'e. Yet, upon the arrival of the venerable ancestor of the Guiyuan Holy Land, they were all ruthlessly annihilated. These were prominent figures from formidable powers, yet they met such a hasty demise. Even the threat of initiating the immortal war could not spare them from the clutches of death. Was it not said that the venerable ancestor of the Guiyuan Holy Land had long since transcended to the west? The Guiyuan Holy Land harbors profound secrets. One cannot fathom how many more ancestors dwell within their ancestral grounds. Elders familiar with the history of the Guiyuan Holy Land spoke in hushed tones. The Guiyuan Holy Land is far more than a mere sanctuary. Over countless epochs, it has birthed innumerable prodigies, yet suddenly, one day, these exceptional individuals seem to vanish without a trace, their fates unknown. However, the heritage of the Guiyuan Holy Land remains unfathomable to ordinary minds. With the two ancient ancestors and the distant progenitor still present, it would likely be no challenge for them to upheave the northern underworld domain. But did not their ancient ancestor and progenitor disappear during the cataclysmic war? Silence. If you wish to perish, do not drag us down with you, one individual exclaimed, his expression changing drastically, hastily interrupting. The ancestor of the Guiyuan Holy Land is right here. How dare this reckless fool curse them? Does he wish for his own life to be cut short? Truly, the path to greatness is fraught with peril. All manner of individuals exist. Chang'e, you are remarkable. Suddenly, the venerable ancestor Song gave a thumbs up to Su Chang'e. The more he observed this young man, the more he admired him. In the face of threats from other powerful figures, Su Chang'e remained unyielding and composed. This is the demeanor befitting the divine son of the Guiyuan Holy Land. Then, with a chilling gaze, the venerable ancestor of Song directed his terrifying pressure towards several elders of the factions. If I learn of any attempts to bully the weak, I shall not hesitate to pay your sect a visit. A collective shiver ran through the many forces present. The thought of such a formidable ancestor visiting their domain sent chills down their spines. After such a visit, their factions would surely be laid to waste. As the venerable ancestor of Song vanished into the void once more, a long sigh of relief escaped the crowd. The gaze they cast upon Su Chang'e was now imbued with profound respect. It appeared that this divine son of the Guiyuan Holy Land was indeed extraordinary. It was beyond their expectations that even the legendary ancestor of Batsong would step forward for him. Such envy stirred within their hearts. Yet this felt only natural. With Su Chang's innate talent, he would likely have no rivals among the younger generation. Alas, the path of greatness now belongs to Su Chang'e, leaving no opportunity for the youth to rise. Many could not help but lament skyward. Outmatched in talent, it seems they are now outmatched in lineage as well. Should one dare to bully the divine son of the Guiyuan Holy Land? Undoubtedly, the arrival of the esteemed ancestors of the Guiyuan Sacred Land will result in a formidable onslaught. Merely contemplating this sends shivers down the spines of many. Let us depart. Matters here have concluded, and it is time to return to the Sacred Land. Su Chang'e issued the command, for at this point, the situation no longer concerned him greatly. Radiant light ascended as chariots erupted in resplendent brilliance. Shortly thereafter, the fabric of space was torn asunder, revealing a colossal spatial corridor amidst heaven and earth. Thunderous roars echoed as hurricanes swept through and shimmering lights manifested, with chariots transforming into vibrant rainbows, all racing towards the void passage. Such a tremendous upheaval here will surely unsettle the northern underworld domain in the days to come. Not only the northern underworld domain, but the surrounding realms will likely be affected, as these elder disciples belong to the pinnacle of power. Yet, Su Chang'e truly lives up to his reputation. One wonders if the sealed taboo prodigies and ancient monstrosities can withstand him. Alas, as the grand era approaches, Su Chang'e is destined to be the most resplendent star. Many prodigious disciples and elders express their sentiments. Undoubtedly, Su Chang'e has indelibly etched his mark in their hearts. Naturally, the events unfolding here resemble a tempest, sweeping across various domains. Your Highness, I have just received news that the first Saint's son, Yi Lintian, and the second Saint's son, Bai Shanghuai, have returned. They have never met you, and I fear they. Yin Xinyan said, her concern palpable. The first Saint's son, the possessor of the ancient double pupils. I am indeed curious to see him. Although the second Saint's son, Bai Shanghuai, also possesses a formidable reincarnation physique, he pales in comparison to the ancient double pupils. Upon returning to the Guiyuan Sacred Land, Su Chang'e's immediate course of action was to hastily enter secluded cultivation. Your Highness is truly diligent. With such extraordinary talent, he remains steadfast in his training, serving as a paragon for us all. Indeed, we must humbly learn from His Highness. With Su Chang'e's return, a fervor for cultivation once again surged through the Guiyuan Sacred Land. There is no denying that Su Chang'e has become an unparalleled figure in their hearts, nearly an idol for every disciple. Meanwhile, within the Guiyuan Holy Hall, Su Chang'e sought to fuse the strand of celestial light obtained from the realm of Inquisition with the fragment of the celestial repairing stone. This fragment, also related to the celestial realm, harbored a rich essence of the five elements. If nurtured by this celestial light, the potential of the fragment would be infinitely magnified. Thus, my world tree seed shall undergo a transformation once more. Without hesitation, Su Chang'e channeled the spiritual energy within him, combining it with a heavenly dome gathering spirit array, causing the spiritual energy within 100 miles to surge towards the Guiyuan Holy Hall with fervent intensity. A thunderous rumble echoed as a radiant light, imbued with the hues of the five elements, emanated from Su Chang'e's hand. The concentrated essence of the five elements seemed to form miniature worlds, exuding an intensely fervent aura. As Su Chang'e continued to compress it, the dazzling light gradually coalesced into a sphere. The essence of the five elements erupted, resonating with the vastness of the void. Particularly, the resplendent power of flame encapsulates the other four elemental attributes, as the soaring fire manifests into a celestial phoenix that obscures the heavens. The resonant cry of the phoenix is both majestic and enigmatic, its body, imbued with divine fire, seemingly capable of effortlessly rending the very firmament. This phenomenon arises from Su Chang'e's amalgamation of the infernal flame of heaven and the sacred flame of path-breaking. This vast power of flame astonishingly takes on a corporeal form, transforming into an ethereal phoenix capable of annihilating the world. A single wisp of this flame resembles the primal fire of the cosmos, potent enough to incinerate all creation. Within him, the seed of the world tree bursts forth in a kaleidoscope of radiant hues, accompanied by an overwhelming inferno as the phoenix dances and twirls around him. Should Su Chang'e gather the sacred artifacts of the other four elements, he could even transmute the remaining divine beasts, the azure dragon, the black tortoise, the white tiger, and the Qilin. Mastering the quintessence of the five elements, he shall become the world tree. Chapter 71. A desperate choice, the storm approaches. The immortal general rises while Su Chang'e was engrossed in his cultivation. The events unfolding in the Guishu secret realm swept through the various realms like a tempest. Particularly, the demon clan found itself in a state of agitation. The heir of the nine-headed golden lion tribe, Shi Shao Tsang, had inexplicably become a mount for a member of the human race. Such a disgrace for the demon clan. Indeed, as a royal of our demon lineage, to submit to a mere human is utterly ludicrous. I believe Shi Shao Tsang is unworthy to represent his tribe. Moreover, that Su Chang'e is truly detestable. He has slain our exceptional demon talents, and even murdered our esteemed elders. Such brazen oppression of our kind is intolerable. The entire demon clan resembled a powder keg, bursting forth with palpable tension. Numerous radical factions within the demon race even called for a coalition of powerful forces to wage an immortal war against the Guiyuan Holy Land. This was not mere idle talk, as those demon forces whose elders had been slain by the venerable Batsong were already conspiring in secret. In an ancient realm inhabited by demons, various beastly creatures gathered. The thunderous pung bird, the fierce tiger brimming with vitality, and the flame-wreathed divine phoenix were all present. The actions of the Guiyuan Holy Land are undeniably a grievous insult to the demon race. Do they truly believe that after that great battle, they can treat us as mere playthings? Indeed, Su Chang'e of the Guiyuan Holy Land has slaughtered so many of our demon prodigies, and that damned ancestor of the Guiyuan Holy Land indiscriminately executed our elder without regard for justice. Such malice deserves retribution. Let me speak truthfully. Do you truly dare to initiate an immortal war against the Guiyuan Holy Land? The speaker was the representative of the nine-headed golden lion tribe. Silence. Has your nine-headed golden lion tribe become a spy for the human race? As royals of our demon lineage, you dare to bolster the ambitions of others. Absurd. If you are not afraid of death, then go ahead. Some foolish demons may become stepping stones for the Guiyuan Holy Land to establish their dominance, and I shall not stand in your way. The representative of the nine-headed golden lion tribe wore a mocking expression, to be candid, after hearing Shi Shao Tsang's account. Their tribe harbored little animosity towards Su Chang'e. It is worth noting that had it not been for the fortune bestowed upon Shi Shao Tsang by Su Chang'e during their expedition in the Guishu secret realm, he would not have acquired such a wealth of divine beast blood essence. This blood essence holds great significance for them, as it could enable a resurgence of their ancestral lineage. Should Shi Shao Tsang's bloodline revert, his prospects of attaining the status of an unparalleled demon emperor would be greatly enhanced. Ultimately, they owe Su Chang'e a debt of gratitude. It is known that those who provoked Su Chang'e in the Guishu secret realm met with their demise, leaving no trace behind. Meanwhile, the heir of the nine-headed golden lion tribe remains unharmed, having reaped such tremendous benefits. How could they not feel elated? I assert that the nine-headed golden lion tribe is unworthy to represent our demon royal lineage. Are you suggesting you can take their place? How about a duel with our clan? The elders of the two opposing demon factions glared at each other, the atmosphere thick with tension. Silence. Initiating an immortal war against the Guiyuan Holy Land is the most foolish course of action. Do you truly believe that the survival of the Guiyuan sacred land amidst that apocalyptic battle was merely a stroke of luck? Undoubtedly, Su Chang'e's talent stands unrivaled among the contemporary youth. Yet, the ancient prodigies we have sealed are not necessarily incapable of challenging him. In due time, both Shenlong Island and Jinhuang Cave shall re-emerge, heralding the advent of a grand era. Upon hearing the words of the venerable elder from the demon clan, the surrounding murmurs gradually subsided. There is no doubt that the astonishment brought forth by Su Chang'e is monumental, especially considering his sweeping dominance during this expedition into the Guishu secret realm. Even some figures of the older generation found themselves overshadowed by him, evoking a sense of sorrow. With such a prodigy in existence, this grand era seems to belong solely to him. Su Chang'e is the protagonist of this epic. While the numerous talented disciples are reduced to inconsequential supporting characters, mere passers-by, simultaneously, in the ancient Qin dynasty, Roar, a phantom of a true dragon, spiraled through the air, resembling a colossal mountain, obscuring the sky and traversing the void. An overwhelming aura of murderous intent surged forth from within a grand palace. Su Chang Ye, rumbling thunder echoed. The sovereign of the ancient Qin dynasty, seated upon his dragon throne, swept his embroidered robe, unleashing a destructive force that shattered the void, causing space to disintegrate inch by inch. His eyes burned with an intense crimson hue, bloodshot and twisted with a profound rage. He had prepared a feast, eagerly anticipating his son's return, only to be struck by the news that all disciples of the ancient Qin dynasty had perished. Even his youngest son had met the same fate. A terrifying aura, laced with an overwhelming killing intent, swept through the void, leaving the ministers of the ancient Qin dynasty trembling in fear. They bowed their heads, pallid-faced, having never witnessed their sovereign in such a furious state. The ruler of the ancient Qin dynasty was engulfed in wrath, yet dared not take further action. He understood that, given the current strength of the ancient Qin dynasty, they could not contend with the Guiyuan sacred land. If the legendary ancestor of the Batsong clan was indeed alive, it compelled him to speculate that other elders still resided within the Guiyuan sacred land. Should he rashly initiate a conflict, it could very well plunge the ancient Qin dynasty into an irretrievable abyss. How much longer until the ancient princes awaken? Your Majesty, in less than a month, the first ancient prince will awaken. A minister of the ancient Qin dynasty responded hastily. A month, is it? Tai, hold on just a bit longer soon. Your father shall avenge you. Do not disclose this matter to Qin Xilan yet. Let her focus on her cultivation. The ruler of the ancient Qin dynasty instructed further. His daughter was not significantly inferior to the ancient princes. Had she been born a male, the title of crown prince would undoubtedly belong to Tai. However, he had learned from past experiences and wished to wait for the first ancient prince to awaken, intending for the two of them to unite in suppressing Su Chang'e. He had already heard whispers of the events transpiring within the Guishu secret realm, with so many prodigies uniting yet failing to subdue Su Chang'e. Relying solely on his daughter will be far from sufficient. Compared to the ancient Qin dynasty, the unification sect finds itself in a state of utter chaos. The grand hall of the sect resembles a tumultuous mess. Initially, one of their elders was slain by Su Chang'e, prompting the sacred land of Guiyuan to force the sect into a public apology. Now, even the son of their sect master has fallen victim to Su Chang'e's blade. This is an unparalleled humiliation for a prestigious sect. The first incident merely left the unification sect's reputation in tatters, but this time it has been thoroughly crushed and trampled into the ground. Master, the sacred land of Guiyuan has gone too far. If we do not respond to this affront, how can our sect maintain its standing in the northern underworld domain? The outside world has inflated the reputation of the sacred land of Guiyuan to mythical proportions. For countless years, I have observed that the sacred land has long since declined, merely a hollow shell of its former self. This marks the second threat against the unification sect from the sacred land, and it is time to reckon with both old grievances and new ones. The emotions of the many elders and disciples of the unification sect have reached a boiling point. In their eyes, cultivation exists solely for the sake of honor, and the relentless oppression from the sacred land has become intolerable. Yet, the most troubled is the sect master himself. His son has been slain by Su Chang'e, and even the sacred Tao flame has been seized by the foe. Now, as public outrage swells, if he fails to take decisive action, the sect will be plunged into an unprecedented crisis. Suddenly, divine consciousness penetrates his mind. His gaze sharpens, and he exhales deeply, resolutely. He declares, "Convey to the sacred land of Guyuan that Su Chang'e must return the sacred Tao flame and apologize to our sect. Otherwise, we shall not hesitate to commence an everlasting war." This is the command of the sect's revered ancestor, aligning perfectly with the previous actions of the sacred land. However, what ensues will far surpass their expectations. For the sacred land of Guyuan is not the unification sect. The eternal war is about to commence. Chapter 72. The celestial war drums resound, storms rise, and the world transforms. The pronouncement of the return to unity sect swept through the northern underworld domain like a tempest, creating ripples of unprecedented intensity. The news reached not only the northern underworld domain, but also various other sects across countless territories, all of whom awaited the response of the return to Origin Holy Land. Should the Holy Land indeed extend an apology to the return to unity sect, the enigmatic legends surrounding its profound heritage would be irrevocably shattered. Furthermore, the elite factions opposing the Holy Land would undoubtedly conspire to seize this opportunity, seeking to obliterate it completely. Meanwhile, within the ancestral grounds of the return to Origin Holy Land, venerable figures sat in meditation, particularly at the pinnacle of a dais. 3 silhouettes radiated an aura so potent that it felt as though the very fabric of the world might rupture. A mere glance from them could pierce through the annals of eternity. These higher beings, obscured within the boundless rhythms of the Tao, were but indistinct phantoms, their true forms absent, merely a wisp of their essence. The realm had long since become incapable of accommodating their cultivation. Should they mismanage their presence, the entire lower realm would be shattered beneath their overwhelming might. They were the 2 most enigmatic ancients and the forefather of the return to Origin Holy Land. The return to Unity sect, which had been a mere speck on the map thousands of years ago, dared to act with such audacity. The ancestors of destruction and Long Song are our hope. The indistinct figure at the summit intoned gravely to the ancestor of destruction. How dare anyone threaten our holy land and its divine sun? You should know what must be done. The ancestor of destruction's gaze flickered with understanding, recognizing the intentions of the 2 ancients and the forefather. If this matter were not resolved with decisive measures, their divine son would face relentless targeting on the path of the great Tao. Only through bloodshed could they send a warning to those who dared meddle in their affairs. Retribution from the return to Origin Holy Land awaited them. Outside the return to Origin Holy Land, the ancestor of destruction radiated resplendent divine light as he ascended to the heavens, proclaiming aloud, "The return to unity sect has committed an act of unparalleled treachery, daring to threaten our holy land and its divine son. This is a flagrant affront to our dignity, a grievous sin. Our holy land shall consign you to the crimson lotus hell, where you shall endure for eternity, never to reincarnate." With a flourish of his sleeve, he conjured a vision of a blood-stained bronze war drum from the void, the celestial war drum of the return to Origin Holy Land. To strike this drum signified the commencement of an immortal conflict, heralding the descent of a faction into an abyss of despair. Boom, boom, boom. The air crackled with murderous intent, and the void quaked. The thunderous reverberations of the war drum echoed throughout the entire northern underworld domain, even reaching distant territories. Some reclusive ancestors, startled from their meditative slumber, emerged from their coffins, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed toward the northern underworld domain. Is this the celestial war drum? How long has it been since this sound echoed? The celestial war drum, a harbinger of divine wrath, its resonance shattering all before it. In this moment, countless ancient figures across various domains turned their attention to the northern underworld domain. The long-slumbering dragon has awakened. The thunderous sound of war drums reverberates across the land, imbued with an aura of inexorable killing intent. Countless affiliated forces of the Guizhen Holy Land stand ready, their armies and formidable warriors fully prepared. Though these forces may appear insignificant, their numbers are beyond reckoning. The combined might of all affiliated powers of the Guizhen Holy Land forms an apocalyptic tide. Boom! The war drums resound once more. Immediately, the void trembles and the endless firmament shatters, opening numerous rifts in space. Countless runes construct bridges that span the chasms. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, the synchronized sound of marching feet emanates from a myriad void passages. Divine light blazes forth, and the winds of change swirl violently. The dazzling divine radiance pierces the heavens like a celestial sword. Countless soldiers clad in divine armor, wielding long spears and sharp swords, descend from the void. These are the divine armies of the Guajian Holy Land. Throughout the eons, they have fought innumerable battles, obliterating countless orthodox powers. The celestial horsemen respond to the call. The Skybreaker Armored Legion answers the summons. The Thunderous Spear Legion heeds the call. The Azura War Guardians rally to the cause. Millions of troops arrive in an instant, battle flags fluttering, clashing weapons resounding, and the spirit of war surging to great heights. Divine light erupts, divine beasts roar, resembling an army that conquers the heavens. The decree of the Holy Land is our guiding principle. We are willing to brave fire and water for the Holy Land. And wherever the Holy Land's blade points, it shall plunge into the depths of the abyss. Each army's leader is a supremely holy warrior, roaring to the heavens. Their battle fervor soaring, especially as millions of divine soldiers join in unison. Their might is earth-shattering. This is the legendary celestial army of the Guajian Holy Land, the elite among divine forces. Many from various realms gasp in astonishment. They had long believed that this celestial army had perished in the cataclysmic battle. Yet, they are astonished to find such a multitude still exists. But the spectacle does not end there. The void once again rips apart, and a unit clad in black-scaled battle armor, riding fearsome dragon beasts, steps forth in perfect formation. That is it. The Dragon Roar Obliteration Guard. Is this not akin to the elite guards of the Guajian Holy Land? Why have they emerged as well? All eyes are filled with trepidation, fixated on this divine army. Though this force comprises only a scant few tens of thousands, each warrior exudes the presence of a saint. Moreover, some have even reached the pinnacle of sainthood. The ferocious beasts they ride seem to possess the bloodline of celestial creatures, their aura astonishing and terrifying. The weapons they wield are all of the highest holy caliber. Among them, several hundred leaders have attained the peak of great saintly cultivation. The Dragon Roar Obliteration Guard stands ready. What shall be the fate of those who dare offend our holy land? The leader bellows, "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Tens of thousands of divine soldiers roar in unison, their terrifying aura shattering the cosmos, causing the void to lament. Yet, as the war drums of the heavens resound once more, two terrifying whirlpools continuously swirl and converge in the void. Two formidable auras erupted from within, exuding an imperial might that was both overwhelming and unparalleled. One figure donned a pristine white robe, while the other was clad in a dark cloak. The terrifying power of the laws continuously blossomed around them, radiant with divine light and resonating with the essence of the Tao, revealing them to be two quasi-emperor-level powerhouses. The ancient cultivators felt a chill run down their spines. The Gu Yuan sacred land had, with such ease, dispatched two quasi-emperor-level beings. Merely these two could sweep through half of the forces. If coupled with such a terrifying army of Tao, the implications were staggering. Yet, the spectacle was far from over. As a resounding drumbeat echoed through the air, crack, the void shattered inch by inch, and an even more terrifying imperial might surge forth, sweeping across all directions and dominating the heavens. That was an imperial weapon, a weapon of unparalleled power. Could it be that a great emperor was nurturing it? Many factions were left in a state of shock, their senses dulled by the overwhelming display. The profound depth of the Gu Yuan sacred land had already opened their eyes to new realms. Some of the elder beings murmured, "Has the Gu Yuan sacred land, once feared by the heavens, finally awakened in its entirety?" Chapter 73. The five supreme forces declare war. The terrifying foundations. Will the emperor return? What a magnificent sacred land of return to origin. My sect's ancestors once produced an emperor. When were we so humiliated? Raise the battle flag of heavenly warfare. As the words of the leader of the Return to Unity sect echoed, an ancient bronze pillar thundered into existence deep within the sect, upon which a battle flag stained with mottled blood was displayed. The fierce winds howled, the flag danced, and a terrifying aura of slaughter swept across the land. Is the Return to Unity sect also preparing for a direct confrontation with the sacred land of Return to Origin? This is not a wise course of action. Indeed, yet there is little choice. If this matter remains unresolved, the younger generation of our adversaries will never see the light of day again. Many ancient figures gazed toward the direction of the northern underworld domain. The battle of immortality, with corpses piled high and rivers of blood flowing, will rage until the heavens darken and the earth is shrouded, until the enemy is annihilated. Suddenly, in the western extreme domain, a terrifying phantom materialized, exerting pressure upon the heavens, causing the world to tremble. The sacred land of Return to Origin has gone too far. They have slaughtered the Holy Son and elders of the Infinite Tao sect. If we are not given an explanation, we too shall partake in the battle of immortality. That voice transcended millions of miles, crossing domains, instilling fear and trepidation. What? The Infinite Tao sect is also joining the battle of immortality? Many were taken aback, astonished that the Infinite Tao sect had chosen this moment to declare war. Yet, the events had not yet concluded. In the Demon Ruins domain, 3 more voices echoed. Within an ancient mountain, a malevolent aura surged skyward. Boom! A torrent of demonic energy churned, and a celestial wolf, capable of devouring the heavens and moons, roared in fury. The sacred land of Return to Origin is barbaric and unreasonable. The battle of immortality? Our clan accepts the challenge. Simultaneously, upon an ancient towering tree, fierce winds howled, and colossal divine birds stirred the air. A middle-aged man clad in feathered robes revealed a murderous intent, his gaze fixed on the direction of the sacred land of Return to Origin. Those ancient beings of the demon clan, must they truly fear this sacred land of Return to Origin? First, they slaughtered the prodigies of my Li F. Ingchu clan, then they killed our elders. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the middle-aged man became even more incensed. That prodigy was not merely a talented youth of the clan. He was also his most cherished son. Furthermore, their demon clan had long harbored deep grievances against the sacred land of Return to Origin, stemming from the human-demon war many years prior. Their clan had suffered greatly at the hands of the sacred land. Perhaps the passage of time had led them to misjudge their own strength. Or perhaps, with 3 supreme forces now declaring their intent to wage war against the sacred land, they sought to seize this opportunity to redeem their honor. The debts of the past must be repaid today. The storms I formed atop the towering tree, gradually revealing a bronze horn that emitted a faint azure glow. The sound of the horn resonated across countless domains, as the clang of iron and the roar of battle surged forth. The 4th Supreme Force has declared war on the sacred land of Return to Origin. Rumbling, above the skies of the Demon Ruins domain, thunder flashed and erupted over the domain of the demon prison, shattering the air with a breath of destruction. Roar! The thunder of destruction intertwines, coalescing into a colossal tiger that obscures the heavens. The runes of thunder threaten to annihilate the world. The vast power of vitality sweeps across the skies. This is the apex of the demon race, the Thunder Tiger clan. Those who offend our Thunder Tiger tribe shall face retribution, no matter how far they may be. The heavens tremble, and the universe quakes. The foremost powers of the 5 directions have unexpectedly allied to declare war on the Return to Origin sacred land. Countless epochs of dormant immortal battles are poised to erupt in this era. Could it be that these major factions have colluded? Clearly, the immortal battle is between the Return to Origin sacred land and the Return to Unity sect. Why do they seek to involve themselves? The prodigies of these factions were all slain by Su Chang'e in the abyssal ruins, and eventually, their elders fell to the hands of the opposing ancestors. They must be seeking to exploit this opportunity. One must admit, their calculations are astute. By leveraging the conflict between the Return to Origin Sacred Land and the Return to Unity sect, they can conveniently intervene to exert pressure on the Sacred Land. Do you think the Return to Origin Sacred Land will yield to the collective pressure from the five factions? It is uncertain. Rumor has it that the Return to Origin Sacred Land is even connected to the legendary Celestial Domain. It is likely far more complex than it appears. Some ancient figures are incessantly exchanging thoughts through spiritual consciousness. At this moment, countless factions are fixated on the unfolding events. The terrifying force of slaughter manifests an overwhelming might that veils the sky, as if doomsday has arrived. Meanwhile, upon witnessing the coalition of the five foremost powers launching an assault, the Return to Origin Sacred Land does not display any significant movements. Instead, a continuous stream of troops emerges from a void, fully equipped and poised for battle at any moment. The Return to Origin's Sacred Hall remains surprisingly tranquil. Su Chang'e understands the intentions of the Sacred Land. He refrains from speaking much, for this immortal battle is inevitable. Should the Return to Origin's Sacred Land choose to compromise, it would lose any chance of resurgence. His only task is to enhance his own strength, to become an insurmountable chasm among the younger generation, a profound abyss unreachable by the young prodigies, a towering mountain on the path to imperial ascendance. These young ones from the domains of the Tao are becoming increasingly audacious. It seems our sacred land has remained silent for too long, inviting all to trample upon us. Chang'e is diligently cultivating. If we cannot resolve such trifles on his behalf, what face do we have left as the Return to Origin's Sacred Land? The ancestor of the breaking army sighed. Currently, many of our great emperors are engaged in battles abroad. If we were to summon them back, it would likely lead to delays. No matter, replied an ancient figure on the highest platform. The young lady Xianyu is not far from this realm. Though I am merely an avatar, constructing a temporal passage is not a formidable task. As an avatar, his power is but a fraction of his true self. As for the far ancestor, it is exceedingly difficult for him to intervene, although a mere flick of his finger could easily shatter this world. The unknown, terrifying entity would detect his presence. He does not fear a confrontation, but rather dreads shattering the heavens and returning all to the void. The depths of the Return to Origin Sacred Land are profound, so much so that even the ancestor of the breaking army is unaware of its true foundation. He was only aware that during the primordial era, their sacred land had already been established, and the origins of those who founded it were shrouded in the mists of time. The return of the Xuanyu Emperor would require some time. Batsong and Pajun, you two shall personally lead the army. Both of you possess the cultivation of perfected quasi-emperors, and I trust that these insignificant foes will not pose a challenge to you. Rest assured, their emperor shall not return. That lad from the emperor battle is not enough to allow those emperors to come back. Upon hearing the explanation from the ancient ancestor, Pajun's heart was somewhat at ease. The emperor of battle was once a figure who emerged from their sacred land, and he remains a pinnacle among emperors. All emperors are engaged in battle at a distant and ancient battlefield, a rule established by all factions. However, those of extraordinary might can transcend this rule. Unfortunately, the Guiyuan Sacred Land is one such entity. If their emperors wish to return, they must first contend with the might of the Guiyuan Sacred Land's emperor. In terms of a number of emperors, the Guiyuan Sacred Land fears nothing. Chapter 74. The Ancient Sword Array, a cataclysmic collision, the fall of the semi-emperor boom. The war drums resounded, and the horns blared. The armies of the five great powers surged forth like a cataclysmic tide from five distinct directions, sweeping towards the sacred land of Return to Origin. The might of the saints filled the air, exerting a pressure that dominated the cosmos. Celestial beasts and mythical creatures obscured the sky. Among them, several figures exuded an aura of terror, their imperial might piercing through the universe, with the essence of the Tao roaring and echoing, captivating the hearts of those who beheld it. They were all formidable semi-emperors. A total of 8 semi-emperors. If a battle were to erupt at the sacred land of Return to Origin, it would surely be reduced to rubble in an instant. However, something seemed amiss. It appeared that within the ranks of these armies, there were several areas capable of concealing the probing of divine senses, suggesting the presence of hidden semi-emperors. An ancient figure speculated. Simultaneously, the coalition of the five great powers arrived in the world where the sacred land of return to origin resided. The sacred land of return to origin is brutal and merciless, having slain our clan's outstanding elders. Today, it must be annihilated. Countless ages have passed since the cataclysmic war, and the former glory of the sacred land will be obliterated by us. The most enigmatic of forces? Your laughable lies shall be exposed. The powerful figures of the five great factions roared towards the heavens. They had initially intended to intimidate the sacred land of return to origin. Yet now, united, they found themselves backed by innumerable armies, several semi-emperors, and extraordinary experts hidden in the shadows. This vast torrent alone was sufficient to obliterate countless formidable forces. Engaging the sacred land's emperor head-on was not out of the question. In their eyes, they held all the winning cards. How could they possibly lose? Today, the sacred land of return to origin will surely perish. Annihilate return to origin. Annihilate return to origin. The armies of the five great powers shouted in unison, their might shaking the heavens and earth. Boom! Yet at that moment, deep within the sacred land of return to origin, a brilliant beam of light ascended into the heavens. An ancient aura sweeping in all directions, seemingly connecting with the firmament. The winds and clouds shifted, swirling like a vortex. Following this, numerous formations coalesced above the ninth heaven, tens of thousands of arrays obscuring the sky. Each formation trembled and roared in unison, and with every flash of divine light, a sharply potent aura gathered within. What is this? Upon witnessing this scene, several ancient experts felt their scalps tingle, beads of sweat involuntarily forming on their foreheads. The fearsome reputation of the ancient sword array is known to all. Each rotating formation above the heavens harbored countless sword energies, gathered from the essence of spiritual chi. But how much sword energy could such a densely packed array unleash? Merely the thought of its magnitude sent shivers down their spines. A symphony of 10,000 swords rang out, dazzling the world. Wherever the swords reached, they would sever myriad paths. The journey is far. The ancient sword array is merely an appetizer. I invite you all to indulge. The grand ancestor of the breaking army remarked with a faint smile. At the moment his words fell, a blinding divine radiance erupted, and the golden formation unleashed a torrent of razor-sharp sword chi. The densely packed sword lights flickered like cold stars, akin to constellations within the Milky Way. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 10,000 swords shattered the void, like a meteor shower descending. The myriad divine swords descended like a judgment from heavens. The coalition of the five great powers found many of its members caught unawares, ruthlessly slain by the divine blades forged within the ancient sword formation. The sound of flesh being pierced echoed, alongside the cries of the fallen. Quickly, form the Spirit Defense Formation. Thunder Tiger Clan. Establish the Thunder Shield Formation. The Wujideo Sect. The acrid scent of blood jolted them awake, prompting each faction to unleash their most formidable defensive formations. Though inferior to the ancient sword formation, they could, at the very least, mitigate some of the casualties. How laughable! Such superficiality, daring to provoke our sacred land of return. If so, let them experience the depths of the abyss. Within the sacred land of return, some elders wore expressions of disdain. The Warbreaker Elder stood with hands clasped behind his back in the void, coldly declaring, "Those who offend our sacred land shall inevitably descend into the boundless hell." As his words fell, millions of iron cavalry surged forth with a roar. Those cataclysmic floods of destruction, like an army felling the heavens, surged with indomitable battle intent, the clangor of weapons ringing out. They advanced like a tide, mercilessly crushing the five great coalitions. The Warbreaker Elder, along with the Elder of Dominance and two quasi-emperors, revealed an overwhelming coldness. Their terrifying principles pressing through the void toward the coalition. Clashing steel and thundering beasts roared, the intent to kill permeating the skies, shaking the very heavens and earth. The countless forces of the sacred land of return also set forth in an instant. Under the leadership of the dragon roar exterminators, their momentum intensified, akin to a colossal tide of annihilation. Seek death. Kill. Exterminate every individual from the sacred land of return, leaving none alive. An elder from the Unity sect bellowed in rage. This was their prime opportunity to redeem past humiliations, and they would not let it slip by. The united forces of the 5 factions against the sacred land of return were a rare occurrence, perhaps only once in a millennium. Thus, this time, regardless of the cost, they were determined to obliterate the sacred land of return. The 2 armies of principles finally collided. Like the clash of ancient divine beasts, the impact reverberated through the realms. The roars of fury, the clash of weapons, and the cries of battle melded into a cacophony. The warships that obscured the sky demonstrated their might across the expanse. Beams of resplendent divine light cascading down like a torrential rain. The battlefield below was horrifyingly brutal. Exotic beast cavalry surged across the field, while cultivators summoned their long swords and weapons. With every passing moment, lives were extinguished, sword lights and flashes creating rivers of blood. This was a world-ending conflict involving billions of souls, the chilling intent to kill sweeping across countless domains. The immortal battle had barely commenced, yet thousands of lives had already vanished, torrents of blood forming rivers, staining the heavens and earth crimson. Mountains crumbled, rivers shattered, and the towering forests were instantaneously transformed into plains. Thunderous roars. Above the lofty skies, lightning crackled, the blood and energy soaring to the heavens. Terrifying figures clashed amidst the clouds, divine light erupting, countless treasures and talismans manifesting. Occasionally, powerful silhouettes plummeted from the firmament, crashing heavily to the ground, creating deep craters, their life essence dissipating, having met their demise. As for the quasi-emperors, they battled amidst the cosmic expanse. A single punch shattered stars, a terrifying void storm sweeping away all in its path. How immense are those stars? Yet, before such formidable beings, they are as inconsequential as dust, effortlessly shattered and obliterated. The venerable ancestor-breaking army and ancestor-dominating song have truly unleashed their might. Their eyes shimmer with divine radiance, and with a mere gesture, profound laws intertwine. A strand of imperial might poised to annihilate the ancient void. Curse it! Why is there such a disparity among those who are all quasi-emperors? The expressions of the quasi-emperors from the 5 eternal forces grow grave. 8 quasi-emperors stand before the 4 quasi-emperors of the return to Origin Holy Land. Yet they find themselves subtly at a disadvantage. It is not that they are weak. Rather, the quasi-emperors of the return to Origin Holy Land are overwhelmingly powerful. They surpass the strength of ordinary quasi-emperors by an unfathomable margin. Each possesses extraordinary abilities, along with numerous treasured weapons and even ancient spells that they have never encountered before. Boom! At that moment, a colossal radiance surged forth, akin to a stellar explosion. The blazing divine light descended like heavenly fire, shattering countless stars in its wake. I cannot accept this. Within the divine light, a quasi-emperor from the One Return sect was torn asunder, disintegrated by a terrifying aura. The heavens lament, and blood rain descends, as the vast spiritual energy slowly returns to the world. How is this possible? The quasi-emperors of the 5 great forces display expressions of astonishment. They were aware that a quasi-emperor would perish today. Yet, they never anticipated that the first to fall would be one of their own. Very well, it is time for the next. Ancestor-dominating Song smiled faintly, wielding a blood-red long knife. The mere emanation of its power is utterly terrifying, as though it could sever the fabric of the void itself. Chapter 75, The Unveiling of Hidden Cards, The Resurrection of Imperial Weapons, the Half-Sage Artifact, in swift succession. Another quasi-emperor perished, a member of the Li Fengke clan, who, in his overconfidence regarding his tornado, sought to taunt the venerable ancestor of the broken army as the hurricane enveloped him. Yet, the the ancestor seized the opportunity. In the instant he tore through the tempest, he unleashed a formidable strike that shattered the very essence of his foe's soul, leaving no time for a scream to escape his lips. The battlefield was a scene of unimaginable carnage, resembling a meat grinder. Lives were extinguished with alarming frequency, war horses neighed in despair, and weapons shattered. However, such gruesome sights predominantly unfolded within the coalition of the five great powers. The Tao army of the return to origin sacred land proved exceptionally formidable. Despite suffering their own losses, they inflicted casualties upon their enemies that were exponentially greater. The Long Shao Mietian guards surged forth like a spear of the broken army, their iron cavalry unstoppable in their advance, trampling lives beneath their hoofs. Yet, the losses sustained by these Tao soldiers bore little consequence. Their true trump cards remained concealed. Nevertheless, the ferocity of the conflict was undeniable. The heavens shattered, leaving a boundless expanse devoid of clouds, as the raw power reduced all within the sky to ashes. In the cosmic realm, the battle among quasi-emperors raged on. Each clash reverberated like thunder, shattering vast swathes of stars into fine dust. Dark fissures in space spread across the universe like a spider's web, and this force had the potential to submerge an entire domain of Tao. Within the Return to Origin Sacred Hall, Su Chang'e observed this spectacle with rapt attention. Is this what constitutes an immortal battle? His heart raced with astonishment. Grasping the sun and moon, plucking stars from the heavens, he felt the very foundations of reality tremble at his fingertips. Yet, such strength emanated merely from a quasi-emperor. If legendary emperors and mythical celestial beings were to engage, what terror would such a confrontation unleash? Su Chang'e's blood surged with fervor. His aspirations extended far beyond that of an emperor. He sought to transcend to a level of celestial emperor never before attained. In the cosmic expanse, even as the five great powers summoned their hidden quasi-emperors, they found themselves subtly at a disadvantage. This realization ignited their fury. Each faction should have crumbled before such overwhelming force. Yet the Return to Origin Sacred Land remained ascendant. This situation could not persist. The point of no return had long passed. A flicker of determination ignited in the eyes of the quasi-emperor from the Wujideo sect. Summon the imperial weapon, he declared, as his words resonated. A pillar of light soared from the depths of the Wujideo sect, a vast imperial might obscuring the sun. A radiant compass, emanating brilliant hues, ascended into the sky. Inscribed with the 8 trigrams of heaven and earth, seemingly forged from an unknown divine metal, its power reminiscent of the art of mending the heavens. That was the imperial weapon of the Wujideo sect, the Chinquan 8-trigram compass, an artifact left by the Chinquan emperor, imbued with an imperial formation capable of unparalleled slaughter. The ancient existences of numerous great powers gasped in astonishment. Had the time finally come for the clash of imperial weapons? In the Lehu Mountains, a similar, overwhelming imperial might surge forth. A colossal axe, forged from the legendary celestial iron and adorned with a deep purple hue, soared through the air, enveloped in crackling white lightning. The axe bore the fierce totem of a tiger, its mouth agape, as if resonating with the roar of thunder. This was the imperial weapon of the Thunder Tiger tribe, known as the Thunder Roar Breaking the Sky Axe, crafted from mythical materials. The appearance of such a weapon astonished many ancient figures. Yet this spectacle was far from over. Atop a towering tree, swirling gusts of hurricane winds intertwined, as if connecting with the heavens. The tempest, sharp as a blade, relentlessly sliced through the fabric of space. Within the eye of this maelstrom, a cerulean banana fan materialized, embellished with the iridescent wings of divine birds, shimmering and adorned with glowing runes. This was the imperial weapon of the Rift Wind Sparrow clan, the Hurricane Fan. This fan possessed the power to command the wild winds of the world, unleashing a tempest that could shatter the heavens. A howl echoed from the ancestral land of the celestial wolf, a cacophony of wolf cries reverberating through the air. Gradually, a wolf-toothed curved blade emerged, gleaming white, suffused with the light of the moon, its cold brilliance seemingly capable of severing the very sky itself. This was the imperial weapon of the Celestial Wolf tribe, the Celestial Wolf Crescent Blade. It was forged from the fangs of the once mighty Celestial Wolf Emperor. The ancestral grounds of the Unification sect remained eerily silent, while the other four great powers held their tongues, for the Unification sect's hidden strength was also their final bastion. At this moment, with four imperial weapons presented, the atmosphere trembled with the fury of the heavens, an overwhelming imperial might sweeping across the boundless sky. For imperial weapons, such power, how would the sacred land of return respond? Many ancient figures speculated that the sacred land of return might indeed be facing a dire predicament. Regardless of its formidable foundation, could it possibly summon 5 imperial weapons? A quasi-emperor from the Riftwind Sparrow clan sneered, asserting that even with the addition of the binding chains of the Heavenly River Emperor, previously acquired by Su Chang'e, they would still not exceed 3 weapons. As the 4 imperial weapons roared and shook the skies, the overwhelming imperial might cascaded down upon the mortal realm, forcing all beings to bow in reverence. Do we lack imperial weapons in our sacred land? Even among the imperial weapons, we possess our own. The venerable ancestor of the Ba Song tribe scoffed, gesturing towards the sacred land of return. A golden chain serpentined through the air, its dazzling light causing the very heavens to tremble. The array of runes surrounding the golden lotus exuded an oppressive force, mercilessly subduing the universe. Ridiculous! Even with the Heavenly River Emperor's binding chains, what does it matter? Even if you summoned 2 more imperial weapons, it would still amount to merely 3. The quasi-emperor of the Thunder Tiger tribe mocked. How can a frog at the bottom of a well comprehend the vastness of the sky? Behold the celestial pearl. Come fort, bellowed the elder of the broken army, his voice booming like a great bell. Within the ancestral grounds of the sacred land of return, a radiant beam of light ascended to the heavens, imperial might pouring forth and captivating the hearts of all. Everyone gazed intently at the kaleidoscopic radiance, their eyes filled with curiosity. Amidst the collective wonder, an ethereal pearl emerged, translucent and shimmering with a spectrum of colors. Within this divine orb, mysterious runes intertwined and flickered, reminiscent of the sun, moon, and stars, landscapes and mountains, and the myriad of living beings in perpetual motion. It even seemed to depict the cycle of day and night, the passage of time. What could this be? Why do I sense a profound essence of the celestial order? It appears to transcend even the mightiest of imperial weapons. Could it be that of a celestial being? At this thought, a chilling dread envelopes the multitude, for celestial beings undoubtedly surpass even the most exalted emperors. The 9 heavens Linglong Tower arise. Yet, to the astonishment of all, a more formidable force erupted from the ancestral grounds of the return to origin. In the dazed gazes of the crowd, amidst the resplendent radiance, a phantom of a divine tower materialized. Mysterious runes shimmered, laws intertwined, exerting pressure across the heavens. Countless strands of spiritual energy swirled around like divine light, adding an air of supreme authority. This was indeed the treasure bestowed upon Su Chang'e by the esteemed ancestors, a true half-celestial artifact. Why is it deemed half-celestial? It surpasses the emperors, yet has not fully formed a celestial body. Thus it is classified as half-celestial. Although this realm is constrained by the laws of the Great Tao, the lethality of half-celestial artifacts pales in comparison to imperial weapons. However, the enigmatic power contained within is beyond what imperial artifacts can offer. This is utterly outrageous. 2 half-celestial artifacts? Surely. Only the hidden ancient powers possess such relics. Countless ancient figures observing the spectacle stood in bewilderment, as a return to Origin's sacred land once again redefined their understanding. Above the 9 heavens, countless bolts of lightning flashed, and a tempest roared like a ferocious beast. It seemed as though the prelude to a cataclysmic war was about to unfold. Chapter 76. The Foundation of a Unified Sect? The Empress Xianyu, the Imperial Battle Boom. The cataclysmic war erupted once more across the cosmic rivers and stars, its ferocity unparalleled. 5 imperial artifacts and 2 divine instruments joined the fray. unleashing a continuous barrage of divine light that sent waves of annihilation sweeping through the universe. Boom, boom, boom. Each collision birthed tremendous void storms, and countless spatial rifts spread across billions of miles. The resplendent galaxy was severed by this overwhelming force, reducing countless stars to mere dust. As for the black and white duo of the return to Origin's sacred land, they were known as the Twin Fiends, masters of combined assault techniques, wielding the terrifying power of their celestial pearl, nearly rivaling that of true emperors. Let us strike together. No matter how powerful they are, can they withstand the might of our four? The remaining quasi-emperor of the unified sect, accompanied by 3 other quasi-emperors from allied forces, charged towards the 2 quasi-emperors of the return to Origin's sacred land, armed with 2 imperial weapons. Bang! Boom! Crack! Thunder erupted, hurricanes howled, and radiant runes sparkled as 3 formidable auras intertwined, their terrifying power rippling through the void. Yet, the twin fiends remained indifferent. The figure in white radiated brilliance, shining like the sun, while the one in black was shrouded in swirling black mist, as if forging the very void. The white light symbolized hope and rebirth, while the black light represented death and destruction. The interplay of black and white fused continuously, embodying the cosmic balance of yin and yang, orchestrating the order of the world. Boom! The 2 forces further integrated, their overwhelming power surpassing the zenith of this realm, seemingly approaching the legendary imperial intent. As the celestial pearl emitted waves of divine light, the aura of the yin-yang radiance intensified. Suddenly, it erupted, unleashing a terrifying tide that crashed down upon the elite of the 5 great powers. This spectacle left many from the 5 great powers pale with fear. The force was too immense. Even some sages, sensing it from afar, felt as though they were confronting an ancient ferocious beast, sending shivers down their spines. The quasi-emperors at the eye of the storm might have already sealed their fates. Unified sect, if we do not act now, when shall we? Roared a quasi-emperor of the Thunder Tiger clan. In the instant his words fell, a sudden change ensued. Return to Origin's sacred land. Do not be presumptuous. Boom! Above the assembled forces of the 5 powers, a spatial gate slowly opened. From within emerged an elderly figure, his hair and beard white, skin withered, yet the aura he exuded instilled dread. The overwhelming imperial might pressed down upon the heavens, causing the very earth to tremble, silencing the runes that dared not be reckless. It was an emperor, a true emperor. Hiss! Is it the Emperor of Unity from the unified sect? Was he not said to have perished long ago? Though he is an emperor, why does his vitality seem diminished, his spiritual energy exhausted? Could it be that the unified sect has employed secret treasures or elixirs to prolong his life? Some ancient figures speculated. Logically, this emperor should have passed away many years ago. Why does he appear here now? The Emperor of Unity gazed at the surging waves of yin and yang, letting out a cold snort, raising that withered arm, the palm opened wide, revealing an inexplicable aura emanating from a vast expanse ahead. It was the essence of the great emperor, a mastery over the forces of space. As he clenched his fist, the tide of yin and yang came to an abrupt halt, as though restrained by an impenetrable barrier. In that instant, as the words of the great emperor resounded, the imperial intent roared, divine light erupted.